While everyone was chasing after the devil fruits, Fushiguro carved his name into the sea with the purest martial arts. No elemental powers, no super abilities. Relying solely on the ultimate application of his flesh and blood, his iron fist shattered all legends of the New World. Rox sought his help in the Valley of Gods. Garp regretted his past choices and memories, and Roger still murmured about his unique charm before his death. Every time Kaido heard his name, old wounds would resurface, and Charlotte Linlin's marriage proposal was torn to shreds in front of him. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, he was a tyrannical king, but in the hearts of the common people, he was the only guardian deity. When the world government inquired about the source of his power, this man simply caressed his clenched fist. This body, tempered through countless trials, was the most powerful. Devil Fruit itself. Chapter 1. Infinite Pirates, year 1482 of the Sea Garden Calendar. A smaller pirate ship coming from the EC was sailing through the first half of the Grand Line. 3 people were gathered on the deck, excitedly examining a treasure chest in front of them, one of which had already been opened, revealing gold and silver jewelry that dazzled. Their eyes, Fushiguro grinned. "Open all the boxes." "Woo!" The other 2 quickly echoed, their movements swift. After all the treasure chests were opened, Fushiguro joined in counting the treasures, and all 3 of them were grinning from ear to ear. A voice, trembling yet unable to hide its excitement, exclaimed, "Captain, look at this!" Hearing someone call him, Fushiguro turned to see Jinyuan's face filled with surprise as he held a devil fruit in both hands. Fushiguro's pupils shrank in astonishment. "I didn't expect that little broken island would have a devil fruit." "Yeah, Captain, what kind of devil fruit is this? Why don't you eat it? That way our infinite pirates will become even stronger." Jinyuan immediately thought of the captain eating it. Yitian, hearing about the devil fruit, came over and looked curiously. "We don't even know what kind of devil fruit it is. What if it turns you into a woman? Are you really going to let the boss eat it?" Jinyuan suddenly felt awkward and forced a smile. "I just got too excited." Fushiguro took the devil fruit and examined it while stroking his chin. "Go get the devil fruit encyclopedia." It was a silvery white fruit covered with complex patterns that resembled metal. Jinyuan hurriedly ran off, and within a few minutes, returned from the navigation room with the devil fruit encyclopedia to hand it to Fushiguro. The 3 of them gathered around to look and compare one by one. After a long time, Fushiguro blinked. "This devil fruit is not recorded. Our encyclopedia must be incomplete. Based on its color and the patterns on it, it definitely won't be weak." Currently, none of the 3 on the ship had devil fruit abilities, and if they could eat a good one now, it would definitely bring a huge boost. Jinyuan swallowed hard. "Captain, aren't you going to eat it?" Fushiguro waved his hand. "I ate something like this a long time ago. It was useless, just like eating regular fruit." Yitian looked at him in surprise. This was the first time they had heard Fushiguro mention this. "You 2 discuss it. If you're not sure about eating it, you can wait until we find a suitable one," he said before going to the bow of the ship to carve a comical dragon head and sitting down, memories flooding his mind. Fushiguro was reborn from Blue Star, not through possession, but was genuinely born in this world. At least that's what he believed. After gaining awareness that this was the world of One Piece, Fushiguro hadn't rested for a day, thinking of every possible way to improve his physical quality. 10 years ago, when the town could not withstand the tribute of gold from above, it suffered a massacre. At that time, Fushiguro was practicing swimming in the sea, and when he returned, all he saw was flames, ruins, and corpses. Not a single old man or child was spared, and even the little dog that Fushiguro particularly liked met a tragic end. There were too many corpses, and they were incomplete. If buried, they would be eaten by insects. Fushiguro, with a heavy heart, set everything on fire, burning all that he once cared for. Fushiguro was merely a baby they found, yet they treated him exceptionally well. Such a loving town was gone just like that. He stayed on the island until he gained some strength before setting out to sea. While wandering at sea, Fushiguro once found a black devil fruit entwined with dragon patterns. At that time, he thought he had struck gold, but after eating it, aside from a sweet taste, nothing happened. He could still dive into the sea. Fushiguro thought he had eaten a fake, as it didn't taste bad, yet he didn't become a land duck and had no special abilities. At least, he felt nothing at all. Predictably, a year after going to sea, Fushiguro found another one, and, as usual, it was utterly useless. From then on, Fushiguro lost interest in devil fruits. He had no desire for the abilities of those sour fruits. Haki was the true path. It's been 20 years since I came to this world. How fast it's gone. Fushiguro looked at Jin Yuan and Yi Tian, who were discussing. These two were the unfortunate souls he found while sailing in the East Sea, having lost their hometowns. Yi Tian was 19 this year, and Jin Yuan was 18. They were all around the same age. Seeing the devil fruit in Jin Yuan's hands, Fushiguro lazily got up and stretched his body. It made sense. Jin Yuan was currently the weakest on the ship, so it was reasonable for him to eat it. Sunlight shone on Fushiguro, a tall man over 190 centimeters, with developed muscles that did not appear bulky. His body lines were full of explosive power, combining strength and agility in his movements that eye in the world of One Piece, where the average height was giant. He wasn't particularly tall. Anyway, he hadn't fully developed yet, so Fushiguro wasn't in a hurry. His brow bones were prominent, with sharp eyebrows. The right eyebrow had a scar, his eyes were narrow, and his pupils were a rare deep brown, with a penetrating gaze like a beast. He had a high-nose bridge and a strong jawline that he often wore a dark, tight-fitting high-neck combat suit that highlighted his shoulder and back muscles. His lower body was dressed in loose tactical pants paired with short boots, with a cloth belt around his waist, occasionally used to hang weapons. Fushiguro walked towards the two. Jin Yuan had golden hair, fluffy and slightly curly, with bangs slightly covering his right eye, adding a touch of softness. He was about 185 centimeters tall, slender yet well-defined in muscle, with long limbs and agile movements. Dressed in yellow. Yi Tian was of similar height, around 185 centimeters, with a well-built physique, just slightly smaller than Fushiguro, dressed in white. Fushiguro looked at Jin Yuan. Go ahead, eat it, and see what effect it has. Under the gaze of the two, Jin Yuan closed his eyes and quickly ate the devil fruit in his hand. Jin Yuan made a bitter face. Yuck. Yi Tian, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, covered Jin Yuan's mouth with one hand. Don't spit it out. What if it loses its effect? Unbeknownst to them, the devil fruit had already transformed into energy the moment it entered. After Jin Yuan regained his composure, Fushiguro and Yi Tian quietly waited for him to open his eyes. After a smoke break, Jin Yuan opened his eyes, ecstatic. I can control metal. As he spoke, he manipulated a nearby iron barrel to fly around in the air. Fushiguro was dumbfounded. What the hell, Magneto? Controlling a metal-type devil fruit was incredibly powerful. Even a little development would be amazing. Yi Tian envied. You really struck gold, huh? Fushiguro often used his knowledge from Blue Star to explain the various uses of devil fruits to them, and Yi Tian and Jin Yuan naturally understood the significance of it all. Fushiguro looked at Yi Tian and comforted him. It's okay. There are so many devil fruits in the world. You'll have one too. Yi Tian shook his head. I'm fine with just a sword. Fushiguro thought of Yi Tian's swordsmanship and nodded. Jin Yuan, gather these treasures. It'll be a good way to train your devil fruit abilities. Jin Yuan patted his chest. Leave it to me. Then Jin Yuan started collecting the treasures. Yi Tian wielded his katana, while Fushiguro lay back on a deck chair deep in thought. Perhaps due to the reincarnation, even without a so-called system, his physical training showed remarkable results. He was born with strong senses and had an exceptional talent for physicality and martial arts. When one door closes, perhaps this is how the heavens open another window for Fushiguro. Calculate the time. It's almost time for the Battle of God Valley. I need to work hard to improve my strength and make an appearance. Chapter 2. First encounter with the Roger Pirates. After organizing the treasure, Jin Yuan came to the deck to familiarize himself with the use of the devil fruit. Fubuki glanced at him and warned, the devil fruit is indeed powerful, but you can't neglect your own strength. Moreover, if you want to fight a prolonged battle in the future, your stamina must be good. Jin Yuan was only 18 years old, but the destruction of his hometown had made him mature quickly. He nodded humbly. I understand, Captain. Fubuki had never personally eaten a devil fruit, but he thought that releasing some large-scale destructive moves would inevitably consume mental and physical energy. Yi Tian excitedly approached Fubuki and said, Boss, why don't we look for a bigger city to see if we can find a good sword? Fubuki stroked his chin and replied, Sure, let's go to seas.The archipelago. Just as Yi Tian was about to head to the navigation room to check the direction, he spotted a ship on the horizon. Boss, it looks like there's a ship over there. Fubuki squinted. With his strong eyesight, he quickly noticed, you keep looking for the direction. Once you find it, Head straight there, don't worry about it. Yi quickly left, while Fubuki pondered, recalling which characters might appear in the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, 20 years is not a short time. Many of Fubuki's memories from his previous life were slowly fading. Not to mention, this was a world from 40 years ago, with many events and people not recorded in anime. After Yi adjusted the direction, the other ship coincidentally seemed to be on the same course, gradually moving closer to Fubuki and the others. Yi climbed to the lookout tower and used a telescope to check, shouting, "Boss, it's the Roger Pirates, they're Oro Jackson." Fubuki took the telescope with a light leap, and after looking muttered, "I can't believe we bumped into them here." Yi had some understanding of the Roger Pirates and knew they were strong, but he wasn't sure how strong. "What should we do, boss? Should we engage them?" Jin Yuan manipulated metal, hovering nearby. "Why not? It said their strength is not weak, and we're not weak either." Fubuki grinned. "Since both of my dear crew members say so, majority rules, let's do it." This wasn't blind arrogance, but confidence in his own strength. Jabba calmly approached Joel D. Roger and said, "Captain, the pirate ship we spotted not far ahead has stopped. It seems to be deliberately waiting for us." Roger walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the deck. "Which pirate crew?" Jabba pulled out 3 bounty notices and slowly said, "Infinity Pirates." "The captain is Gu Fubuki, a non-devil fruit user, bounty 250 million. Crew member, Sigma Yitian, a non-devil fruit user, bounty 120 million. Crew member, Zhu and Jin Yuan, the non-devil fruit user, bounty 80 million. This pirate crew is quite strange. They don't rob the poor or ordinary people, only targeting nobles and the underworld." Roger scratched his head with interest. "The bounty isn't low, but I wonder how strong they are." "What a strange pirate crew." Silbaz Rayleigh joked nearby. "They are indeed an interesting pirate crew." Roger smiled. "Let's sail closer and see what they want. If they seem nice, we might even make a friend." Rayleigh covered his face. His captain had this nature, and according to the actions of the Infinity Pirates, they might really become friends. After all, having friends is better than having more enemies. The Oro Jackson docked next to the Infinity Pirates' small ship, and Fubuki suppressed his excitement, saying, "You guys wait on the ship. I'll go check it out." Without waiting for the two to respond, Fubuki's figure vanished, and the next second appeared directly in front of Roger, hands in pockets, standing tall and imposing. Instantly, the members of the Roger Pirates stood at attention, alertly watching Fubuki. One could feel his terrifying strength just from his stance at the tee that moment. Roger was in his prime, bringing a slight sense of pressure to Fubuki. Was it the aura cultivated by Conqueror's Haki? Interesting. Roger also sized up this young man, who had come alone to his ship, and felt an implicit regal aura emanating from Fubuki. Fubuki took the initiative to speak. "Shall we find an island and have a fight?" Roger laughed heartily. "Sure." Rayleigh and the others were also curious about the strength of the Infinity Pirates captain. Over the years, many had challenged them, but only Fubuki had dared to come to the deck alone to issue a challenge. Fubuki smiled. "My ship is slow. We will follow behind you." After Fubuki left, Roger asked Rayleigh, "What do you think of that guy?" Rayleigh shrugged. "He gives off a very proud vibe and has a lot of guts. I can't tell if he's just young and reckless or truly fearless." Roger dismissed those details, saying, "We'll find an island and have a fight, and we'll know." Back on the deck, Fubuki told Yitian, "Follow their ship. We'll fight them on the island later." Why Yitian immediately went to implement it, and Jin Yuan pointed at himself. "Captain, do we also have to go up?" Fubuki smirked. "I've arranged 10 opponents for you to practice with. Just be secretly happy about it." Jin Yuan felt like he had turned into a black and white painting, weakly saying, "You really are a good captain. Having you is my happiness." Before long, they docked near an island. Yi sheathed the sword he had just wiped, and Jin Yuan looked revitalized, full of fighting spirit. Fubuki waved his hand, "Go ashore." After Fubuki landed on the island, he saw Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and a few others, while the others stayed on the ship. Yi, being a swordsman, almost drooled when he saw Roger's sword. What a good sword. Fubuki looked at Roger's ace and complained, "This world really makes no distinction between swords and blades. It's so uncomfortable." Roger didn't hear Fubuki's complaint clearly and shouted, "How do you want to fight?" This made Fubuki secretly happy. Roger was indeed a special person. If it had been anyone else from the Rocks Pirates, Fubuki would have already struck while on the ship. "I want to duel with you," Fubuki said, hugging his arms and moving his body. At this moment, Rayleigh spoke up. You don't have the qualifications to face our captain. Roger raised his right hand to stop Rayleigh, playfully saying, he is also a captain, so he qualifies. Jabba and the others knew that this was just Roger itching for a fight. Are you a swordsman too? Roger walked towards Fubuki, noticing the sword on his back, and asking curiously. Fubuki initially wanted to purely feel Roger's martial arts, hearing that he was not only a great swordsman, but also good at martial arts. After hearing this, Fubuki took down the sword he was carrying and waved it casually a few times. I can barely be considered one. The sword had a long blade shape, approximately 60 to 70 centimeters in length, suitable for one-handed or two-handed grip, with an unknown animal's white fur decoration on the guard. The blade was slightly wider than a regular katana and was overall grayish-white. Roger noticed the glint in Fubuki's eyes towards the sword and suddenly asked, a famous sword? Fubuki twisted his neck. It's called Soul Release. It's not yet, but it will be in the future. After saying that, Fubuki moved forward and warned, here they come. Chapter 3. Conqueror's Haki entwined. Fubuki's lips curled into a dangerous arc, and the Soul Release sword gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Roger laughed heartily, revealing his signature white teeth. What a good heart. Before the words fell, Fubuki's figure had already vanished from the spot, and the Soul Release sword sliced through the air, bringing with it a sharp sound as it descended. Roger's eyes flashed with brilliance. Ace was instantly drawn, and the two swords collided in midair with a thunderous roar. Bang! Amidst the deafening sound of metal clashing, an astonishing shockwave erupted from the two. The ground beneath Roger's feet cracked inch by inch, with spiderweb-like fissures. Spreading outwards, Rayleigh squinted and whispered to Jabba, looks like he's not an ordinary opponent. Roger blocked the heavy blow, still wearing a calm smile on his face. Not bad. That's some good power. Fukuhara didn't respond. Instead, he unleashed an even more ferocious attack. The soul-releasing blade transformed into black lightning, each strike precisely targeting vital points. What was even more astonishing was his fluid combat rhythm, with sharp kicks and punches perfectly complementing his swordsmanship, forcing Roger to take him seriously. Bang! Roger's heavy fist slammed into Fukuhara's abdomen at the same moment Fukuhara's whip-like leg hit Roger's waist, both of them flying back simultaneously, carving out dozens of meters of furrows in the ground. Boom! Before the dust settled, Fukuhara approached like a ghost, this time abandoning the soul-releasing blade to engage in pure hand-to-hand combat. Roger's fighting spirit surged even more as he laughed and charged forward. Interesting. The two figures intertwined in the air, moving so fast they almost left afterimages. Each collision of fists and feet caused the air to explode, the shockwaves of their battle leaving the surroundings in ruins. The crew of Roger's pirate ship was dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They never expected that this man, with a bounty of only 250 million, could fight their captain to such an extent. Fukuhara displayed top-tier armament haki and observation haki, shocking even these battle-hardened pirates. But the most astonished was Roger himself, who felt the power firsthand. After throwing a punch and creating some distance, Roger said, I didn't expect to underestimate you. I didn't expect you to have mastered armament haki to such a degree at such a young age. Can you do this? Swish! As Ace drew his sword, Roger had already turned into an afterimage. The Conqueror's haki, entwined with dark red lightning, surged on the blade, and this strike, God's avoidance, was aimed directly at Fukuhara's throat. It's over. Rayleigh and the crew asserted in unison, their voices carried away by the wind. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Yuan clenched his fist, trembling slightly, exchanging a worried glance with Yi Tian. Could their captain withstand this terrifying blow? He definitely can. However, the curve of Fukuhara's smile made Roger's heart tighten suddenly. He was all too familiar with that smile. It was the excitement that strong individuals show when facing a challenge. Boom! The dark purple haki suddenly erupted from the soul-releasing blade, colliding violently with Ace's crimson lightning. Before the two weapons even touched, the clash of Conqueror's haki had already created spiderweb-like cracks in the air. The entire island trembled violently under the shockwave. The coastline began to crumble, and splintered stones were crushed to powder in the air. Heavens! The sky! Jin Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Above, the rolling sea of clouds was split in half. A rift cutting across the sky divided the whole expanse into two distinct worlds. This was the heavenly change, an earthly anomaly that could only be triggered by a clash of top-tier conquerors' haki. Rayleigh squinted, surprised that Fukuhara's crew could remain conscious amidst such a storm of haki. Jabba stroked his stubble. How could a monster of this level remain unnoticed in the first half? Prepare for the banquet. Rayleigh lit a cigarette, but was interrupted by Jabba. What's the rush? Such a good show doesn't come around often. As the sunset painted the sea crimson, the two kings finally took a break. Beneath Roger's tattered clothes, bruises were faintly visible, while Fukuhara's black battle attire had several more tears. After yet another evenly matched struggle, Roger's signature laugh pierced the sky. If we keep going, we might destroy this island. Our strengths won't be decided in just a few days. Let's call it a day. Fukuhara smiled. Sure. The two of them tacitly pulled back their strength, and their crew surged in like a tide. Jin Yuan was about to speak when he heard his captain's lazy voice. We won't die. On the other side. Roger had already opened his arms. Let's start the banquet. Then we won't hold back. Fukuhara glanced at the eternally smiling man and shook his head inwardly. A feast for free? Why not? After all, this unexpected encounter across dimensions was a delightful surprise. As night fell, the sky was clear, filled with stars. Roger raised his glass and loudly declared, "Let's welcome the infinite pirate crew to the banquet. Let the feast begin." Fukuhara and the others also raised their glasses. After a few rounds of drinks, Roger, slightly tipsy, said to Fukuhara, "I didn't expect you to be not only strong, but also have a good tolerance for alcohol." With this little bit of horse piss, something easily resolved, Fukuhara smiled and asked, "I thought you were enjoying yourselves in the latter half. We came here to take care of some business." Roger chuckled. "Your armament haki and observation haki. Who did you learn them from?" "They're surprisingly strong." Fukuhara recalled a big, carefree guy full of passion. "I figured it out during battles." Roger didn't doubt it and took a big gulp of his drink. "That's talent." Speaking of which, Rayleigh curiously asked, "Your pirate crew is not weak, so why were you still wandering in the first half?" Before Fukuhara could respond, Jin Yuan, a bit tipsy, answered directly, "Because we are still saving money. We want to build a good ship before entering the latter half." As the shipwright of the Oro Jackson, Bulma Lin couldn't help but laugh. "You guys really should get a new ship. Otherwise, the ship might not even make it through the first half." Fukuhara awkwardly smiled. "Mainly because atomwood is quite rare. We haven't encountered it yet. We plan to go to the seas.The archipelago to try our luck." Rayleigh curiously observed Yi Tian and Jin Yuan. "I see your crew was unscathed under the clash of conquerors' haki. Looks like their strength isn't weak either." Fukuhara casually replied, So, just about that." Rayleigh smiled and didn't press further, turning back to chat with Yi Tian and the others. Roger stared at Fukuhara for a while. "Why don't you rob ordinary people?" Fukuhara, munching on the roasted meat in his hand. "Why? Because they have no money. There's nothing worth robbing. It's more practical to rob those nobles directly." Roger fell silent for a while. This answer was quite reasonable, but he couldn't understand Fukuhara even more. "That makes sense, but the celestial dragons have more money, right? I haven't encountered those trash. If I do, I'll kill them first and then rob," Fukuhara replied calmly, which instantly silenced the lively banquet. Chapter 4. seas.The archipelago. Fukuhara keenly sensed the stagnation in the atmosphere and raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Can we talk about this?" He lightly tapped his wine bowl, the crisp sound echoing sharply in the suddenly quiet banquet hall. Roger snapped out of his daze and burst into a loud laugh, shaking the campfire. "Ha ha! Of course we can. I just didn't expect that besides the Rocks pirates. There are people who dare to speak of killing celestial dragons, as if it's as simple as butchering a fish. The Rocks pirates, huh? Interesting." Fukuhara swirled the amber liquid in his cup, a distant glint flashing in his eyes. In that indelible memory etched in his mind, the ideology of not allowing slavery had long been forged into a belief harder than sea prism stone. Even after crossing into this distorted sea, that pride had not faded. Of course, Fukuhara could enslave others, but he would never allow anyone to enslave him. "Listen, Fukuhara." Roger suddenly lowered his voice, drawing the emblem of the world government on the wooden table with his drink. "Those pigs are indeed useless, but they hold privileges?" Fukuhara scoffed and interrupted, igniting the alcohol on his fingertip and touching it to the candle, the flames scorching the emblem into a charred mark. "There's an old saying back in my hometown. He tilted his head back and drank the spirits. Nobles and commoners. Do they have any special lineage? Rayleigh's pipe froze in midair, and Jabba's sharp intake of breath mixed with the sea breeze was particularly clear, while Roger's pupils slightly contracted. He saw that when Fukuzaki said this, the wine bowl wrapped in Conqueror's haki left a deep mark on the table. But if we kill them, there will be generals. Roger's words trailed off as he laughed first. He saw Fukuzaki looking at him with an expression of disdain, as if to say, "You're a pirate now. When have you ever cared about the Navy?" TSK. Fukuzaki snatched the wine jug and filled his cup. Not killing celestial dragons means the Navy will let pirates go? As the strong liquor went down his throat, he recalled the destruction of his town and the silhouette of Navy warships sailing across the sea. Then a gust of wind rose. Trash in this world must be cleaned up. Roger paused, then slammed his wine bowl down on the table. Well said. The splashing wine startled the animals deep within the island. In the night sky, where the Conqueror's haki tore through the clouds, the starlight silently bore witness to this resonance that crossed the world. The next day, the sun shone on the beach, and there were corpses lying around in all directions. If it weren't for the loud snoring, one might have thought they were all dead. Rayleigh woke everyone still sleeping and said to Roger, "Captain, we should leave." Roger sincerely said to Fukuzaki beside him, "Really not considering coming aboard? I think we could get along well." Fukuzaki rarely bothered to respond to such flattering words and politely declined. "No, we have things to do." All right. Let us drink together for 3 days and nights next time we meet." Roger laughed freely. "Boys, we're off." Jean Yuan looked at the cool Oro Jackson. "So cool. Captain, let us hurry up and get a ship too." Fukuzaki jumped toward the small broken ship. "Boys, set sail." Jean Yuan and Yi Tian exchanged glances and hurried after him. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Jean Yuan flew around the air, leaving Yi Tian in awe. "How can you fly?" Jean Yuan proudly pointed to the iron plates embedded in his shoes. "I embedded iron plates in the soles of my shoes, so I can use my devil fruit ability to fly." At that moment, Fukuzaki walked out of the captain's cabin and said to the two, "It's time to train." Jean Yuan looked distressed, while Yi Tian was eager to try. Once the two were ready on the deck, Fukuzaki enveloped them in his Conqueror's haki. "Try to feel and adapt. Attack me." Time passed minute by minute, and Fukuzaki stopped releasing his Conqueror's haki, delivering 2 punches that sent the two crashing into the sea. After a while, Yi Tian returned to the deck with a half-dead Jean Yuan, who lay on the deck gasping for air. Jean Yuan looked up at the sky, coughing out seawater. What a torture. Yi Tian comforted him. "Having the captain as a sparring partner is already pretty good. You might have to fight someone with Conqueror's haki in the future, and that will be even harder." After spitting out most of the seawater, Jean Yuan said in fear, "That was terrifying. I thought I was going to drown." Yi Tian rolled his eyes. "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Fukuzaki wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and encouraged them. "Not bad. You actually managed to last 3 hours this time." Yi Tian knew very well that Fukuzaki hadn't used his full strength, although neither had they. The main reason was the fear that this small broken ship couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the main goal was to adapt to the Conqueror's haki. Physical skills were just an added bonus. Fukuzaki did not slack off in his training just because he had sparred with Roger. He understood that Roger hadn't used his full strength, and neither had he. He currently did not have the power to sweep across the seas. The road ahead was still long. If a king like Luffy could go from setting sail to the Marineford War in just 2 months, then Fukuzaki, who had trained since childhood, could surely make a name for himself in God Valley in 2 years. Fukuzaki had many confusions about the inside story of God Valley. Because of the collaboration between Roger and the Navy, the celestial dragons had died too few. This time, a bloodbath was necessary. Yi Tian shouted happily, "Fukuzaki, we can see the Sabati archipelago." Without saying a word, Jean Yuan replied, "Watch me go full speed ahead." The stern of the small broken ship had been modified with iron plates by Jean Yuan, and his devil fruit ability propelled the ship swiftly towards their destination. In these past few days, they were able to travel at such speed thanks to Jean Yuan pushing the ship. But this speed was not something the small broken ship could handle. It was already on the verge of capsizing. If they didn't find a place to repair it soon, they might not make it to a new ship. How beautiful! The small broken ship arrived at port 51. And from 50 to 59, Jin Yuan and the others were amazed by the scenery of the seas.The archipelago. Fukuzaki smiled and said, Jin Yuan, go exchange some of the treasure for berries and then repair the small broken ship. After that, everyone can move freely by supplies and look for information about the Atom Tree. Soon, Jin Yuan returned with 2 boxes of gold and silver treasures exchanged for berries. Fukuzaki informed the two about the intelligence of the seas.The archipelago from 1 to 29, mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal zones, etc. From 30 to 39, mainly the bubble park, etc. From 40 to 49, mainly tourist areas, specialty shops, etc. From 50 to 59, mainly shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. From 60 to 69, mainly Navy garrisons, government entrances and exits, etc. From 70 to 79, mainly hotel streets, etc. Contact me through the snail phone if anything happens, and we will gather here in a week. Yay! Jin Yuan and Yi Tian raised their hands in joy, finally able to relax and enjoy themselves, needing to unwind properly. Chapter 5. Finding Fushiguro drove his bubble car to Area 13, where various gray activities were predominant. Correspondingly, the intelligence capabilities here were bound to be impressive, and there was also an interesting tavern. It must be said that since the seas.The archipelago is controlled by the celestial dragons and has the navy stationed, no one dared to cause trouble here, so the environment was naturally quite good. It's a bit funny to think about. If Fushiguro were in the navy, wouldn't he have to go to areas 1 to 29 from time to achieve some results? One can only say that the navy has been too corrupted. He once thought about becoming a navy officer, but upon thinking about being pointed at by the celestial dragons, he concluded that he couldn't escape leaving the navy. It would be better to be a pirate from the start. In Area 13, at Shaki's bar. Why would he appear here at this time? Fushiguro looked at the sign, confirmed he wasn't mistaken, then pushed the door open and entered. The guest area was empty, with only a woman behind the bar cleaning glasses. Indeed, one cannot view things based on past experiences. The world is constantly changing. Speaking of which, young Shaki is truly striking. It's no wonder that anyone who could become the Emperor of Amazon Lily is good-looking. That guy really has a good eye for picking a young wife. When Shaki heard the doorbell ring, she looked up at the entrance, surprised yet somewhat expecting. The infamous captain of the Infinite Pirates, Fushiguro, was actually here. Fushiguro naturally sat down at the bar, tapping his fingers on the table. We can't be considered infamous. We're just nameless pawns. I assume that Rayleigh told you about me. Seeing that Shaki wanted to say something, he waved his hand. That's nothing, just give me the cheapest fruit beer. Shaki covered her mouth and laughed. It seems the world government underestimated you. Taking the fruit beer, Fushiguro took a sip. Not bad. Do you have any information about the Atom Tree? I want tea skimp on the payment. Shaki rested her chin on her hand, looking at Fushiguro with interest. I have. But why should I tell you? Fushiguro blinked. Then forget it, I'll ask someone else. Seeing Fushiguro stand up and head for the door, Shaki hurriedly called out. Wait, I was just joking. Rayleigh told me to inform you if you came to the seas.The archipelago. Indeed, one cannot escape the complexities of human relationships, provided one is strong enough. Fushiguro turned around and finished the fruit beer in one gulp. Where is it? Shaki shot him a resentful glance. Huffing. Men are all the same, they all have ulterior motives. Fushiguro sighed inwardly. He had not inherited the will of the Chow. In this situation, it was hard to predict. Shaki continued. In 3 days, there will be an auction in Area 7, where the Atom Tree will be auctioned off. Enough to build a ship. Most of the Atom Trees have been submitted to the celestial dragons as heavenly gold, and it's rare to find such a large piece of material outside. Fushiguro didn't think much about it, focusing on the price. How much should I prepare? About 200 million, bring at least 300 million, Shaki calculated and gave Fushiguro a conservative estimate. TSK, Fushiguro clicked his tongue. He was already a pirate and still had to buy things. What was the point of being a pirate then? Thinking of the navy stationed here, he wasn't too sure if there were any vice admirals or admirals around. 300 million? All right. Do you have any good swords or top-notch forging materials and skilled swordsmiths? Shaki thought for a moment and then turned to walk into a room. Wait a moment. I'll see what I can find. After a while, Shaki returned to the bar. At the same auction, there's a famous sword and an unknown material that is said to be good for sword forging. As for skilled swordsmiths, I heard there's one wandering from Wano country who should be heading to Water 7 soon. Isn't that a coincidence? Fushiguro suddenly remembered the devil fruit that Jinyuan had eaten and asked, "What about a silver, metallic-type devil fruit? What kind of devil fruit is that?" Shaki blinked and took out a devil fruit encyclopedia from the room, flipping through it for a while before pointing to a picture. "Is this what you're looking for? Paramecia-type, metallic devil fruit. It seems to be a devil fruit that can control metal. Sounds pretty good. Do you have it? Are you planning to sell it?" Fushiguro smiled. "A companion ate it. Paramecia type? That's acceptable." He stood up and casually handed Shaki some belly. "Thanks. Can you tell me how you can run a bar here so smoothly?" A glimmer of nostalgia flashed in Shaki's eyes, and she broke into a smile that could make anyone drool. "That's a different price." "Forget it. It's not that he was not curious." Fushiguro wasn't short on belly. He was just not interested in that. Shaki looked at the belly on the table, a smile on her face as she watched Fushiguro leave. An interesting man. Even if he buys it, it won't be easy to take away. Fushiguro knew very well that after informing Jinyuan and Yaishin about this news through the Den Mushi, he would exchange all the treasures on the ship for belly. Yaishin was thrilled. He had long wanted to replace the sword in his hand, but had never had the chance. Unlike Fushiguro, who had designed his weapon a long time ago and had the townspeople help him forge it using the best materials in town, making it the best sword in town. Coupled with the cultivation of armament haki and conqueror's haki, Fushiguro's sole release had long surpassed the great sword. Jinyuan didn't specialize in one weapon. He wanted to follow in Fushiguro's footsteps and pursue powerful physical techniques. However, since eating the devil fruit, he had found a slight path. 3 days passed quickly. To avoid any mishaps, Fushiguro and the others behaved well, keeping a low profile and maintaining a routine of moving between the bar, encounters, and the inn. In Area 1, Fushiguro and his companions, dressed casually, were let through after the guards confirmed they were pirates and bounty criminals. They didn't waste money on so-called private rooms. They wanted people to know, "Hello, esteemed guests. I'm the auctioneer for today, Xiao Tian, and it's a great honor to host this boutique auction for everyone." She was dressed in a champagne-colored qipao, holding an auction hammer elegantly. The lighting in the venue perfectly outlined her graceful silhouette, and she wore a professional smile. "Today, we will present over 30 precious items, each rigorously authenticated by our expert team." She raised her wrist, signaling the staff to showcase the first item. "Now let us formally kick off today's artistic feast." The crisp sound of the hammer echoed in the exhibition hall, and everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on this auctioneer, who exuded professional charm with every move. At first, most of the items for auction were human trafficking, including merfolk and some good-looking men and women, which didn't interest Fushiguro and his companions. Soon, they reached the famous sword that Yaishin had been longing for. Xiao Tian held the microphone and unveiled the red cloth behind her, enthusiastically announcing, "This is a fine sword, the willow leaf." Upon seeing the willow leaf's shape, Yaishin immediately lost interest. The blade was too narrow, not his preferred type. After the willow leaf was auctioned, Xiao Tian continued, "For those who love swords, don't be disheartened. We have obtained a piece of material that is very suitable for forging fine swords. If a skilled swordsmith works on this material, it could potentially reach the level of a great sword." This statement brightened the eyes of many who wanted to change their swords. While famous swords are great, they may not necessarily suit themselves. However, with good materials, they could forge a shape that suited them. Starting bid, 5 million belly. I would call this the observer effect. Of course, writing this also serves the greater purpose of preventing Oda from backstabbing me in a day. Chapter 6. Seller Tom buying a piece of unknown material at this price has a bit of a gamble to it. Plus, finding a good blacksmith is not that easy, which discouraged many people at once. After receiving a confirming look from Fushiguro, Yi Tian directly called out, 10 million berries. There are plenty of wealthy people in the Sabati archipelago, and immediately someone in the hall followed up with 15 million berries, 20 million berries. At this moment, the people in the private room made their move, 30 million berries. Yi Tian instinctively clenched his fist. They still needed to buy the atom tree and had expenses for building the ship, which made him waver and consider giving up. Fushiguro patted his shoulder. Money can be earned again. Just call out whatever you want. There are plenty of berries. Yi Tian steeled his resolve. 40 million berries. Xiao Tian noticed that no one else was bidding and urged. This is a rare material. Isn't anyone else bidding? 40 million once, 40 million twice. 40 million 3 times. Sold. Yi Tian released his fist and said somewhat unhappily, the auction is really a scam. They always sell products at a premium. Jin Yuan comforted him. There's nothing you can do. Everyone wants to make a little more money, which is understandable. Fushiguro instinctively chimed in. Jin Yuan, why don't you get some good metal material for your weapon? You can change the shape of the metal freely. Having a good metal should enhance your combat power significantly. Jin Yuan smiled mysteriously. I already have an idea. I just need a lot of metal to refine. But once I have enough, it will undergo a qualitative change. Yi Tian pouted. Then why don't you refine a piece for me to take to the blacksmith? Jin Yuan quickly waved his hands. I'm still in the experimental stage, and I don't plan to buy metal right now. Besides, I don't even know if what I refine will be suitable for blacksmithing. Fushiguro found Jin Yuan's explanation somewhat amusing and interrupted. Yi Tian, the material you bought is for the Supreme Great Blade. That should be enough. This made both of them surprised. Glancing around to ensure this wasn't a place for intense discussion, Yi Tian lowered his voice. Let us talk about it in detail after this. By the time the last auction item was presented, Fushiguro and the others were greatly excited. They had waited so long just for this. But they did not get to see the actual item. Xiao Tian's voice was sweet. Dear guests, due to the last item being quite large, we cannot display it. Please forgive us. The last treasure was the atom tree, and its function is well known. Whether for shipbuilding or crafting other things, it is an excellent material. This item is 60 meters long, and after the auction ends, staff will lead you to the place for it. The starting bid is 200 million, and it starts now. Jin Yuan smacked his lips. 200 million. That is not cheap. Fushiguro stroked his chin thoughtfully, looking towards the few private rooms on the second floor. No rush. Let us wait for others to bid. The 200 million threshold discouraged many. It wasn't just about buying it. Finding someone to use it for shipbuilding would definitely cost a lot. 250 million. 270 million. Fushiguro guessed that many people didn't intend to buy. They were considering whether to rob it. That big piece is even larger than our ship. Yi Tian nodded. Even if we steal it, it will be hard to take away. That is not the main issue. Fushiguro was worried that if they weren't on the seas.The archipelago, it would be troublesome, and they would have to expend effort to pursue it. After thinking for a moment, he raised his paddle and called out, 300 million. Some people found it a bit funny. Although the auction house was trustworthy, at least you should be able to see the actual item. What if they took it somewhere and someone killed you, and you couldn't find a place to reason about it? Seeing no one else bidding, Xiao Tian looked at Fushiguro in surprise, not expecting such wealthy people in the hall. Sold. With the word sold, the undercurrents began to surge. Everyone wanted to eat a free lunch, thinking Fushiguro and his crew were soft targets. Only a pirate group of 3, and they still wanted to take a gamble. The infinite pirates were only able to offer high bounties due to their frequent robberies of nobles. Ultimately, they targeted those without strength. Besides, they only had 3 people, so the advantage was on their side. We're going to get rich. Such conversations quickly spread throughout the seas.The archipelago. At the bamboo stick bar, Xiaoqi was wiping glasses, her lips curling up. Another terrifying pirate crew is about to emerge on the sea. Yi Tian successfully obtained the material and followed the staff into a room, where a large-looking bullfish man was drinking hot tea. Tom? Tom clearly did not expect that the person buying the atom tree material would recognize him immediately. Jin Yuan tilted his head and asked, Captain, who is Tom? Is he strong? Yes, okay, quite skilled in shipbuilding. Fushiguro approached Tom and asked, So you were the seller? Why? Tom smiled while holding his teacup. Just got a bit itchy. Fushiguro introduced to Jin Yuan and the others. The ship of the Roger pirates was built by him. This made the two look at Tom differently. They had seen how good Roger's ship was. Tom put down his teacup and waved his hands. Oh, it's not that great. Since the seller is Tom, it's easier to handle. Fushiguro asked, So where's the material? In Water 7. Do you want to use it for shipbuilding or something else?
Tom continued. It is for shipbuilding. I can recommend myself to do it. You can plan your requirements on the way. Fushiguro grinned. We want to build a ship.
And we specifically want you to build it. Tom happily stood up. What a coincidence. There's no time like the present. Let us set off now. Fushiguro thought about the labor costs for shipbuilding. How much will it cost to build a ship? Tom was very pleased. What money? Just consider it included in the purchase of the atom tree. Everyone wants to use the atom tree to build ships. Then let us set off. Fushiguro was equally happy. Saving a bit of money. Tom coughed tactically. Well, you know how dangerous the sea is now, so I'll be taking a Navy warship back. Fushiguro blinked. How about you delay your departure by a day? Sure. After confirming the time, Tom set off first, while Fushiguro and the others walked out of the auction house, openly walking on the street. Fushiguro sensed that someone in the shadows was already eyeing them, and he mischievously smiled at Jin Yuan, instantly causing an ominous feeling to rise in Jin Yuan's heart. Jin Yuan, you're the youngest here, so you'll be in charge of getting the bounty later. Yi Tian turned his head, trying not to make eye contact with the two, making an effort to divert attention. Jin Yuan sighed, but didn't say anything. Ever since he arrived, he had basically been the one to collect heads for bounties, with Fushiguro claiming it was to train him. Since that's the case, you'll be the main force later. It's a good opportunity to practice your devil fruit ability. What the heck? Does that mean I'm doing all the work and then we all share the spoils? Yi Tian struggled not to laugh, holding back. There's an alley not far ahead. It's less crowded there. Jin Yuan. Chapter 7 Encountering Garp. Who would have thought he would be the latest, youngest, and weakest among them? How infuriating. I didn't expect that, even on a pirate ship, there would be such bureaucratic practices. This bad habit must be abolished. But then Jin Yuan thought, in the future, there would definitely be more than just the three of them. If it were abolished, wouldn't the newcomers face the same situation? No way. The rain I've endured should also be endured by others. At this moment, Jin Yuan was resolute. He must ensure that the newcomers in the future receive proper care from their seniors. In a sparsely populated area, Jin Yuan looked at Fubai and Yi Tian. One had his hands lazily stuffed in his pockets, and the other was casually chewing on a blade of grass. Great. It seemed he would have to take comprehensive action himself. Jin Yuan extended his palm in front of him. Snap! A crisp sound echoed, and the hidden thugs fell powerless to the ground, followed by a thin iron rod that pierced through all their heads and brought them to him. Fubai raised an eyebrow. Not bad. That technique has indeed improved you a lot. Yi Tian also awakened his observation haki. Naturally aware that Jin Yuan had just used the metal around them to behead them, the attack happening almost simultaneously, and he felt a slight sense of crisis. It wasn't because his weapon was metal. As long as his Busashoka haki was strong enough, Jin Yuan wouldn't be able to take his weapon. But that didn't mean he couldn't use the surrounding environment. What a terrifying ability. After witnessing the practical application, Yi Tian truly realized the power of Jin Yuan's devil fruit ability. It was a tool for group fights. Fubai cleared his ear. All right, as long as you don't act recklessly on this island and don't encounter the Navy's pillars, you should be fine relying on your Busashoku and Kin Bunchaku. Yi Tian and I will head to the usual bar to order food and wait for you. Yi Tian thought for a moment. It seemed fine, but it felt a bit wrong, and then said, order the grilled kidneys you like, without giving Jin Yuan a chance to speak. Fubai and Yi Tian bantered back and forth and gradually walked away. Jin Yuan shook his head, stripping all the metal from the headless corpse's weapons. After a bit of disguise, he felt that carrying the heads around was a bit too conspicuous, so he kindly made an iron box to place them inside. He walked ahead, with the iron box flying behind him, and a clump of metal continuously pressed down in his palm, dropping fragments as more metal was pressed in. In Area 66, in front of the Justice Gate, Jin Yuan was about to approach the stationed Navy soldiers when the gate opened, and two figures walked out. The leader, a young man who looked nothing like a 38-year-old Navy officer, had a stern face and said ungraciously, "No need to see me off. Just inform me immediately if there's any news about Roger." A middle-aged man with a colonel's insignia chimed in. "Colonel Tianli, we must implement Vice Admiral Garp's words." Garp shook his head. The Navy here had been corrupted by profit and beauty, which he looked down upon but felt powerless against. Couldn't T come in with passion? But in the end, what happened? Garp, how could Monkey D? Carp, come here. ISNT, he the one who despises this the most? He when T recognized me. Jin Yuan lowered his head, fearing being recognized. Even an ordinary person would be curious if they saw someone with a large iron box floating behind them, especially in front of the Navy gate. A devil fruit user. The smell of blood? Carp picked his nose as he approached Jin Yuan. Hey kid, what do you have in there? Jin Yuan pretended to look up to see who was speaking, and feigned fear as he saw the insignia. Vice Admiral. These are the heads of some pirates and underworld forces. I came to exchange them for some living expenses. Carp patted his shoulder. Good job, kid. Put it down. Let me see if there is anything valuable. A person came over to record the details, reminding him not to shortchange others' hard-earned money. What else could Jin Yuan do? Of course, he opened it. Carp gasped. Not to mention anything else, the arrangement was quite neat. As Jin Yuan took out each head, 2 Navy soldiers beside him held a stack of bounty notices for comparison. TSK, kid, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. How about joining the Navy? Carp saw a bounty of 18 million berries among them, and immediately threw an olive branch to Jin Yuan. Not bad in strength and also killing pirates. Luring you into Navy for guidance would be a great addition to our combat strength, especially since you're a devil fruit user. By the way, I'm Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Monkey D. Carp. You should have heard of me, right? Oh no, this guy wouldn't he want to play hardball, would he? Jin Yuan sighed inwardly. Fubai, don't jinx it next time. No, Vice Admiral Carp, I don't like being constrained. ISNT at the same to fight pirates, anywhere. Although the methods are different, the essence is the same. Jin Yuan quickly recalled Fubai as famous words. Carp's eyes sparkled. What a good seedling. He actually has such awareness. He patted Jin Yuan's shoulder. Good kid. What's your name? Jin Yuan thought to himself. Is this something I can say? Weren't you the one chasing us before? Yuan Jin. Just then, a voice of rescue sounded. Hello, because some didn't have bounties, they weren't counted for you. Totaling 43. 8 million berries. Jin Yuan quickly took the berries, thanked him, and apologetically said to Carp, Vice Admiral, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If I think it through, I will definitely follow in your footsteps. Farewell. Carp laughed heartily. No problem, no problem. You go ahead and get busy. In the tavern, Fubai and Yi Tian had already drunk a barrel of beer. Seeing that Jin Yuan hadn't returned, Fubai muttered, when Jin Yuan arrives, we must reward him with 3 large cups of beer. Just as they spoke, Jin Yuan pushed open the tavern door and immediately saw the 2 of them playing games and laughing at beautiful women, which made him furious. Great, I almost got caught and became a Navy officer. You guys are having so much fun. Jin Yuan sat down with a thud, poured himself a beer, and drank it all in one go, cursing and complaining. Fubai waved his hand. These days, I found out that the Navy couldn't catch you. Carp. Fubai. Just as Jin Yuan spoke the name, Carp happened to stand at the door, eyes wide, pointing at Fubai and shouting. Who called my name? Fubai felt the voice was somewhat familiar. He looked up, and there stood a person he didn't want to see but also wanted to see at the door. Was it you who led the enemy into the village? Jin Yuan was also attracted by the voice, upon seeing Carp. He scratched his head. I used Kinbunchaku to come back all the way. I still got followed by him. Yi Tian instinctively placed his hand on the handle of his sword. He asked Carp. If he is so easily shaken off, it would be a waste. Fubai finished his drink and didn't blame Jin Yuan. You 2 go ahead and set sail. I'll catch up later. Jin Yuan felt quite guilty. I've become stronger now. I can help hold him back. Stop joking. You wouldn't even withstand 1 punch from him. Yi Tian tugged at Jin Yuan's sleeve. Let us go. Even if the captain doesn't lower himself, he can escape. With the 2 of us here, we'd just be dragging him down. With a crash, the 2 escaped towards Area 51. This commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern. Upon seeing Carp's righteous cloak, someone recognized Carp and shouted, It's Vice Admiral Carp. Immediately, chaos ensued as everyone rushed towards the broken wall to escape. Even the bar staff followed in a panic, leaving only Fubai and Carp standing, staring at each other. Have you eaten? Chapter 8. Eat my monkey's peach, I still say. Who is this person? Their strength is quite impressive, and their way with words is even more likable. So it turns out they are one of yours. After all, it's just heartfelt words from the bottom of my heart. Although I don't know what Jin Yuan said, from Garp wanting Jin Yuan to join the Navy. It mostly has to do with justice. After all, he is still a pirate. Do you want to join the Navy? I can guarantee it won't be a problem. Fushiguro grinned and said word for word, I don't want. Garp scratched his head, looking troubled. You're still so annoying yet somewhat likable. Hey, don't say that. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Fushiguro felt goosebumps all over and rubbed his arms. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have things to do. I'm your business. Come with me obediently, or I'll knock you out and take you away. Fushiguro calculated the speed of Jin Yuan and the others, lazily stretching. I think you weren't capable before, and you're even less capable now. Garp's forehead showed a tick, forcing a smile. Oh, then you truly forgot about the time I knocked you out. You mean the time I got hit by your 1,000-year kill? Fushiguro tilted his head, one hand propping up his chin, pondering as he spoke. Boom! The wooden sign of the old place tavern exploded in a shockwave, and the oak wine barrels burst open like ripe fruit, the amber whiskey drawing a crystalline arc in the air. In the blizzard of wood chips and glass shards, two figures intertwined and collided in the swirling mist of alcohol, each punch and kick shattering the air within a 3-meter radius. Eat my move, monkey steals the peach. Fushiguro roared, and Garp's body shivered. He quickly used one hand to protect his peach and even employed hockey for defense. But he saw his opponent transform claws into fists. The hockey-enveloped knuckles crashing heavily into his exposed chest. Garp felt a pain in his chest and exclaimed that he had been tricked. Bang! Hee, of course. I was just fooling you. It's a gorilla hitting the peach. Seeing Garp fly back, Fushiguro took the opportunity to escape, his figure already turning into an afterimage that vanished, leaving only the teasing echoes lingering in the ruins. Fushiguro, with such a level of attack, Garp firmly planted his feet, his expression changing due to anger, and finally exhaled a breath of frustration. Fine, I'll let you off this time, for the sake of the Roger Pirates. Seeing Garp not chasing after him, Fushiguro couldn't help but hum lightly. I'm just busy building my beloved ship, not scared at all. Born in the East Sea, Fushiguro set sail under the pirate flag, inevitably encountering Garp on his vacation, not to mention the story of getting lost on Windmill Island. Garp had even appeared in seas.The archipelago, worrying about many changes, and he maintained his speed as he arrived in Area 51. Captain, over here. Jin Yuan was flying in the air, continuously waving and calling to Fushiguro. Fushiguro instinctively glanced behind him and then appeared on the deck of the small, broken ship, departing for Water 7. After sailing for 2 days without seeing any pursuers behind, Jin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the direction was correct. He maintained power for the small, broken ship. Fushiguro stroked his chin. This is somewhat similar to the characteristics of Jinbe's float fruit. How long can this power be maintained? According to the current power, it could be maintained indefinitely, but once it is blocked or destroyed, it would be gone. This was the conclusion Jin Yuan reached after 2 days of research. Fushiguro nodded, feeling a sense of admiration, and didn't question it. After all, he hadn't eaten that fruit. Those who had surely had their reasons for such statements. Yi Tian silently continued his weight training nearby, wanting to become a great swordsman, fearing that if he ate a devil fruit, he would lose his purity. If Fushiguro knew about Yi Tian's inner struggles, he would probably give him a taste of a senior's heartfelt punches and kicks to clear his mind. Fushiguro currently felt indifferent towards devil fruits. Relying on his physical talent was enough. However, the devil fruit was more of a bonus, almost like a toy. Splash! Yi Tian fished Jin Yuan out of the seawater again. The two lay on the deck like salted fish, staring blankly at the sky. How could the gap be so big? I only defeated you in the field I'm good at. If I were to go all out, the two of you together could still cause me considerable damage. At this point, Fushiguro couldn't find the words to describe it, causing Yi Tian's forehead to be covered in black lines. That's a comforting statement. Don't comfort me next time. Ha ha, you guys are actually not weak. It's just that I'm too strong. Fushiguro put his hands on his hips and laughed back. Yeah, it's you who's too strong. Yi Tian had reached the ability to use haki, but was just a little short of stepping into the threshold of a swordsman, needing only a little more time to solidify his foundation. His haki had reached the intermediate level, able to wrap around, while Jin Yuan was slightly behind. only reaching the initial level, meaning just hardening. For observation haki, Yi Tian reached the initial level, while Jin Yuan was at the intermediate level. Neither of them had comprehended Conqueror's haki, perhaps due to Fushigiro's training preventing them from developing it. It's hard to say. Maybe it was to reach a breakthrough. At this moment, Jin Yuan came back to life. Captain, how did you train your advanced haki and observation haki? It's so strong. Fushiguro smugly replied. It's talent at work. Talent is certainly a factor, but effort is indispensable. Regardless of how much talent you have, if you don't train, it's all for naught. However, those with talent, if they also put in effort, will definitely be stronger than those without talent. That's undeniable. Fushiguro seriously suspected that the price was the inability to gain the abilities of devil fruits. Jin Yuan pouted, feeling dejected. They had all seen how hard Fushiguro worked. The terrifying amount of training every day and his perseverance, it's hard not to grow stronger. Suddenly, Jin Yuan discovered something was off. With such a high training volume, how could Fushiguro manage to do it every day? Not to mention potential injuries, he must feel sore, right? Captain, doesn't it hurt to train at such a high intensity every day? Fushiguro rubbed his shoulders. Of course it hurts, both sore and painful. Can your body handle it? Yi Tian stood up in confusion. He had once tried to imitate Fushiguro's training, but the muscle-ripping pain the next day made it hard for him to continue. Fushiguro patted his chest. My body is built for defense. I have a strong, innate healing ability. It's fine. Once we reach the new world, I'll find someone to teach you the life return technique. Yi Tian and Jin Yuan's healing abilities, as their strength increased, were actually not too far apart. However, their essence was still human. Compared to other bizarre races, there remained quite a gap. Life return has many applications, but using it to heal one's injuries can be called a divine skill, allowing one to compensate for racial disparities. Isn't that technique in the hands of the world government? Do we really have to attack the Navy base? Jin Yuan was incredibly excited, immediately standing up, clenching his fists, blood boiling with anticipation, almost ready to ignite. Fushiguro covered his face. The new world is a place where monsters gather. There are plenty of people who know life return. Jin Yuan's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished. His hometown had been destroyed by the corrupt Navy, and he had a bit of resentment towards the scoundrels within the Navy. Seeing Jin Yuan downcast, Fushiguro felt quite troubled. Am I being a captain or an elder brother? He helplessly said, I can't find a lucky person from another Navy base. Hooray. Good. Jin Yuan, you've learned to use acting to fool me. Chapter 9. Spreading across the sea a few days later. Is this the city of water? It's so interesting. A city on water. Hiss, it really looks like a submerged city, somewhat like a certain ice. No wonder the shipbuilding industry is so developed here. If the shipbuilding technology were a bit lacking, this city wouldn't exist. Fushiguro contacted Tom through a phone bug, and soon Tom called someone over to guide them. When they arrived at the shipbuilding site, Tom had just finished his work and waved with a smile, saying, Fushiguro is here. We're building according to your request. 56 meters long, 39 meters high, 18 meters wide, with 3 decks above the main deck and 2 decks below. The structure is. Even Yi Tian and Jin Yuan felt dizzy just listening to the design requirements again. It was too complicated and impressive. Fushiguro nodded. These structures were roughly based on the scale of the Thousand Sunny, with some of his ideas added in. Looking at the ship shape that was taking form, he couldn't contain his excitement. By the way, carve the black dragon at the bow according to the drawings I gave you, and make it more vivid. Absolutely no problem. Tom was particularly happy, not only because he had sold the hot potato, Adam Wood, but also because he could indulge in his craft. Regardless of whether they were pirates or not, they only needed to focus on building ships. Where the ships went was not their concern. With experience building ships for the Roger Pirates, Tom was quickly familiar with the process. And he didn't know when he'd get another chance to build with Adam Wood again. Fushiguro didn't think too much about it. After all, the City of Water had some connections, and it wasn't likely that building a few ships would put their lives in danger. As for the group from the archipelago who were eyeing Adam Wood, they had learned after Jin Yuan's cleansing that they were no longer in Sabaody. It was just that they had run into a tough opponent. The Infinite Pirates were somewhat well known in the first half of the Grand Line. Others only dared to mess with civilians, while they had the audacity to dig up noble ancestors' graves for accompaniments. It was truly cruel to let the descendants of the graves do the digging. Indeed, it was like robbing something and then adding insult to injury. They were simply demons. Why would such a character stay in the first half instead of going to the New World? Were they scared and wanting to enjoy life in the first half? No one ever thought that such a great pirate would delay entering the New World because of a ship issue. Discussions about the Infinite Pirates had quietly arisen in the Sabati archipelago, primarily because news of Fushiguro's confrontation with Garp had spread throughout the islands. Although it was just a simple confrontation, someone had captured the moment Garp was sent flying by a punch, and with some underground forces working it, the news quickly spread. After spending a night in the City of Water, Jin Yuan walked out of a hotel with his legs slightly trembling, casually buying a copy of the latest newspaper. Rubbing his eyes to see the words clearly, he immediately ran to the shipbuilding site to find Fushiguro. "Captain, you have to look at this newspaper." Fushiguro was somewhat puzzled. There should have been any major events at this time. Curiously, he looked at the newspaper. From initial confusion to understanding, and finally to a hint of anger. Yi Tian leaned over, curious, and suddenly felt that their strength seemed a bit lacking. This child was somewhat suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower due to Fushiguro. The newspaper content read, "Shocking. Vice Admiral Garp sent flying." The image was exactly of Garp being blasted into the air by a black tiger punch. Then it talked about Fushiguro's background and his affiliation with that pirate crew, even describing where he started out. The content was a bit vague, but the directions seemed correct. The Infinite Pirates aiming to march into the New World to seize a piece of the pie? Or are they just coiling in the first half? Below was a wanted poster for the Infinite Pirates. Captain and crew of the Infinite Pirates. Gu Fushiguro, bounty of 500 million berries, no ability user, life or death unconsidered. Sigma Yi Tian, bounty of 180 million berries, no ability user, life or death unconsidered. Zhuan Jin Yuan, bounty of 140 million berries, suspected user of the metal devil fruit. To be captured alive, if possible. Yi Tian was stunned, taking the newspaper with confusion. "Wait, boss, why did both of our bounties increase because of the commotion you caused?" Jin Yuan was equally confused. "Why is my bounty lower than yours?" Fushiguro rubbed his temples. "There's a saying that when the water rises, the boat rises too. We're all in the same boat. How could they forget about you?" Yi Tian, go ask Tom if he has any news about Aorn. If there is any news, go find him to forge the sword immediately. The name Aorn made Fushiguro feel like he was a skilled blacksmith. He couldn't let Yi Tian miss this opportunity. Yi Tian shoved the newspaper back into Fushiguro's arms and ran off without looking back. Jin Yuan subconsciously glanced at the iron pieces on his wrists. He had one on each hand to prevent the Kirin arm Fushiguro mentioned. The iron pieces on his wrists had strength far exceeding many metal materials. But they hadn't reached the limit yet. Normally, the armament hockey wrapped around the first half was sufficient, and he wasn't in a hurry to improve. Fushiguro continued reading the newspaper and suddenly said, "I know young people like to act early, but take care of your body and moderate yourself." Jin Yuan's face instantly turned red, stammering as he moved back. Captain, you continue your work. I'll go check how Tom and the others are doing with the shipbuilding. I should be able to help a bit." Fushiguro wasn't angry that Jin Yuan had secretly kept two for himself last night. He was just worried that his body couldn't handle it. On an island in the New World, a group of pirates was celebrating the treasure they had plundered, holding a banquet. One of them had black and white hair, with a lock of hair on the right side of his face and a dark lightning-shaped mark on the left side. He had a beard on his chin and both sides of his face, and he was shirtless, drinking while reading the newspaper. Suddenly, he let out a loud laugh, drawing the attention of a nearby man with long golden hair who had a cigar in his mouth. "Rox, what is so funny?" The one reading the newspaper was the infamous Rox Zebek, and the one asking was Shiki the Golden Lion. He handed the newspaper to Shiki and said to everyone at the table, "A remarkable character has emerged from the sea. To be able to send Garp flying, whether it was a sneak attack or Garp holding back, it's an undeniable fact." The man with the exaggerated white mustache looked slightly surprised. A man like this shouldn't just be getting famous now. It can't be a publicity stunt. Why haven't we encountered him in the New World? Newgate, that's because he hasn't come to the New World at all, Mamama. Charlotte Linlin raised her head from reading the newspaper, covering her mouth to suppress a laugh. Wangji extended his long tongue, which nobles liked, and licked his lips. This Fushiguro guy actually has a bounty 100 million higher than mine. It's really interesting. Shiki the Golden Lion tossed the newspaper to Newgate. Intrigued, I just wonder if he can last longer than that crew known as the Gold Roger Pirates. I hope he is not just a flash in the pan. Chapter 10. The Black Pearl. Somewhere in the first half of the Great Route, the Oro Jackson echoed with Roger's laughter. I said this guy was no ordinary person, but I didn't expect him to actually knock Garp away. Rayleigh was greatly shocked. They had fought Garp multiple times, and they knew exactly how strong he was. Just the thought of someone who could exchange blows with Roger was inexplicably understandable. What the hell? The figure in the picture, Fushiguro, had no weapons, just his fists. Roger inexplicably stood on the second floor, leaning on a railing and laughing heartily. The world is indeed wonderful. Boys, we can't fall behind. Let's make a big scene. Upon seeing this newspaper, Garp was so furious that he ran to a deserted island and smashed a mountain to vent his anger. His conqueror's haki instinctively leaked out, and then he angrily punched the ground before leaping towards the distant warship. As a hot-blooded youth, he could not tolerate being described so poorly in the newspaper. He decided to head to the Sabati archipelago and sweep through areas 1 to 79. Hearing this, his first mate involuntarily swallowed. Admiral, I think it was mostly the underground forces from areas 1 to 29 that did this. We should hold off on the other areas for now. No one would dare to sweep through from start to finish like this. Some things that seem good might not be good for oneself. Garp was not one to ignore advice, and with the recent power that split the small island in two, he still spoke in a deep voice. All right, let's first sweep through areas 1 to 29. At this time, Roger was still unaware that Fushiguro's actions had spared him from another encounter with Garp. Time does not favor anyone. It quietly passes. After Jin Yuan discovered his mistakes, he made amends to Fushiguro 3 days later, which prevented further criticism against him. Early in the morning, Yi Tian dragged Fushiguro and Jin Yuan toward a blacksmith shop. Fushiguro yawned. You can just take it yourself. Why bring us along? Isn't to share my joy with you? Let's witness it together. And also, Aeon is interested in you guys, Yi Tian said without any embarrassment, urging the two to hurry. As they conversed, they arrived in front of a blacksmith shop that clearly looked newly taken over. Aeon sat in front on a recliner, leisurely waving a fan. You scared me. I thought it was really him. Fushiguro finally relaxed, realizing it was just a name coincidence like his own. He towered like a mountain, covered in dark hard skin, with rough skin and a hunched massive frame. His upper body was filled with scars and lava patterns left from forging, with thick arms and fists as large as grinding stones, while his lower limbs were short and sturdy. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Aeon stood up and handed him a sword, very excited. The materials you provided are top-notch. Even I spent 3 days on it. It's a great sword level, but it's a pity I'm short on some materials and fire. Otherwise, it could have reached the supreme great sword level. Seeing Aeon's somewhat regretful expression, Yi Tian reassured him. It's all right. I'm very satisfied. Aeon shifted the topic. However, if you nurture it with haki, it will only be a matter of time before it becomes a supreme great sword. Fushiguro smiled and touched the hilt of his soul-releasing sword. You should be content. My sword took a long time to reach great sword level, and yours is catching up fast. Yi Tian drew his sword, the blade shining dark red under the sunlight, with a black hilt mixed with dark gold. While the sheath was identical to the hilt, mostly black with occasional dark gold accents. Aeon was very pleased with his creation. Your sword has your name. It's called Cho Wu. After saying this, Yi Tian sheathed Cho Wu, calming himself and continuing. Thank you. Aeon waved his fan, mumbling the name of Yi Tian's sword. Cho Wu. Cho Wu. Do you want it to be without enemies? Another sword that carries blood debts. Today was also the day the ship was completed, and the three of them chatted casually as they walked to the shipbuilding point. What do you even do with your old sword? I see it has been with you for a while, practicing dual wielding. I'll just keep it in my room on the new ship. A single sword is enough. Yi Tian seemed to have long decided where his old sword would go. Tom, with his yellow skin, was visible from afar, a large mass of yellow waving at you with short arms, making it hard to miss. Fushiguro, you're here. This ship is completely finished. It will definitely not be inferior to the Oro Jackson. Fushiguro smiled and gestured to Jin Yuan, who placed a treasure chest in front of Tom. This is a goodwill offering from the Infinite Pirate crew. And what else is there to say? Tom quickly called two giants to prepare for the ship launching ceremony. This ship is meant to make your names known across the sea. Have you thought of a name? Regarding Tom's question, the three of them had already discussed a name on their small broken ship, which led to arguments, with each name being worse than the last. Fushiguro smiled. The Black Pearl. What about your old ship? Tom asked a question that made everyone feel a bit sad. Fushiguro concealed his sorrow and said calmly, "Burn it." Without further ado, they unloaded the treasures and necessities from the old ship, and Fushiguro sighed, looking up as he threw the torch toward the small broken ship. The small ship slowly sank into the sea under everyone's gaze. Perhaps the sea was its best resting place. There was no time for sadness. Next up was the Black Pearl, a ship with a black dragon head carved at the bow. A double-masted sailboat with a horizontal sail at the front and a vertical triangular sail at the main mast, featuring a lookout station at the top of the front mast, and the flag of the Infinite Pirate crew on the horizontal sail. The flag featured a skull pierced by a hammer and sickle, symbolizing freedom. The Black Pearl? I can't wait to see it. Tom stood at the dock, smiling as he watched the Black Pearl sail away. Definitely not because of the treasure in the chest that particularly caught Fushiguro and the others' attention. The three members of the Infinite Pirate crew excitedly explored the Black Pearl, which was fully equipped and exquisitely decorated. If it weren't for the occasional waves causing some rocking, they might have mistaken it for being on land. The deck was no longer full of cracks and holes, but instead had a brand new grass characteristic of the Sea of Seven Cities. It wouldn't grow too tall or breed strange plants, which was great. After wandering around, the three settled on their living quarters, and Fushiguro grinned. First, let's go to seas.The for coding, then head to Fishman Island to enter the new world. Jin Yuan patted his chest. Leave it to me. With the Black Pearl's durability here, Jin Yuan managed it well, and the Black Pearl sailed at an incredibly fast speed. Meanwhile, several leaders of the underground forces in seas.The archipelago, due to Garp's sweep, were licking their wounds, suddenly feeling a shiver, sensing that more bad things were about to happen. Chapter 11. Corrupted? Better than dying on the street. In the dark, damp basement of Area 13 of the seas.The archipelago, a deafening roar suddenly tore through the stagnant air. Boom! Fubai, like a king of the night, sat high atop a throne made of decaying wooden crates. He rested his chin on one hand, his knuckles rhythmically tapping against the mottled armrest, looking down condescendingly at the group of people tightly bound to the ground by black chains. What are you all doing? He suddenly leaned forward, moonlight streaming through the broken ceiling and casting a pale glow on half of his face. Awaiting my esteemed presence? The underground leaders, who had been toasting just 10 minutes ago, now looked like livestock ready for slaughter, their bodies constricted by iron chains. A fat man had a gold chain embedded in the flesh of his neck, blood oozing from it. You scoundrel! A scar-faced man with a face full of flesh suddenly exploded in rage, his chains rattling. Do you know who we are behind? Without Fubai having to say anything, Jin Yuan understood. Whoosh! A streak of black light flashed by. The scar-faced man's roar was abruptly cut off, his head tracing a parabolic arc in the air before thudding to the ground at Fubai's feet, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Fubai nudged the head with the tip of his shoe, his black boots instantly stained with dark red. The Celestial Dragon's dog? He suddenly chuckled, his laughter echoing strangely in the enclosed space. They raise much prettier hunting dogs. As he spoke, the chains began to retract. The sound of bones cracking echoed one after another. 2 hours. Fubai raised 2 fingers, and Jin Yuan, in perfect sync, revealed more black glimmers from the shadows behind him. I want to see the deck of the Black Pearl piled high with treasures. Don't say you don't know what the flag of the Infinite Pirate crew looks like. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Black Pearl, Yi Tian swirled the amber-colored liquor in his glass, watching as the first batch of spoils was nervously transported aboard by the workers. Fake it till you make it, he said, pulling out Xiao Wu and placing it on the table. The blade, under the blazing sun, emitted a sharp chill. Now this feels right. He raised his glass to the sunlight, the liquid coloring his pupils honey-colored. From afar came the unique sound of bubbles bursting in the seas.The archipelago. like celebratory cannon fire for this plunder. Yi Tian, enjoying the rare leisure, certainly wouldn't he miss this opportunity for his talents to shine. You will each establish orphanages on at least 10 islands every year, donating no less than 10 million berries for each island, with no incidents of embezzlement allowed. Go implement this now, and also release news stating that you are voluntarily donating at my suggestion. Fubai's footsteps circled around them, adding, don't let those children know about your dirty deeds. If there are any incidents of burning, killing, or looting at the orphanages, you can expect to be burned, killed, and looted by me. Let us go, Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan made faces at the heads sitting on the ground, loosening their bindings, while not forgetting to continue integrating into his iron plate. Fubai had never thought that he merely wanted to give those orphans a relatively better childhood. Yet years later, the grown-up children would call him. Jin Yuan followed closely beside Fubai. Aren't you worried those orphan children will be led astray by them? Being led astray is still better than starving to death, freezing to death, or dying tragically on the street. Fubai replied without looking back, speaking plainly but meaningfully. As for whether they would implement it, he certainly couldn't keep an eye on them at all times. What he could do in the New World was merely watch news reports and give him a nudge when he came back. Monkey Didago? That guy should have been born by now. Having been born in the EC, he wouldn't sit idly by upon seeing someone make a large move for orphanages. Fubai was also taking a gamble, but a gamble without cost was inconsequential. He had never thought that civilians could play a significant role in the pirate world. Many powerful beings could annihilate an entire city with a single move. No matter how many lackeys there were, they would only add to the casualties. Want the celestial dragons to feel guilty? That was something that could never happen in a lifetime. He merely wanted to provide a better living environment for some gifted and persevering individuals. After all, Huazti once small and grew step by step. Moreover, Fubai felt deeply moved. Some past events made him want to do something for the orphans of this world. After staying for one night, the next day, the Black Pearl had completed its coating. 3 people in a ship sank into the sea, sailing towards the depths. How amazing! Yi Tian marveled at the underwater world outside the bubbles. Jin Yuan, slightly fearful and worried, stayed close to Yi Tian, afraid to voice his concerns, fearing it would jinx them. This is truly a fine ship, crafted by Tom, the master of Water 7. Whether in maneuverability or sturdiness, it's top-notch. Fubai inspected the ship, and thinking of the little shabby boat, he couldn't help but sigh. That little boat was indeed hard to describe. To head to the New World currently, there were 2 known routes. In the Sabedi archipelago, using the resin from the Yalchaman red trees would coat the ship, requiring a coater. Then dive 10,000 meters from here, traversing through a giant hole located beneath the Red Continent, passing through the seabed route to Fishman Island to reach the New World. The second option was to request the world government and then directly cross the Holy Land, Mariewa, located at the peak of the Red Continent, which would require abandoning the ship. There was no need to consider the second option. Abandoning the ship was impossible, not to mention whether the world government would agree. 10,000 meters ISN, T2 far at sea level, but it feels somewhat slow in the water. Jin Yuan focused on controlling the Black Pearl, afraid that any bumps would break the coating, which amused Fubai a bit, but he didn't offer any advice. Being cautious is a good thing. As they went deeper, the size of the underwater creatures they encountered was beyond what they could compare to above. Jin Yuan stammered, pointing at a gigantic figure in the distance. That can't be a near-sea king class, right? Following his finger, Yi Tian nervously gripped the handle of his knife, while Fubai seemed unfazed. Just turn off the ship lights and move slowly. This near-sea king isn't very aggressive. Jin Yuan complied, cautiously maneuvering the Black Pearl, while Yi Tian relaxed his grip on the knife handle. Fubai, you've studied near-sea kings before. Fubai lazily shifted in his lounge chair, one hand rubbing his backside. I fought with near-sea kings when I was young. Some meat is delicious, while some isn't. That's true. The near-sea kings are so large, you can't stew them all in one pot. Before, when you were young, fought. These words together seem so absurd. Captain, how young were you when you were a child? It wasn't that Jin Yuan didn't believe him. It was just that if he did believe, he wanted to know how old he was. Let me think. I think I was about 15 years old. Chapter 12, Fishman Island. Jin Yuan didn't ask any further, feeling that the more he questioned, the more hurt he felt inside. wondering why the gap between people was so vast. Fushiguro patted his own backside. The Sea Kings are just big, with tough skin and thick flesh. It's really not that remarkable. Both of you now have the means to easily kill a Sea King. Jinyuan scoffed. You were only 15 then. How can we compare to you? There is no need for Jinyuan to belittle himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the captain. Captains are older than us, and we still have a chance to catch up. Tian wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he felt a surge of fighting spirit. As they chatted, under Jinyuan's meticulous control, Fishman Island appeared before everyone's eyes. Please stop and accept inspection. Several fishmen riding specialized vehicles surrounded the Black Pearl. On the way, Fushiguro had already discussed the situation of Fishman Island with Jinyuan and Tian, so he didn't panic. Jinyuan cooperated with them to stop the ship, and Fushiguro spoke up. We are pirates just passing through on our way to the New World. One of the fishermen guards recognized Fushiguro and hurriedly informed his companions. They are the Infinity Pirate crew, which has recently caused quite a stir. Captain Fushiguro is a great pirate. The bounties of this era are very substantial, not comparable to the tens of billions of later generations. This put them in a difficult position, allowing a great pirate and could lead to unexpected incidents, and they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. You know your geographical position. Anyway, I won't cause trouble, and if I wanted to, you couldn't stop me. The words were harsh, but it was an undeniable fact. The leading guard, Captain, stepped forward. Please allow me to report to my superiors. Go ahead. Fushiguro didn't rush him. He understood the necessary procedures and saw no need to make things difficult for others or for the fish. Jinyuan and Tian were quite relaxed, with Fushiguro around. They simply sneaked up to the third deck, curiously peeking into the sights beyond the main gate. Before long, the guard captain returned, his attitude more respectful. Sir, if you're not planning to stay and are only passing through, please follow me to this special passage. Of course, we also welcome the Infinity Pirate crew to stay in Fishman Island for a few days. Fushiguro turned to the two. Shall we go straight or play for a few days? Since we're here, we should definitely have some fun. Jinyuan shouted eagerly. The guard captain's mouth twitched slightly, and he could only say, in that case, we will send someone to follow you discreetly. Please understand. No problem. Lead the way. The Black Pearl followed the guide and slowly sailed into the gate, passing through the layer of soft bubble membrane, and truly entered the interior of Fishman Island. It was splendid, strange, and dreamlike, as if all the light of the ocean had converged here. Lord Fushiguro, please stop the ship here. I will be watching over you until you leave, said the fishman who had recognized Fushiguro first, holding a spear. Fushiguro patted his shoulder. Then I'll trouble you. Let us go explore this underwater city. Tian cheered excitedly, while Jinyuan, though still a bit apprehensive, quietly echoed him. The three walked along the street, and since it wasn't yet the later great sailing era, there were very few humans on Fishman Island. They seemed like aliens, attracting many curious yet wary gazes. Along the way, transportation tools and facilities made of bubbles were everywhere. Some large fish had medium-sized seats and bubble membranes on their backs, acting as fish taxis or fish buses, and there were royal carriages for the nobility. There were also water roads connecting different areas, which were giant, transparent pipes specially made by the island's bubble craftsmen, filled with seawater for fishmen, mermaids, and other marine creatures to pass through. They also visited a few specialty shops, buying some unique trinkets from Fishman Island, like a peculiar item called bubble coral, which could produce medium-sized foam for use as a lifeboat. The only downside was that the fishmen's appearances were somewhat beyond ordinary aesthetic standards. They had originally wanted to experience the legendary mermaid service, but looking around, most had unusual looks that couldn't be described as beautiful. This aesthetic, I can't accept it, Jinyuan muttered quietly, unsure what those who engaged in mermaid relationships found appealing. It was quite special, after only staying one night and filling up their storage records. The next morning, Jinyuan shouted to leave this place quickly, feeling uncomfortable all over. Then let us go. Fushiguro smiled and didn't say much. After all, there wasn't much fun to be had here. The so-called Poseidon hadn't yet made an appearance, and it would seem strange to go looking for their king now. The timing wasn't right. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Seeing the Black Pearl leaving through the passage, Neptune, not far away, breathed a sigh of relief. He had only just taken office, and didn't he want to lose his position because of Fushiguro and the others? New World, tremble for I. Jinyuan have arrived. At the moment they burst out of the sea, accompanied by the membrane breaking, Jinyuan soared into the sky, shouting loudly. Look at how pin-up he has been these past few days. Yi Tian found it somewhat amusing. Fushiguro chuckled. If you were also a devil fruit user, being submerged in seawater a few times would make you feel a pang of fear for the depths. He had told Jinyuan that in the moment of drowning, he could use his ability to create a vessel that could hold him, allowing him to break the surface before running out of oxygen, but he would still feel fear. There was nothing to be done about that. Fushiguro held the map, looking at the clearly marked coordinates of the Valley of Gods, and smiled as he handed it to Yi Tian. Study this. We'll plan our route to here. Valley of Gods? What good things could be there? Seems to be located in the West Sea. Yi Tian was puzzled. How could their captain have a clear target right after arriving in the New World? As if he were returning home? During the Grand Line, it was always about exploring here and fiddling there. Even the so-called Sky Island. Due to the limitations of their small ship's strength, they ultimately couldn't find a way to get there. Yi Tian had doubts that Fushiguro was just pulling his leg. He thought. He still believed that way now, wondering how there could possibly be a Sky Island. The Valley of Gods was indeed marked on the map, and Yi Tian didn't doubt it. As they entered the navigation room, Fushiguro's voice came. That island has no magnetic force. Take some time to study it. No wonder it's daring to have God in its name. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Could those celestial dragons be up there too? After his excitement, Jinyuan returned to the deck. Captain, which direction are we heading now? Fushiguro pointed to a rough direction based on what he had just seen on the map. Go in that direction. We'll discuss the specific route once Yi Tian has studied it. If they encounter towns or interesting places along the way, they can stop to explore. Rushing without pause would mean missing out on many interesting sights along the way. Since they had come to this world, they should enjoy the fun it brings. Chapter 13, Encountering the Rocks Pirates. A month had passed, and Yi Tian had already charted the route to the Valley of the Gods. He was now in a town, recording memory pointers. Yi Tian complained a bit about the month-long voyage. Captain, I'm afraid I'm really not cut out to be a navigator. Why don't we hire one instead? They fully experienced the harsh and unpredictable weather in the New World. One moment it was sunny, and the next it was hailing with ice the size of fists, or a merciless waterspout raining down fish. It was indeed a wise choice to build their ship with Adam's tree materials, and even wiser not to enter the New World on a small, shabby boat. They had not taken Fushiguro's warnings about the bad weather seriously until they experienced it firsthand. Realizing that Fushiguro had been quite conservative in his assessment, Jinyuan had self-studied using shipbuilding and repair books bought from Water 7, successfully taking on roles as the Infinity Pirates helmsman, chef, shipwright, accountant, and combatant. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was responsible for studying navigation charts, acting as navigator, combatant, and, somewhat exaggeratedly, a doctor. He had only bought medicine for livestock in the town before somehow finding himself in the role of a doctor. Fushiguro looked up, his mouth full of food as he chewed, glancing at the two of them. Once he swallowed, he said, "Those capable take on more work. This is also to develop your skills, right? There's a saying in my hometown, having more skills is never a burden. You can always find something to eat wherever you go. And what about you?" Fushiguro blinked his clear eyes, then lowered his head to eat. "I'm the captain. I can do everything, so why do I need you too?" Wow. Damn it. Fushiguro makes a good point. Yi Tian and Jinyuan exchange glances, unsure of what to say. Of course, if we find someone suitable, we can bring them on board. But the problem is we haven't encountered anyone with talent like you too. Me? Us? Jinyuan and Yi Tian looked at each other, puzzled. They had talent? They had no idea. Fushiguro didn't go overboard with praise. The fact that they could master hockey in such a short time, aside from his guidance, was already quite rare. Another town had been destroyed, one by the celestial dragons and another by the navy. Such a combination of buffs was a great indication of potential. Just as Yi Tian wanted to say something, a sudden explosion caused a commotion, making the three frown. Biubang, Worororo, kill them. The three of them lost their appetite for continuing to eat. Although their ship was not docked at the port, they needed to check if it was okay. Jinyuan, move quickly. Go check on the Black Pearl situation. Yi Tian, you come with me to the dock to see what is going on. At the dock, A pirate ship was anchored, continuously bombarding the town. Many pirates, upon hearing the order, could no longer contain themselves and rushed into the town to loot and kill. One figure walked leisurely toward the city, tall and burly, with long black hair cascading down his shoulders and a pair of long, horn-like protrusions on his head. He carried a spike club on his shoulder and wore a yellow, open-chest outfit with leather pants, looking like a typical spirited young man. Kaido? Upon seeing the flag of the pirate ship, Fushiguro confirmed it was Kaido and said to Yi Tian, "Those pirates can do whatever they want. When Jin Yuan gets here, let him take all the treasures from their ship." Okay. Yi Tian had been itching for a fight and charged forward with his sword. Unbeknownst to Fushiguro, he had already closed in to within 3 feet of Kaido, a distance that felt like being face-to-face to them. "Hey kid," he suddenly spoke, his voice deep and mocking. "Where's your adult? Why are you running wild here alone?" At this age, Kaido was indeed considered a child in the lifespan of the Oni clan. "Are you calling me?" Kaido looked around confusedly, and upon confirming he was being called, his expression instantly darkened. Who was he? He was Kaido, an intern of the Rocks Pirates. Except for the last time when someone from the Roger Pirates looked down on him, Fushiguro was the second. Before he could finish speaking, the spike club swung toward Fushiguro. Bang! It was not Fushiguro who flew away, but Kaido, whose eyes showed confusion, accompanied by a loud crash. Kaido snapped back to his senses, realizing he had underestimated Fushiguro. As he tried to stand, he was met with Fushiguro's smile and fist. Boom! The punch landed on Kaido's face, and his entire head sank into the ground. The commotion caught the attention of the pirates who had not yet disembarked, and they stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What a joke! Even if they were strong, how dare they oppose us? Didn't they know we were the Rocks Pirates? Bang! Bang! The dull thud of impacts echoed as Kaido's head was forcibly smashed into the ground, each blow causing his limbs to twitch uncontrollably, creating a scene that was both comical and cruel. Fushiguro did not use all his strength, knowing that this level of attack wouldn't kill Kaido. For some reason, seeing Kaido's defiant face made him want to hit a few more times. Where's your guardian? Boom! Speak! Bang! Playing mute, are we? Fushiguro's fist fell again, but this time, a long, fair leg caught his fist steadily. Mamama! Fushiguro, you really came to the new world. Charlotte Linlin cheerfully blocked in front of Kaido, her plump figure leaning slightly forward, her red lips parting. No matter how handsome you are, you can't bully my cute little brother like this. Charlotte Linlin caught Fushiguro's punch without changing her expression, teasing him. Fushiguro retracted his fist, casually wiping the bloodstains on Kaido's clothes, and said lightly, "I knew the Rocks Pirates wouldn't really let a kid act alone." Linlin covered her mouth and chuckled. Let him suffer a bit. Otherwise, he might think that just because he with rocks, he can do whatever he wants. Fushiguro quietly looked at the young Linlin. She was indeed not bad-looking, but she felt a bit too big. In terms of body proportion and looks, she definitely couldn't compare to the Flame Flower or the current Empress of Amazon Lily. Oh, without Fushiguro's fist, this little greedy cat. Kaido got up, rubbing his head, looking a bit dazed. Upon seeing Linlin, he dropped the spike club aside and hugged Linlin's leg, crying, "Ooh, sister, there are bad people hitting me." Fushiguro's eye twitched, and he silently took half a step back. I can't believe I really knocked him silly. If Fushiguro didn't believe Kaido and Linlin had something going on, he would be 1,000 times skeptical. According to their moral views, they were still pirates. TSK. Linlin's smile instantly froze, her eyes flashing with a hint of dangerous light. Why not hit him again? Maybe we'll do him good. Before Linlin could start cursing, Fushiguro's fist had already swung out, this time enveloped in armament hockey, smashing into Kaido's forehead before returning to his original position. Bang! A good hit sound good. This strike shocked Linlin. What incredible speed! The crisp sound of the impact echoed in the harbor as Kaido's eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Linlin was momentarily stunned, then immediately exploded in anger. "You, Napoleon!" she shouted, and the hat on her head instantly transformed into a giant sword, slashing toward Fushiguro with a violent burst of haki. Fushiguro chuckled lightly, drawing his soul blade with a clang, the blade clashing with the giant sword, sparks flying. "Don't get worked up," he said leisurely. "Maybe if I hit him again, he'll wake up?" I usually just hit broken things at a 45-degree angle, and they're fine. Chapter 14. The peeping of Charlotte Linlin. The henchmen wanted to raid the city were no match for Yi Tian, especially with Jin Yuan arriving at this moment. How's the Black Pearl doing? Yi Tian asked while swinging his sword. Jin Yuan proudly pointed to the sky, his face eager for praise. I've lifted the ship into the air. Let's see who can make it run now. Yi Tian's face darkened. If you get knocked out and the Black Pearl falls and shatters, just wait for Fu Hai to deal with you. Impossible. How could such small fries knock me out? Look over there, which pirate crew is that? Jin Yuan followed the noise and saw the terrifying scene of Fu Hai battling Charlotte Linlin, causing him to tremble and hurriedly say, Yi Tian, hold on. I need to secure the ship better. Yi Tian shook his head helplessly and continued to fight towards the dock. He wasn't worried about Fu Hai's safety. After all, the opponent was from the Rocks Pirates. What he truly feared was that Fu Hai would get too carried away and end up killing Charlotte Linlin. They had just entered the new world, a place unfamiliar to them, and couldn't withstand being hunted down by the entire Rocks Pirates. A memory suddenly surged in Yi Tian's mind. Back then, he was trapped under the rubble, and Fu Hai, covered in blood, pulled him out. The first thing he said was, "Your whole family is dead." After a pause, he added, "No, the whole town is gone." Just when Yi Tian thought Fu Hai was the murderer, Fu Hai asked him, "Do you have the guts to take revenge?" Yi Tian wanted nothing more, willing to pay with his life. Then, he and Fu Hai chased down a naval warship on a small dinghy. Under Fu Hai's conqueror's haki, those trash couldn't move an inch. Kill them all. Yi Tian saw 2 colonel-level corpses by Fu Hai's feet, swallowed hard, picked up a knife from the ground, trembling all over. Unsure if it was fear or happiness, or perhaps both. He made his move. There were still some Navy men and 2 celestial dragons left. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Not because he was scared, but because he was out of strength. The celestial dragons were a man and a woman. And then he heard Fu Hai's devilish voice commanding them. You all go and kill the celestial dragons. It can make your death a bit easier. Otherwise, you'll be subjected to Ling Chi. Between the death by Ling Chi and the ingrained fear of the celestial dragons, everyone tacitly chose the former. The 2 celestial dragons were in a pitiful state, so tragic that Yi Tian couldn't bear to look. After ending the chaos on the deck, Fu Hai stood still in thought, and Yi Tian dared not disturb him. Forget it. Let all return to the sea. Yi Tian didn't quite understand what this meant. When Fu Hai sent him back to the small dinghy, Fu Hai, wielding the soul release sword, sliced the battleship, many of the slaves still alive. Then he saw Fu Hai finish them off one by one, truly sinking them all into the sea. Fu Hai didn't explain much, just said, if the celestial dragons die, it will attract the pursuit of naval admirals. This is the best method. Yi Tian wasn't stupid. He knew those captured would definitely speak out. So he just nodded in agreement. At Fu Hai's invitation, he kept following him, still not understanding why he was chosen. The sea breeze suddenly froze, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Charlotte Linlin retracted her long, beautiful legs, her chest slightly heaving, eyes flashing with dangerous and intense light. Fu Hai, your strength is impressive. She slightly parted her red lips, her voice sweet and enticing. Want to join us? Fu Hai grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. I think you're just after my body. His gaze unabashedly swept over her impressive curves, his tone mocking yet cold. Linlin was not angry. Instead, she intentionally pushed her chest out, making her ample curves even more alluring under the sunlight. I am after your body. She slowly licked her red lips with her tongue. You're really to my taste. Boom! Fu Hai suddenly unleashed an astonishing conqueror's haki. Dark lightning exploded around him. Without warning, he swung a punch straight at Linlin's towering chest. The charm on Linlin's face instantly vanished, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Conqueror's haki. She dared not be careless and released her own terrifying conqueror's haki, the pink energy clashing violently with the black lightning in the air. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, the entire island trembled. A violent shockwave erupted from the 2 of them, sending massive waves dozens of meters high crashing toward the town. The solid ground cracked like fragile glass, spiderweb-like fissures spreading hundreds of meters away. Help! What kind of monster is this? The surrounding civilians and pirates, unable to escape in time, foam at the mouth, and collapse to the ground. Even the glass of distant buildings shattered simultaneously. The town structures collapsing under the pressure of the haki. Linlin's skirt fluttered wildly in the wind as she stared intently at Fuhai. Her eyes filled with shock and an unmistakable excitement. This kind of man. I must have him. But at that moment, Fuhai suddenly pulled back, leaping back several meters, shaking his slightly numb arms, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'm the kind of man you can never have. Mama, Linlin laughed instead of getting angry, her fingers lightly brushing her red lips. Then I can only knock you out and take you back. Fuhai felt goosebumps all over. When had he ever been teased like this by a woman? He held up a universally recognized hand gesture. You are not worthy of tasting my noble and cold beauty. On a foggy morning, the sheath of Fuhai's sword suddenly made a light clicking sound. The dark red airflow entwined with Conqueror's haki spiraled up along the golden patterns of the Soul Release sword. The blade emitting a crimson glow. Blade drawing style. Open heaven. At the moment the blade was drawn, the sea water in the entire harbor suddenly sank 3 inches. Wherever the dark red slash passed, the air twisted into a spiral vacuum channel. Even the space seemed to be slightly contorted. Elbasgun Wagwa! Linlin's roar shattered glass within 100 meters. The giant Napoleon sword unleashing a 10-meter-wide shockwave infused with the aura of a legendary kingdom. As she kicked the unconscious Kaido away, her heels gouged deep grooves into the ground. At the moment the 2 slashes collided, boom! The island shook violently, leaving a scene of devastation within a radius of 500 meters, the aftershocks still spreading into the town. The ring-shaped shockwave from the point of impact directly overturned 12 merchant ships. Yetion saw the power of these 2 slashes and broke out in a cold sweat. Good lord, is this the new world? Aside from Garp and Roger, he hadn't seen anyone who could match Fuhai like this. He hurriedly ran towards Jin Yuan's direction, not waiting for Fuhai at all. Fuhai had already used the recoil to fly out, his figure rustling in the shockwave, his extreme speed changing direction continuously, laughing and cursing at the fleeing Yetion. Are you a damn rabbit? The infinite pirates, adhering to the principle that whoever runs slow gets left behind, had to move quickly. When out in the world, the importance of speed goes without saying. On the left coast of the island, Jin Yuan was happily transporting treasures with his powers. Suddenly, a wave of shock hit him, causing the gold cup in his hand to explode, red wine spilling all over him. The financial officer looked up and saw Fuhai carrying Yetion, with Linlin chasing them on Zeus. Immediately throwing down his account book, set sail. Hurry up and set sail. Chapter 15. The devil fruits everywhere. Fortunately, Jin Yuan's ability is quite convenient. The moment Fushiguro and Yetion jumped onto the deck, he immediately put in all his strength, and the Black Pearl ship suddenly took off as if it were being catapulted, the bow soaring high, literally flying into the sky and speeding away. Charlotte Linlin stood on Zeus, hovering in midair, and took out a transponder snail. No need to come, they've left. You couldn't even keep them? The transponder snail simulated the other person's shocked expression. Linlin glanced down at the blood slowly seeping from the tiger's mouth on her right hand, then smiled playfully. Mama, I let them go on purpose. The person on the other end didn't think much of it. After all, they were just a rising star, new to the new world. Could they really defeat these long-time strong players? You're really playful. Well, there will be opportunities to meet in the future. You can go down now. That Linlin didn't chase after. Fushiguro casually took off his dirty clothes and tossed them into the washing machine, smiling at Jin Yuan, who was controlling the ship while protecting the treasure chest on the deck. Seeing this, the Black Pearl landed steadily on the sea, and Jin Yuan patted his chest, still feeling exhilarated. That was thrilling. That was a cadre of the Rocks pirates, a real big pirate. He had heard that they were ruthless, killing without a blink, drinking to the point of swallowing the bottles and using others' faces as targets. They were vicious pirates. But that Linlin is quite good-looking. Huh, is that so? Yetion felt that there was a slight discrepancy in his memories regarding Fushiguro. He recalled that there was a pirate who was badly beaten by Fushiguro named Linlin. And it couldn't be the rookie Kaido, right? Why does it feel so weak? Yetion quickly shook his head. It was Fushiguro who was too strong. Not Kaido, who was too weak. He just didn't understand why she had the title of a rookie. Was it to make it easier to get off the ship? Fushiguro had already changed back into black clothes and white pants, having bought 100 of the same outfit for convenience. He clenched his fists. No wonder the poor rely on mutations. That innate strength is no joke, and that defense is also exaggerated. Ition also changed into clean clothes. Can't even you deal with him? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. I have 100 ways to kill her, but right now it's unnecessary. Jin Yuan had a starry-eyed fan expression. Wow, Captain, you're so amazing. Just as he finished cheering, he heard the devil whisper, flattering me so happily. Today, I reward you with an extra 50 kilograms of weight. You too, Yition. As dusk enveloped the horizon, the aroma of grilled meat wafted across the deck. Jin Yuan ferociously tore into the leg meat, as if trying to double the energy he had expended. Fushiguro had just opened his mouth when the youth mumbled a vague surrender. I know. The metal fruit isn't invincible. The physical technique's shortcomings can be fatal. A teachable child, Yition had never complained about training. It wasn't that he belittled himself, but the infinite pirates could be said to be supported solely by Fushiguro, with a cliff-like disparity in strength. Now that Jin Yuan had eaten the devil fruit, his physical technique was slowly improving, but Yition felt shaken after today's first battle in the New World. Anyone next to Fushiguro felt far behind. Everyone was different. The world was inherently uneven, and there was no need to doubt oneself because of others. Moreover, they were partners, comrades, brothers from different parents. There was no need to overthink. Fushiguro noticed Yition's emotional fluctuations and didn't let him dwell on negative thoughts. Yition, you're not weak. That Kaido is definitely not your opponent. It's just that I wanted to beat him, so I went myself. This wouldn't do. It seemed that Yition lacked a bit of confidence. You were members of the Infinite Pirates. Be a little more confident. Confident? Jin Yuan and Yition both thought to themselves. They both lacked a bit of confidence. Simply put, it was because they had faced strong opponents too rarely, excluding Fushiguro. Could it really be that I put too much pressure on them? Fushiguro also had some self-doubt, as he strictly required them to train every day. Bang! Bang! The two were still eating meat, suddenly had their faces pressed against the deck, blowing the grass out of their noses. An indignant Jin Yuan pointed at Fushiguro. We were eating well. What are you doing? Yition also looked up, his eyes much clearer. Just now my mind was clouded. But after hitting you, I feel much better. Keep eating the barbecue, don't mind me. Fushiguro was in a good mood, taking big bites of grilled meat. Yition seemed to discover a new continent, free to do as he pleased. No wonder Fushiguro could be so strong. Seeing that Yition's mood was no longer low, Fushiguro felt something was slightly off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Well, it was better than having a stern face. It would be troublesome to turn into a problem child. Pirates were inherently evil. What they did wouldn't be good. Whether it was plundering nobles or celestial dragons, it would ultimately fall on the common people. They would double what those people lost. As for sailing on the sea, if you asked if it was fun, there really wasn't much fun, especially with only 3 men. Most of the time was spent training, which was more monotonous. The happiest times were when they drank and played games at night. After fishing for 2 hours, Fushiguro looked at the empty bucket and said fiercely, "This won't do. We might have to drift at sea for a long time sometimes." With only 3 big men, unexpected situations were bound to arise. They needed to summon crew members, preferably female ones. This wasn't about sexual repression. It was about avoiding philosophical issues. He could hardly get drunk as long as he didn't want to, but Jin Yuan and Yition couldn't handle it. If he was careful one time, the consequences would be unbearable. After all, even the ruthless Rocks pirates had female crew members. Why can't my ship have them? Even the Whitebeard pirates, which later started with recruiting sons, had women. It's reasonable. How far is it to the next island? Jin Yuan accelerated. I can see you guys are getting anxious. Jin Yuan was overjoyed and immediately sped up. The Black Pearl was racing across the sea, almost flying. We'll be there soon. Feeling the commotion, Yition walked out of the navigation room and asked Fushiguro a question he had forgotten to ask earlier. What are we going to God Valley for? To join the fun and see if we can get a good devil fruit for you. Huh? Haven't we been on the same ship all along? We came to the New World together. how come you know so much? That place is quite dangerous, right? Yi Tian said meaningfully. He wasn't foolish. Ever since the battle with the cadre of the Rocks Pirates, he had clearly felt that the training load had increased. It definitely had something to do with going to God Valley. There are devil fruits everywhere without a master, Fushiguro said in a tone used to coax children, casually adding 2 more pages to the training plan. Watching his companions suddenly stiffen, he happily hummed a little tune, of course, not mentioning that it would soon become the graveyard of the world's strongest. There would definitely be danger. That was an instinct he had developed from spending so long with Fushiguro. Yi Tian held the map, but looking at the map, God Valley is in the West Sea. Fushiguro didn't feel embarrassed at all. Oh, don't worry too much about the details. Anyway, there's still time. We can always go back. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. Chapter 16, Edward Newgate. Oh, the island with the dock. Jin Yuan was almost in tears. Sailing was certainly exciting, but nothing was better than stepping ashore. As soon as the Black Pearl docked, it attracted many gazes at the harbor. Its style was completely different from that of ordinary merchant ships, exuding a powerful aura that made one's heart race. There were still some keen-eyed bystanders who refused to reveal their names and recognized the flag on the sails from a distance as that of the Infinite Pirate crew. Recently, the news about Fubai's battle with Charlotte Linlin had spread around and even made it to the newspapers. Fubai and the others naturally learned about it through the reports, but they didn't take it to heart, as the content was roughly accurate. The only downside was that they didn't include the part where Linlin tempted him. Were they afraid? The Black Pearl docked on the shore, but no one had the idea of stealing the treasures from the Infinite Pirate crew. Dreaming of it was a nightmare. For a moment, the arrival of the Infinite Pirate crew caused panic among the islanders, but after a few days, they realized it was just a stop for rest, and everyone felt more at ease. Generally speaking, if those pirates were really going to do something, they wouldn't be able to hold back on the first day. In the tavern, Fubai sat alone, drinking quietly, while Jin Yuan and Yi Tian went to stabilize their minds. After wandering around the island briefly, he found nothing suitable to pull onto the ship. Some things couldn't be forced. Hey, do you mind sharing a table? Fubai looked up with his cup, and the first thing he saw was the white crescent mustache. Wasn't this the infamous Whitebeard from the Rocks Pirates? Newgate's mouth twitched. He hadn't heard that Fubai spoke in such a peculiar manner, which made him feel a bit of an impulse to hit someone. I'm not here to fight. Can we chat? Perhaps Whitebeard had long wanted to switch jobs and no longer belonged to the Rocks Pirates. Otherwise, how could he speak so nicely after his crew was beaten? Of course, the drinks are on you. It was a good thing for someone to rush to pay the bill, especially since Whitebeard was known for drinking heavily. He couldn't let it be a freebie. Gulalala. Sure. So, are you looking to join our pirate crew? Whitebeard paused with his drinking hand and said, No, buddy, where does your confidence come from? He said softly, I want to join. Do you agree? No. Fubai answered directly without any pause. Now it was Whitebeard's turn to be dumbfounded, a frown appearing on his forehead. Forcing a smile, why? Because you couldn't possibly want to join. Whitebeard was stunned, then suddenly laughed heartily. You're quite interesting. Can I ask why you want to be a pirate? Why do I feel like you're asking about my dreams? What nonsense. A pirate asking another pirate why they became a pirate was no different from asking a colleague why they came to work. Fubai was still very interested in Whitebeard's strength. There's no one on the back of this island. Why don't we have a spar? I think you're quite curious about my strength. Whitebeard's mustache twitched. He had specifically come to find Fubai, as someone who could make Linlin suffer and retreat was worth his attention. Drink more, otherwise you won't have anything to throw up later. Hearing Fubai's arrogance, Whitebeard immediately replied, You're not even worth 3 of my punches. On the beach behind the island, Fubai pulled his hands out of his pockets. With the soul-release blade still slung behind him, Whitebeard deeply drove his sword, the Tsong Yunkut, into the sand. Fubai picked up a stone and tossed it casually. At the moment the stone hit the ground, both of them suddenly shot up. So fast, this was Whitebeard's initial impression. The wind from Fubai's punch was already howling towards him, and Whitebeard grinned widely. A physical contest? Just what I wanted. Both of them wrapped their armed colors and clashed hard, with each collision bursting forth incredible pressure. Their fists met and then separated instantly, creating vacuum-like depressions in the sand, with sand flying like rain. The fighting spirit intensified, and their strength climbed alongside it. Whitebeard's fist gathered a transparent, vibrating energy sphere, the power of the tremor fruit ready to unleash. Sensing the destructive power within, Fubai charged forward. Whitebeard let out a loud laugh, swinging his heavy fist imbued with shockwaves. The pitch-black arm color gave Fubai the qualification to withstand the attack head-on. When their fists collided, the space shattered in a stalemate, and the surrounding trees snapped in response. You're always full of surprises. A look of astonishment flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. No wonder Linlin couldn't keep you. Fubai coldly scoffed. Are you talking about that bus? I'm not interested. Boom! The two forces broke through the threshold, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Amid the tumult, both were shaken back. The noise startled Jin Yuan and Yi Tian, who were busy with their tasks. They felt a familiar aura, along with an unfamiliar powerful presence. Without hesitation, though they weren't in the same room, they quickly put on their clothes and rushed towards the battlefield. The surrounding environment was even more exaggerated than after being bombarded by artillery. Gulalala, let us leave it at that. I'm off. Next time we meet, let's have a proper fight. Whitebeard sensed the sound of the snail and briefly spoke to Fubai before leaving, not giving him a chance to respond. TC, as if he were so busy, Fubai spat, feeling as if someone had teased him and then suddenly stood him up. The tremor fruit. No wonder he wanted to leave the Rocks Pirates. Shortly after Whitebeard left, Jin Yuan and Yi Tian hurried to the beach. Seeing Fubai standing unscathed on the sand, the two of them almost simultaneously sighed in relief. Whereas the enemy, the two guys were beaming. Their timing was perfect. Fubai slowly tightened his knuckles, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. You came at just the right time. Could there still be an ambush? The iron piece on Jin Yuan's wrist instantly floated up, and Yi Tian also drew his sword, with both of their observation haki and instincts sending simultaneous signals of danger. That enemy is me. Before he finished speaking, Fubai's wind from his punch had already howled towards them. Bang! The two instantly understood that the fight earlier hadn't finished. The opponent had run away, and Fubai was holding back a surge of battle intent with no place to vent, and they just happened to continue this fight. But that suited them just fine. It had always been difficult for them to unleash their full strength on the ship, now that they were on land. It was the perfect opportunity to fight with all they had. Jin Yuan was multitasking, the iron pieces turning into sharp spikes that continuously attacked, while he and Yi Tian launched close-range assaults from left and right. Under Fubai's incredibly strong perception, such a frequency of attacks was still manageable. But their cooperation was tacit, and their offensive was fierce, which still caught him slightly off guard. Jin Yuan's armed color was faintly approaching the intermediate level, but for now, it was merely hardened, and in front of Fubai, he was still only on the defensive. However, his combat skills had indeed improved significantly. Yi Tian's arm color was at the intermediate level, and his swordsmanship was sharp, each strike pressing forward. Unfortunately, he still hadn't broken through to the realm of a swordsman, and thus couldn't pose much of a threat to Fubai. As the two figures flew back and embedded themselves in the rocks, this battle finally came to an end. Chapter 17. Ascending the Valley of the Gods, year 1484 of the Sea Circle Fushiguro. We have been staying on this island for a long time, and the Valley of the Gods is not far away. Why haven't we gone yet? Yi Tian has long been eager for the grand vision Fushiguro painted for them, and has been thinking about it constantly. There is no other reason. Over the past year, Jin Yuan's development of the devil fruit has become increasingly advanced, making him envious. Without the powers of a devil fruit user to defeat a user, one must possess greater overall strength. Otherwise, one can only be at a disadvantage. With Fukuhira's encouragement, Jin Yuan not only quickly improved his physical fitness, but also continued to develop his devil fruit abilities, making Yi Tian feel quite troubled as they are now evenly matched. Thanks to Jin Yuan's disruptive abilities, having yet to step into the realm of sword masters, Fukuhira told him that the Valley of the Gods would be his opportunity, which made Yi Tian's heart itch with curiosity. What he wanted most was the flashy nature of the devil fruits, as they could develop many strange and cool skills. So awesome. Fukuhira bare-chested, enjoyed the sea breeze, carrying the scent of the ocean on the beach, calmly waiting for a signal. A signal? Could it be that someone would specially inform them that they could land on the island? Fukuhara smiled without speaking. What the signal was remained a mystery. Gradually, Ition and the others on the shore saw many ships heading towards the Valley of the Gods. Due to the distance, they couldn't tell what kind of ships they were. Fukuhara's lips curled up. This day had finally come. Justice has a characteristic. It often arrives late. Clearly, they are required to attend classes, be on time for work, and complete tasks without delay. So why can justice be late? It sounds nice when they say that justice will be late, but will never be absent. Pack up and get ready to set off. Jin Yuan maneuvered the Black Pearl slowly, as Fukuhara instructed, without needing to go too fast. Jin Yuan, Yi Tian, come here. I want to talk to you about the Valley of the Gods. Huh? You finally plan to tell us, huh? Every 3 years, the Celestial Dragons select a non-member country as a target, slaughter the indigenous people on the island, and hold a killing competition during the massacre. This is to establish their authority and intimidate the world, letting people know that they are the masters of this world. Because the Valley of the Gods has the word God in it, the Celestial Dragons feel uneasy. Can they endure it? Yi Tian pondered. So they made the Valley of the Gods their target? Exactly. Since it's a killing competition, the winner will naturally have a prize. And this prize is a treasure stolen by the Navy from rocks as a mysterious grand prize. The Celestial Dragons are not lacking in treasures, and with Rock's hoard, can you imagine how much treasure there is? Fukuhara wiped the soul release, contemplating how to maximize their gains. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of Jin Yuan and Yi Tian swallowing saliva echoed on the deck. Celestial dragons, commoners, slaves, pirates, and the Navy, such a situation. They dare not imagine how chaotic it would be. Fukuhara continued his analysis. That group of pigs, the Celestial Dragons, naturally as guards, and the CP organization will certainly be stationed around the island to ensure their safety and prevent commoners from escaping. Of course, the Navy will cooperate with the CP organization on the periphery. The core internal protection for the Celestial Dragons is the Knights of God, whose strength is not something the CP organization can compare to. Each one is quite powerful. Yi Tian also drew his knife, the Chiu Wu, wiping the blade, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Fukuhara, how do you know all this? Fukuhara smiled mysteriously. It's insider information from a girl named Jean and I. The ships you saw earlier are pirate ships. It's the Rocks Pirates. They know even more. Who wouldn't want that god-level devil fruit? Yi Tian's hand that was wiping the blade froze. The devil fruit you mentioned earlier, could it be the mysterious grand prize of the Celestial Dragons? You guessed it right. It is indeed a god-level devil fruit. Even the Rocks Pirates want it. After more than a year of preparation, Jin Yuan was itching to get started. They had mastered the healing branch ability of life restoration, and one could imagine the chaos that would unfold in the Valley of the Gods. His ability was just right for taking advantage of the confusion to transport treasures. Under the eyes of the world's top powerhouses, it would be quite a thrill to take their treasures in front of the Celestial Dragons. The plan was simple. Take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate. Once inside, there would be countless strong opponents. I might not be able to manage you all. Remember, don't recklessly seek fights you can't win. This is not a place for fair combat. When picking persimmons, choose the soft ones. I hope you can understand this principle. Fukuhara, thinking of the more than 100,000 commoners on the island, hesitated and finally said, remember, don't let them kill commoners and get carried away. The demon-slaying order? Who exactly is the demon? The two remembered this well. After all, this time it was not a small skirmish. No wonder Fukuhara was so generous recently, arranging dozens of tasks for each of them, as if preparing for a fatal feast. Bayubi-yubi-yu. Boom, bang, boom. The sound of cannon fire spread across the sea, and the sounds of battle echoed in the sky. Fukuhara and the others at the bow of the ship observed everything. This is the sound that indicates we can land. Go around here and dock on the left side in a relatively hidden spot. Countless cannonballs rained down on the island, and numerous pirate ships were visible. It seemed Rox had truly brought all his bees to the hive. This battle wouldn't last long. With Rox drawing the fire, the Black Pearl stopped in a position that was not easy to discover. Next, they would split up to act. Yitian, Remember not to be obsessed with the devil fruit and lose your life. As they approached the central area, battles became more frequent, and the aftermath of powerful fights occasionally echoed. The three separated to act, hoping they could achieve unexpected results. Understood. See you later. The three said little more and left the original spot based on their own thoughts. Fukuhara's plan was simple: rush towards the center without overthinking. His figure flickered within the forest, moving so fast that it was hard to see, only the rustling leaves marking his landing points. The Knights of God, a bunch of somewhat powerful misfits. After all, Rock's people probably have not killed or robbed as many as those commoners. The celestial dragons don't even need to rob. Why would they need to snatch when gold falls from the sky? Who exactly are the real pirates? Fukuhara crouched atop a tree, watching the Rock's pirates clash with the Knights of God. One had to admit that their average strength was indeed formidable, making those so-called knights roll over in a literal sense. This does not mean the Knights of God are weak. On the contrary, they are strong. But the Rock's pirates are even stronger. The people of Rocks all have their own agendas. They can sense that someone is taking advantage of the chaos. Their minds entirely focused on the treasures. Charlotte Linlin lured her opponent away, disappearing from the crowd. Who knows what she intends to do? One after another, Shiki and Whitebeard followed suit. What else could Rock say? If one person could lure away another, it was better than just leaving. It was just a bit of wind and frost. The figure atop the treetops disappeared, and now there were distractions pulling and interfering, out of respect for their good intentions. Fukuhara was diligently searching for treasures. Logically, treasures were likely to be at the award location, and for the celestial dragons, it must be the best place on the island, where the king resides. With the help of observation haki, Fukuhara stood on a rooftop, overlooking a few members of the Revolutionary Army sneaking towards the treasure location like wriggling maggots. What is this? Adorable little mice? Chapter 18, a good hiding spot goodness. Rox and his crew were fighting fiercely, only to find the core area cleaned out by the rats, leaving them wondering what to think. Fushiguro took a step forward, feeling the sensation of shrinking space, and instantly appeared in the award square, which was in chaos, with treasure chests scattered about, spilling out glimmering treasures. Not far away, Rox and his crew were fighting against the Knights of God, with Rox himself closest to the captain of the Knights. The platform had 6 short pillars, looking as if they were supporting treasure chests, but the only flaw was that there wasn't a single treasure chest on any of the pillars, perfectly corresponding to the 6 devil fruits. Stepping over the scattered bodies of celestial dragons on the ground, although Fushiguro didn't know how they died. He could only say they died well. Releasing his observation haki, he continuously filtered the possible auras of escaping devil fruits. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and muttered, "Not a single one will escape." Among the fighters, Rox was the closest to Fushiguro, and his terrifying physical strength naturally sensed Fushiguro's presence. "Ha ha ha! Looks like you celestial dragons have nothing to fear. Your existence is a joke," he laughed. Even without Fushiguro's assistance, Rox felt in high spirits. As long as they weren't allied with the celestial dragons, the Navy would be his ally. All good people. The captain of the Knights of God wanted to say something, but suddenly his expression changed drastically as Rock's attack intensity surged. "You weren't even using your full strength just now. Ha ha ha. Hey Garp, head to God Valley for support immediately. The headquarters has dispatched warships. You're the closest, go check the situation." The Rock's pirates were rampaging on the island, killing celestial dragons. Garp was lounging on a beach chair, leisurely sipping coconut juice. Those damn celestial dragons. Let him kill a few more. It's for the good of the world. Soul Egg. Garp, do you even know what you're saying? This is an order. Get to God Valley right now. Immediately, quickly. Garp amusingly dug at his ears, looking at the already disconnected transponder snail. Me against the Rock's pirates alone? ISNT that looking for death? Let the celestial dragons wear them out first. Who doesn't he know that Rox had successfully escaped from Mariewa and even killed a marine admiral, destroying the gates of justice? Daring to seize the celestial dragon's treasures? With all these buffs stacked up, Garp is strong, but not invincible. Well, there goes my rare vacation. Garp thought. What else could he say? Such a hard life. He originally planned to dawdle for 9 hours to get there. When he learned that the Roger pirates were also heading there, Garp shouted excitedly. Full speed ahead. At this moment, Roger was hastily heading to God Valley. After they arrived at Narcissus Island last year, they had nowhere to go. To continue, they needed 4 pieces of coordinate red stones to calculate the final island's location. Hearing rumors that rocks had the coordinate red stones, God Valley became the best choice. That feeling of knowing where the treasure is but not daring to rush to get it was akin to an opponent staying in your jungle while you didn't dare to enter your own jungle. Rocks could almost be said to be the strongest in the world. People called him evil, but no one ever questioned his strength. This chaos was the best opportunity. Pirates, of course, would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Hey Linlin, why are you bullying a child? Fushiguro had unknowingly stood behind Linlin, who was pressing down on the young Ivankov with one hand while holding a devil fruit in the other. Linlin had her back to Fushiguro, skillfully hiding the devil fruit in her bosom and casually tossing Ivankov aside. What is wrong, Fushiguro? Are you feeling sorry for the kid? Seeing Ivankov being thrown out and Kuma nearby with remnants of the devil fruit pulp at the corner of his mouth, Fushiguro sighed inwardly. How did they even get to eat? Truly a high drop rate for weaklings. You hide the devil fruit well, Fushiguro thought. During their first meeting, he had already observed Charlotte Linlin carefully. The abnormal bulge in her bosom suggested something unnatural was hidden inside. Hand over the devil fruit. Kuma quietly helped Ivankov up and retreated, while Fushiguro and Linlin ignored them. The 2 little ones had eaten the devil fruit, and the only one left on her was already in her possession. She really let the rats enjoy a good meal. Fatty had retreated. Before coming, every officer on Rock Ship had done their homework. Animal type, fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. Even if she couldn't eat it, this fruit was enough to cultivate a strong companion to enhance her own strength. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, she, Linlin, had decided to start new. How about you give me the devil fruit? I owe you 3 favors. Fushiguro didn't act immediately. First, he was afraid that the fruit would be damaged by her proud bosom during the fight, and also, he didn't know if it would still be effective if damaged. Second, he thought it better to talk first. You can't rush to eat hot tofu. Ha ha ha. Fushiguro, you're a newcomer. What right do you have to say you owe me 3 favors? Are your favors worth anything? Linlin playfully twirled her hair and looked at Fushiguro with wide eyes. Not knowing where her charm came from, she attracted him like this. If she was willing to tell him, he would definitely change. She planned to give this fruit to Kaido. Not to mention her relationship with him, that guy's brain wasn't working well right now. If she could hoodwink him under her name, that would be perfect. Plus, Kaido was from the Oni clan, and only she knew about this. The thick skin and strong flesh characteristics of the animal-type fruit fit him perfectly. Fushiguro rubbed his chin, realizing that from either talent or deeds done at sea, he couldn't persuade Linlin. Soul release. Fushiguro gestured with his soul release. Then there's nothing to talk about. Knowing Fushiguro's approximate strength, Linlin had been on guard. At the moment Fushiguro grasped his soul release, Napoleon was already in her hand and swung down. Fushiguro, you think you can snatch something from me? No way. Conquering haki wrapped around his soul release. Fushiguro wasn't interested in flirting with Linlin. He needed to end this quickly, not knowing if there were 6 or other hidden treasures. Boom! Linlin was stunned. Why not test first? Coming in with such strength almost made her drop Napoleon, and as she reacted, her own conquering haki was released just in time to barely defend. The house shattered into pieces, flying freely. I really am starting to appreciate you more and more. Fushiguro's gaze remained locked on her bosom, not out of lust, but focused on the devil fruit. While Linlin was talking, Fushiguro's left hand was almost touching her bosom when Napoleon sliced through the wind at high speed. TSK. Fushiguro instantly withdrew his hand, swinging his soul release to block. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. A hint of red light flashed in Fushiguro's eyes as his figure moved so fast that ordinary people couldn't capture it, flickering unpredictably around Linlin. Hey, are you kidding? Is this speed really that of someone without a devil fruit ability? Charlotte Linlin forced a smile, the sweat dripping from her temples revealing her nervousness. Chapter 19. Stuffed insurance. The attack speed is astonishingly fast, and the power is incredibly ferocious. Who can withstand it? 2 words to describe it: a furious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although she is called the Steel Balloon, it also depends on who the opponent is. For example, she cannot defeat rocks. The great god of freedom, Linlin controls Zeus, indiscriminately bombarding the surroundings with lightning. Each bolt of lightning seems to have consciousness, constantly adjusting its direction, trying to hit Fushiguro. TSK bang! Fushiguro's attack missed, and he was forcefully blocked by Linlin raising her left hand. It's really exaggerated. Even innate divine strength should have its limits. He punched Linlin's arm, and the recoil made his knuckles ache. The assault did not stop. Fushiguro tightened his grip on the soul release blade and slashed horizontally at her waist. Linlin countered with Napoleon, blocking again. One attack failed, then two. If two failed, he would keep coming. Fushiguro didn't believe in the word prolonged. He wouldn't lose. The pace of the attack grew faster, and Linlin realized that Zeus's lightning could not hit Fushiguro at all. No longer wasting energy, she shifted to fully counter his physical techniques. Fushiguro even used moves like the monkey against her. He had entered a limitless mixed martial arts state, leaving Linlin feeling suffocated. She couldn't match Fushiguro's speed, and he was stronger. Besides, he could take a beating. Moreover, her devil fruit ability was rendered useless because Fushiguro felt no fear of her. Fushiguro also possessed the three-color haki, with a purity that was not low. Although it seemed he was eager to end things quickly, he remained composed. It was safe to say that this was a comprehensive technical suppression. She was being unilaterally pressed down. She had to leave. If this continued, she would be dragged to death by Fushiguro. Linlin gripped her sword, releasing her conqueror's haki to the utmost, and said word by word, Elbaf spear Wagwa. Seeing the juice from Linlin's devil fruit reveal between her peaks, Fushiguro sneered internally. Facing the massive slash, his goal had been achieved, so why waste energy to defend? Bye-bye. Fushiguro sheathed his sword and vanished in the distance. Linlin gasped for breath, leaning on Napoleon, still curious as to why Fushiguro left directly. Suddenly feeling the juice leaking, without time to rest, she immediately rode Zeus to find Kaido. Devil fruits can be cut into pieces to eat. It seems that squeezing out a bit of juice shouldn't be a problem. To be safe, Linlin went to find Kaido first. Fushiguro shook his head. He had underestimated Linlin's strength. The main storage location was too cunning. That indescribable area had probably been through countless trains. Leaving aside the effectiveness issue, just taking it out. Even if there was still a bit of devil fruit left, giving it to Yi-Tion, that guy would probably refuse without a second thought. If the devil fruit was gone, it could be found again, but eating it could lead to lifelong chatter. If it still had no effect, Fushiguro could imagine Yi-Tion really becoming a problem child. Kaido was surrounded by several Knights of God, and was hiding in a concealed place to recover his strength when he suddenly saw Linlin covering her chest with one hand, urgently saying to him, Kaido, eat quickly. The initial information said Linlin was giving it to Kaido, who ate a devil fruit at 5 and is now 10. Oda doesn't know the first thing about One Piece. Fushiguro searched the area with observation haki, which roughly means that heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. He just happened to see a person wearing a mask, dressed like a knight of God, limping while fleeing with a treasure chest. Boom! Without excessive words, his conqueror's haki wrapped around like it was free, covering the soul release. The person hurriedly defended. But how could they withstand a sneak attack with such intense killing intent from Fushiguro? He subdued him within 50 moves. Fushiguro opened the treasure chest and saw what was inside. It was worth the trip. Animal-type bird fruit, mythical beast form, phoenix form. Quite suitable for Yi-Tion. Fushiguro imitated a certain unnamed Linlin, took out the fruit, and directly placed it in his groin, effectively stuffing it for insurance. There was no way to wear loose clothing. The pants were tight, and although there was a pair of shorts in between, Yi-Tion should understand. At this moment, a figure rushed from behind. Gulalala, Fushiguro, why did you kill the prey I had in hand? Fushiguro punched through the clouds. Didn't you say you didn't like fighting and killing? I'm helping you carry this achievement. Whitebeard's rare sarcasm. So I should thank you. No need to thank me. I'm determined to benefit humanity. Fushiguro waved his hand casually. He didn't want to fight Whitebeard at this stage. Continuous fighting had taken some toll on him. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Seeing the closed treasure chest next to the corpse, Fushiguro had no container to carry the treasure, except for that unusual protruding area. Facing Whitebeard's gaze, he thought about how he had taken so many sons. It was hard not to say he had a pedophilic tendency. Fushiguro covered his groin with one hand, his face dark. Pervert. Huh? No. Whitebeard panicked. This was worse than being beaten. He hurriedly said, Fushiguro, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Damn it, come here and die. Why the contrast is so great. Now, it was Fushiguro's turn to be speechless. Dodging backward. Do you still want to kill me to silence me? Whitebeard in this state was somewhat amusing. Haha, anyway, I'll keep this secret. Aw, Fushiguro, you really should die. He originally planned to leave the Rocks Pirates and establish his own big family, taking many sons. Because of this misunderstanding with Fushiguro, he was reluctant to only take males. Whitebeard concentrated the fruit ability of the clouds and angrily attacked indiscriminately in the direction Fushiguro left. The already small island shook at this moment, and after venting, Whitebeard picked up the treasure chest on the ground, opening it to see it was empty. His heart sank completely. Fushiguro. Yo, isn't this the shadow fruit ability? The darkness generated by the shadow fruit rising from the ground. Fushiguro arrived at the scene in a couple of moves. Next to rocks lay several corpses and scattered open treasure chests, while a giant spider figure stared ominously at rocks. Fushiguro sensed many powerful auras landing on the island, including familiar ones. It should be Garp, Roger, and others. This was still called the Ox Demon form. It was simply a spider form. Rocks felt the shadow fruit and didn't give Jaguruja Satan a chance to attack first. Ruthlessly grabbing one of his arms and beating him mercilessly. TSK. Jaguruja Satan gradually exited the Ox Demon form under the shadow fruit's ability, returning to his human form. Jaguruja Satan was also known as Saturn. Was this it? TSK. Too terrifying. Rocks could be said to utilize the shadow fruit to prevent Saturn from using his devil fruit ability, but Saturn had many abilities outside of the devil fruit. Yet at this moment, he was being ruthlessly hammered by rocks. The true meaning of being hammered, the immortality brought him only pain. Whether it was the fierce eyes that could explode others' heads just by looking or the venom that could explode out of his mouth. All were absorbed by the darkness and returned to him doubled. Rocks, with long hair flowing, hoarsely said, Don't stop me from going in to kill the celestial dragons. How dare they kidnap his wife and son to threaten him? They truly were tired of living. They all must die. Chapter 20. Roger and Garp joined forces among the 6 known devil fruits. The few that Fubhe had his eyes on were all eaten, and he had no desire to search for the others. After facing Saturn, Rox's condition was clearly off. Garp and Roger had also landed on the island. They first went to find Etion and let him consume a devil fruit. Staying too long could lead to unpredictable issues and unpleasant smells. Before leaving, Fubhe thought for a moment, reached back with his right hand, and grasped the handle of the soul release blade. We're all here to kill celestial dragons. So what's there to say? I'm here to assist you. Blade drawing style. Open heaven. The sudden eruption of Conqueror's haki broke the balance instantly, delivering a massive slash directly at Saturn. As rocks pounded Saturn's head in frustration, he heard Fubhe's voice and immediately wrapped Saturn in black water. While he himself dashed past Saturn, the slash came down, and with Saturn restrained by rocks for a few seconds, the silvery white strike descended from above, almost cleaving Saturn in two. Fubhe let out a breath of white mist, encouraging rocks. Rocks, keep going. Kill more celestial dragons. I believe you're invincible. In that moment, Rocks realized Fubhe definitely had ulterior motives. This speech and action almost made him shed small pearls of joy. Where was his beloved crew? And who was helping him break free from the strong opponent's grasp? Ancient Fubhe, I will remember you. If we both survive this battle, I will definitely drink with you for 10 days. Rocks laughed heartily and charged towards the fleeing celestial dragons with a wave of dark energy. Saturn's grotesque form, unable to recover from its injuries in an instant, still bore remnants of Conqueror's haki. Its flesh writhed but failed to fuse, fixated on an empty spot. Damn ants. Ancient Fubhe, we will remember you. Saturn unleashed its Conqueror's haki, purging the remnants and swiftly recovering from its injuries, turning to chase after rocks. It seems I underestimated the strength of the powerful beings in this sea. Haki is ultimately necessary. Those incompetent celestial dragons are still part of them, and rocks cannot be allowed to kill them. Finding Yi-Tian, whose clothes were soaked in blood, he was leaning against a tree. Fubhei circled around him and took a look. Yi-Tian swallowed the food in his hand. With life returned, it's not so easy to die. Though my stamina is quite depleted. Fubhei tossed the devil fruit he had pulled out on the way to Yi-Tian. This is a good thing. A mythical Zoan, phoenix form. Yi-Tian quickly looked at Fubhei. There was no need for many words between them. He sniffed and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where did the celestial dragons put this? It has a strange smell. You must have misheard. It should be the smell of decay. After all, many people have died on this island. Fubhei glanced nervously at the sky, pretending to be on guard against enemies. Yi-Tian shook his head. Having food was already good, and it was the phoenix form. He didn't think too much and quickly consumed the devil fruit. What is this? Yi-Tian frowned, his finger brushing against a bent hair on his tongue. While Fubhei was trying to think of an explanation, the island shook violently, and the moonlight above was engulfed by darkness. Yi-Tian, pay attention to the fruit's abilities. Grasp it quickly and meet up with Jin Yuan. Try to collect as much treasure as possible. There might be unexpected surprises. He initially wanted to ask them to borrow the coordinate stone from Roxas' ship, but thinking of their strength, he decided against it. After consumption, one can transform into the legendary phoenix. The phoenix has a physical form and possesses almost immortal vitality and incredible instantaneous regeneration capability. Fubhei spoke quickly, summarizing, I'm leaving first. You two stay safe. Yi-Tian followed Fubhei's instructions to sense the abilities, chuckling helplessly. It seems I've fully secured this ship's doctor position now. Oh, where did Rox go for a while? Rox had no time to respond to Fubhei. He was being beaten by Garp and Roger, with other Navy members assisting. The ability of the dark fruit could be said to be a natural counter to devil fruit users, but neither Garp nor Roger were devil fruit users. Fubhei, what are you doing here? Garp and Roger both exclaimed, puzzled by Fubhei's presence. Were you friend or foe? Not seeing Saturn. Fubhei did not rush to attack. Huh? Roger, why are you helping the Navy? Rox intends to kill the one responsible for the deaths of innocent civilians. Why are you, Garp, blocking him? Don't you feel any pain for the deaths of innocent civilians? Fubhei pretended to feel heartbroken, one hand over his heart, voice filled with indignation. I thought you would be my righteous partners. Indeed, Roger was still a pirate, and it was normal for him to be indifferent to the deaths of civilians. What about you, Garp? Garp was momentarily speechless, and at that moment, Rox found a gap to catch his breath. Since arriving at God Valley, he had been fighting on the front lines. His crewmates, one by one, were all acting against him. Wang Ji, Silver Axe, none of them were sincere. They were all just playing roles. At this moment, Fubhei shone like a light in his heart. The hero saving the beauty trope, which has endured to this day, has its reason. Garp gathered his strength and pushed down Rox's momentum while responding to Fubhei. I am the Navy. Obeying orders is my duty. Ha 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 ha. Fubhei laughed heartily, doubling over. To put it nicely, the Navy maintains world justice. But in the end, is it justice for the world or the rights of the celestial dragons? After laughing, Fubhei's expression turned dangerous. How many civilians have been killed by pirates, and how many have been harmed by the Navy? I think everyone knows. Who kills more? Pirates or the Navy? And the celestial dragons as well. Fubhei never believed he was a good person. He just sought a straightforward thought. Rox gritted his teeth, with Roger's blade ripping open space, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood flowing from the wound on his chest did not affect his laughter directed at the heavens. Kekekek, do you see it? Everything you do. Do you really think the people in this world are blind? Fubhei, I ask you to assist me. Let us turn this world upside down. Oh, the mighty Rox actually spoke in a requesting tone. It seems he has realized his current situation. Not seeing anyone from Roger's pirate crew, Fubhei guessed they had gone to find the coordinates stone on Rox's ship. For Rox, a bug-like existence, Fubhei was also conflicted about whether he should die. He was an unstable bomb and uncontrollable. Fubhei stood up, revealing his canine teeth. To be requested by the world's strongest makes me very happy. if I refuse you. It should make me seem even more impressive. Of course, I will kill celestial dragons, but I want to fight alongside you. After finishing his sentence, Garp and Roger both felt relieved. If Fubhei helped Rox, the battle situation would be hard to predict. Once Rox got familiar with the dark fruit's abilities, the situation would reach an uncontrollable level. Kekekek, that's fine. It's also a great help. Rox was also worried that Fubhei would directly agree. At that time, fighting side by side would require caution not only against Garp and Roger, but also against him. What a great person, but unfortunately, I couldn't bring him on board earlier. Rox shouted to Fubhei, who was preparing to act. If we both survive, would you be willing to be my deputy? Hey, Rox. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You be my deputy is more like it. Fubhei scoffed, his figure darting out under Rox's cover. Chasing after the direction the celestial dragons fled. Chapter 21 Encounter with the dragon Rox had covered for him. What else could Garp do? He felt helpless. Without the devil fruit, Rox was already quite troublesome, and now, with the devil fruit enhancement, if it weren't for that bastard Roger, Garp might have been done for. Regardless of the intentions of Rox's pirate crew, the fact that Rox could suppress a group of individuals possessing Conqueror's haki showed their worth. Fukuhira glanced over, taking a look at the battlefield. Not to mention that his worldview didn't align with Rox. A captain who couldn't win the hearts of his crew probably wasn't that great either. What the infinite pirates lacked now was time. As long as they were given a little time to grow, everything would fall into place. The death of Rox and the large-scale death of the celestial dragons would be the best outcome, enough to give this urgent world a moment of respite. Both sides needed death, which would greatly help maintain balance, and the Navy would also benefit from strengthening and expanding. The only ones who gained nothing were the common people. When the rich prosper, the commoners suffer, and when the rich perish, the commoners still suffer. Fukuhira caught up with the fallen celestial dragons, along with the scattered members of the Knights of God escorting them, holding his blade of release and saying softly, "I'm just one person, not a savior. I just need to act according to my conscience." He ruthlessly swung his knife at the celestial dragons, and Fukuhira grinned like a demon. Moreover, I am a pirate, with no conqueror's haki wrapped around it. For dealing with these remaining guys, using high-level armament haki and flowing cherry was enough. After slashing the last member of the Knights of God under the blade of release, Fukuhira flicked the blood off his blade and slowly walked towards the remaining few celestial dragons. Although there was still a distance, with one step down, he instantly appeared in front of the celestial dragons. They were terrified, no longer bearing their former high and mighty demeanor, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They were pure sugar people, without a hint of other additives, just pure sugar. "We know we were wrong. Please don't kill us. We'll give you as much treasure as you want. Power, women, treasures, devil fruits, all of these can be yours." With his canine teeth bared, Fukuhira laughed loudly and eventually said calmly, "When you come out to mix, you're bound to pay it back sooner or later." He didn't utter any grand principles or harsh words. Fukuhira knew very well that these people were just resembling humans, but their brains were even less capable than pigs. Picking up a nearby fallen knife, he didn't want to use the blade of release for the next cuts, as it would dirty it. He turned the remaining celestial dragons into human puppets, amidst a sky filled with their miserable cries. The others related to Figurando Green were already evacuated early on, and the remaining ones had been mostly killed. Fukuhira didn't plan to pursue any further. Fukuhira chuckled as he sheathed his blade of release. Come out. No wonder he was the great pirate Fukuhira. At that moment, Monkey D. Dragon stepped out from the woods, and he was the only one. In his youthful appearance, he did not immediately intervene. Fukuhira knew he had already begun to waver in his faith in the Navy's justice. He claimed to protect civilians, yet he was actually protecting the celestial dragons who killed civilians. Dragon did not understand. No wonder he had just sensed a familiar aura. Fukuhira smiled and waved at Dragon. "Isn't this little Dragon? I told you to come with me to be a pirate, but you didn't. Turns out you became a Navy man. How's it going? Is a Navy what you imagined it to be?" Dragon's expression was conflicted. He wasn't entirely clear on the reasons, but he had indeed witnessed countless civilians die because of the celestial dragons. The God Valley was the celestial dragons' target, and they held killing contests there. Anyone could find out if they asked their father a little. Such massacres on the islands were not something they had done just once or twice. Fukuhira pressed on, recalling that when he mistakenly boarded Windmill Town, Dragon had refused to join his ship and had been beaten by him several times, which ironically strengthened Dragon's resolve to join the Navy. At that time, he had almost been beaten to death by Garp, and he felt a bit scared thinking back. Memories flashed through his mind. Fukuhira was only 16 then. Kid, let me tell you, this world has long been corrupt. The celestial dragons do not regard anyone other than themselves as human. They are foolish yet hold great power. They use the world government as their watchdog. Trust me. Don't join the Navy. Come to my ship and we'll help the civilians. Fukuhira pressed his expression, persistently trying to persuade Dragon, who was hanging from a tree. This was already the third day, and Fukuhira still did not plan to let Dragon go. If he could persuade him to become a pirate, that would be the best. Dragon twisted his body with a stubborn expression, angrily retorting, "Humph, you're a pirate, and you want to trick me into becoming a pirate? No way. My father is in the Navy. Even if I die, he won't let you go. I can join the Navy soon. I have my sense of justice, and I will change all of this. There's no way I would ever become a pirate. Oh, why are you so stubborn? Is it genetic? You've been too well protected. My hometown was destroyed by the Navy ordered by the celestial dragons. That's an undeniable fact." Dragon disdainfully looked down on Fukuhira. Pirates never tell the truth. The Navy is there to uphold justice and protect civilians. How could they do such a thing? Fukuhira became a bit angry and punched Dragon in the abdomen. Ugh! Dragon opened his mouth and vomited the meal he'd had earlier, while almost spilling out. Dragon, listen to me. Fukuhira wiped his fist, wanting to say something serious when a figure whispered behind him. Are you playing games with my son? In an instant, every hair on Fukuhira's body stood on end, and he shot off into the distance like a startled cat, the figure following closely. Why don't we play together? Play your second uncle. It was none other than Garp, who had returned from vacation. Fortunately, at that time, Fukuhira had master hockey and wasn't that weak. He just lacked experience in fighting with experts. That day, Fukuhira was hung up in a tree by Garp. And after Dragon told Garp everything Fukuhira had persuaded him to say, he eagerly awaited Garp to tell him the truth. Garp laughed heartily and confidently told Dragon, "Nonsense. That guy just wants to trick you into becoming a pirate." Dragon felt relieved as Garp persuaded him to go home, leaving only Fukuhira in the tree and Garp on the ground. Kid, is it true that your hometown was destroyed by the Navy? What is its name? Fukuhira assessed his physical condition and chose to continue recovering his strength from the heart. Roxas Island. Oh, Garp sighed tiredly, realizing this was indeed true. And it had happened nearly 10 years ago, as an old veteran had told him. How old are you now? 16. Garp had been in the Navy for several years. Although his enthusiasm still remained, he no longer had the ambition he once had. At that moment, Garp felt he really should die. The Navy had annihilated his hometown, and he had encountered a survivor of that destruction. Chapter 22. The Fall of Rocks. If you ask whether Fushiguro regrets deceiving Long, the answer is no. Otherwise, how could he have mastered Luing so early? It's not that Garp is particularly kind. He wants to keep Fushiguro by his side. However, Fushiguro is rebellious and exceptionally talented, quickly mastering the techniques, and the rest requires extensive training. Coincidentally, during that time, Long was also forced to join the training. Compared to Fushiguro, Long had it much worse. Not only did he get beaten by Garp, but he also got beaten by Fushiguro. Garp is a character that Fushiguro recognizes. He cannot change the overall situation, but he has his own principles. At this moment, a timely phone bug rings, and Fushiguro gestures for Long to answer. Rox is about to fall. The headquarters has issued a demon-slaying order. You can evacuate now. Understood. Long solemnly hangs up the phone, looking at Fushiguro, who is not hiding his amusement at all. Fushiguro, you can go. I want to capture you. Long's tightly clenched fists loosen as if he has made a significant decision. Fushiguro wraps his arm collar around his black shoes and kicks Long in the face. In the blink of an eye, Long crashes into a tree trunk the size of a bowl and is sent flying, quickly disappearing from sight. With your level, you dare say you want to capture me? Acting like you're so impressive. Fushiguro makes a playful expression, twisting his body in an yin-yang tone. Let me go, and I'll give you a kick. Seeing Long as hesitant, gentle, An indecisive face makes him angry. Even if your father comes, it won't work. Looking around, Fushiguro really doesn't understand what has supported rocks until now. Hatred? Desire? The ambition of being the king of the world? He doesn't want to understand or learn. The members of the Rocks Pirates Haven made a move to help yet, and he doesn't even know where they are lurking. Witnessing the downfall of the world as strongest man is also quite nice. The battle in God Valley is nearing its end, and Fushiguro's goal has been achieved. Just returning to the battlefield, he sees Wang Ji stab Rocks. Rocks, already exhausted, punches Wang Ji's face, causing it to cave in, and Wang Ji passionately sprays blood in the air. Roger seizes the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Haha, Rocks. You should have realized you would be betrayed by your crew. Damn it. What benefits did you give him to make him choose to betray me? Rocks is furious. Garp chooses to tell Rocks, the world government has agreed to let you go. They want to arrest you in the future. After saying that, he doesn't continue to speak and just keeps swinging his fists. As for whether the promised conditions are true or not, it no longer matters. Rocks is done for. Throughout the entire process, Fushiguro did not intervene, merely witnessing it all quietly. The world does not revolve around one person, and, similarly, Fushiguro will not revolve around the world. Who? Roger and Garp are both covered in blood, from their heads to their shoes, some of it their own and some of it Rocks. After repeatedly beating the corpse for a few minutes and confirming that he is completely dead, the two stand beside Rocks' body, still in disbelief that they have truly killed Rocks. If he doesn't die, they will start to doubt whether this world is filled with undead like Saturn and his crew. The sky, shrouded in darkness, finally reveals the moonlight, which cleverly falls upon Rocks' cold body. Snap! The sound of a broken branch makes Garp's heart leap to his throat. Hey, Fushiguro, you're not planning to take advantage of the situation, are you? Roger watches Fushiguro warily. Based on the conversation between Fushiguro and Rocks earlier, Fushiguro is indeed a highly dangerous individual. When they first met, Fushiguro said he would kill celestial dragons on sight, and it turned out to be true, and so brazenly. Fushiguro walks towards the two with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm not Rocks. I'm just here to take something. Something? Before they can ask what it is, Fushiguro has already taken the knife that belonged to Rocks, admiring the pitch-black blade under the moonlight. It's unclear whether it's due to the combination of haki and the dark fruit, or if the blade is inherently this color. But it is undoubtedly an unparalleled great blade. As he sheaths the blade, Fushiguro casually hangs it at his waist. I'm a pirate. It's normal for me to covet some treasures, right? TSK. Roger, concerned about the coordinates of the redstone, smiles at Garp. Haha, Garp, I'm off. Garp pretends he didn't hear or see anything. After Roger leaves, he looks at Fushiguro, who is searching for something around. What are you still doing here? Want to surrender? Is it bad luck that he couldn't find anything nearby? Fushiguro ignores Garp and continues searching. I'm telling you, Garp strides towards Fushiguro, and suddenly a naval officer rushes in, flustered. Major General, the headquarters has issued a demon-slaying order. We need to evacuate quickly. What? Garp exclaims. There are still so many civilians on the island. Give me the phone bug. Garp snatches the phone bug from the officer's hand. Hello, I'm Garp. Rocks is dead, and there are many civilians on the island. I request an immediate termination of the demon-slaying order. Steelbone Kong's undeniable tone responds. This is a request from the Celestial Dragons to the world government, and then to the Navy headquarters. We have no power to oppose it. Fushiguro searches for a while, but can't find anything. Seeing Garp just hang up the phone, he comes up with an idea. I need to talk to you. Garp frowns and squints, letting the officer leave first, then asks, what do you want to say? Dare to make a bet with me? If I can save the remaining civilians, you will join the Infinite Pirates. Since there are few people now, I'll make you a vice captain. Fushiguro's expression is very confident, so confident that Garp feels uncertain. What method could possibly save civilians under an order that could sink an entire island? If it were just him, it might be possible, but it's not just one or two civilians. It's tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. How could that be done? Are you going to sink all the warships? Fushiguro doesn't tell Garp how to do it and continues to press. Do you dare? Seeing Fushiguro like this, Garp feels delighted but also internally compares and shakes his head. I never gamble. Let us evacuate. The overall situation is set. After Garp says this, he turns around and leaves directly, not giving Fushiguro a chance to tempt him. Even if Fushiguro could really save those civilians, he wouldn't join the pirates. If he really did, he couldn't face his hometown or Sengoku and the others. He is still a navy. He can continue to fight against pirates. And in the end, the loss of civilians will definitely be less than that of this island. This is his confidence, and it further solidifies Garp's resolve. TSK. The Navy won to save people, but they want me, a pirate, to save them? Fushiguro searches for Jinyuan and the others at full speed, holding the Shurhun like a mountain-splitting knife, slashing his way forward, no matter who it is. If they block, they die. Jinyuan, Yaishin, go bring out all the image phone bugs on the ship. Finding Jinyuan and Yaishin, who are stationed on the Black Pearl and fighting enemies. Fushiguro directly orders those people to be killed. Yaishin, can you fly? Yaishin nods hurriedly, and it's clear that Fushiguro is angry and a bit anxious. Good. You two will record the demon-slaying order later, capturing how the Navy slaughtered the civilians. The demon-slaying order? Fushiguro exclaims crazily. Jinyuan, your ability is convenient. Now go record the Celestial Dragon's corpse. Jinyuan swallows hard, and just thinking about the carnage to come makes his heart race. Are we saving those civilians later? Yaishin also looks at Fushiguro, clearly wanting to ask the same question. Fushiguro's red eyes fade, and his pupils return to black. It's up to you. Biubong. The sound of cannon fire comes from not far away. Quick, go into action. Chapter 23. Blackshanks. Fushiguro controlled the Black Pearl alone, steering the ship away from the shore. The Demon Slayer order was a ruthless attack that burned everything, consisting of 10 warships, 5 vice-admirals, and the elite forces of the Navy. The main attack method was the bombardment from the warships, plowing the ground until the island sank. The endless sound of cannon fire drowned out the desperate cries of the pirates, Navy personnel, and helpless civilians still on the island, unable to evacuate. The proud peaks of God Valley were flattened, crushing countless people, and the island trembled continuously, showing signs of splitting apart. Jinyuan's metallic abilities allowed him to control the cannonballs without threat. Yetien's Phoenix ability enabled him to heal his body quickly after injury. Fushiguro wasn't too worried about their lives. He feared they might be moved by the sight and risk their safety to save the civilians. Numerous pirate ships took to the sky, fleeing into the distance, likely due to the intervention of Shiki the Golden Lion, who was expected to attract many remnants to join him. The bombardment continued until the first ray of sunlight illuminated the sea surface, and God Valley Island had vanished. Jinyuan and Yetien recorded the moment of the island's last sinking, with 2 fishing boats hovering nearby, filled with civilians. They didn't count how many were aboard. Even if it was full, they still felt they hadn't saved enough. With the island's disappearance, the Navy also discovered the countless pirates who had yet to leave, along with several nearby fishing boats. The wind howled fiercely. It was time to go. Fushiguro stood at the stern, arms crossed, looking at the sea covered by warships behind him. This is quite amusing, seeing those fishing boats. Garp's mouth gaped wide, laughing loudly and continuously. After placing the survivors of God Valley Island on another island, Fushiguro and the others no longer intervened. Their survival or death was up to them. It was still too early to turn them into their own forces. But the highest peak of the island had already raised the flag of the infinite pirate crew. The civilians felt a mix of emotions. The Celestial Dragons didn't treat them as humans. The Navy ruthlessly sank their hometown, but the pirates saved them from the depths of despair. At this moment, someone would ask why they fell into such dire straits. When the time came, Fushiguro would use the image snail to tell the world. On the Black Pearl, the 3 gathered around a pile of treasure chests on the deck, rubbing their hands in anticipation. After a brief, emotional moment, they were now filled with expectations for the treasure. Even Fushiguro couldn't help but chuckle. Let's open all the chests and see what treasures we have. Wow, so many gold and jewelry. Wow, this whole chest is filled with berries. Jinyuan laughed lewdly, opening chest after chest until he froze, his expression dull. Why is there a child? Hearing this, Fushiguro and Yetian hurriedly leaned over to look inside the chest, where a child about 1 year old with red hair was smiling and reaching out his hands towards them. Hiss, Yetian stroked his chin. This kid looks a bit familiar. Could he be the one the celestial dragons put in here? Oh, you have a sharp eye. Jin Yuan analyzed somewhat theatrically. I think he looks like a civilian from the island. He probably thought the chest was the safest place, so he hid inside. Regarding the gaze from the two, Fushiguro awkwardly picked up the child, playfully teasing him, laughing happily. Didn't you say there were too few people on the ship? Now there's one right here. No. Is this reducing our duties or adding to them? Yetian nodded in agreement. Exactly. This child is barely 2 years old. We have no experience with kids, do you? Fushiguro checked the baby's diaper, confirming he was male, and laughed. Easy to raise. Just feed him, and if he gets sick, you're here. It seems like their trio would need to add the role of babysitter. Jin Yuan emptied the contents of the chest, but found nothing about the child's name. Hee. Let's give this little guy a name. You go first. Eagerly, Jin Yuan couldn't contain his naming impulse. Since he was found in the treasure chest, how about we call him Gold Baby? If that doesn't work, how about Treasure Chest Gold? What do you think? Yetian looked speechless, patting Jin Yuan's shoulder. I'm not trying to discourage you, but that name is simply a mess. You clearly just want a name that includes your own. In my opinion, how about calling him Nyo Air? They say a cheap name is easy to raise. Jin Yuan retaliated mercilessly. Why not call him Nyo Z, and why Nyo Air? Fushiguro grew more skilled, teasing with one finger. With such red hair, his nickname should be Little Black. His full name will be Shanks. Jin Yuan scratched his head. Why is there no prefix? Should we add a prefix from Zuin? Yetian crossed his arms and snorted. By your logic, I could say we should add Sigma too. Bang! Fushiguro punched them both. Since the name is given on the Black Pearl, let's add Black, just like his nickname. What kind of weird names are you guys suggesting? We'll call Black Shanks. Since they weren't sure of his exact age, let us just say he was 1 year old. It's better for a boy to be a little younger. Shanks held Fushiguro's fingers with both small hands, giggling. The ship had no dairy products, so Jin Yuan suggested finding an island to buy some clothes and food for the child. Definitely not, because he wanted to relax. Everyone agreed, and Fushiguro was still amazed by 1 year old Shanks' energy as he crawled around on the grass of the deck, trying to stand up. Fortunately, the ship had some eggs and rice, allowing Shanks to survive on the Black Pearl, or it might have turned into a ghost ship, in a town on an island in the New World. Fushiguro held Shanks in one arm, perfectly embodying a babysitter's image, walking through the town streets. His extraordinary demeanor, combined with his good looks, attracted the attention of many young girls and women. The love in their eyes was so evident that they nearly rushed over to tackle Fushiguro. Jin Yuan and Yetian went to gather supplies, leaving him to search for a children's clothing store, intending to buy a lot of clothes for Shanks. Not just a little, but many. No one wanted to wash the pants that Shanks would soil. Entering a children's clothing store, the shopkeeper warmly approached. Customer, what can I help you with today? Fushiguro looked down at Shanks and told the shopkeeper, I want to buy some clothes for this little guy. Get one of every style in his size, including girls' clothes. Also, for the boys' sizes, get several sets up to 5 years old. Realizing the large order, the shopkeeper clearly doubted. So Fushiguro placed several gold bars on the table. The toy area is over there. I'll check it out myself. You just prepare the clothes. Sure thing, esteemed guest. We'll get right on it. You can find the toy area if you follow the signs up ahead. Your son is lucky to have a father like you. The shopkeeper bent down, smiling brightly. Business was booming today. Lucky? Perhaps. When the time comes to dress Shanks in girls' clothes, add some dolls, and take some pictures with the image snail for his childhood memories. Chapter 24, 2 years later, encountering an old acquaintance. Hey, Jin Yuan, come over to the children's home later and pick up the stuff I bought for Xiaoan. Got it. You just see me as a porter. After Fushiguro hung up the phone, Jin Yuan's complaints came to an abrupt stop. Shanks was already dressed in a proper outfit, no longer wearing clothes that were just hastily tailored from their clothes. At the age of 1, Shanks was already fair and tender, and now dressed in a colorful outfit. He looked as cute as a porcelain doll. Little Shanks, with eyes full of curiosity about the world, kept observing his surroundings. The only good thing was that he wasn't crying on the street. Passing by a bookstore, Fushiguro casually bought a newspaper. It had been several days since the Battle of God Valley, so there should be some news. With the massive Navy warships deployed, it was impossible for them to go unnoticed. Some passers-by would have certainly spotted them. Sure enough, there was news about the God Valley incident, but the facts were obscured. There were only reports of pirates, plundering islands, and the Navy intervening. Rox is dead. Navy hero Garp. Even the news didn't mention the massacre of the Celestial Dragons by Fushiguro. It focused more on the disbandment of the Rox pirates and the heroism of Monkey D. Garp. The world needs a hero, and he was the one being presented as such. The Infinity Pirates were only represented by 3 bounty posters in the news, with no details on why the bounties were increased, just a brief line. Guilty of many crimes, indiscriminate slaughter. Kuro Fushiguro, powerless. Bounty, 3 billion berry, dead or alive. Sigma Yetian, devil fruit user. Bounty, 1, 13 billion berry, dead or alive. Zhuan Jinyuan, devil fruit user. Bounty, 1, 2 billion berry, dead or alive. TCH, 3 billion? Did they look down on me for not having a devil fruit ability? Fushiguro stuffed the newspaper into his pocket, planning to take it back to show Jinyuan and Yetian. After all, it was bought with money and shouldn't go to waste. At least this time, he was wearing pants with pockets. 2 years passed in a flash, and Xiaohong could already stand and run. The death of Rox meant the end of the Rox era. A powerful figure who had outclassed everyone was gone, and an ambitious man who wanted to seize the throne of the world had vanished. The disbandment of the Rox pirates relieved the pressure on everyone, giving some room for development for the world government, the Navy, pirates, and civilians alike. With the suppression of the Rox pirates gone, countless pirates were swept away by the Navy, fearing the emergence of another figure like Rox. This kept the Navy hero Garp extremely busy. The flames of war continued, with many fighting over territory in the New World. On the deck, Shanks was getting dirty, running around with his little but wiggling, trying to catch low-flying butterflies. Fushiguro grabbed Shanks by the nape of his neck. The weather is nice, it's time for a bath. Next to them was a small inflatable pool filled with hot water, specially prepared for Shanks, both to help him develop his swimming skills from a young age and to take baths. Most of the time, however, he ended up submerged, pulled out with a round little belly after drinking his fill. Soaking wet, with foam on his head, Shanks was refreshed and new after a quick wash. Fushiguro took out a set of little princess attire and skillfully dressed Shanks in it, all of which was recorded by a transponder snail. Over the 2 years, the 3 on the Black Pearl had become quite adept at the skills of being a dad. The least mentionable thing was that no opposite sex had boarded the ship. Jinyuan and Yetian had particularly high standards, wanting not only strength but also good looks. They really thought everyone was like Fireflower. Who knew how she liked that guy Roger so much? She was a complete romantic. Now it was unclear what they both thought, as they no longer shouted about wanting to bring people on board. Fushiguro kept testing their sexual orientation, and after confirming it, he didn't think much more about it. Jinyuan loved to use the transponder snail to secretly watch some things at night. In his little princess outfit, Shanks was happily running around the deck. Jinyuan landed on the deck from midair and excitedly said to Fushiguro, "I spotted 2 pirate ships ahead. It seems to be the 9 Snake Pirates and the Roger Pirates. The 2 ships are docked together. I wonder what they are up to. How did those 2 end up together?" Fushiguro wondered, then thinking of the fun to be had, waved his hand. "Bring the ship closer. Let us see what this pirate protecting the Celestial Dragons is up to." With the Rox pirates disbanded, why was the 9 Snake Pirates still out here instead of returning to Amazon Lily? Roger and Fushiguro are coming towards us. What should we do? Rayleigh looked seriously at the Black Pearl, even ignoring Shocky, who was holding onto his collar. "Rayleigh, don't try to change the subject. Tell me why you haven't come to see me for so long." Roger touched the bump on his head from where Shocky had just hit him and approached the railing. "This is a bit tricky. I don't know if Fushiguro will be the second Rox." Fireflower's adoring gaze was fixed on Roger, and she said sweetly, "It's okay. I will fight them with you." Now on the sea, it was said that the Black Pearl of the Infinity Pirates was the fastest ship in the world. Even if they retreated now, it would be too late, especially since she didn't want to be called a turtle. Roger crossed his arms over his chest. They were going to search for the world's great treasure, and they wouldn't be scared off by Fushiguro. Since that was the case, Rayleigh had to let Shocky push him to speak to the other crew members, get ready for battle. Although the Infinity Pirates only have 3 people, they are not simple. Jabba raised his double axes. Just Fukuhira is a bit tricky. The other 2 are not worth mentioning. Rayleigh smiled, but said nothing more. Both Jabba and he had Conqueror's Haki, which alone indicated the quality of a pirate crew. Jin Yuan and Yetian hadn't accomplished anything significant. Instead, Fukuhira had been the one shining, overshadowing Jin Yuan and Yetian's bright spots. Hey, are you holding a party? Don't forget to invite us, single pirates. Fukuhira stood on the dragon's head, one hand in his pocket, greeting the people on the Oro Jackson, looking like long-lost good brothers. Rayleigh couldn't figure out Fukuhira's intentions for a moment and didn't speak, as the captain hadn't said anything yet, so he naturally wouldn't speak first either. The Infinity Pirates were no longer a small pirate crew. After the Battle of God Valley, they had managed to come out unscathed, surpassing most pirate crews at sea in strength. Thinking about how Fukuhira hadn't started a fight right away, Roger showed his signature smile. Do you want to join our banquet? Feeling a bit itchy, Fukuhira smiled, waiting for Roger's response. Then let us find an island. There is one not far from here. Roger didn't refuse. He also wanted to know how strong Fukuhira had become now. Chapter 25, Sparring, TSK. Once they arrived on the island, that guy Fireflower kept sticking close to Roger, warning him to be careful. And that guy Shaki was also talking to Rayleigh about some intelligence regarding the 3 of them. The 3 of them, plus a little one, inexplicably felt like they were being fed dog food. Damn, just wait until I beat you up in front of your wives. Fushiguro had secretly vowed to teach Roger a lesson. As for the little guy, he was coaxed to sleep by Fushiguro and placed in a room. If something unexpected happened, he was worried he wouldn't be able to take care of the little one. In the business bureau, my partner will also participate in the battle, so send 2 more people from your side. Although it sounded a bit strange, Fushiguro still mustered the courage to say it. On the sea, it's not just about fighting and killing. There are also human relationships. For Roger, fighting is the best way. Jin Yuan and Yi Tian also really needed strong opponents to train against. Roger didn't feel anything was wrong. Sparring and fighting seemed completely normal to him. So he turned to the crowd. Who wants to duel with the Infinite Pirates? Rayleigh and Jabba stepped forward in sync, left and right, to face Fushigiro's current left and right hands, which was quite reasonable. Calculating the time and thinking about how he still had to feed the little guy in the afternoon, Fushiguro slowly said, "Time will come to dusk. After all, there are many beautiful women nearby, and I'm looking forward to today's banquet." Roger flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Then let's begin. Boom! As the words fell, both sides moved almost simultaneously, rushing towards each other, each holding their weapons as they charged. No gifts, no sweet words, just hoping to deal a few more cuts and leave a few more axe marks on each other. With Conqueror's Haki entwined with Soul Release, Fushiguro didn't directly use Conqueror's Haki this time, but instead activated Flowing Sakura. Roger was slightly puzzled, but said nothing and went in with a divine dodge. Damn! Fushiguro's eyes widened. Good grief, this seemingly honest, smiling tiger puts in the effort only when there's a woman around. Huh? Boom! The familiar sensation, the intoxicating island. The only difference was that there were female guests watching and cheering. What Fushiguro heard were things like, "Go Roger, Rayleigh you're the best, Jabba you're so handsome." Sweat beads popped up on his forehead. Conqueror's Haki suddenly entwined with Soul Release. Fushiguro launched a fierce attack, using both blade and foot, instantly fighting Roger to the center of the island. Wild creatures scattered, even those flying in the sky, fled far away. Roger was exhilarated. It had been a long time since he had fought so joyfully after battling rocks. Fight! So exhilarating. Yi Tian faced Rayleigh, who didn't let his guard down just because it was Yi Tian. On the contrary, he was very cautious. They hadn't fought in God Valley, and 2 years was enough for a person to grow a lot. Sure enough, it was the mythical Zoan type, Phoenix form. Yi Tian unfurled a pair of blue flaming wings from his back, his speed skyrocketing as he swung out an incredibly swift slash. Rayleigh remained calm and met his blade. The application of high-level Haki. You really have mastered it. The 2 blades clashed, and feeling the force transmitted through the blades, Rayleigh's expression grew slightly serious. Not only was he impressed by Yi Tian's rapid progress, but his swordsmanship was also quite good. Yi Tian remained expressionless and silent. Those who want to win don't show expressions on their faces. With armament haki entwined, he kept attacking, using Rayleigh to feed him moves. For a moment, Rayleigh really had no effective way to deal with Yi Tian. Every time he blasted Yi Tian away, Yi Tian would come back like nothing had happened and kick him back. That incredible healing speed, making him feel like he was up against an invincible cockroach. Not only that, but Rayleigh also felt Yi Tian's swordsmanship gradually improving, becoming faster, sharper, and more decisive. Staying in the swordmaster phase, Rayleigh noticed that Yi Tian was using him to practice swordsmanship, his brow furrowing. They weren't exactly enemies with the infinite pirates, but they were certainly not friends either. Moreover, there was a woman he admired watching from the side. Thinking of this, Rayleigh no longer used armament haki. A surge of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, entwining around him. Yi Tian's lips twitched. While the devil fruit indeed brought strength enhancement, it was also true that Conqueror's haki suppressed those without it. Fushiguro's training to withstand their Conqueror's haki was another story. After the battle in God Valley, they all clearly knew the path they wanted to take and wouldn't be rendered powerless just because of Conqueror's haki. Yi Tian's phoenix flame surged, enveloping him completely in flames. Before Rayleigh could attack, he took the initiative. A glimmer of recognition flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Let me see the strength of someone with a bounty of 13 billion berries. At the same time, Jabba was feeling flustered by Jin Yuan's manipulation of metal, always on guard against attacks coming from tricky angles. As long as his double axes didn't have haki entwined, he would be robbed by that guy Jin Yuan. It was genuinely annoying, not very powerful, but extremely irritating. Jabba continuously cleaved through the incoming metal attacks, and whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if he was being controlled, forcing him to cover himself with haki. With a roar, Jabba unleashed his Conqueror's haki. Jin Yuan didn't expect this sudden attack, and was stunned for a moment, giving Jabba the chance to close in. Boom! The iron piece on Jin Yuan's left arm, which had been unused, now blocked Jabba's axe, with haki entwined around his legs. Flowing Sakura landed a kick right on Jabba's chest. Jabba stepped back in disbelief. I didn't expect your physical skills to be strong. What Jin Yuan wanted was this exhilarating feeling, the corners of his mouth curling up. As Fushiguro said, a mage who can't fight in close combat, isn't a good shipwright. Coincidentally, I know a little about physical skills too. While speaking, Jin Yuan didn't stop. The iron piece was continuously shaped into any advantageous form for attack. Jabba was a bit angry. Then you better be ready. TSK. Is this guy going to lose his temper? Jin Yuan felt a bit nervous as Jabba seemed ready to risk everything to land a few hits on him. As the evening approached, dusk was near. The collision of Conqueror's haki at the center of the island continued unabated, and the sky was clear, as if all the clouds had been shaken away. As dusk fell, the commotion at the center finally ceased. The crowd on the periphery knew that the sparring had ended and continued busying themselves with the banquet preparations. Yi Tian and Jin Yuan also took out some supplies from the Black Pearl, mainly to provide drinks, as the recent sparring had been incredibly beneficial for them. They also understood where the gap between them and the real strong ones of the sea lay: time. Because of this battle, Rayleigh and Jabba no longer underestimated them. On the contrary, they carried a sense of respect, previously only considering Fushiguro's face. Now, they had earned their own respect through their own skills. Fushiguro and Roger walked out of the woods side by side, both of their clothes torn and tattered. Only they knew who had made the crucial mistake. After such a short battle, it was hard to say who was worse off. Both were users of paramecia abilities, and it was a contest of physical skills and swordsmanship. If one had to classify Fushiguro's swordsmanship, he could be considered a swordmaster for now, but he wasn't just relying on swordsmanship to make a living. Seeing their crew and the beauties of the Nine Snakes pirate crew busy organizing the banquet, the two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 26. Social gathering during the battle. Fubuhai asked Roger many questions, and some he planned to save for after they had a drink. Roger looked at Fubuhai in confusion. Why only fight until dusk? Is there really someone you like in the Nine Snake Pirates? Fubuhai thought to himself, what are you thinking? I'm afraid the little guy will get hungry. He smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. Seeing Fubuhai walk directly toward the Black Pearl, Roger, still puzzled, approached Yaishin. Do you have animals on your ship? Yaishin put down what he was doing. A kid. A kid? Just then, Fubuhai returned with a wailing Shanks and said to Jin Yuan, get something for the little black to eat. He's starving. Seeing the 3-year-old Shanks, everyone gathered around, especially the female crew members of the 9 Snake Pirates, their eyes nearly overflowing with maternal love. Roger stroked his chin and asked, whose child is this? He's already this big. Fubuhai placed Shanks by his feet. The little guy sucked on his fingers and, seeing so many people looking at him, stopped crying and curiously observed everyone. We found him on God Valley Island. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed. After all, they had seen Jin Yuan, Yaishin, and the others save many civilians from God Valley Island and thought he was one of them. Fubuhai knew they hadn't thought too deeply and didn't explain anything, allowing little Shanks to be played with by the overly maternal members of the 9 Snake Pirates. At some point, Hua had come close to Roger, blushing and whispering, the kid is so cute. When can we have our own? After she said this, everyone blinked and looked at the blushing Hua. What direct question? Roger rarely responded to Hua. I still have many things to do and don't plan to have kids right now. Shachi said nothing but quietly pinched Rayleigh's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Laughter erupted among everyone. Once everyone was gathered, the banquet began. Woo! Roger excitedly raised both hands to announce the start of the banquet, while the others couldn't wait to cheer. It was a rare opportunity to socialize with the beautiful crew, and they wanted to seize it. Fubuhai and the others sat down with Roger's pirate crew, and notably, with the cadres of the 9 Snake Pirates. It was quite strange, whether it was Roger's way of thinking or the romantic mindset of the 9 Snake Pirates. Fubuhai couldn't understand how the 3 groups could sit together reasonably and laugh. Perhaps this was also a form of fate. What's his name? Roger pointed at Shanks, who was running around and poking things. Black Shanks. His nickname is Little Black. Fubuhai drank his wine, looking at Shanks and unconsciously smiling. I don't think he's black at all. His hair is red. Why would you call him Little Black? Roger asked the question everyone was curious about. Fubuhai casually burped and replied, it's just a feeling. Roger didn't dwell on Shanks's nickname, but he did think the name Shanks was quite good. Why are you so obsessed with killing celestial dragons? Do you want to become the next Rocks? It was a tricky question, and Rayleigh and the others stopped bragging, focusing intently on Fubuhai's answer. It's not that I'm obsessed with killing them. It's like, if you have good wine in front of you, would you not want to drink it? Fubuhai continued with a playful expression. I'm not interested in so-called power and money. My hometown was destroyed because of them. That reason is enough for them to be exterminated. Everyone was hearing this for the first time, and indeed, if it were them, they would feel the same. Roger didn't try to persuade him, believing that one shouldn't advise others on evil or good. He couldn't be considered a good person himself. As one could say, no pirates are good people. Even if they were once good people, being a good person depends on the target. To the civilians saved from God Valley, Fubuhai was a good person, but to the celestial dragons, Fubuhai was a tumor, a bad person, a pest disrupting the world order. Yaishin and Jin Yuan spoke up, saying their hometowns were also persecuted by the celestial dragons and the Navy. Everyone sighed over the world government. There was no choice. In this era, it was either pirates or mountain bandits persecuting civilians, or the Navy harming civilians. Civilians persecuted by pirates joined the Navy, and those persecuted by the Navy became pirates. Who could accurately describe the situation? Where there is darkness, light is highlighted, and where there is light, there is darkness. Fubuhai looked at Shachi and curiously asked, weren't you running a bar on Seas.The archipelago? Why are you on the ship again? Shachi irritably slapped Rayleigh's shoulder. It's because I heard the Rocks pirates disbanded, and I haven't seen my sister in a long time. So I came to find this unfaithful man. Rayleigh shyly buried his head into his drink, fearing a tough night ahead. Fubuhai scratched his head, wondering how such a beautiful girl could be interested in Rayleigh. It seemed Roger and the others also liked Shachi. How did you manage to win Shachi over? This wasn't just Fubuhai's curiosity. Even Roger and the others were watching closely, especially Roger, who poked Rayleigh in the ribs. Don't hide it, just say it. What? Rayleigh, you're reserve man, and you're on the same ship. You don't know the inside story? Rayleigh, feeling a bit embarrassed, quietly said, I don't know. Maybe it's because I love her. Climb. Fubohai and Roger put down their cups, constantly rubbing their arms, unable to believe that this rough man could say such cheesy things. Shachi's face turned red at this remark, leaning on Rayleigh's shoulder as she spoke for him. At that time, after I left the 9 snake pirates, I opened a bar on Honeycomb Island. I didn't expect my beauty to bring me so much trouble. I felt like a bird in a cage, being watched by them. 4 years ago, the Roger pirates found Honeycomb Island and fought against rocks. It was then that Rayleigh saved me. Jabba furrowed his brows upon hearing this, immediately standing up and pointing at Rayleigh. Good job, Rayleigh. I wondered why you disappeared during the fight. Turns out you want to find a beauty. Do you know I almost got killed by randomize back then? Rayleigh lowered his head in silence, embarrassed to the point of wanting to bury his face in his drink. Even Roger joined in on the critique. Exactly. The crew of the Roger pirates began to heckle. 1 barrel of punishment drink. No wonder, back then on Sabeti Archipelago, that bar seemed brand new. It really was new. You guys are impressive for being able to make it out of Honeycomb Island. Fubohai couldn't help but marvel. Countless powerful pirates used to be on Honeycomb Island, and Roger and the others dared to go confront them. Roger didn't hide anything and wore a hint of sorrow on his face. It wasn't a complete withdrawal. We underestimated Honeycomb Island and lost quite a few companions. Fubohai clapped his fists together, wise as he said, no wonder you insisted on killing rocks on God Valley. It turns out it was because your companions were killed by them. That's part of the reason. Roger looked seriously at Fubohai. Fubohai, do you know about the Great Treasure? For some reason, Fubohai always gave him an indescribable, peculiar feeling. Chapter 27. It's either windy or rainy. 5 years ago, we arrived at Water, Xinxing Island. The final island pointed to by the record pointer. However, we discovered that Water, Xinxing Island was not the last island, and the record pointer was also in disarray. Fujitora signaled for Roger to continue, and Roger organized his thoughts and continued. It's all thanks to you. Me? Fujitora was puzzled about how this matter could be related to him. Roger finished his drink and nodded. At that time, you guys had a fight with Charlotte Linlin, and they suffered heavy losses, plus Kaido was knocked out by you. We happened to stumble upon their fight and stole a copy of the poneglyph from their ship. From that historical text, we learned that it was a coordinate. There are a total of 4 such coordinates, and we couldn't translate more specific details. Yi Tian and Jin Yuan had never heard of such things. Their small eyes were filled with big confusion, and they didn't ask questions, quietly listening instead. Rayleigh and the others didn't understand why such precious information should be shared with Fujitora, but they didn't stop it either. Roger wouldn't act recklessly on important matters. Roger paused, and we suspect that rocks must have other copies of historical texts or the original coordinates of the Redstone. As long as he is alive, it will be difficult for us to get them, which is why I chose to team up with that guy Garp. Just then, Garp, who was being pointed at by Zifa, suddenly sneezed. Could it be that I'm catching a cold from being too tired lately? Garp, did you hear what I said about your Sun Dragon-'s betrayal? The scene shifted back to Roger, who had a carefree expression. Do you want to take a look? You might understand it. The historical text, you won't regret looking at it. Now is not the right time to look, Fujitora decisively agreed. Let us drink first, and we'll look at it tomorrow. Cheers! Jin Yuan and Yi Tian were slightly tipsy, facing Rayleigh and Jabba. Watch me outdrink you. Rayleigh discreetly glanced at Shaki and said seriously, Come on. The next day, everyone was rubbing their foreheads, regretting that they should have drunk less yesterday. Drinking too much was even worse than getting beaten up. Some weren't suffering from hangovers, but were rubbing their waists, their legs feeling a bit weak. Like a certain person with the surname Lei. Last night, the fish in the sea had their fill, thanks to nature's bounty. Despite the calm sea at midnight, the ship was rocking uncontrollably. Roger kept his word. After having lunch, he took Fujitora and the others onto the ship to see the historical text. Fujitora stroked his chin. If he could understand the scribbled text, that would be something. Jin Yuan and Yi Tian felt like they were looking at a painting when they saw the historical text, unable to understand anything, and after a few minutes, they gave up on further research. For some reason, staring at it for too long easily made one drowsy. Under Roger's hopeful gaze, Fujitora slowly shook his head. I don't understand it all. It seems that if you want to go to a specific place, you still need to find someone who can understand the text above. Do you know which country's people can understand the text above? Fujitora stroked his chin. Maybe you can ask the larger pirate crews you encounter in the future. You'll always find clues. Roger felt this made a lot of sense. All right, then we're off. The sea is so vast, who knows how long it will take to find it. Shaki looked reluctantly at Rayleigh. I'll wait for you to come back for me at seas.The archipelago. If you dare not come back, I'll put a hat on you. Yesterday, that guy Roger drank too much with Fujitora to the point of not knowing the world, making a complete mess of things. Even the flame flower couldn't find an opportunity. It seemed Roger heard the sighs of the flame flower. Once we find it, I will come looking for you. A look of surprise, as if becoming the king of the world, spread across the flame flower's face, and she nodded heavily like a little bird. The crew of the Roger pirates teased and laughed. Hey, the captain is so shy when he speaks. Fujitora curled his lips, maybe just as Roger said. Everyone has a different view of themselves. So what does it matter, as long as one's own people think well of themselves? It's not for those passers-by. Why live for unrelated people? Why carry such a heavy burden for oneself? Fujitora turned and waved his right hand. See you next time. I don't ask you to help me actively, and please don't stop me from killing celestial dragons. Roger adjusted the straw hat on his head. I also want to ask you not to catch my beloved crew and kill them. Ha ha. The laughter of the two pirate captains echoed, seemingly reaching some kind of unspoken agreement. Fujitora, why did you come back? Are we still having a banquet today? Jin Yuan was controlling Shanks to fly around in the sky and came over to ask when he saw Fujitora return. Fujitora laughed and looked up at Shanks. No more. They're in a hurry to find the world's great treasure and are currently saying goodbye to the beautiful ladies. Speaking of which, did you guys manage to eat anything yesterday? With so many single beauties yesterday, Jin Yuan should have been unable to resist. Jin Yuan tilted his head and boasted, I always take drinking seriously. I didn't have time to look for girls. Just then, Yi Tian came over and ruthlessly exposed him. Yes, just shy. Yesterday, how many beauties from the Kuja pirates came to him? And he stammered for ages without saying a word. Those beauties covered their mouths and laughed, as if they had found a fun toy, and soon got him drunk. Speaking of this, Yi Tian deliberately paused, then grinned at Fujitora, and then Jin Yuan was dragged away by the Kuja pirates. Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you. Fujitora's mouth was puffed up with laughter, and he quickly waved his hands at Jin Yuan. I'm professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, I want to laugh. Meaning you were taken away? Ha! As soon as this was said, Yi Tian couldn't hold back his laughter, causing Fujitora to also cover his stomach and roll on the ground in laughter. Jin Yuan's face darkened, and Shanks in the sky had bad luck. He was flying too fast, and the wind was blowing against his face, making him go wow, wow, wow. After laughing for a while, Fujitora heard Shanks crying and hurriedly took out a transponder snail to record Shanks crying in the air. All right, let Little Black down now. Jin Yuan was a bit annoyed. Clearly, he was the one who profited, but it felt like he was the one losing. What about you, Yi Tian? Good. Jin Yuan heard Fujitora shift the target to Yi Tian, stepping forward voluntarily, as if wanting to reclaim all his lost dignity. Heh, Yi Tian is nothing. Oh, there's a gunpowder smell. Fujitora sat in the chair, holding the already calmed Shanks. Go on, elaborate. Yi Tian's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to leave, fearing that Jin Yuan would exaggerate things after he left. Jin Yuan spoke with a triumphant expression, as if he was reliving the scene. Yesterday, I don't know if he got drunk or went crazy, but a beautiful lady invited him to accompany her to the woods to use the restroom. Guess how Yi Tian replied? He said no one would look. It's fine to go alone. Fujitora found it strangely normal and gestured for Jin Yuan to continue. Jin Yuan continued. Then the girl didn't believe it and said she wanted to go to the woods to play a game with Yi Tian. In the end, Yi Tian replied, there are too many mosquitoes in the woods. What game can we play here? Even I can tell what kind of game they were going to play with that wooden head. That girl was also stubborn, feeling uncomfortable unless she took Yi Tian down. She then said, let us go play on the ship. Jin Yuan was indignant, feeling that Yi Tian was wasting a great opportunity. Pointing at Yi Tian, do you know what this guy said? He said drinking is more fun. As a result, that girl was forcefully drunk and fell asleep nearby. That guy Yition turned around and went to drink with others, leaving her lying there to be taken back to the boat by her companions. How could Yition allow Jin Yuan to attack? He retorted, "What's wrong? She's already passed out from drinking. How can I keep drinking with her? I have to find someone else to drink with." Fu Hei felt a sense of frustration, seeing that Yition completely failed to realize where his problem lay, and he shook his head helplessly. No wonder they were asked to keep an eye out for good female crew members. It was either raining or windy. Chapter 28. Barrett wasn't sure if it was a route issue or if everyone had their own matters to attend to, but along the way, he and the others hadn't seen any old friends, which made them feel a bit bored. Just then, the calm sea suddenly revealed several massive waterspouts right ahead. Oh no! Damn it! Can Jin Yuan change direction? Waterspouts aren't as easy to deal with as hail. Their destructive power is immense. At this distance, Barrett could clearly see countless marine creatures swirling within the waterspouts. Jin Yuan's cold sweat trickled down his temples as he swallowed hard. "Captain, we might have to take it head-on." After securing Shanks in the room, Yition gripped the unsheathed Chiu Wu tightly. Barrett stood at the bow of the ship, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which enveloped his sword, causing it to radiate a rich black-purple hue. Jin Yuan turned left, noticing that the single waterspout on that side had a larger gap compared to the others. He suggested trying to control the metallic elements within it to slow down the waterspout. "Yition, when you unleash your drinking strength, let's break through the leftmost waterspout together. We might only be able to hold it off for a moment. Jin Yuan, watch for the right moment and charge through at full speed." Barrett quickly issued commands, and the black pearl shortened its distance to the waterspout. "Go!" Jin Yuan shouted as he halted the waterspout. The two had been charging their attacks and struck simultaneously, shouting the names of their techniques. Extinction. Barrett unleashed a massive vertical slash infused with Conqueror's haki, cleaving the sea surface and directly striking the waterspout. Yition wasn't to be outdone. He swung his sword with unprecedented strength. Calamity, a slash weaker than Extinction, followed closely behind, yet also aimed for the target. The waterspout was split in half, and countless marine creatures were severed, dyeing the waterspout in various colors as blood mingled with the water. Jin Yuan clenched his hands towards the waterspout and shouted, "Scatter!" Barrett continued to unleash several slashes without sheathing his sword, while Yition also contributed with his strikes, though with less power than the first. Jin Yuan. Before he finished speaking, Jin Yuan had already timed it perfectly. "Let's go." Whoosh! The black pearl launched forward wildly, its bow rising as if to mock the calamity. The strong winds and the pull of a nearby waterspout attempted to suck the black pearl in. "Charge forward. We'll handle the back." Break through. Ahead, the skies were clear. Jin Yuan and Yition lay on the deck, gasping for breath after their narrow escape. Barrett crouched down, smiling at Yition. "Congratulations, you've become a sword master." Yition smugly turned his head. "Humph, becoming a sword master was inevitable. I will become a great sword master in the future." Yes. Jin Yuan teased from his side. "So what if you're a great sword master? If you annoy me, I'll quietly steal your sword." "Oh, I was wondering why I kept feeling you lurking around my room lately. It turns out you had this plan." Jin Yuan and Yition began to grapple with each other, while Barrett shook his head with a smile and pushed open the door to Shanks' room, which was filled with toys. Shanks, secured to the bed, blinked and smiled at Barrett, extending his hands. With a fatherly smile, Barrett picked Shanks up and said, "Let us find an island to rest and check if the ship has any problems." "Understood. Barrett, this island seems a bit off." Yition flew down from the lookout, reporting what he had just seen. "It seems like there's constant warfare on this island. It's not calm like the other islands." Barrett pointed. "This island looks quite large. Internal strife is normal." "No problem. Let's find a place to dock." Jin Yuan, "Repair the ship. We'll split up and check the situation." After landing on the island, Barrett and Yition moved in different directions. Yition didn't take off immediately. This wasn't a beginner's village, and he had to be cautious. Barrett, however, had fewer concerns and dashed towards the sounds of cannon fire. Nowadays, it was rare to encounter an island in civil strife. Most wars were caused by external enemies. Standing on a dilapidated rooftop, Barrett gazed at the battle below, muttering, "What is going on? Child soldiers?" Countless young soldiers charged into the fray recklessly. Leading the charge was a sturdy, somewhat anxious-looking boy, and Barrett couldn't quite tell how old he was. Who was this brave subordinate? After watching for a while, Barrett felt there was nothing interesting. Such scenes played out daily on the sea. It could be said that humans were the most worthless, yet the most valuable things in the world. By nightfall, there were no entertainment activities, just fighting. To Barrett, the battles seemed trivial, so he began to look for a place to resupply. This area seems to be entirely a combat zone. Barrett wandered around, but found no safe area. What is going on in this country? Why is there war everywhere? He decided to sit cross-legged on the rooftop, observing the fearless young soldier who charged into the enemy ranks without a hint of fear, only a thirst for glory. Barrett stood up, a smirk forming on his lips. As the boy pushed deeper into enemy territory, several teammates followed closely behind. In what they thought was a relatively hidden spot, the boy, panting and drenched in mixed blood and sweat, turned to his teammates and said, "Let us stop here for now and head back to rest." A smaller boy behind him sneered, "Thanks, Barrett. If you're tired, you can go back. We're just getting started." Barrett frowned, not understanding their tone. He had been thinking only of them. So why this attitude? Oh no, they're after the medals and glory. In an instant, Barrett realized the situation, but the pressure of being at the forefront was starting to wear him down. As he charged forward, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't die in the flames of war. Watching the sneering boy continue ahead, along with a few others wielding weapons beside him, Barrett thought, "Boy, it seems you need help right now." Dressed in black with white pants, his black messy hair failing to hide a scar across his brow, Barrett stood with one hand in his pocket, greeting the boy. The sudden appearance of the mysterious man made Barrett feel as if he were facing a formidable foe. His instincts honed in battle told him that this man was dangerous. The other boys, however, only saw the sudden intrusion as a nuisance, pointing their weapons at Barrett and shouting, "Who are you? If you don't want to die, get lost." With a few swift slaps, Barrett knocked the boys into the ruins, then turned to the boy and spoke gently. "If there is something you want to pursue, that thing is very important. Then fight for it with your life." Barrett felt a surge of blood and energy within him, and his fatigued body seemed to regain strength, ready to fight 300 more rounds. Chapter 29, Deception. Who are you, and why do you want to help me? Barrett was not dazed by the flattery, but he also didn't become wary of Fushiguro. "I find you pleasing to the eye, so I want to help you," Fushiguro replied casually with a smile, before asking others' names. "You should first introduce yourself." "My name is Barrett." In Barrett's childhood army, all young soldiers were called bullets, and each was numbered, with him being number 9. The commander's name was Douglas, so he was referred to as the 9th bullet of Douglas's army, which is the origin of the name Douglas Barrett. "Fushiguro, how old are you?" "8. "You're 8. Seeing Barrett's honest demeanor, Fushiguro couldn't say much. Perhaps he really was 8? After all, 5-year-old Charlotte Linlin could kill a bear with one punch, so it was normal for someone 8 years old to be this big. Right? If you don't act soon, that insidious guy will take away the glory that belongs to you. Fushiguro pointed towards the direction where the chaos was happening. Barrett looked in the direction of his finger, his expression tangled, not knowing what to think. Barrett did not act, but sincerely asked Fushiguro, "Are you a pirate? Or a navy? This country has no strong people like you. You must be an outsider." The surrounding sounds of cannon fire were continuous. Yet no one noticed the two of them. Fushiguro patiently explained, "I'm a pirate, a great pirate. Then can you take me away from this country?" Barrett's earnest gaze locked onto Fushiguro. Fushiguro smirked, "If I make a move, how can it be called escaping? Let us go." "Go? Where?" Barrett had many questions in his heart and hurriedly spoke. "There are watch soldiers behind guarding. Anyone who tries to escape will be executed on the spot." Although he didn't understand why such a brave fighting boy would talk about escaping this country, Fushiguro effortlessly lifted Barrett, who was almost of the same height, onto his shoulder. It's simple. In Barrett's eyes, the scenery was constantly retreating, becoming blurry, and when he came to his senses, they had already arrived in an uninhabited forest. Barrett landed on his feet, staggering to hold onto a nearby tree. Fushiguro's calm voice rang out. "Now you just need to walk in this direction, and you'll be able to see the sea. At that time, you can go wherever you want. That is your freedom. Go wherever I want." Freedom? Barrett had obtained the freedom he had always dreamed of, no longer being a killing machine at others' command. And for a moment, confusion appeared in his eyes. Seeing the right moment, Fushiguro coughed strategically to attract Barrett's attention. Where you can join me, become part of the infinite pirate crew, this loving family. A loving family? That sounds so unfamiliar. Barrett's eyes gradually lit up, feeling a bit restrained. Can I? A kid like me won't be looked down upon or treated differently, will I? Fushiguro placed his arm around Barrett's shoulder and said gradually, our pirate crew will not restrict any partner, nor will there be any so-called betrayal. We help each other, adventure on this sea, and help those in need just like I helped you. Moreover, we have great benefits. You can eat and drink whatever you want, and we'll provide warm clothes and soft beds. Wow, I can eat my fill. Barrett rarely had the chance to enjoy a good meal, and he felt that his current height was due to malnutrition. All right, I'll join. Fushiguro led Barrett towards the Black Pearl, and along the way, he didn't ask about Barrett's background. After all, he wasn't a beauty who could make others share their painful family stories. Every family has its own difficulties. He just hoped to touch Barrett with love and not let him become a problem child. Otherwise, he could only wake his innocence with a belt. The two were silent on the way. Perhaps Barrett still thought he was dreaming, following Fushiguro like he was in a trance. Back at the Black Pearl shore, Fushiguro saw Yi Tian talking to Jin Yuan about something, while Shanks was freely crawling on the grass. Yi Tian, why are you back so early? The two turned towards the voice and saw Fushiguro, along with a boy, an adult. Yi Tian lightly jumped to the side, venting his frustrations. This country. I don't know what is going on, but after flying a distance, it's all ruins. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well check out the next island. Barrett, hearing Yi Tian's words, came to his senses and spoke in a childish voice beside him. This country is also known as the land of endless war, so it's not prosperous. Any money they have is all used to make weapons. Let us go back to the ship. We can talk slowly on the way, Fushiguro said as he led Barrett onto the ship. Barrett saw Shanks smiling and playing on the grass, and couldn't he help but feel a twinge of envy. Fushiguro told Jin Yuan, take our new partner Barrett, find a place for him to stay, and then let him change his clothes. Barrett, after you're done, come out and introduce yourself. Barrett nodded, said nothing, and followed Jin Yuan, who chattered nonstop all the way. Half an hour later, after choosing a room and putting on new clothes, Barrett arrived on the deck. When Yi Tian saw that Barrett still had some new injuries, blue flames emerged at his fingertips. It might itch a bit. Bear with it. Barrett had never seen such a scene and took half a step back. That flame must hurt if it burns on my body. Yi Tian smiled and explained, this is my devil fruit ability. It can heal injuries. Barrett looked at Fushiguro for help, and upon seeing Fushiguro nod, he could only step forward 2 steps. All right, bring it on. Huh? Barrett opened his eyes, incredulously staring at the cut on his arm that was slowly healing. Soon, even the scar was invisible, leaving only a faint white mark. Jin Yuan, prepare some dishes. Today we're having a feast for our new partner. In the afternoon, with Yi Tian's help, they served dish after dish, while Barrett was grilling meat on the deck with Fushiguro and Shanks. Shanks was purely a slacker, not helping at all, just making noise. Barrett, just drink juice for now. Alcohol might affect your growth. What? Jin Yuan stammered. They don't tell us he's still not of age. Barrett rarely showed a shy expression, completely unlike the invincible appearance he had on the battlefield during the day. I'm 8 years old this year. Wow. Everyone gasped, and Yi Tian poked Fushiguro's arm. 1 Shanks and 1 Barrett. Why do you prefer taking kids? Jin Yuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, if others don't know, they might think we specialize in abducting children. He turned to explain to Barrett, I didn't mean anything by that. It's just that we are pirates. And how should I put it? Forget it, I can't explain it clearly. Fushiguro patted Barrett's shoulder. Haha, everyone is doing this for your good. Can't you see? Unlike your country, which specifically sends child soldiers to the front lines. Barrett could naturally feel the goodwill from Jin Yuan and the others. Scratching his head, I wanted to join voluntarily because you guys are much better than my country. Raise your glasses, let us celebrate Barrett. Woo! Shanks held a small cup, mimicking the cheers enthusiastically. Chapter 30. Shaping Barrett. The next day, Fushiguro woke up early and, as usual, stepped out onto the second floor to take a deep breath. He saw Barrett cleaning up the mess from yesterday's banquet on the deck. How does it feel? Fushiguro joined in the cleaning. In the past, at this time, Jin Yuan would wave his hand and use his devil fruit powers to clean up, but how could he disappoint a boy who wanted to help? Barrett smiled happily. I've never felt like this before. Indeed, yesterday Fushiguro had drunk too much and made Barrett have 2 beers. Slightly tipsy, Barrett shared his tragic experiences, abandoned by his parents at birth, then picked up and trained by the military. He mentioned being adopted by Douglas, and his full name was Douglas Barrett. He had undergone strict training since childhood and had never had the chance to relax and enjoy life like this. At that moment, Jin Yuan stretched and rubbed his eyes, his lips slightly pale, clearly tired from last night. He greeted the 2 morning. Hearing the noise, Yi-Tian also pushed the door open morning. Fushiguro clapped his hands. From now on, treat this place like your home. I'm going to check on Little Black. With Yi-Tian and Jin Yuan joining in, they cleaned up quickly. Jin Yuan, as if enlightened, didn't use his devil fruit powers, and Yi-Tian tacitly didn't mention it, chatting casually while they worked. Fushiguro, holding Shanks, stood on the 2nd floor deck while Yi-Tian and Jin Yuan began their day's tasks. Jin Yuan prepared ingredients for lunch, and Yi-Tian was exercising. Barrett sat on the deck, somewhat at a loss, watching all of this. Fushiguro approached him. Do you have any plans for the future? Plans? Barrett was unclear. When he was in the military, he only wanted to improve his strength, earn medals, and then be free, not used as a weapon. Yes, everyone should at least have a goal, so they don't lose their way in life. Fushiguro allowed Shanks to play on the ship. Some people strive to improve themselves for reasons like protection, power, ambition, wealth, and women. As Barrett's mind raced, he asked Fushiguro, what are your ideals and dreams? Fushiguro almost blurted out to kill all celestial dragons, but refrained, wanting to protect Barrett's impressionable childhood. Instead, he said gently, I hope that the common people in this world are no longer at the mercy of others, no longer treated like lambs to the slaughter, that they can also have human rights. I want this damn world to give common people a bit more say. Wow, Barrett was stunned. What an incredible dream. Something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. And here Fushiguro said it so easily. The implications were too profound for him to fully grasp. But he understood the part about common people, as he himself came from a war-torn country and knew their suffering all too well. Despite his young age, his thoughts were profound. Then I want to support you, Captain, and help you achieve this great ambition. Barrett's eyes lit up as he declared loudly to Fushiguro. Fushiguro's expression softened. What a good kid. He stood up and ruffled Barrett's blonde hair. You can have your own life, your own path, and you don't have to live for others. Barrett thought Fushiguro was dismissing him and fell into a storm of thoughts, prompting Fushiguro to feel a bit annoyed. I'm not dismissing you. What I mean is, you're not a slave, and you're not in that ridiculous country anymore. You don't have to follow anyone's orders. You can have your own thoughts. Upon hearing this, Barrett's changing expression finally stabilized, and his flushed face showed his earlier embarrassment from misunderstanding. Then I want to protect you all. Protect everyone in the Infinite Pirates. Shanks, sitting nearby, was playing with a toy car. Barrett gently squatted down to imitate Fushiguro and patted his head, touching Shanks' red hair. And protect you too. Shanks put down his remote control car, grabbing Barrett's big hand with both of his small hands, showing the pure smile. Not just Barrett, even Fushiguro and Yi-Tian, who was training, felt their hearts melt at this scene. Yes, after just one night together, everyone almost overlooked that Barrett was still just a child due to his appearance and physique. He too needed warmth and guidance. Fushiguro, feeling both helpless and amused, said, Barrett, I'll take you to learn something different. Oh, learn something? Did Fushiguro plan to teach him some real skills? Or was he going to give him the legendary devil fruit? While Barrett's thoughts were racing, he followed Fushiguro into the library. As soon as the door opened, the distinct smell of books greeted them. These were originally bought for Shanks, intending for him to read when he got a bit older, and there were also some books for adults. Since Shanks was still learning to speak, it was quite good to use them to help Barrett catch up on his knowledge. Barrett was extremely nervous. The sound of him swallowing echoed in the study as he uncertainly opened his mouth. Maybe I should just train with Yi-Tian. Fushiguro, half smiling, placed a hand on Barrett's shoulder. Yi-Tian is much older than you. How can you just call him by his name? It seems you need to read this book. At least you should add brother at the end. You brother like that. It's not necessary to say it all the time, but at least when there are Navy people around, you need to give them some face. Strength is important at sea, but you won TB fighting enemies your whole life. You need to understand basic social interactions and some world information. Fushiguro selected a few books from the shelf and placed them on the table, speaking very seriously. During this time, just read these books. If you get tired, take a break yourself. This is essential for whether you can protect us. Hearing Fushiguro's earnest advice, Barrett had nothing to say. His expression turned resolute as he plopped down and immediately picked up a book. Captain, don't worry. I will study hard. Fushiguro found it amusing. This guy was truly a headache. It's fine, take your time. You can't expect to become a big shot overnight. By the way, why can't Little Black speak yet? He is already 3 years old. Is there something wrong? Fushiguro was stunned into silence. Days passed, and the scene on the deck was harmonious. Jin Yuan and Yi Tian were exercising. Shanks was obediently sitting on a small stool next to Fushiguro learning to read and speak, and Barrett was immersed in the sea of books, unable to extricate himself. Barrett was surprisingly sensible, so much so that it made Fushiguro feel a bit heartbroken. He didn't mention saving his country, nor did he talk about Douglas who adopted him. There was still some emotional attachment. Perhaps it was because that day his teammates' underhanded tactics became the last straw for Barrett. Fushiguro, like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminated him, showing him the hope of rebirth. Shanks, too, now had the ability to think. His little heart had been planted with seeds of understanding, and it was Fushiguro who redeemed him. But wasn't it also Shanks who was redeeming Fushiguro? Everyone in the Infinite Pirates had a tragic past, and innocent Shanks was like warm sunshine. Redemption is mutual. Chapter 31. What is freedom during this time? Barrett also learned about the status of Fushiguro and the others in the sea. Rather than status, it was more about how much the world government valued them. He was even more aware that the most detestable beings on the sea were pirates. As long as one was labeled a pirate, they were undoubtedly a villain. Standing by the river, one is bound to get their shoes wet. Fushiguro and the others did not deny being villains. They had never claimed to be good people. They acted according to their hearts, doing what they wanted and not doing what they didn't want. Barrett didn't think too much. He just needed to understand that the Infinite Pirate crew provided him with warmth like a family. Fushiguro, it's strange. Why haven't the Navy come to chase us? Barrett was very curious. According to the information he had gathered, they should be pirates that the Navy could not tolerate. Why were they able to live so freely? Fushiguro, just having taken a sip of coconut juice from the kitchen, replied, because this is the new world. At this stage, the new world is chaotic and unstable. The Navy doesn't yet have the strength to dominate here. Of course, it wasn't that there were no Navy forces in the new world. There were, but most were just around the entrance. To go deeper, unless there were admiral-level officers stationed, they wouldn't easily deploy, as it would be easy for them to be overwhelmed. However, due to the reports of the hero Garp and the death of Rocks, many saw hope and eagerly signed up to join the Navy. But in most areas, one could only wait for the Navy to arrive with their warships to recruit. Otherwise, they could only rely on merchant ships to reach the Navy's branch to enlist. There was also a high probability of being rejected. The Celestial Dragons were very wealthy, and the world government was also very rich, but that didn't mean the Navy had the same wealth. This also led to the Navy's inability to accept recruits on a large scale. Of course, as some joined the Navy, others joined the pirates. If they couldn't fight, they would join, and if they couldn't survive, they would join. If there was no food, they would steal or rob. No matter what, they had to survive. A world where only good people get hurt emerged. One cannot be too kind. Kind people get bullied, and good horses get ridden. Yielding only leads to injustice, resulting in more severe bullying. Naturally, Fushiguro and the others could not be punching bags. If they were unhappy, they would just act, and if worse came to worst, they would die. They were prepared for this mentally. Rather than starving to death or freezing to death in an unnoticed corner, it was better to make a loud and bold move. When a person steals money, the problem might lie with that person, but if they steal food, the nature of the situation is greatly different. Ultimately, is it a problem with people or with the world and society? It's hard to tell. Godfather? Shanks's soft voice reached Fushiguro's ears. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Fushiguro patted Shanks's head and said, If you're tired, go play for a bit. I'm not tired. Because Fushiguro had just spaced out. Barrett also remained silent and simply held a book, reading while waiting. Gold Yuan, with a happy expression, said, I found an island with a town. Oh my God. Barrett put the book into his clothes. Having never been to sea before, he had learned a harsh lesson in the past few days. Finally, they had reached an island. He wanted to breathe the pure, fresh air in the forest. Pirates! Pirates! Run! Before the Black Pearl even touched the shore, Fushiguro, with his extraordinary hearing, heard the panic of countless people on the shore. There was no need to listen. It was clear to see the islanders fleeing in all directions, with doors being hastily shut. At this moment, Barrett clearly understood how unwelcome pirates were on the sea. No matter how bad the Navy was, at least they would do something. But what could pirates do, even if they were good? Ultimately, it came down to the issue of numbers. It was not that those with the title of justice were good people, nor that those labeled as villains were necessarily bad. However, one thing to note is that good people wouldn't want to bear the title of villains, even if they were down on their luck. They could establish a new faction in the Revolutionary Army rather than claiming to revolutionize as pirates. He was only 8 years old and still had much to learn. At this young age, he was in the process of establishing his worldview. In this regard, Fushiguro and the others had no strong feelings. They were already accustomed to it. So they usually chose to dock on more concealed spots when landing on an island. Due to Barrett being new, Fushiguro decided to give him a profound impression. He patted Barrett on the shoulder and smiled. It's okay. As long as you consider yourself an ordinary person, they will see that you don't steal, rob, or kill, and will return to normal. Barrett was somewhat skeptical, so he could only nod. This feeling was strange. He was feared by others. Sure enough, as Fushiguro and the others walked openly on the street, looking around, the residents peered through the cracks in the doors, observing them clearly. It's the Infinite Pirate Crew. I've heard that all the members are great pirates. Wait, why is there a child? Who knows? Maybe he's one of their kids. The people hiding in the shadows quietly discussed. After realizing it was Fushiguro and the others, a bold person stepped out first. Looking at the stalls that hadn't been put away and the shop owners just stepping out, Fushiguro looked at him with interest. Barrett scratched his head, wondering what this was all about. Did they want to be heroes? What do you pirates want in our town? Facing such a questioning tone, the crowd found nothing wrong. They had already considered themselves pirates, so it was normal for others to be hostile towards them. Gold Yuan shrugged. We're just here to buy some supplies from your island. If we really wanted to rob, you would have already died. The shop owner stared intently at the berries in Gold Yuan's hand, and his attitude suddenly changed. Dear guests, our fruits are juicy and sweet. Would you like to buy some? You can taste them first. Another shop owner came out in succession, fervently saying, Sir, my sweets are delicious. If they're not, you don't have to pay. Sir, our drinks are absolutely top-notch on this island. Would you like to try? This. Barrett was stunned. What kind of mentality did these people have to start introducing their products so enthusiastically? Were they not afraid of being fooled by Gold Yuan? Were they really not worried about being tricked and killed? Fushiguro smiled confidently, quite satisfied with the current situation, jokingly said, See, Barrett, this is our reputation. Not every pirate crew can enjoy such treatment. Barrett was puzzled. Aren't pirates supposed to rely on burning, killing, and robbing? How do they really think we will buy things with money? Yitian had already gone to the fruit stall to check out the fruits, while Gold Yuan explained. We're just short on money. It's not that we lack conscience. Besides, isn't money meant for consumption? If we have money to spend, why will we need to rob? Gold Yuan whispered mysteriously in Barrett's ear. Moreover, these people are both poor and pitiful. There's no need to rob them. If we were to rob, we should target the nobles, the celestial dragons. One good hit would be enough for a long time. Also, robbing pirates not only allows us to take their treasures, but also their heads can be sold for money. This line of work is very profitable. Fushiguro also planned to go check out the fruits and said with a smile, How can one be free without money? It's because one has money that they are free. You don't necessarily have to be a pirate to be free, but if you're not a pirate and not a noble, where does the money for freedom come from? Barrett stood there dumbfounded, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly enlightened, realizing everything. Chapter 32. Face equals Tongholu at first. Some people were hesitant to go out, but as they saw Fushiguro and the others actually buying things with money, the streets gradually returned to their usual liveliness. However, everyone was cautious, afraid of offending these infamous pirates. In no time, Jin Yuan had many items floating above his head, and Barrett said enviously, "Jin Yuan, your ability is really useful." Hearing Barrett's eager tone, Fushiguro could only feel a headache. If only the devil fruit were as easy to obtain as an apple. It wouldn't be a legendary item. Even at the age of 8, Barrett, despite being somewhat precocious, still had a childlike heart and a desire to play. Having left a country of endless war at such an early age, he retained his innocence. Following Fushiguro and the others, Barrett felt no psychological pressure and gradually revealed the liveliness typical of his age. Not speaking was Fushiguro's best choice at the moment. He could guarantee many things. But the devil fruit was truly something that could not be easily obtained. Each procurement of supplies required at least 2 months' worth, partly to prepare for unexpected situations and partly out of concern about the possibility of being unlucky enough to not find an island for 2 months. Jin Yuan also acted as the transport vehicle, continuously organizing the supplies on the Black Pearl. Shanks licked his Tongholu piece by piece while holding Fushiguro's big hand, worried about getting lost. For Barrett, it was the first time he could stroll around and buy what he wanted. He had never even dreamed of such a scene before, one he had never encountered. It was like having a spring dream and waking up at the critical moment because it touched upon unknown territory, leaving the dream unfinished. "It smells bloody," Barrett sniffed and whispered to Fushiguro. Without Barrett needing to say anything, Fushiguro had already caught the scent and casually replied, "If you're curious, we could go take a look." Barrett locked onto a target, an elderly woman holding items wrapped in multiple layers of bags. "I'm not really curious." "Well, a little curious," Fushiguro said slowly. "Then let's go check it out." "I'm also curious why an old woman looks so numb with sadness." Immersed in his Tongholu, Shanks let Fushiguro lead him around. After following for a while, the old woman entered the town's designated office building. There were quite a few people. Fushiguro muttered to himself. Barrett mistakenly thought they were there to deliver a gift, losing interest suddenly when screams erupted in the hall. On the table lay an open package with a head standing upright. The old woman's hoarse voice rang out. "I brought the person involved that you wanted. Will you give my son an explanation today? There's an inside story." Fushiguro looked down worriedly at Shanks. Fortunately, Shanks was still short, and someone quickly blocked his view, so he didn't see it. Shanks tilted his head and stood on tiptoe. "Godfather, what is going on?" "Nothing's going on." Just as Fushiguro was about to take Shanks out, the old woman quickly explained amidst the crowd, "Your people indiscriminately killed my son. No matter how I plead, you refuse to give me an explanation. You keep saying to wait, but how long has it been? Can you give me an explanation and hand over the person who killed my son?" The old woman's eyes dripped with blood, perhaps from crying all her tears. All that could flow down was blood. "How long will you protect those sinners?" The residents in the hall gasped. They had heard about this incident, but in this era, being killed by someone was quite normal. If what the old woman said was true, and her son was innocently killed by someone who was supposed to serve the public, then things would be serious. Barrett felt a pang in his heart, wanting to help the old woman. Just how disappointed had she been to dig her son out of the ground and even sever the head herself? How painful could that be? Fushiguro shook his head, wondering when this kind of melodramatic plot would end. Every island faced such problems. It wasn't a systemic issue. It was a matter of human nature. There would always be people doing strange things. "Let's go." Fushiguro pulled Shanks to turn and leave, but Barrett didn't move. "Fushiguro, didn't you say that if you encounter someone in trouble, you should help if you can? Do what you want. We'll back you up. I'll take Shanks away first." Fushiguro, with his back to Barrett, smiled slightly. "Even changing the owner of this island is fine." Barrett laughed, a pure smile on his face, and moved toward those trying to drive the old woman out. Shanks finished the last piece of Tongholu and asked with a pout, "Isn't Brother Barrett coming with us?" Fushiguro lifted Shanks onto his shoulder. "He has things to take care of. We'll go play and wait for him." Boom! Feeling the commotion behind him, Fushiguro chuckled and continued walking. Indeed, whenever reason fails, a fist speaks clearly. Young Shanks absorbed every word but couldn't he understand. He poked Fushiguro's face with his little finger. "What does that mean?" Fushiguro thought for a moment and tried to explain in a way Shanks could understand. It's like as long as you're strong enough, no one dares to disrespect you. Everyone will listen to you. Face is like a tonghulu. Do you understand? Shanks's little head bobbed, his small feet swinging, and his innocent voice cheerfully said, I understand. Brother Barrett is telling them to give him face. Then those people will obediently listen to Brother Barrett and give him tonghulu to eat. Huh, something seems off. But it also seems like the translation isn't wrong. Fushiguro didn't think too much. After all, Shanks was still young and didn't know much. He smiled indulgently and replied, Yes, it depends on whether Barrett has the strength for them to give him face. Will Brother Barrett be in danger? He probably won't be. Upon recalling that Barrett was only 8 years old, Fushiguro suddenly felt less certain. Even if he could fight in a war, he was still just 8. Yetion happened to arrive at this moment. What happened over there? It seems quite chaotic. Just right. Fushiguro first told Yetion about what had happened earlier. Good. If you have nothing else to do, go check on Barrett. Yetion opened his mouth, wanting to say something sarcastic, but faced with Shanks's pleading eyes, he sighed, All right, I'll go. Shanks waved his hands. Uncle, are you going to make them give you face too? Yetion's gloom lifted. His expression became proud. Humph. They dare not refuse me. Wow, Uncle, you're so cool. Shanks' sweet, admiring tone was entirely heard by Yetion. As Yetion left, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he burst into laughter in the air. Chapter 33. The sudden appearance of Sengoku in the cold drink shop. Fushiguro was enjoying the local specialty fruit shaved ice with Shanks, while the sound of gunfire echoed in the distance. Fushiguro had a complete set of procedures for governing the town and island in his mind. He could easily go and kill all those corrupt individuals and replace them. But there was no need for that. Firstly, this wasn't his island, and secondly, he couldn't stay here forever. At most, he would find someone with decent strength and character to manage the island. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before it reverted to its original state. Most commoners had little opportunity to access education. Only the nobility had the chance to learn. This led to the commoners only understanding that they had to work continuously, or they wouldn't have food to feed their families. They wouldn't even think about how to govern a country or a series of major issues. What seemed unfair to some was already fair in their eyes. Shanks happily made a request to Fushiguro. Godfather, it sounds like they're setting off firecrackers outside. Can we go take a look? Firecrackers? Let's finish eating first. Don't waste it, Fushiguro replied. Little Shanks was very obedient, quickly finishing his food and then covering his head. Ah, my head is so cold. It's freezing. Ha ha. Let's go see the firecrackers, Fushiguro said. He led Shanks to leap onto the rooftop, landing on a clock tower. Shanks pouted. I thought they were setting off firecrackers. So many people have died, Godfather. Children always had such carefree hearts, filled with curiosity about new things. Fushiguro placed his hand on Shanks' head. It's normal. Normal? Shanks didn't understand. He just listened to whatever his godfather said. Boom! It shouldn't have caused such a commotion. Could there be strong fighters on this island? As Fushiguro was still curious, he spotted 2 disheveled figures in the sky. Yetion's feet had transformed into bird claws, gripping the unconscious Barrett. Fushiguro frowned and took out a snail phone. Jinyuan, come to the clock tower as quickly as possible. He still trusted Yetion, or rather, he trusted the power of that devil fruit. It wouldn't be fatal in a short while. Seeing Yetion in the air, not fighting but flying towards the clock tower, he directly set Barrett down and said fiercely, Watch me smash that guy's head. Before Fushiguro could ask who the opponent was, Yetion angrily charged back. Oh! Upon seeing the flickering golden light in the distance, Fushiguro guessed who the opponent was. Sengoku? Yetion should have no major issues. Shanks squatted beside the unconscious Barrett. Barrett, brother, wake up. It's easy to catch a cold here. Barrett's life force was still present, so Fushiguro wasn't worried. After waiting a while, Jinyuan arrived cursing. Upon seeing Barrett's condition, he made an angry face. Who did this? I'll take care of them. Fushiguro stretched lazily and calmly said, It should be the Navy. You take these 2 back to the Black Pearl. You guard the ship. I'm worried they might tamper with it. Jinyuan was very angry, but Fushiguro's decision was correct, and he silently picked up both Barrett and Shanks. Be careful. Fushiguro bent his legs slightly, exerted force, and the ceiling of the rooftop cracked as he disappeared into the distance. Boom! He descended from the sky, violent and efficient. Sengoku, what do you want to do to my lovely crew? With a wave of his hand, the smoke dispersed, revealing Sengoku and Yi Tian engaged in battle. One in gold, the other in blue. Two completely different colored energy waves radiated outward from the two. The surrounding navy began to gather closer to Fushiguro upon seeing his arrival. Sengoku heard the sound and caught a glimpse of Fushiguro, stirring something in his heart. Yi Tian shouted in anger. You're distracted while fighting me? Come die. The transformed bird claw kicked Sengoku in the abdomen, causing him to take 3 steps back. In his golden Buddha form, he swung a palm, sending Yi Tian flying, then shouted at the remaining navy, everyone retreat. He severely underestimated the combat power of the infinite pirate crew, not expecting one Yi Tian to be so difficult to deal with. No matter how he attacked, Yi Tian could get back up and counterattack in the shortest time possible. Even in his Buddha form, despite having plans in his mind for capturing Yi Tian, he needed time. Just as Yi Tian flew into the air, Sengoku thought his plan had failed, but Yi Tian unexpectedly returned. At that moment, Sengoku was determined to capture Yi Tian, but never imagined that Fushiguro would arrive here so quickly. He had only brought one major, originally intending to catch the remnants of the Rocks pirates and some emerging pirates, never expecting to encounter the infinite pirate crew. Leave? After attacking my beloved crew, do you think I would let you leave so easily? Fushiguro said, delivering a kick and a punch to a young officer. The major used shave to swing his iron hammer to stop Fushiguro's assault. How is this possible? The major's face was filled with disbelief. His full-strength hammer was caught by Fushiguro with one hand. The major tried to pull the hammer out of Fushiguro's hand, but found he couldn't budge at all. So he decisively discarded the weapon and picked up a long knife from the ground. Fushiguro twisted his neck and moved his body. Yi Tian, you handle the major. I'll take care of that guy, Sengoku. The other Navy members, upon hearing Sengoku's orders, obediently began to retreat. However, the major had to stop one of them to give the others time to escape. Then you better give him a good beating. Yi Tian didn't gather his energy but flew to Fushiguro's side. Fushiguro walked towards Sengoku. Are you the one protecting the leaders of this island? What do you mean? Sengoku was confused, but it didn't stop him from scolding Fushiguro. As long as they are the people, they are our protected subjects. In his golden Buddha form, saying such righteous words made Fushiguro very displeased, and he harbored a deep-seated dislike for the bald monk. With a horizontal slash, Sengoku concentrated the power of his devil fruit in one hand to counter it. The powerful shockwave continually impacted their bodies. Fushiguro clicked his tongue and accelerated the speed of his blade. Even bad people are under your protection? Sengoku, being quite intelligent, had already guessed some general situations. But they had only just landed on the island and heard gunshots, including pirates. Without asking much, they directly attacked Barrett and Yi Tian. Bad people? We have our own rules. The law will punish them. It's not up to you pirates to intervene. Fushiguro continued his assault while speaking. What is this? Justice that arrives late? Justice arrives late because the truth can no longer be concealed. If it could be hidden, it wouldn't be late, because it never came back. This was the first time Sengoku had been rendered speechless by a pirate. What could he do? He was just a rear admiral. Even if he were a vice admiral or an admiral, there was still the world government and the celestial dragons above him. All he could do was protect those he was able to protect. Chapter 34. The Siege of the Vice Admiral as the battle intensified. Fushiguro abandoned his soul release and clashed with Sengoku's martial arts. In his golden Buddha form, Sengoku's speed did not slow down due to his larger size. Instead, he gained an overall enhancement. Every strike carried shockwave power, and even Fushiguro could feel his internal organs being impacted. Ultimately, Fushiguro's larger body provided him with a significant agility advantage. His nearly 1.9-meter tall frame moved like a ghost. Yet each of his strikes was incredibly terrifying. The longer Sengoku endured, the more he struggled, threatening, Zifa and the others will be here soon. It's not too late to retreat now. Fushiguro glanced at the already concluded fight with Yaishin, and beneath Sengoku's golden exterior, the crimson at the corner of his mouth was particularly striking. Zifa comes, and I'll still hit you, Fushiguro said. Yaishin, you go back to the Black Pearl, and I'll take care of this bald donkey and come find you." As he spoke, the dark purple conqueror's haki reappeared, and Sengoku's expression turned serious as he shouted, "Don't think you're the only one with that." The two conquerors' haki clashed passionately, while Yaishin turned and left without a moment's hesitation. The Black Pearl was docked this time. If the Navy support arrived, they would immediately control the Black Pearl. Zifa was a well-known vice admiral, and rumors said that his recent crackdown on pirates could lead to his promotion to admiral. Yaishin was also worried about Jin Yuan being beaten up, but more importantly, he was concerned that Shanks and Barrett might be captured by the Navy. That would be a disaster. Thus, the second battle began. As Fushigiro's words fell, the already cursed streets suffered further devastation. Sengoku's Devil Fruit ability had a strong area effect, and buildings collapsed under the shockwaves. It wasn't that the buildings were poorly constructed, but rather that Sengoku could not precisely control his strength during the fight with Fushiguro. "Huh, is this your protection? What have you protected?" "A pile of ruins." Fushiguro continued his verbal attacks. Sengoku, however, was unyielding, coldly retorting, "It's just buildings. They can be rebuilt." Fushiguro kicked Sengoku away, and the giant figure crashed into several buildings. "Who will rebuild them? Who will pay for it? Will you?" Sengoku hated his own intellect for the first time. Fushiguro's words immediately triggered many thoughts, causing him to lose focus repeatedly. It was Fushiguro who made Sengoku realize the power of verbal dueling. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sengoku noticed that fighting had also erupted by the dock, causing Fushiguro to frown. Sengoku smirked, gathering the dense energy of his devil fruit into his hands, launching it straight at Fushiguro. "Didn't you say you would knock me down? Where do you think you're going now?" Fushiguro's face turned ashen. Without absolute strength to crush the opponent, it was impossible to quickly determine the victor. He even suspected it was a 50-50 situation, wondering why every fight felt like this. As the incoming attack approached, he wrapped his soul release in Conqueror's haki and prepared to counter. Yaishin and Jin Yuan were no longer the weaklings they once were. They had to believe in themselves. As night fell, aside from looking a bit disheveled, with a cut on Sengoku's arm, both he and Fushiguro still had long-lasting breaths and could continue the fight. Fushiguro rubbed his chest, feeling the damage through his defense. This unreasonable attack was sneakier than Flowing Cherry. Fortunately, Fushiguro's physical quality was exceptional. After fighting Whitebeard, he researched how to protect and enhance his internal organs. That was through using armament haki, and by imitating the formation of a black blade, Fushiguro boldly infused his internal organs with armament haki. Sengoku, now smiling, cheerfully said, "Keep going. I can fight for 3 days and 3 nights. But your dear crew might not be able to last that long." Fushiguro sheathed his soul release. Expressionless. "Is this your so-called justice? Ignoring the lives of the island's residents and your comrades, just to take us down?" It was late at night, but the town was exceptionally bright due to the flames raging throughout. Countless residents, amidst the ruins, saw mothers holding crying children, helplessly sitting beside men half covered by debris, weeping. Fushiguro did not continue to attack. During this pause, Sengoku could clearly see everything. The absence of battle sounds, only the crackling of flames and the sounds of sorrow. As Fushiguro turned, he whispered, "I'm not a good person, but you don't seem like good people either. If anything happens to my dear crew, you Navy can wait to be slaughtered at my doorstep." In the blink of an eye, Fushiguro flickered towards the dock. "Damn it!" Sengoku cursed under his breath, unsure if he was cursing himself or Fushiguro. The Buddha form dissipated as he used Moon's steps to rush toward the dock. Before he even arrived at the scene, Fushiguro heard the sharp cries. It was that little guy Shanks. Fushiguro's heart sank, as every landing point left deep impressions in the ground. Jin Yuan used his Devil Fruit ability to continuously kill Navy soldiers attempting to board from the sea and faced off against Crane. Yaishin battled Zifa in his Phoenix form, sticking to him like a stubborn adhesive. Bang! Before Zifa could react, Fushiguro suddenly appeared beside him and kicked him away, causing pain in his waist. Crane sensed the anomaly and quickly distanced herself to Zifa's side, cautiously watching Fushiguro. "Are you all right?" Zifa grimaced, holding his waist. "I'm fine. This guy appearing here means Sengoku must be out of the fight." Fushiguro quickly checked on Yaishin and Jin Yuan, seeing that they were still smiling. He assumed there shouldn't be any major issues. How are Shanks and Barrett? Jin Yuan, seeing his pillar of support, felt less anxious. They're fine. But after Barrett came back, he got knocked out again. Shanks thought Barrett was dead and has been crying by his side. Sengoku arrived late, finding Zifa and the others. While Yaishin walked over to Fushiguro, "Boss, what is the plan?" Fushiguro contemplated and declared fiercely, "You guys get on the ship first. I'll give them a little welcome gift." Yaishin and Jin Yuan exchanged glances and flew back to the Black Pearl's deck. Yaishin comforted Shanks while Jin Yuan waited for Fushiguro's orders. Wasn't what was ahead his full strength? Sengoku, seeing Fushiguro's Conqueror's haki released, instinctively transformed into the Buddha. Crane remarked crisply, "This guy actually has such terrifying Conqueror's haki." Zifa wrapped his hands in armament haki, his expression serious. "I thought that old man Garp was just boasting." Fushiguro tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. "Nice to meet you all for the first time. Since I didn't bring any gifts, I'll give you a sword as a welcome present." Damn it. On the coast, several warships were docked. Sengoku immediately thought of the worst outcome, shouting, "You two stop him. I'll go protect the warships." Zifa and Crane, seasoned veterans, quickly understood and charged at Fushiguro. Annihilation. 2 slashes were almost simultaneously unleashed. One sliced through the warship, cutting the sea and exposing the seabed mud. The power was so great that it twisted the space, while a horizontal slash targeted Zifa and Crane. "When we meet again, it won't be so simple." Fushiguro left that remark and boarded the ship directly. Chapter 35, Barrett's Will Damn It. Zephyr felt regret as he punched the beach, sand flying up and landing on their hair. A long, gaping knife wound across his chest bled profusely as he hurriedly returned to the beach, worriedly looking at his 2 contemporaries. "Are you okay?" Hawkeye tore off her clothing to wrap around Zephyr's visibly broken bone injury on his arm, crying, "It's fine, so many people are dead. Countless Navy corpses, severed limbs, and the bodies of islanders among the ruins, innocent civilians killed in the chaos. Yes, so many people are dead." Sengoku was completely unaware that the pain of his injuries was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. A child, tears streaming down his face, ran a short distance away and shouted at them with hatred, "It's all your fault. Big brothers, they only came to our island to buy things. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't have been a fight. If there was no fight, my grandpa wouldn't have died." Suddenly, a blood-soaked adult covered the child's mouth and bowed apologetically to the Navy. "Navy gentlemen, I'm sorry. The child is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him. I'll take him away now. You all have worked hard. If Yaishin were there, he would definitely recognize that this child was the son of the fruit vendor." Sengoku sighed inwardly. War always comes with death, especially against formidable enemies like Fushiguro, leading to casualties beyond their control. "This incident started because of me. I will explain the situation at headquarters when I return." Sengoku lowered his head. "It was I who brought the battlefield to the town." Zephyr comforted him. "You meant no harm. The problem is that Fushiguro and the others are too strong. They wouldn't let you capture them easily." It didn't feel much like comforting words, and Sengoku said nothing more, directing the Navy coming behind to clean up the battlefield and rescue trapped civilians. They didn't even manage to capture a single member of the Infinity Pirates, and the frustration in their hearts was almost tangible. Sengoku wanted to know why his members had attacked the residents of this island when those people would still speak on their behalf. The Black Pearl. Yaishin continuously used his power to heal Barrett, while Shanks looked on with concern as Barrett gradually regained consciousness. Wrapped in bandages like a mummy, he struggled to turn his head towards everyone. "Hee, I'm still alive." Shanks jumped up joyfully, "Yay. Brother Barrett isn't dead. With me around, he couldn't possibly die." Yaishin said smugly. Bang! Fushiguro punched Yaishin on the head. "I want to hear that with you around. He won't be in a coma." Barrett smiled weakly. "I'm just too weak. I won't blame Brother Yaishin." Jin Yuan came in from the kitchen carrying fresh chicken soup. "Eat some chicken and drink some soup to get better quickly." Barrett felt a bit embarrassed. "I seem to not be able to move." Yaishin, being a doctor, could wrap a patient in bandages, but was also unable to save himself. "Yaishin, you should read more books about medicine and practice how to wrap bandages," Fushiguro said before leaving the room, sitting cross-legged on the dragon's head alone. His mind was in disarray. This time it was fainting, but what about next time? He couldn't imagine what he would do if Jin Yuan and the others were captured or killed. He had set sail with the intention of annihilating the celestial dragons. But it seemed their strength was still insufficient. Could it be that his strength couldn't crush and quickly resolve battles against top-tier strong opponents on the sea? Was it really impossible without a devil fruit? Shanks climbed to the bow of the ship and sat in Fubukuro's lap, his childish voice asking with concern, "Godfather, are you feeling unwell?" Fubukuro snapped back to reality and looked down at the worried Shanks, rubbing his head. "I'm fine. I'm just thinking about some things." "No, people are not to blame. The road isn't to blame. Physical skills in hockey are still not strong enough. As long as they are strong enough, it doesn't matter what happens, just do it." Jin Yuan, feeling anxious about potentially being scolded by Fubukuro, approached the bow. "Captain, where are we going now?" Fubukuro, without turning around, his eyes flashing with an unusual light, replied, "To the West Sea, O'Hara. We haven't been to the West Sea yet. Let's go have some fun." Jin Yuan hesitated, but finally said loudly, "Captain, we won't be in such a mess next time. Let's continue staying in the new world and build our own power territory." Fubukuro turned around, smiling gently. "I'm not in despair. One cannot live in hatred forever. Life requires experiencing some things to become beautiful scenery. We can't focus only on the destination and ignore the scenery along the way. When we grow old, we'll have great stories to tell." Jin Yuan's eyes became moist as he turned his head aside. "Got it. I'll have Yaishin help me with the direction." Shanks didn't quite understand those words, but he could feel Fubukuro's mood improving, which was enough for him. "Godfather, is the West Sea fun?" "Fun." The next day, after Yaishin diligently practiced bandaging techniques for several hours, Barrett could move freely without being restricted by the bandages. As Fubukuro came down from the second floor, he saw a mummy approaching him. With a determined gaze, Barrett sincerely declared, "Captain, I want to become stronger. I don't expect to protect you all at this stage, but at least I want to be able to protect little brother Shanks. I want to be able to protect myself and not be a burden. Ugh, it's early in the morning and my head already hurts." "Barrett, you're still young." At this point, Fubukuro paused, subconsciously looking at Barrett, who was as tall as him. "You're only 8 years old. Playing is your main task." "I don't want to. The sea is cruel. I want to become a strong person like you," Barrett stubbornly retorted, his little eyes filled with flames. Fubukuro instinctively raised his hand to pat Barrett, but then withdrew it, considering the bandages. "All right, let's wait until you're a bit better before starting training. For now, just focus on healing, read more books, and understand the newspapers. Knowledge is also power." Shanks, clutching Fubukuro's pants and swaying, said in a childish voice, "I want to get stronger too. I want to protect you all." "Ha ha ha, good." Fubukuro looked at Shanks with his pure black pupils, doting, "Once your brother Barrett is healed, you can train together." Receiving Fubukuro's promise, Shanks hugged Barrett's bandaged leg. "Brother Barrett, we can train together then." Barrett's heart raced rapidly. "Oh my, how could he have such a cute little brother?" "Okay." As they were about to reach the entrance of the new world, Jin Yuan reported to Fubukuro, who was supervising the training of the two little ones. "Fubukuro, there's a Navy warship ahead." Following his direction, a warship was faintly visible on the horizon. There was a Navy branch nearby, and as Fubukuro weighed how to respond, that warship caught fire. Literally caught fire. Chapter 36. Feeling comfortable, what species is that? Jin Yuan looked through the telescope and saw a dragon-like creature violently destroying a warship. Fushiguro stood up, arms crossed over his chest, thinking of something fun. "Let's get the ship closer." With Jin Yuan's boost, the Black Pearl began to speed across the sea, going so fast that Shanks clung to Barrett's leg, while Barrett held onto the railing for dear life. Fushiguro estimated the distance was about right. Standing at the bow of the ship, with his back to everyone, "I'll be right back." Before he finished speaking, he shot out like an arrow, the sea seemingly parting for him, sending waves crashing up in his wake. "Who is it?" The dragon-like creature suddenly turned its head, and a shadow slammed heavily onto the deck. "Kaido, it's been years. Is your head itchy again?" A lazy figure of Fushiguro appeared in the smoke, his tone playful. "It's you." The dragon form of Kaido showed little expression, but the flames spewing from his nostrils indicated he was quite angry. Kaido transformed into a half-dragon form, landing on the deck with a kanabo slung over his shoulder. Just because I was weak back then doesn't mean I'm weak now. Today, I will avenge my head. Kaido's figure blurred as he raised his kanabo and roared. Take this. Fushiguro extended his hands, which he had kept in his pocket, and his right hand was wrapped in a thick, dark hue of haki, attempting to catch Kaido's vengeful blow barehanded. Kaido swung with all his might, but Fushiguro effortlessly caught the blow with one hand, not moving back an inch. A wave of energy surged outward, the flames blown into mere flickers. Fushiguro held the kanabo in one hand, sneering. Still wanting to hit me? Did your head get messed up that you can't even aim your techniques? You don't think that just because you ate a devil fruit between your peaks, you can surpass me, do you? Seeing Kaido in his dragon form reminded Fushiguro of where Charlotte Linlin had hidden the devil fruit, and he pointed it out directly. Kaido had anticipated that Fushiguro would catch his kanabo, but he was baffled by how Fushiguro knew where he got the devil fruit. How do you know? Fushiguro released his grip, and under Kaido's shocked gaze, he flashed up to Kaido's head and threw a punch straight into his forehead. Because I smashed it to bits. Kaido hurriedly used haki to protect his head, but when Fushiguro's punch landed, his entire head was driven down into the deck, his lower body sticking up. Fushiguro pulled Kaido out from under the deck like pulling a radish and placed him down, flexing his wrist. Haki is above all. This statement was directed at Kaido, but it could also be said to himself. Have you ever seen a punch falling from the sky? Today, I'll let you experience it. As Fushiguro said this, he leaped into the air, his left hand aiming for Kaido's head, his right hand drawn back like a bowstring, with Conqueror's haki wrapping around him. Fushiguro had no intention of holding back. He wanted to see if Kaido was truly unkillable. Boom! Bang! Before Kaido could recover, instinctively protecting his head, he was punched through the entire warship by Fushiguro, sinking into the sea. The warship broke apart into two segments, and due to a chain reaction, the shells on the ship exploded, hastening its destruction. With a crushing victory over Kaido, Fushiguro felt immensely pleased. The previous gloom swept away. Fushiguro rubbed his fist and muttered to himself, "It doesn't matter if he dies or not. I feel good." He turned to flash back to the Black Pearl. A real man never looks back at explosions. So fierce, he actually blew up the warship. Barrett looked at him with admiration, eagerly asking, "Fushiguro, who was that just now? You're so strong. You're so strong." Fushiguro did not humble himself in the face of the praise, throwing his head back and laughing. Haha, it's nothing to mention, just Kaido. What? P.S. Actually a remnant of the legendary Rocks pirates. But didn't the news say they were notorious, ruthless, and each one was a killer without blinking? I heard he ate the Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast form, Azure Dragon, and is nearly impossible to kill with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Barrett, having kept up with the news, immediately shared Kaido's information. Of course, I want to see who his opponent is. At this moment, Yi-Tian also spoke up. His bounty of 1.5 billion is still lower than Jin Yuan's. Jin Yuan's is 1.85 billion. Hey, what do you mean by that? You think 1.88 billion is very high? Jin Yuan protested, pressing his forehead against Yi-Tian's. Yi-Tian refused to back down. It's higher than yours. Only by 30 million. Even if it's just 1 belly more. That is still higher. Oof. Unable to argue further, Jin Yuan retreated a half step, not having managed to trap Yi-Tian. He was about to say something when Fushiguro interjected. A bounty doesn't represent much, as long as it's high enough. It mostly reflects that person's threat to the world. Barrett, deep in thought, connected this to his own bounty of 100,000 belly, looking foolish. After the last incident with the joint admiral assault, the infinite pirates' bounties, except for Shanks, had risen. Fushiguro's had reached a terrifying 4 billion. Currently, there are very few in the sea with bounties of 4 billion. Shiki, Whitebeard, Roger are all just over 4 billion. Linlin is still a bit off. She is busy establishing her so-called nation and is somewhat more settled than the others. Yi-Tian chewed his words, looking at the gradually silent warship. Even if Kaido doesn't die, he will drown. Who knows, after all, it's the fish fruit. I'm not sure if he can still breathe on his own while unconscious. Fushiguro shrugged, not taking the matter to heart. Jin Yuan urged the Black Pearl to speed away from this troublesome place, complaining, "Why doesn't he suffer from the CS curse? Just because he has the devil fruit? So unfair." After distancing themselves from the scene, Fushiguro clapped his hands to attract the attention of Barrett and Shanks. "It's time for swimming practice again." Shanks, hearing about swimming, felt his stomach rumble. "Can we skip swimming? I want to practice my sword. We often live on the sea. If we can't swim, what will we do if the ship sinks one day? What if your uncle falls into the sea and you can't swim to save him?" Shanks clung to Fushigiro's clothes, one arm around his neck, one hand covering his mouth, pouting. "Don't say that. I can't learn." Barrett's apple bobbed up and down. Unlike Shanks, who learned in the pool on the deck, he was learning with a rope tied to his body in the sea. Yi Tian skillfully handed the rope to Barrett. Little Barrett, let us go." Barrett put on a determined expression, tying the rope around his waist, and with a splash, he jumped into the sea. Glug, glug, glug. Shanks in the pool eagerly drank the water like a little cat. Barrett was battered by the waves to the point of questioning life. Not to mention learning to swim. Just staying conscious was already his greatest effort. A few minutes later, Yi Tian transformed his back into blue wings and fished the waterlogged Barrett back onto the deck. Shanks was also pulled out of the pool by Fushiguro. One big and one small, both with swollen bellies, continuously spat out water, looking up at the sky, wondering when they would finally learn. Chapter 37. Princess Yi Tian carries Nico Alvia. More than 10 days have passed. And how much longer until we reach O'Hara in the West Sea? Jin Yuan complained to Yi Tian with boredom. Yi Tian frowned, feeling irritated. If it weren't for this idiot's mistake, they would have arrived by now. "We're almost there, just don't mess up again this time." Jin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. "It's just that we got too relaxed after returning to such a place. I didn't pay attention. It won't happen again." How could they miss O'Hara, such a magical place, on their trip to the West Sea? Not to mention that the Tree of Knowledge alone is worth visiting. Fushiguro wasn't just going to see the tree. Since Shanks is still young, the history and knowledge there could provide him with a more comprehensive understanding of the real world. It contains many valuable books, which could be used as means of attack. He held the same attitude towards Barrett, but Barrett had already been tempered by war, and many martial arts were etched onto his blank slate, which could serve as guidance. Fushiguro lay back in a deck chair on the second floor, enjoying the sun, sighing inwardly but smiling on the surface. "I really am like a father and mother to those two little guys." It didn't feel too bad. The sea isn't a solitary sea. In this world, strength and background matter. Fushiguro and the others came from humble beginnings, without any power to rely on. But he wanted to be the strongest backing for Barrett and Shanks. Bayou. Bang. Just as he was fantasizing about future moments of showing off, a sudden cannonball splashed water beside him, interrupting his thoughts. Fushiguro lifted his sunglasses, looking for the source of the trouble. It was a pirate ship, seemingly from the Wolf pirate crew, with a captain boasting a bounty of only 18 million berries. Yi Tian reported, manifesting blue wings behind him, eagerly volunteering. "I'll go sink them. How dare they provoke us?" He left behind a blue silhouette, and Fushiguro thought for a moment before adding, "Jin Yuan, you go too. If they're treasures, bring them back." "Got it." Jin Yuan flew off leisurely, while Shanks and Barrett looked on with envy, leaning over the railing to watch. The infamous Infinite Pirate crew was taking action. With Yi Tian striking and Jin Yuan rushing in, the Wolf Pirate crew would shatter upon contact. Even if Fushiguro didn't go, he could imagine Yi Tian showing off in front of them, a pirate crew that didn't even know how to use hockey. Yi Tian could stand there and attack them without causing any harm. Oh, Fushiguro lazily saw through his sunglasses that Jin Yuan was returning with a treasure chest and a few ragged people, and it seemed they were also rescuing someone. Could it be related to the so-called merit offset method he mentioned to them? Reluctantly getting up from his deck chair and heading to the first floor deck, Jin Yuan landed with several tattered individuals and explained, "Captain, they are from O'Hara. I thought since we were going anyway, we might as well rescue them." That was indeed a valid reason to rescue them. Fushiguro squinted up, but saw Yi Tian, unexpectedly princess carrying a woman. "What kind of pose is this? Where's the Sigma man you promised?" Yi Tian, however, didn't feel anything wrong at all. "At first, I thought there was no one left. but I sensed a weak life force with my observation haki, so I brought her out. Fushiguro released his observation haki and found that the woman's life force was gradually stabilizing under Yi Tian's healing. How long are you going to carry her? Oh. Yi Tian gently placed the woman on the deck. The people who were somewhat conscious bowed and thanked Fushiguro and the others, making them feel a bit awkward. Shanks curiously stood behind Fushiguro, silently observing everything, and whispered, "We're pirates too." A seagull cawed from somewhere in the sky, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Fushiguro stepped forward to reassure those people. It's fine. We're not good people. We're not bad people. We're on our way to O'Hara too. So we'll go together. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Fushiguro cleared his throat. Jin Yuan, take them to get some food. Also, Yi Tian, don't just leave the woman here. Take her to the infirmary to rest. Understood. Fushiguro studied the map and found they could indeed reach O'Hara today. He let out a breath. He wasn't good at handling this kind of situation and felt a bit uncomfortable. Shanks, on the other hand, had no burdens. His thoughts were quite simple, and he followed Jin Yuan eagerly, asking those people all kinds of questions. Questions like whether the Tree of Knowledge was really huge and if it was filled with books. These inquiries greatly eased the tension of those captured, and one man even took the initiative to answer Shanks' questions. After they finished eating, the group on the deck received Yi Tian's rough treatment. They weren't exactly lively, but at least not on the verge of death. Fushiguro pulled up a stool and faced them, asking the man who spoke to Shanks, "I'm Fushiguro, from the Infinite Pirate Crew. What's your name?" "Sir, my name is Yura, and these are members of our exploration team." Yura seemed to have heard of the Infinite Pirate Crew before, but couldn't recall at the moment, introducing himself. "How did you get captured? Has O'Hara fallen?" Fushiguro was puzzled. They were not far from O'Hara. Yura's face showed a bitter smile. "It's embarrassing to say, but we just formed not long ago. Because we are all focused on researching knowledge and neglected our combat abilities, our fighting power could be said to be zero. We intended to practice on nearby islands, but unexpectedly ran into pirates and had no chance to resist." Barrett was puzzled. He had been reading books lately. Could reading books actually affect one's strength? A voice in Barrett's heart urged him not to read. He subconsciously glanced at Fushiguro and quickly lowered his head. Another voice in his mind warned him that being rebellious would lead to a severe beating. Fushiguro found it somewhat amusing. With your current state, not a single strong person among you. How could you dare to go out on the sea and encounter pirates? You should know you would only end up dead. Yura replied stubbornly. It's the thirst for knowledge, the desire to know the true history of every country. Yi Tian silently nodded, affirming their pursuit. They might be weak, but their thoughts were not weak. How many countries hide the truth, and how could they easily uncover it? At that moment, a woman from the infirmary helped another woman out. The assisted woman quickly approached Yi Tian, her eyes shining, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. My name is Nico Alvia. Once we arrive at O'Hara, I hope to host you all a show of my gratitude." Yi Tian felt a bit embarrassed by such gratitude. He couldn't quite put his finger on why this woman gave off an indescribable feeling. Seeing this, Yi Tian's face turned red, and Fushiguro took the initiative to speak. "All right, when we go to O'Hara, you can consider a trip for us," letting the kids broaden their horizons. Some people didn't say much, but the fear in their eyes was hard to hide, having experienced the pirates' abduction. They already had a shadow over pirates. Their expressions didn't escape Fushiguro's eyes as he calmly said, "We're not interested in your meager wealth. If we really wanted to do something with your skinny arms and legs, what could you possibly defend against?" Chapter 38 O'Hara, the person who was pointed out lowered their head in shame. Yura turned around to reprimand them. "He is our savior. How can you speculate about him like this?" Fushiguro waved his hand. "Some things are useless to say. We don't care about your opinions. As long as we get what we want, that's enough." Seeing Fushiguro lying on a deck chair on the second floor reading a newspaper, Yi Tian went off to do his own thing, leaving Shanks there chattering and asking questions, with Barrett listening in. As dusk approached, the Black Pearl slowly docked at the O'Hara Pier. Although the sails had been furled, the unique flag of the Infinite Pirates still fluttered in the wind at the top of the three masts. People who were initially close to the dock saw the pirate ship and, like in other places, were taken aback and fled in panic. The reputation here was not good. even when Yura and the others disembarked and shouted, "Don't worry, everyone, it's me, Yura. They're not bad people. They saved us from pirates." A robust man dressed as a fisherman replied, "Do you want to hear what you're saying? Have you joined the pirates and forgotten your roots? Planning to take us down first?" Their overthinking made the members of the Infinite Pirates feel embarrassed. Sometimes, being too clever isn't good. Shanks curiously tugged at Fushiguro's pants. Why do people from the West Sea seem to be more afraid of pirates? The civilians in the New World are also afraid, but they don't act like this. Yura and the others were passionately explaining to the islanders, while Fushiguro leaned down to clarify for Shanks. Pirates in the New World have some strength. Most understand the principle of sustainable development, unlike pirates from the Four Seas. These people have only recently started sailing, and most are very poor, so they want to let go of any soft targets they encounter. Barrett stated his conclusion. So the majority in the New World focus on territorial power, while those in the Four Seas focus on immediate benefits. Fushiguro looked at the insightful Barrett in surprise and slowly replied, "Exactly. Without enough strength and background, they can't hold onto their territories. Not to mention the Navy. Even other pirates invading would be unbearable for them." Yura gasped and ran to everyone. "Fushiguro-sama, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Let us go." With Yura leading the way, he introduced the local specialties of O'Hara, while Shanks kept saying wow, wow, wow. His head never lowered as he gazed at the enormous tree of knowledge. A middle-aged man with a strange hairstyle jogged over. Yura introduced him. "This is the head librarian of the Tree of Knowledge, Cloud D. Clover. In other words, he is the highest leader of our island." Cloud D. Clover first bowed. "Thank you to the members of the Infinite Pirates for saving the people of O'Hara. Our island is quite poor, and we don't have much to offer, but tonight we will hold a banquet for several distinguished guests. If there is anything you need, as long as we have it, we will certainly provide it." With this attitude, Fushiguro teased, "Do you really understand our background?" Krudi. Clover was sweating profusely and trembled. "I know, you are a famous pirate crew in the New World, and you have never suffered a defeat." Yura's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. "Didn't they say the New World is fraught with danger? And even the Navy doesn't dare to act recklessly there? Now you tell me these people have never been defeated in the New World, just these few people? And they have a child with them. To be precise, too." Fushiguro nodded solemnly. "So, you should know that if we want to do something, you cannot stop us. We're just here to gain some knowledge and see the Tree of Knowledge. If possible, I hope you can teach these two over the next few days." He pointed at Shanks and Barrett, warning Clow, "You'd better restrain your people from speaking to the Navy, because I'm not sure if the Navy would directly bombard the island and start war." Clow wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, I will definitely make it clear to them. Barrett, take Shanks around to explore a bit, take some belly, and buy whatever you want directly." Fushiguro took out a stack of belly from his pocket and handed it to Barrett, ruffling Shanks' hair. "You guys play for a while, and when the banquet is about to start, come back to eat." Clow added, pointing to a nearby area. "The banquet will be held in the square over there, marked with a sign, so don't worry about not finding it." Barrett took a bouncing Shanks to shop, while Clow accompanied Fushiguro and the others to answer some questions. In the evening, a bonfire blazed in the center of O'Hara Square. There weren't many people attending the banquet. Most residents were still afraid of Fushiguro and his group. The previously rescued individuals, having reunited with their families, kept toasting to Jin Yuan and his companions. After a few drinks, the conversation gradually opened up, and the square was no longer filled with the initial eerie atmosphere. It became lively, finally having the atmosphere of a banquet. Klaus, slightly tipsy, was quite proud. "In the West Sea, O'Hara is the best in archaeology. Nothing else can compare to us. Not to mention that we gather the best archaeologists and top archaeological teams in the world, and the Tree of Knowledge houses precious texts from all over the world. Well, the rest is fine, but the claim of having a top archaeological team is debatable," Fushiguro commented while taking a sip of his drink. Clow was somewhat unconvinced. "Have you encountered a more professional archaeological team than ours? Not to mention their skills, the point is whether they can survive to archaeological sites. Otherwise, everything is just talk." Fushiguro looked at him as if he were a fool. Clow's eyes turned into black beans, his mouth tightly closed. Realizing that what he said made perfect sense, and he couldn't find any words to counter it in his mind. Next to Etion sat Nico Alvia, who kept asking Etion what there was in the new world and about their experiences. Etion was delighted, boasting about how, under his precise navigation, they avoided one extreme weather after another. Jin Yuan surprisingly didn't T-expose Etion, instead making exaggerated expressions, saying it was all thanks to Etion. Etion felt deeply moved inside. What a good brother. Alvia's eyes sparkled, staring at Etion with admiration, her eyes almost sparkling. Fushiguro was pondering about the existence of people like Clow. If they continued to seek the truth, given the nature of the celestial dragons, they couldn't escape death. He secretly whispered to Clow, "Do you want to know what happened at God Valley?" God Valley? Clow had never heard of it, guessing it was an island in the New World, but it piqued his curiosity. What happened? I'll show you tomorrow when you wake up from your drunkenness. Fushiguro only revealed half of it, leaving Clow feeling extremely itchy and uncomfortable. Chapter 39. The value of the video, Den Den Mushi, is still rising late at night. Everyone returned home. Fushiguro held the sleeping Shanks, while Jin Yuan carried the rambling Barrett to the hotel they had arranged. Fushiguro didn't see Etion. After thinking for a second, he stopped. He was grown up, hadn't drunk much, so he wouldn't lose himself. In the past, when they all went out drinking, they ended up going their separate ways. Naturally, this time was no different. The next day, Fushiguro stretched and breathed in the unique scent of books that belonged to O'Hara Island. Chloe had been waiting downstairs for a long time. He couldn't afford to offend these deities. Compared to some pirates, Fushiguro and the others left a good impression on Chloe. At least they had good manners. The child was well-behaved, clearly raised with good upbringing, not at all like a child raised by pirates. He resembled a child brought up in a perfect family environment. Jin Yuan wasn't interested in historical documents and wandered off to buy some local specialties to replenish supplies, also checking for any Navy presence. Fushiguro brought along too, and Chloe, eager to please, asked Lord Fushiguro, "What is the truth behind the God Valley incident?" Early that morning, Chloe had been browsing information about God Valley. His only discovery was that the recently updated map did not include God Valley, while earlier maps did. He had no idea why it was missing. "You take them to the library first. I'll go get something to tell you." After returning, Fushiguro placed a video Den Den Mushi in Chloe's hand, telling him, "Find a private place to watch." Chloe was skeptical about what it was, but cautiously took the video Den Den Mushi into his private office, where a Do Not Disturb sign was hung at the entrance. Shanks and the others naturally knew what was recorded in that video Den Den Mushi. When they arrived in the West Sea, Fushiguro had shown it to them. Fushiguro thought it best to show it to them after they had some understanding so they could form their own judgments about these matters. As for Shanks, it wasn't about him being smart enough to discern right from wrong. It was just for fun, like watching a movie, at least planting a seed in his heart. Shanks and the others didn't think much of it. They focused intently on the historical book in front of them. It was fascinating, detailing why a country fell and how another was established. The absurd ways countries met their demise, such as due to a woman or a trivial matter triggering a chain reaction leading to their downfall. They watched it like a story, thoroughly enjoying it, occasionally laughing and mocking its content. Meanwhile, Fushiguro searched the bookshelf for information on Sky Islands and a devil fruit encyclopedia. Logically speaking, if O'Hara had a devil fruit encyclopedia, it would be the most comprehensive one available. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything decent regarding Sky Islands. The only book he found was a fairy tale for children about Sky Islands. The library was too large, and Fushiguro lost the will to keep searching. He decided to wait for Chloe to come out and ask him directly. After waiting for an hour, Chloe emerged from his office with red eyes, tear stains on his cheeks, messy hair, and a dejected demeanor, holding the video Den Den Mushi. His colorless gaze met Fushiguro's, and after returning the Den Den Mushi, he nervously asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it really as I saw?" Fushiguro raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What? Everything is recorded in there. Could be fake. It's not like I colluded with the Navy to put on a show." Chloe fell silent for a long time, unsure of what to say. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him, even though they had suspected that the Navy was in cahoots with the Celestial Dragons. They never imagined they were not just allies, but rather like dogs that could be commanded at will. Seeing Chloe remain silent, Fushiguro grew a little bored and joked, "If I say you will end up like God Valley in the future, Would you believe it? In the past, Chloe would have never believed it. They were just a group of truth seekers. They never thought the waters were so deep. They had always been too presumptuous. Not to mention the historical truths. Just the truth contained in this video, Den Mushi alone would be enough for O'Hara to perish 100 times over. If they found out who held the video Den Mushi, they would probably track it to the ends of the earth to destroy it. Chloe didn't respond to Fushigiro's question about belief, and suddenly remembered they had saved several boats of refugees. He anxiously asked, "Are those people still alive?" Thinking of those they had left on the deserted island, Fushiguro replied coolly, "Who knows? Maybe the world government has already eliminated them. You need to understand, they do not allow blemishes to be known by others." Chloe instinctively spoke, "Then you save them. Why not protect them?" Fushiguro narrowed his eyes and grabbed Chloe by the neck, lifting him up. "You need to understand, there's nothing in this world that is guaranteed. If you have the ability, why don't you save them? Don't just talk big with me. I really don't like it." The library of the Tree of Knowledge contained a lot of dark secrets of noble nations, which were valuable to Fushiguro. Chloe was not guilty enough to die. It wasn't until Chloe's face turned pale and he struggled weakly that Fushiguro let him down. Chloe held his neck, coughing repeatedly, his eyes filled with fear. He really had been foolish. Reading for too long could make one stupid. In a moment of emotional outburst, he forgot who he was dealing with. Chloe, breathless, apologized. "Lord Fushiguro, I'm sorry. I was momentarily confused." Shanks blinked, looking back and forth as if trying to understand why things had suddenly turned this way. Fushiguro casually sat with his legs crossed and said, "This is the last time. By the way, do you have a devil fruit encyclopedia? Bring it to me." Chloe regained his composure, stood up with his head down, and said, "Yes, I'll get it for you now." Once Chloe walked away, Shanks complained, "Godfather, if you keep doing this, will he still teach us properly? In the end, it will only make him afraid of us." Barrett silently gave Shanks a thumbs up in his heart. Only Shanks would dare to say such things. If he said it, he would probably end up being fed some jumpy noodles by Fushiguro, or worse, being whipped with a belt. Chloe came back, holding a thick book made of unknown leather. Placing it on the table and pushing it toward Fushiguro. "This is the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia from the library." Fushiguro took the book, casually flipped through a few pages, then walked to a nearby table and said abruptly to Chloe, "You continue teaching Shanks and the others. Just keep a calm mind. The main thing is to let them understand this world and some basic theoretical knowledge." Although Chloe had previously taught Shanks and the others, they were only half knowledgeable, and much of what he taught was incorrect and incomplete. Chloe was genuinely committed to teaching. At first, he was quite reserved and awkward, but as he got into it, he gradually exhibited the composure of a knowledgeable scholar. Chapter 41 Night? Fushiguro flipped through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia for a long time, trying to memorize the appearance and effects of all the devil fruits. He glanced at the half-finished book and rubbed his forehead. "Claw, I won't take this encyclopedia with me. Please have someone help me make a copy to take away." Looking at the sky, Fushiguro took out a few gold bars and tossed them to Claw. "This gold will cover our accommodation during this time, and also your fees for being our teacher." Claw, feeling unworthy, held the gold bars with both hands and was about to return them. "My lord, I can't accept this." Fushiguro glared at him. "A deal is a deal. If I tell you to take it, then take it." Not knowing how long they would stay, he added, "During this time, you are responsible for teaching those two." Fushiguro then looked at Jin Yuan and Barrett. "You two will follow Teacher Claw to learn every day. If you get tired, take a break. Balance work and rest to learn faster." Since Barrett found out they were all weaklings, he felt a bit rebellious about studying, thinking that fists were more useful. However, he had no choice but to comply due to Fushiguro's authority. Shanks, on the other hand, was curious about these things and found it not tiring at all. Claw silently accepted the gold bars, since it was said like this, not accepting would be rude. "How about we go to the most famous restaurant in O'Hara for a meal? It's on me." Fushiguro joked, "You just got paid and you're already planning to spend it?" The nameplate read, "O'Hara's first restaurant." While eating and chatting, Claw began to change his perception of Fushiguro. The man wasn't bad. He was straightforward and wouldn't casually kill innocent people. On the contrary, he would help when in a good mood. He was somewhat different from the pirates he had seen and heard about. "Mr. Fushiguro, why do you call yourselves pirates?" "By your actions. You could easily be called pirate hunters or adventurers. Under Fushiguro's request, Claw also stopped calling him my lord and switched to Mr., asking about something he was curious about. Fushiguro casually replied, "Pirates seem to do whatever they want, and even if they do bad things, others just say they're pirates, it's normal. I don't like being morally bound, nor do I like others pointing fingers at us from high ground. There's a saying, before cursing others, curse yourself, and then you can stand undefeated." Claw suddenly realized that Fushiguro and the others didn't care how others viewed them as pirates. What they cared about was the barking of self-righteous people. Deadly. Thinking of this, Claw's heart raced. No wonder Fushiguro would act directly after the reckless words he had said today. It was lucky he hadn't been killed. Perhaps he still had some value. Just as they were discussing some matters about the world government and the Navy, two people walked in at the entrance, one woman linking arms with the man. Hiss. It's unprecedented. This is the first time Fushiguro saw Yi Tian bring a woman to dinner. Impressive. As Yi Tian entered the restaurant, he saw Fushiguro smiling at him and immediately felt uncomfortable. Nico Alvia followed Yi Tian's gaze and suddenly turned bright red, steam rising from her head as she buried it in her chest, unable to look directly at him. Claw rubbed his chin, unsure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. If Yi Tian was just playing around, Alvia would probably end up heartbroken. Claw regretted not noticing Alvia's unusual behavior during the banquet. Shanks sensed something was off and turned to see Yi Tian, joyfully waving his arms. "Uncle, Sister Alvia, come eat. The food here is really good." Barrett, lowering his head, corrected Shanks seriously, "You should call her Your Highness. She's much older than us, and she's holding Uncle's hand." It was better to stay silent. Once he spoke, even Yi Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth, let alone Alvia, who was too embarrassed to face anyone. The dining table was exceptionally awkward. Fushiguro tapped his fingers on the table, and a plan formed in his mind. "Yi Tian, do you really like her? This is the first time I've seen you bring a girl to dinner." Alvia showed a sweet smile, not expecting to be his first. Yi Tian felt a bit awkward. He didn't know about others, but for him, it was the first time encountering a woman who admired him so much, with a great personality. And she was quite bold. If he said it wasn't his initiative, the person in front of him probably wouldn't believe it and might even beat him up, causing Alvia to lose face. At this moment, Fushiguro seized the opportunity. "You're not a kid anymore. It's time to seriously consider dating." He then spoke to Alvia. "Are you interested in sailing the seas with us? You could do archaeology while keeping Yi Tian company. It's a win-win." Alvia, blushing, stammered, "But I've never been that far from home." Fushiguro continued, "What would your family think about you having a pirate husband?" "Huh? What? Husband?" The word made Alvia freeze completely, leaning on Yi Tian's shoulder with her hands covering her face, unable to say a word. Claw interjected to ease the situation. Alvia's parents passed away a few years ago, but she still has a younger brother. If she doesn't mind, I don't think there would be a problem. If someone from the island married a pirate, they might never return. Otherwise, they would face countless cold stares and ridicule. Fushiguro understood this logic and directly said to Claw, since they both like each other, "Then O'Hara will belong to the Infinite Pirate Crew's influence. You will still be O'Hara. To the outside world, you will indeed belong under our banner." Claw was dumbfounded. How was he supposed to explain this to the islanders? Abiye. Fushiguro chuckled lightly. "Of course, there are benefits as well. On the sea, even a navy won't easily target you, and pirates won't dare to offend you." Claw, in a small voice, asked, "Can we think about it?" Yi Tian held Alvia properly and said seriously, "Alvia, do you want to go out to sea with me, even if it means being labeled a pirate?" Alvia had learned about the Infinite Pirate Crew and found it fascinating. Most importantly, she really liked Yi Tian at the moment he saved her. She fell deeply in love with him. Plus, the evening banquet further attracted Alvia. Was this love at first sight? "I do," Alvia shouted as if on impulse, her voice echoing throughout the restaurant. So embarrassing. Covering her face, Alvia ran outside. Yi Tian, being a bit foolish, stood there dumbfounded, and Fushiguro, feeling annoyed, kicked him. "Chase her. Why are you standing there? Waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" Yi Tian turned and chased after her. Ha. Everyone in the restaurant laughed at this happy couple's antics. Chapter 41 Reactions from all sides in the past 5 days. Fushiguro had his feet propped up on the table, casually saying, "Claw, Have you made up your mind? Even if you don't acknowledge that you're part of our pirate crew, as long as others know that Alvia is Yi Tion's person, you won't escape death. Moreover, your actions are a thorn in the side of the world government. Claw clenched his fists, reluctantly looking up to meet Fushiguro's gaze. Can you guarantee that the Navy and pirates won't dare to act against us? Fushiguro lazily flipped through the devil fruit encyclopedia in his hand. You have no choice. As long as we are alive, no one will dare to touch you. Not even the Navy? Claw was somewhat skeptical. How could the Navy possibly not dare to act against the pirate? They won't dare. Fushiguro's calm voice came out today. You also saw the newspaper, which said our pirate crew was in O'Hara, yet you didn't see the Navy come. The newspaper mentioned that we would torture you. Do we actually do that? It also said we were up to some unknown secrets. Do we have any? The answer is no. This is the biggest problem. Claw steeled himself. Since fate was unavoidable, he might as well plan ahead. Can we hang your flag for archaeology or perhaps station the New World? Fushiguro rarely looked seriously at the cowardly Claw, of course, adding proudly, once you truly experience the cruelty of the sea, you'll understand just how powerful we are. How powerful exactly? Claw didn't understand. He realized that if he didn't agree, he would soon find out. Fushiguro never expected that the one who would seek them out first would be Yi Tion, instead of the gold yuan they had thought about. He had previously focused solely on cultivation, and after Barrett fainted, he devoted himself to studying medicine. How did he find them first? Fushiguro felt inexplicably irritated. Somewhere in the New World, on an island holding a banquet, Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, laughing heartily to himself. So that's why I couldn't find you in the New World. You went to the West Sea for a vacation. What could be in the West Sea that would attract a man like you? A pineapple-headed boy approached, munching on roasted meat. Old man, what could make you so happy? Whitebeard pointed to the headline, What the Infinite Pirate Crew Wants to Do in the West Sea. I just saw that an acquaintance didn't die, and that makes me happy. Is this pirate crew a friend of yours, old man? The pineapple head bit into the roasted meat. Friend? Not quite. Whitebeard looked at Marco, and Fushiguro's word from the past flashed in his mind and wouldn't go away, causing the newspaper to shatter under the tremor of his fruit. Marco struggled to swallow the roast meat and said, If you tear the newspaper, you can't hit me anymore. There's a bit of misunderstanding. When he returns to the New World, I must explain it to him friendly. Whitebeard scanned the circle of boys around the fire, realizing there wasn't a single girl among them, and secretly vowed to find a girl on the next island. Moreover, the next time they met, if Fushiguro's ship didn't have any women, he would return those words to Fushiguro intact. Outside, a castle built of pastries in a certain area of the New World. Charlotte Linlin was slightly plumper than a few years ago, also holding a newspaper in her hand, savoring the news about Fushiguro. Being able to escape from the encirclement of 3 rear admirals and inflict significant losses on the Navy, I knew you wouldn't die easily. Linlin no longer had the intense desire to give birth to a monkey as before. Now she already had many children of different races. More than that, she was pleasantly surprised that someone from the same era was still active on the sea. On a certain island in the New World, Kaido, with his head wrapped in bandages, picked up a wine gourd beside him and drank heavily, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Fushiguro's bounty notice. With a sobbing tone, he vented, Fushiguro, what did I do to provoke you? Why do you always hit me so hard on the head? Woo! I want to become stronger. I want to train a powerful physique and the strongest head in the world so that when the time comes, you won't be able to hurt me. I will create the strongest body in the world. Fushiguro, just you wait. Woo! In a certain sea area of the New World, Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, had a glimmer in his eyes. It's great to see that you're still alive and haven't been caught. With you and me teaming up, we can surely surpass the Rocks era. Fushiguro, I believe you can't refuse such a great gift. Shiki looked up at the island in the sky and revealed a confident smile. The next time I enter the New World will be when I come to find you. In another sea area, Roger also saw the news about Fushiguro and muttered to himself, West Sea, O'Hara, where are you planning, Fushiguro? You're not at retirement age yet. The sea is at its most exciting time, and I don't want you to miss out on so many beautiful sights. In the office of the Marine Headquarters, Admiral Garp, Crane, Sengoku, and the fully functional Zephyr sat with Steel Bone Kong at the head. What do you think about the Infinite Pirate Crew staying in O'Hara for so many days? Garp laughed. With how decisively Fushiguro acts against the celestial dragons. If he really wanted to do something, he would have done it already. O'Hara wouldn't still be standing. Garp's memory of Fushiguro saving the refugees from God Valley was deeply etched in his heart, leaving him with an indescribable feeling towards Fushiguro. The hometown that was destroyed by the celestial dragons was saved by the Navy in God Valley. In this day and age, it's truly hard to tell who is a good person and who is a bad person. Crane analyzed seriously, pulling out the O'Hara data. O'Hara is a sacred place for archaeology, primarily storing many matters of various countries. I'm worried that Fushiguro wants to expose some noble scandals to promote the sea. Garp scoffed. For what I know of Fushiguro, why would he resort to such means? If he dislikes a noble, he could just wipe them out directly. In the East Blue, he left no survivors among those utterly corrupt nobles. Even their pets were split in half. What if he is just bored and traveling around? Sengoku felt that Garp had a point. The New World is still in the stage of pirates, fighting pirates for territory. A strong person like Fushiguro has no reason not to get involved. Ever since the last time he escaped from him, there hadn't been any news. The two battles he fought were both against sinking pirate crews, and he hadn't done anything particularly heinous. Sengoku pondered, I think we can leave it be for now. After all, compared to other major pirates, the Infinite Pirate crew is relatively stable. Zephyr didn't know much about Fushiguro, but if he had to say something, it was that one sword, a stunning sword. I apply to be primarily responsible for capturing the Infinite Pirate crew. Everyone present turned to look at him, and Garp was picking his nose. No, buddy, you're about to be promoted to Admiral, so don't go looking for Fushiguro. Garp knew how eloquent Fushiguro could be, and Sengoku echoed. Yeah. Sengoku was worried that Zephyr would get swayed by Fushiguro's words and turn against them. Zephyr's sense of justice was the closest to true justice among them. Every time he captured pirates, he never killed unless absolutely necessary, always capturing them alive. Even though the last time he failed to capture Fushiguro and it resulted in heavy casualties for the Navy, Zephyr still felt that Fushiguro was different from the others. Sengoku now only blamed himself for wanting to find out why Yi-Tion and the others killed those islanders. After Zephyr learned of it, he developed a strong interest in the Infinite Pirate crew, mainly because they were still in the West Sea, not in the New World. Steelbone Kong asked Zephyr in a deep voice, Are you sure? They are not just any random people. Zephyr stood up and nodded firmly. I'm sure. All right, then you'll be in charge of the Infinite Pirate crew. Remember, your life is important. You still have a wife. Understood. Zephyr saluted standardly, and his justice coat swayed as he left the office directly. Prepare the ship. Set sail for O'Hara. Chapter 42. Yi-Tion's wedding. Half a month later, O'Hara was flourishing, and one house stood out, surrounded by flowers and filled with cheerful sounds. Wu-He raised his glass to toast the newlyweds, Yi-Tion and Alvia, wishing you a happy marriage. After one toast, Jin Yuan followed suit, wishing you a happy marriage. It was a simple wedding, not overly grand, attended only by the previous rescue team of the archaeological expedition, along with Craw and all members of the Infinite Pirate crew. As the ceremony was coming to an end and the newlyweds were heading to their room, Yi-Tion, slightly drunk, leaned on Wu-He and asked, How did you convince this island to come under our banner? Wu-He, slightly tipsy, replied without revealing the truth. Personal charm. Jin Yuan's ears perked up, and he muttered, ISNT, that's simple. Those stubborn guys, I just took out a few who disagreed. Then they all heartily agreed. Yi-Tion had a knowing expression. Captain, you don't have to be so nice to O'Hara, just for my sake. Wu-He covered his face with one hand and pointed at Alvia with the other. Even if I don't consider you, I still have to consider your wife. Yi-Tion realized and started gesticulating as he tried to explain, only to be kicked by Wu-He. Go to your room. Laughter erupted in the room, and after Yi-Tion carried Alvia upstairs, everyone gradually dispersed, marking the end of a warm wedding. Wu-He instructed Shanks and Barrett to return with Jin Yuan first, as he had something to attend to, and then walked around the corner. Thank you for not interrupting this complete marriage. In the dark, a bright spark of fire lit up. Zephyr shook his coat and said proudly, I don't want a large-scale battle to break out in the city. Wu-He smiled and didn't respond, instead asking, I heard your cigars are specially supplied? Zephyr's expression was a bit off, but he answered directly, Yes. And this is only for the rank of Rear Admiral. There are special supplies for admirals as well. Want to join the Navy? Our benefits are great. It's better than being a pirate, where you worry about having your next meal and being scorned. Join the Navy and become a hero. He couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think even if I agreed, the world government and the celestial dragons would agree? Zephyr almost forgot. He was so used to recruiting that he got tongue-tied. We stepped within 3 feet of Zephyr. Are you here to arrest us? Oh no, he had lost the initiative. Zephyr was no longer the reckless youth. He understood the situation. There were many residents here, even though they were already under the infinite pirate crew. This time, he just happened to pass by to take a look. It was impossible to back down. We found it amusing. I have nothing to do. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, he turned his back to Zephyr and walked away slowly. Zephyr bit down on his cigar, thinking, trying to provoke me? No way. He disappeared into the darkness without looking back. TCH, not falling for it. On the unnamed island in the West Sea, the sounds of battle echoed frequently. Zephyr, you really are a persistent ghost. He enjoyed the feeling of close combat and the pressure that came with it, grinning. Zephyr, please entertain me to your heart's content. Kid, don't let your bravado trip you up. Last time, you ambushed me. This time, just surrender and let me arrest you. We truly didn't understand why Zephyr always chose to capture pirates alive instead of killing them. Zephyr, why don't you kill pirates? Zephyr huffed through his nostrils. I believe no one is born evil. I want to give them a chance to change. Huh? He mocked. What about the Navy that went with you, the ones who were killed? Are they just a joke? Zephyr was at a loss for words. Many in the Navy had questioned him like this, but few followed him. Most of the time, he was the one taking action himself, trying to prevent unnecessary sacrifices among his men. He had his principles and his stubbornness. The world shouldn't be like this, under the rule of the celestial dragons. The clear class divisions led to many people succumbing to pressure and becoming pirates. He couldn't change the policy. All he could do was contribute his meager efforts, hoping to make the world a little better. This was his justice. He felt helpless toward Zephyr. Not only was he powerful, but he was also so stubborn. Whether it's pirates or commoners, some people deserve to die. You're so naive. You can't save others this way. And someone might get hurt because of you. Zephyr retorted, what about you? Do you deserve to die too? He kept talking while attacking Zephyr. I don't know if I deserve to die, but it's hard to make me die. You alone aren't enough. Zephyr's arms, covered in haki, felt the force behind each of Wu-He's strikes. He sighed inwardly, thinking, what a monster. Why do all the strong ones become pirates? When will the Navy rise again? On the shore, Yi Tian clapped his hands, and a group of unconscious Marines lay on the ground, one of whom was a colonel. At that moment, Jin Yuan flew out from the Navy ship and casually said to Yi Tian, it's all taken care of. They're all just knocked out. I don't know what Wu-He is thinking, wanting us not to kill these Marines. Yi Tian shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he has a favorable view of Zephyr. Jin Yuan, with his hands behind his back, commented, Zephyr is indeed not bad, but unfortunately, his justice is misdirected. Even though we are pirates, we kill our own comrades. He, as a Marine, doesn't kill pirates. That's just foolish. Jin Yuan used metal to bind all those lying on the ground, so they would wake up and need to be knocked out again. According to Wu-He, foolish people usually don't end well. Yi Tian, transforming his wings, flew toward the Black Pearl. Forget it. After all, he is our captain. This battle probably won't end in a few days. Jin Yuan turned his head to sense the commotion from the center of the island, retracting his neck slightly. Zephyr might be a bit foolish, but his strength was not weak. Last time, it was only because of Yi Tian's devil fruit ability being a bit disgusting that they were able to hold out until Wu-He returned. Even so, Yi Tian had also been beaten up by Zephyr, feeling uncomfortable all over. It could be said that Zephyr was foolish, but that didn't mean he was weak. 2 days and 2 nights of battle once again overturned Nico Alvia's view of the strong on the sea. While having lunch, Alvia took small bites, worriedly looking toward the center of the island. I hope Wu-He is okay. 2 days and 2 nights without sleep or food fighting. After witnessing Yi Tian and Jin Yuan's devil fruit abilities, Alvia had thought that having a devil fruit ability would allow one to roam freely on the sea. She even asked who among the infinite pirate crew was the strongest, only to be told that Wu He was the strongest, which shocked Alvia greatly. She thought they were being modest. Jin Yuan, carefree, chewed on meat. Don't worry about Wu He. He is very strong, and his physical abilities are not something ordinary people can compare to. Do you know about the giant race? Alvia nodded silently, wondering what relevance the giant race had. Jin Yuan exaggeratedly gestured. A few years ago, Wu He fought against the giants, and didn't he fall behind? Alvia covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. He has such a small body, but possesses such great strength. Yi Tian echoed. You have no idea. This little island is almost ruined by them. Alvia had always thought that the descriptions of the strong on the sea in books were exaggerated, but she never expected it to be true. Chapter 43. Zephyr and Fushiguro during dinner time. Yi Tian said to Alvia, who was preparing food. You can make a bit more. They are about to finish. Alvia, lacking observation hockey and powerful perception, decided to make more since her husband said so. In the center of the island, the place was in ruins, with not a single intact tree and potholes everywhere. Zephyr covered his rear yard with one hand. Looking angrily at Fushiguro, You, this guy, your methods are truly dirty. Fushiguro shook a finger. That is incorrect. This is called limitless combat technique. In a fight, any means to win are normal. You have such a big heart. Aren't you afraid that all the soldiers you brought will be wiped out by my men? Zephyr said proudly. I have very reliable colonels under me. Your men may not succeed, and in fact, they might have already been captured by mine. Zephyr's tone shifted, and he expressed a strange sense of trust. Even if my men are not a match for you, you won't let them kill. Heaven, how could there be such a stupid person in this world? Fushiguro really couldn't understand where Zephyr got his confidence. With such words, what else could Fushiguro say? You're quite interesting. I'll spare your life. Zephyr laughed. Fushiguro was indeed different. If you call him a bad person, he seems good. If you call him a good person, he seems a bit bad. It's confusing. Fushiguro directly hugged Zephyr. You feel good to fight? Does it mean that the more foolish a person is, the stronger they are? But I'm not foolish. It's quite strange. After 3 days and 2 nights of fighting, Fushiguro spent most of the time talking, chattering nonstop, sharing many things with Zephyr. He almost had thoughts of switching sides several times, even suggesting that with the world in such chaos, why not bring the family to the Navy headquarters? They could not only meet more often, but also be safer. Just as Alvia finished cooking, she turned around and saw Zephyr and Fushiguro with their arms around each other, laughing and chatting, which was how it appeared to her. In reality, Zephyr had a disgusted expression, constantly retorting and criticizing Fushiguro's temptations. Fushiguro looked at his beloved crew, all unharmed, and his smile widened. The world government only gives you a little money. There's no need to risk your lives. Seeing his crew intact, Zephyr's heart trembled. Even though Fushiguro said he wouldn't harm his soldiers, he couldn't help but worry. Breaking free from Fushigiro's embrace, he quickly returned to the warship. Upon seeing that the soldiers were only imprisoned and bound, and not dead, he felt relieved. Fushiguro was indeed sincere. Next time he fell into my hands, he would also let him go. The imprisoned Navy soldiers, seeing their vice admiral, were a bit disheveled, but not missing limbs, crying and saying, Vice Admiral is invincible. He actually captured the infinite pirates. To them, Zephyr returning unscathed could only mean he had defeated the pirates. They could not think otherwise. Zephyr scratched his head, not wanting to explain too much, fearing their views on pirates might change, which is a big taboo. Those with strength can do as they please. Those without strength must recognize the harsh reality. He ordered an immediate departure from this place of troubles. Zephyr wanted to go back and bring his family to the Navy headquarters, then report on Fushiguro's situation. As the Navy warship sailed away, Jin Yuan was puzzled. Fushiguro, you let Zephyr go so easily? This doesn't fit your style. Yi Tian picked vegetables for Alvia, his eyes revealing a questioning expression. Fushiguro revealed his true reasoning. Each of us will eventually grow old. Still, the world is not just about killing. There are also human feelings and affairs. We cannot wander aimlessly for our entire lives. We will eventually settle down. And since we are pirates, we should prepare in advance so that we won't be hunted by the Navy for the rest of our lives. Yi Tian, you also don't want to live your life on the run with your wife and children, right? Fushiguro looked gently at Shanks, during our time raising Shanks. I've thought about the future. While we are still young, some things can be prepared. Yi Tian and Jin Yuan remained silent. Their minds opened up with Fushigiro's words, and they understood the meaning behind them. They all had their own calculations in mind. O'Hara was Alvia's hometown, and Yi Tian was determined to protect O'Hara. After all, it could be considered his home. Jin Yuan was still a bit playful and hadn't thought about marriage and children. Sensitive as he was, he seemed to have thought of something, his lips trembling but unable to speak. Shanks, however, was full of confusion. Does this mean we will separate in the future? Barrett paused while eating meat. Jin Yuan held his breath, and Yi Tian lowered his head. Fushiguro rubbed Shanks' head with his greasy hand. That's not called separation. You'll understand when you grow up. Why is it so sentimental? You all seem a bit off. Without my permission, I won't allow you to disembark casually. Time flew by, and after spending half a year in the West Sea, the Infinite Pirates returned to the New World. They appeared before everyone, declaring Dressrosa as their territory. Dressrosa? Ha ha! Fushiguro, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Shiki carefully looked at the newspaper in his hand. He recognized Fushigiro's strength and wanted to invite him to join his plan to rule the world. After the God Valley battle and the death of Rocks, Shiki had been recruiting and consolidating power. He believed that failure was due to not enough people and the disunity of hearts. The main issue was that he lacked strength. With insufficient strength, he gathered numbers. The Flying Sky Pirates had rapidly developed their own fleet in just a few years. The Golden Lion Fleet. The treatment he provided to his members was excellent, and his subordinates were wholeheartedly loyal to him. He didn't believe Fushiguro would refuse. As for choosing Dressrosa, Fushiguro made the decision after comprehensive consideration. It was a tropical island with a vacation vibe, abundant in species and resources. The people got along well, and the king governed wisely, making it much better than other places. Moreover, as long as the political aspect wasn't too skewed. After Fushiguro had a friendly discussion with the king, he provided many governance suggestions, emphasizing the importance of the people. King Dold III had never seen such a proposal. He was enthralled, as if he could already see the improved quality of life for the citizens and the prosperity of the nation. He directly referred to Fushiguro as teacher and actively cooperated in promoting the kingdom's affiliation with the Infinite Pirates. The populace didn't have much of a reaction. Under whose influence they were didn't matter as long as their lives were good. However, some people whose interests were involved didn't think so. After Jin Yuan and the others demonstrated their power, it calmed things down quite a bit. Overall, Fushiguro felt that this place was quite nice and suitable for retirement in the future, so he decided to take it first. Chapter 44. Shiki arrives at the seaside. Fushiguro lazily asked Yaishin, who was lying beside him, "Are you okay? Why haven't you gotten pregnant after all this time?" Jin Yuan took the opportunity to tease. Exactly. Could it be that your healing ability can't even handle this hidden ailment? Yaishin turned over. What do you two single guys know? This kind of thing isn't something you can just will into existence. Fushiguro inexplicably thought of Charlotte Linlin and wondered how that guy, managed to be so prolific. Does he do it all the time? That must be quite enjoyable for her. He heard she had given birth again and even held a banquet for it. Yaishin, how can you be so at ease letting Alvia take Shanks and the others around the city? Yaishin responded to Fushiguro. What else am I supposed to do? I can't be with her all the time to protect her. That wouldn't be protection. It would be more like a restriction. They say distance creates beauty. And you say that to me, but you're also fine with Shanks and Barrett playing around the city. Fushiguro tilted his head. Is it the same? Barrett is just an ordinary person. How could he be their match? Shanks, on the other hand, has been clever since he was little, always sharp-witted. Plus, with Barrett around, nothing bad should happen. They say you shouldn't judge a monk by his looks, and this is our territory. Who would dare touch them? Yaishin shifted the conversation, complaining true. It's rare to enjoy some leisurely time. I really don't understand why Nicole loves shopping so much. Shopping is one thing, but she always insists on going to bookstores. If I don't accompany her, she pouts. If I do, it feels like torture. Jin Yuan thought about it and felt a headache coming on. Good thing I don't have a wife. Hey, is it going to rain? Why is there such a large shadow on the sea? Fushiguro pulled down his sunglasses halfway. I can't see clearly. It's blocked by clouds. But there's a ship below. The shadow was moving alongside the ship, and the three of them waited curiously to see what was going on, even thinking how unlucky that person was to have the dark clouds following them. The ship was moving at a decent speed, and soon Fushiguro could see the flag hanging above, flying pirate crew. What does that guy Shiki want here? Shiki, a well-known strongman. Fushiguro stood up and brushed the sand off his body, casually waiting, with his Soul Reaper standing beside him in the sand. Before the ship even arrived, they saw Shiki flying eagerly towards them. Fushiguro. Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, stared at Fushiguro and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, seen you now. You truly live up to your reputation. When he saw Yaishin, he squinted. Haven't we met somewhere before? Yaishin gritted his teeth. Yes. You slashed me twice back in God's Valley. Oh, Fushiguro said so. No wonder when I found Yaishin in the woods. He was resting from exhaustion after running into Shiki. Fushiguro thought. Shiki laughed nonchalantly. At that time, I thought he was just some random fish, so I casually gave him a slash. Turns out it's you. Yaishin instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. How come this guy talks just like Fushiguro? So infuriating. Fushiguro interrupted Shiki's laughter. What do you want by specifically coming to find us? At this moment, the shadow covered everyone, and Shiki snapped his fingers. I brought you a gift. This flying island. What do you think? Are you kidding? Jin Yuan looked up at an island that vividly appeared above their heads, staring at the bottom of the floating island. From this angle, he could only see that spot. Yaishin took a deep breath. If the island were to come crashing down, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Could it be split apart? Fushiguro stroked his chin. Honestly, a floating island was very tempting for him. Not only could his family live on it, but their safety would also be guaranteed. Most importantly, it looked cool. But all of this was due to Shiki's devil fruit ability. If he were to die suddenly or lose consciousness one day, wouldn't the island be doomed? He looked at the island, then at Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan's devil fruit ability could also grant similar powers to metals, which could be used for navigation. Having an island fly in the sky should probably be fine, right? Though I'm very tempted. Let me refuse. There are too many uncertainties, and I can't trust it. Fushiguro directly refused. Thinking about putting his family's lives in Shiki's hands was a joke. Shiki wasn't angry. Fushiguro, join my fleet. Let us go rule the world together. Huh? Fushiguro had a black line on his forehead and looked at Shiki like he was an idiot. The last person who wanted to rule the world is already dead. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? That was Rox's failure in using people. Shiki proudly crossed his arms. Impressive. Describing it that way is really something. Fushiguro suspected Shiki had his brain damaged by someone back in God's Valley. Not participating. I'm not interested in ruling the world. If you want to rule the world, first you need to drag the celestial dragons down from their pedestal. Fushiguro suddenly had a light bulb moment and started to guide Shiki. This world is just a massive mess. What will you do after you rule it? Shiki had never considered this question. He only thought about ruling the world. I should be able to do whatever I want, and no one in the world would dare rebel against me. So right now, you can do whatever you want. Why do you need to rule the world? You can't even manage a fleet properly. How can you manage the world? Fushiguro decided to give this delinquent, Shiki, a good talk. How can I not manage? Once I rule the world, there will be plenty of talented people. Shiki seemed determined to win Fushiguro over. I see your brain is very useful, and your strength is strong. We need talents like you. Fushiguro continued calmly. I'm not interested in ruling the world, but if you're talking about killing celestial dragons, I might take action. Shiki thought for a moment. What does that mean? As long as you join, I can bring the celestial dragons to you for you to kill. Fushiguro covered his face. Not a plan at all. You don't even have a complete plan, just a final goal. How can you achieve that? Shiki quickly pulled out a cigar and handed it to Fushiguro. Fushiguro, then what should I plan? Fushiguro naturally took the cigar and lit it first. If you want to rule the world, your enemies are not just the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons. They're also pirates. Do you think your strength is strong enough to contend against the entire world? At the very least, you need to find a leverage point to shake the celestial dragon's rule. Fushiguro exhaled a puff of smoke. In short, I've said it all. You need to make those people understand what benefits they would have under your rule. Pirates at least agree right away. Why should you be the boss? Shiki raised his fist. Because of my fist. Fushiguro was smoking the cigar while thinking about how to explain this to a delinquent middle-aged man with a broken mind. Chapter 45 guidance from Shiki Tian and Jin Yuan, upon seeing the situation, felt no tension and relaxed, quietly watching Fubai and Shiki converse. Jin Yuan whispered to Yi Tian, "Why aren't they sitting down to talk? Isn't it tiring to stand?" Yi Tian thought for a moment and replied softly, "Maybe it's for the prestige." The people on Shiki's side did not disembark but were ordered to wait on the ship. Fubai patiently guided, gesturing continuously, for example. If you want to launch an attack on their rule based on the unreasonableness of the celestial dragons. After more than half an hour of discussion, the two transitioned from standing to sitting. Fubai took a deep breath from a coconut, emphasizing the importance of having a justifiable cause. After listening to Fubai's ideas for half an hour, Shiki's eyes lit up as if a new world had opened before him. "Fubai, from now on, you are my brother. Even if you don't join my fleet, you are still my brother." Fubai patted his chest and pointed at Shiki. "You and I are brothers for life." Whether the truth or falsehood of their words was known only to them. However, they currently shared a common goal. Shiki wanted to rule the world, while Fubai wanted the celestial dragons dead, and Shiki could not avoid the celestial dragons no matter what. "Fubai, you must accept this island. You're mistaken. Even if I die, this island won't lose its ability to float." Shiki pointed to the sky island and explained, "Brother, do you believe me?" Fubai scoffed. "Do you think I'm a child who can be easily fooled? I don't believe it." Unfazed by the revelation, Shiki waved it off. "Then it's fine. Since you don't trust me, don't take it. When my aerial island plan is complete, I'll invite you to visit." Fubai looked at the rising Shiki. "So you want to recruit the top powerhouses from the sea?" Shiki revealed his signature confident smile. "Of course. I want to gather like-minded people, as you said. Whitebeard has a strong devil fruit ability, but he probably won't join. I've heard he has a bunch of sons. After playing house, he clearly has no great ambition. What a waste." Fubai chuckled. "Everyone has different pursuits. There's no need to mock others' ambitions. Only the weak do that." Upon hearing this, Shiki thoughtfully pressed a hand to his forehead and looked at Fubai seriously. "I understand now. Just like my pursuit, you never mocked it but instead offered me advice. No wonder you're so strong. These lofty principles are easy to recite, but putting them into practice is quite difficult." Fubai stood up. "Then I want to see you off. You still have much to do. When your plan to attack Mary Geos is ready, remember to call me. I will definitely lend you a hand." Shiki took out a cigar and handed it to Fubai. "When that day comes, I'll be sure to notify you in advance." Shiki took off into the sky, waving goodbye to Fubai. "Fubai, keep working hard to get stronger. I don't want you to miss that day." As Shiki left, the island hovering above also departed, and the heavy stone in his heart dissipated. Yi Tian stepped forward with some concern. "That guy Shiki has too much ambition. There are many uncertainties. Are you serious about cooperating with him?" Fubai shook his head with a smile. "Shiki isn't bad. Let us see what he can achieve. When the time comes, why can I help him? It's also helping myself. The bond isn't that deep yet. There is hardly any friendship. How can I recklessly help others? I'm not a fool." Jin Yuan, still shaken, said that oppressive feeling from the island hovering above was intense. "If things get out of hand, he wouldn't really use the island to smash us, would he?" Fubai scratched his groin. "Hard to say. Shiki isn't exactly kind-hearted. Worst case, he could just make another island. You all need to remember, anyone who can mix with the Rocks pirates is no ordinary person, especially the higher-ups." Gulilu's stomach protested, and he realized it was mealtime. Fubai patted his belly. "Let us go eat. Who knows what will happen in the future? Now we don't have to worry about food and drink. We have our own territory. If we protect our little patch of land and occasionally go out for a stroll, isn't that a good life?" Yi Tian and Jin Yuan felt that Fubai seemed to have changed a bit, especially after Yi Tian got married. They clearly sensed that Fubai was less reckless than before. At night, everyone sat around in the courtyard. Alvia leaned against Yi Tian's chest and softly said, "Yi Tian, I want to seek historical texts. I want to understand the blank 100 years." Fubai looked over in surprise. Yi Tian, naturally knowing Alvia's thoughts, gently patted her back. "No rush. When we set sail, we can look for them along the way. Some things can't be forced." According to Fubai, when you want to find something, you often discover it unexpectedly. Just like how I met you. Alvia obediently agreed and continued to nestle in Yi Tian's arms. Jin Yuan and the others felt uncomfortable watching. They were about to be married for a year, yet they were still so lovey-dovey. Shanks and Barrett were studying the devil fruit encyclopedia, both eager to eat an interesting devil fruit. Today, there were rumors in the city about a floating island appearing by the sea. After Jin Yuan explained the situation to them, their longing for devil fruit abilities grew. Barrett hesitated. After all, Fubai didn't have a devil fruit ability, yet was still a powerhouse. Fubai caught a glimpse of Shanks' focused expression while looking at the encyclopedia. He initially didn't want Shanks and the others to eat them. He was worried that if everyone on the ship except him couldn't go into the sea, he would truly face the dilemma of whom to save. He then shook his head and looked up at the starry sky. Forget it, that's their choice. Whatever they become, so be it. If the kids want it and it can enhance their strength, it's just fear of sea prism stone and the sea. Compared to the advantages, this little flaw is nothing. Shanks, you need to clearly differentiate those devil fruits. Don't accidentally eat a bad one. Generally speaking, a person can only eat one devil fruit. Shanks wiped the drool that was about to drip from the corner of his mouth. I wouldn't steal. I'm just looking. The type they were looking at was the Zoan type, mythical beast. Under Fubai's influence over time, they all believed that true strength comes from self-empowerment. Naturally, the Logia type was too rare, so they prioritized studying the Zoan type, mythical beast, and were told not to seek anything other than mythical beast types by Fubai. Chapter 46. Finding Whitebeard because of what Alvia said last night. Fushiguro plans to set sail today after a long time of not going out to sea. Shiki's invitation stirred a ripple in Fushiguro's otherwise calm heart. Where are we going, Fushiguro? Jin Yuan was eager to find someone to spar with. It is now circulating that after Rock's death, the New World has been rapidly seized by Charlotte Linlin and her crew. Over the years, they have only claimed 3 nominal territories, one of which is uncertain if it has any living islands, and the territory of Dressrosa is slightly larger. If it weren't for Fushiguro's reluctance to expand, always saying that he couldn't manage too many territories, Jin Yuan would have already taken action. He could be shameless, but he couldn't let Fushiguro lose face. After all, Fushiguro is the captain of the Infinite Pirates. It's worth mentioning that inspired by Shiki in Sky Island. Jin Yuan tried a few times but found he couldn't do it like Shiki, so he gave up. Fushiguro was browsing information about the Whitebeard pirates. He heard they were staying at Bafang Island and decided to see if he could run into them. After confirming their location, the Black Pearl set sail across the sea once again. Yi Tian was also reading the newspaper to catch up on recent news from the sea. Since the God Valley incident, have there been more celestial dragons dying, as he hadn't heard much from them? On the other hand, the celestial gold has been continuously collected. Fushiguro casually replied, who knows? No one would complain about having too much money. The more, the better. 2 days later, Fushiguro walked through the streets of Bafang Island with Shanks and Barrett, while the others went about their business. Let me guess where this drunkard Whitebeard might be in the city. Arriving at the best tavern on Bafang Island, Fushiguro pushed open the tavern door and immediately spotted that massive figure. How hard can it be to guess? The moment the door swung open, Whitebeard sensed a powerful life force entering, slowly turned his head, and met Fushiguro's smiling face. Gurura, Fushiguro, is that you? Whitebeard's eyes lit up upon seeing Fushiguro. Kulme, let's drink together. It's on me. Marco and Jozu, who were drinking juice nearby, turned their heads in surprise to see what their father had been talking about. Fushiguro was not polite and took the rare opportunity to hear Whitebeard say he would treat them. Those two are still young. They could just have juice like your little guy. Marco blinked at Barrett, noticing his sturdy build and anxious expression, then glanced at Jozu, thinking these two must be of the same type. Outgoing Shanks held his juice with both hands and struck up a conversation with Marco and Jozu, as it was rare to see someone his age. Even Barrett couldn't help but join the conversation. Usually, adults were chatting, and they couldn't interject, making them feel uncomfortable. Whitebeard noticed Fushiguro's unexpected visit and vaguely guessed, "You didn't come to find me on purpose, did you?" "Correct. No reward." Fushiguro clinked glasses with Whitebeard, smiling. "I heard you've adopted a bunch of sons. I'm curious why you didn't just find one of your own." At this point, Fushiguro pretended to be surprised and covered his mouth. Could it be that you can't have children, so you adopted sons instead? Whitebeard laughed heartily, shaking his beard. How could that be? Look at my size. It's really hard to find someone of a similar build who suits my taste. As for adopting them, it's simply because they are homeless and I wanted to give them a home. Fushiguro observed Whitebeard's physique and felt he made a good point. A 6-meter-tall body is not something everyone can handle. He then glanced at his own body, which had only grown to about 2 meters over the years. Oh well, at least it won't be difficult to find a partner in the future. Fushiguro thought of an inappropriate image and asked, "So how do you usually deal with your physiological needs?" Whitebeard's face turned red, and he cleared his throat. "There are kids here, what are you talking about?" The more Whitebeard reacted this way, the more interested Fushiguro became. "Come on, tell me. I want to hear." Coughing, Whitebeard hesitated and finally spoke. "Don't I go back to my hometown every year?" Fushiguro raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so that's how it is." Fushiguro silently sighed at Whitebeard's background. Another one who couldn't afford celestial gold, and thus fell into piracy and human trafficking in a lawless territory, leading to the destruction of his nation. Fushiguro joked, "How's your hometown doing now?" As the redness on Whitebeard's face faded, a gentle look appeared as he reminisced. "I sent a lot of money back every year, and the country has improved. I found a pirate crew to deter and protect them. Even if they don't join, life is much better than before." Fushiguro couldn't understand Whitebeard's logic. Why not just say that's your territory? Who would dare to touch it under your protection? Whitebeard filled his glass again. "I'm worried that someone might retaliate against me by threatening their lives." Fushiguro now completely understood why so many people turn to piracy. With that kind of mindset, how could one survive in a normal society? If someone were to directly slaughter your hometown without you knowing, wouldn't that hurt even more? What are you afraid of? Instead of this, why not just lay it all out? Who dares to threaten you? Just go and deal with them. With such strong power, being overly cautious is unnecessary. Whitebeard knew this reasoning, but he just couldn't understand why his mind couldn't catch up. Fushiguro continued to press. "Are you saying you won't let Pineapple Head and the others go out to train alone in the future? Or that you want to let them participate in battles and keep them tied to the ship for a lifetime, waiting for you to finish your fights and clean up after the war? If you're held back and others board your ship, won't they just be at risk of being slaughtered?" The two little ones, suddenly pointed out, didn't understand why Fushiguro would say such things to their father. As it was not their turn to speak, they could only look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard imagined what Fushiguro described and broke out in a cold sweat. The imagery was too terrifying, and if it truly happened, he couldn't imagine how he would go crazy. With a grateful look at Fushiguro, "Fushiguro, you're right. Children must grow up. I can't keep them bound to me forever. I now know what to do in the future. Children can be taught." Whitebeard downed his drink in one go, smacked his lips, and stared at Fushiguro. "I don't believe you came to find me just to say this. Of course, I inspired your thinking. Shouldn't you show your appreciation?" Fushiguro rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, the meaning clear. Whitebeard laughed heartily. "I thought it was something serious. Turns out you want to steal our treasure." Fushiguro quickly shook his head. "This isn't stealing. This is you paying tuition." Chapter 47. Urgency. "Speak up, what do you want?" With Fushiguro's guidance, Whitebeard's gloomy heart was lifted, and he boldly said, "We have gold, silver, jewels, precious materials, weapons, and even devil fruits." Hearing about the devil fruits, Fushiguro's eyes sparkled, almost blinding Whitebeard. "We're devil fruits." Whitebeard seemed to recall something, stroking his beard. "You haven't eaten a devil fruit yet, have you?" Fushiguro shrugged his hands. "I don't want to eat one." Whitebeard didn't see any problem with that. "No rush. Come to my ship for a drink, and after we finish, I'll show you tomorrow. We don't even know what the devil fruits are. Otherwise, we would have planned to give one to Marco. Marco said he wanted to take care of my health and wanted to eat a devil fruit that can heal others. Shanks wanted to show off that Yation's ability would suffice, but Barrett quickly filled his glass. If it's good, drink more. Fushiguro agreed, saying he would make sure to bring back more treasures tonight if he enjoyed himself. At dusk, on the Moby Dick, the entire Infinite Pirates crew was present, and the first banquet with the Whitebeard pirates officially began. Whitebeard initially wanted to comment on how Fushiguro was surrounded only by men, but after seeing Nico, he fell silent. Fortunately, he also had women on his ship to take care of the younger children, or else Fushiguro would have caught him off guard. Although Whitebeard didn't fight Fushiguro this time, it didn't mean there wasn't competition at the drinking table. They drank until late at night, and even those who didn't drink started dozing off, leaving only the designated night watchman to watch Whitebeard and Fushiguro spar with words. Yaishin had long since fallen asleep in his wife's embrace. Fushiguro looked at Whitebeard, who had collapsed under the table, raised his proud head, took out the prepared transponder snail to record, and then lay down on the ground to sleep soundly. The next day, Fushiguro was awakened by Jin Yuan, rubbing his forehead. "What kind of garbage wine is this? I always get a headache when I drink too much. I'll brew my own from now on." Whitebeard, holding a large bowl of hot porridge, ate contentedly. "Can the wine you brew be drinkable? Don't end up killing yourself." Fushiguro took the porridge Jin Yuan handed over. "Just don't forget what you promised me yesterday." Gulping down, a real man wouldn't go back on his word. Whitebeard waved to Marco. "Go get that devil fruit." Fushiguro added beside him. "And the treasure worth 100 million berries." When did that happen? Do we have it?" Whitebeard clearly pretended to be clueless, and Fushiguro silently took out the transponder snail. "Yes, and the treasure worth 100 million berries." Whitebeard quickly stopped Fushiguro from playing the recording. "You're really dirty." It's to prevent someone like you from going back on your word." Fushiguro smugly waved the transponder snail in his hand. "Do you have any extras of this thing? Sell us a few." Whitebeard didn't think it was useful before, except for entertaining himself at night. Fushiguro put the transponder snail back in his pocket. "There aren't any extras. With your financial power, just go buy it." When Marco brought out a small box, Shanks and Barrett had already been waiting on deck with the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia for a long time. Whitebeard wiped his mouth and pointed at the open box, where the devil fruit was displayed before everyone. "Take a look at what devil fruit it is." Whitebeard was also betting that it wasn't a powerful devil fruit, hoping to exchange an unimportant one for Fushiguro's goodwill, even if it were a powerful devil fruit. Whitebeard had roamed the seas for many years and had the courage to handle it. Shanks and Barrett had looked at the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia the most, carefully comparing it with the book. It had a bamboo-like shape, but was covered in green spirals. Shanks exclaimed, "Found it! It's the Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form, iron-eating beast. The record says that if an animal eats it, it can transform into a human form and gain the same high intelligence and learning ability as humans, as well as the ability to walk on two legs, which are unique to humans. If an animal eats it, it can understand both human and animal languages. Isn't this just a panda person?" Fushiguro felt embarrassed. At least it still had its ancient name, which should increase some strength. Compared to those dinosaur forms, it didn't seem that powerful either. Fushiguro didn't pick and choose. Since it was obtained for free, he wouldn't refuse. "You and Barrett shouldn't eat this. I have other plans." Shanks nodded seriously. It looked like it wouldn't be strong if eaten, and it was filled with weaknesses from any angle. Whitebeard secretly thought it was lucky he hadn't given it to Marco. After a tactical cough, he said, "You've gotten your things. Do you have anything else to discuss with us?" Jin Yuan took the treasure chest that Joe's had brought out along with the devil fruit, and Fushiguro chuckled. "Are you worried that I'll drink with you and steal your treasures, eager to send me away?" Whitebeard always thought no one could drink better than him, but he never expected to meet someone like Fushiguro. Fushiguro didn't beat around the bush and stated directly, "If you encounter my people alone outside in the future, please give me some face and don't make things difficult for them." Shanks, on the side, was keenly learning this favor-giving technique, thinking it was really cool to resolve many things without fighting. Whitebeard thought he was going to say something serious and boldly said, "It's not a big deal. If you encounter my family outside in the future, please be lenient." To say these words for his partners made Whitebeard think highly of Fushiguro, considering him a reliable man. Much better than that rocks guy. After agreeing, Fushiguro didn't question it. Whitebeard suddenly said, "Your Devil Fruit Encyclopedia is more complete than ours. Can you only make a copy?" Fushiguro waved generously. "You've already agreed to me, so what else is there to say?" Shanks, give them the encyclopedia directly. "Don't worry. We've already made several copies to prevent loss or damage." Whitebeard felt touched. "Then what else is there to say?" "Marco, go get 100 million berries for the infinite pirates. Urgency." Fushiguro gave Whitebeard a thumbs up, readily accepting the straightforward 100 million berries. Not understanding what it meant, Whitebeard based on his confusion, asked, "What does urgency mean?" "I'm not peeing now." Fushiguro rolled his eyes. "It means to praise someone for being straightforward and bold. It's a term from my hometown." Oh, Whitebeard knew that dialects vary in different places, so he learned on the spot and gave Fushiguro a thumbs up. "Fushiguro, urgency." Fushiguro twitched the corner of his eye and pulled Shanks along. "Let us go. Prepare your treasures for our next meeting." Whitebeard laughed broadly. "You should be the one preparing the treasures." After leaving the Moby Dick, Fushiguro couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking about what he said to Whitebeard about training the little ones from an early age. The days Marco and the others would face in the future would be amusing, and he considered it a way to strengthen their abilities. Whitebeard should be grateful to him. Shanks looked at Fushiguro with admiration, thinking how strong his godfather was, that everyone would give him face. Whitebeard watched Fushiguro's departing figure with appreciation, muttering to himself, "He is becoming more and more domineering and mature." Chapter 48. That's my New Year's money. Half a year passed in a flash. It neither felt too fast nor too slow. Time waits for no one, and the world won't remain unchanged for any individual. Countless pirates, unaware of the vastness of the world, entered from all corners to capture the head of the infinite pirate crew and make their names known. The end for these people was invariably the same. They all became nourishment for the infinite pirate crew, except for a few interesting devil fruit users, whom Fuhai had no interest in engaging. Most of the weaklings were handled by Yi Tian, Jin Yuan, who trained with Barrett and the now 5-year-old Shanks. What mess! Fuhai stood on the deck of the Black Pearl, stroking his chin while contemplating Shanks, who returned covered in blood with a smile, and couldn't help but doubt himself. Had he introduced Shanks to this aspect too early, or was it because of his famous mentor? This led to Shanks fighting without any sense of guilt, and, on the contrary, feeling quite proud. Another good deed done for the world, a merit point. Fuhai looked up at Barrett, who had surpassed his height. At 11 years old, after their training, he displayed remarkable combat talent. It was as if he was born to be a warrior. Whenever pirate crews attacked, with Yi Tian leading, Barrett never backed down, fighting with great vigor. Barrett, oblivious to Fuhai's gaze, showed his white teeth in a silly grin. After checking the participants, ensuring no one was missing limbs, Fuhai cradled his head in his hands, swaying on the deck while checking if any fish had bitten on the fishing rod he had abandoned. Shanks and Barrett scampered off to change clothes, while Jin Yuan floated to Fuhai's side, lamenting, "Fuhai, what are you fishing for? This is all our hard-earned money. Who uses gold to fish?" Fuhai grinned and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm fishing for a big one." Yi Tian also found it curious what he could catch with gold, which was coated with a dye that could trigger a golden glow, even if it was placed 100 meters deep in the ocean. The faint golden light could still be seen. Alvia crossed her arms, pondering as she stared at the golden light that continued to sink in the sea. Some related thoughts flashed through her mind, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. There were too few clues, and the books only recorded a few lines, making it impossible to guess. Despite being an avid reader, she had no idea what fish would like to eat gold. Was she fishing for people? Shanks and Barrett emerged from their wash, and seeing everyone gathered around Fuhai, they couldn't help but approach. "Godfather, are you still fishing? Just give it up. We can use that gold to buy something delicious." Shanks wasn't as clingy to Fuhai as before. Having outgrown the most adorable age of childhood, he leaned on the railing, chattering away. Alvia beside him felt embarrassed, realizing Shanks had perfectly learned the captain's way of speaking. She just hoped her future children, with Etion, wouldn't pick up the same habit of incessant talking. Fuhai flicked Shanks on the forehead with spatial power. "You little brat, what do you know? This is called fishing with a long line for big fish." Shanks rubbed his forehead, which had turned red from the flick, holding back tears. He hadn't even been hurt that badly in the recent battle. "Oomph. Then don't use my New Year's money to fish." Jin Yuan and the others felt like things were starting to shift in another direction when Alvia proactively spoke up. "I should go prepare the meals." Jin Yuan whistled. "Then I'll go collect the spoils." Etion thought for a moment. "I'll go help my wife." Barrett looked around, ignoring Shanks' pleading expression, and followed Jin Yuan, saying, "I'll help Jin Yuan count the loot." Just as Shanks wanted to say something more, the three main forces of the infinite pirate crew, aside from the two little ones and Alvia, suddenly stiffened. Fuhai looked down at the sea. the corners of his mouth lifting, his hand spinning the fishing reel so fast it left a blur. Suddenly, he yanked it, and everyone held their breath, only seeing the sparkling gold without any fish. But that unsettling feeling was incredibly strong. The sea around them turned dark, no longer the vibrant blue. Unfortunately, the black pearl was right in the center. Even Shanks could sense something was off and instinctively hugged Fuhai's leg. "Godfather?" Fuhai laughed heartily, addressing everyone, "Hold on tight." As he spoke, an enormous mouth, with teeth like small mountains, revealed itself around the black pearl. Yi-Tian, shocked, swiftly embraced Alvia, his wings appearing in an instant, ready to escape at any moment. Jin Yuan's hair stood on end. With a wave of his hand, he steadied Barrett beside him, hoarsely shouting to Fuhai, "Fuhai, what do we do next?" He felt that Fuhai was doing this on purpose, but he had no evidence. If Fuhai didn't speak soon, he would take the black pearl away in the next second. The area covered was too broad, and the closing speed was rapid. Jin Yuan couldn't afford to gamble on the unknown. Fuhai casually slung Shanks over his waist and confidently said, "Keep the ship steady, avoid obstacles, and we'll go with the current." "You've gone mad. You must be crazy." Jin Yuan cursed at Fuhai without caring about his image, his eyes showing madness. "I must have gone crazy to agree to this." Shanks felt numb. He couldn't imagine how to escape if that monster swallowed them. It was no different from seeking death. What on earth did his cheap godfather want to do? Cold sweat trickled down Yi-Tian's temples, his mouth twitching. "Fuhai, please don't tell us you were fishing for that thing." Alvia looked up seriously at the massive creature, particularly at a huge, lantern-like growth on its forehead. It was enormous, unbelievably so, larger than anything they had ever seen. The black pearl was even smaller than one of its teeth. As the lanternfish's mouth closed, the gold used as bait rolled to Fuhai's feet, which he picked up and stuffed into Shanks' hands. Shanks held the gold, which was half his size, and felt uncertain for some reason. Fuhai chuckled. "That's what I was fishing for." Jin Yuan stabilized the ship and set sail. "Let's see what treasures are in the lanternfish's belly." As the lanternfish's mouth closed, seawater rushed in, and the terrifying suction pulled the black pearl along with the current. Jin Yuan wasted no time, flying to the bow, unfurling the sail, and continuously avoiding the uneven small peaks inside, as well as predicting the hazards that lay ahead. Sharp teeth grazed by on both sides, along with many marine creatures that had been mistakenly swallowed. Shanks covered his eyes with one hand, peeking through a gap while holding onto the gold tightly with the other. Seeing the situation had escalated, Yi-Tian comforted Alvia, who seemed lost in thought, and flew to the top of the stern, ready for any unexpected circumstances. The stench from the lanternfish filled the air like a fierce wind. Fuhai grinned broadly, his eyes shining with excitement. "Ha ha ha, charge." Chapter 49 Hometown Records. Under the focused control of Jin Yuan, the black pearl experienced a steep descent and smoothly sailed inside one of the lanternfish's stomachs. It was truly a spectacle. Alvia brushed her hair and, not knowing when she had picked up a pen, was ready to record everything she saw. The interior was not black. The lantern of the lanternfish illuminated the stomach from within, resembling hidden wall lamps. Some islands that had been swallowed were clearly visible in terms of size and shape. It was unclear whether it was a unique characteristic of the lanternfish, but there was no strong fishy smell in the stomach. Fubai set Shanks down and glanced at the liquid they were sailing on, calling out to Jin Yuan, "This gastric acid is highly corrosive. Let's fly above it." Jin Yuan nodded, levitating the black pearl and reinforcing the bottom with additional metal. Yi-Tian returned to the deck, curious and looking around, asking, "Can this help us find answers?" Fubai scratched his head and pointed to the nearby islands. "This creature is called a lantern anglerfish. It loves to eat pure gold. There are a total of 3 stomachs, and we should be in the first one now. The pure gold is in the 3rd stomach on Alchemy Island." Alvia excitedly ran up to Fubai, asking eagerly, "Captain, how do you know all this?" Pure gold is a treasure sought after by the celestial dragons, rumored to have the ability to delay aging and extend life. It could buy immense wealth. Fubai smiled mysteriously, recalling, "There are records about this in my hometown." Alvia looked regretful, knowing that Fubai's hometown was destroyed, and it seemed impossible to learn about such secrets. Jin Yuan was puzzled too, thinking, Are we all using the same brains? You must be mistaken. The world is so big. How can you be sure this fish is the one? Fubai placed his hands on his hips. Of course it's a gamble. I caught it using Shanks' New Year's money. Shanks has always had good luck. Shanks had just put the big gold nugget back in his room and came out to hear Fubai boasting about his good luck. That's right. Barrett, look over there. There's a dinosaur. Jean Yuan interjected. In the end, it's still a little brat. Fubai, where are we going now? Fubai revealed his pre-planned thoughts. Let's explore deeper. We'll go wherever there is a passage. If we encounter any signs of life, be cautious. They might be locals. Locals? They all had question marks above their heads, doubting how there could be anyone in such a place, even if they were swallowed along with an island. After so long, whether they could survive was questionable. Even if they didn't die, they would probably go insane. It was unimaginable to rely on the lanternfish's feeding to eat a bit of undigested food to survive. It might be better to just die. Yi Tian glanced at Alvia, who was focused on writing, and asked solemnly, "So how do we get out?" Fubai snapped his fingers. Simple. There are many ways to get out. We can either wait for it to eat or wait for it to excrete. We can't intervene during the feeding time, but we can intervene during the excretion. Hearing this, Yi Tian no longer worried about being trapped here. He transformed wings and flew towards the island in search of signs of life. The black pearl flew low, and Fubai continuously raised the power of his observation haki to search. Efforts bore fruit. Just as Fubai was about to let Jean Yuan enter the second stomach, Yi Tian appeared. With transformed claws, he grabbed one creature with each claw and tossed them onto the deck. One was a little girl, and the other was a green lizard that didn't conform to aesthetic standards. A dinosaur? Wow, what are you going to do? The little girl pretended to be wronged. Wiping her tears, Fubai's keen eyes caught a glint of gold on the girl's finger, and he smiled. Since you asked sincerely, Shanks, hands on his hips and nostrils flaring, chimed in. I will generously tell you, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace. We are the infinite team of world peace. Barrett, no matter how many times he heard it, still felt inexplicably embarrassed, turning away to cover his face. Unable to look directly, Fubai coughed tactically, as sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Your father is still alive, and I'm not here for the pure gold in your hand. Not only was the little girl stunned, but even Jean Yuan and the others were taken aback, thinking, how does he know everything? Even about how long people have been swallowed? Fubai spread his hands. The records in my hometown say that Alchemy Island is the source of pure gold. Legend has it that the inventor created it to cure his daughter's illness, leading to a tragic incident. Gulyalu. Alvia heard the noise and turned to the kitchen. Wait for me. The little girl was still in shock from Fubai's words. I can't imagine you're not here for the pure gold. Your ship's flag is clearly that of a pirate crew. The little girl cautiously shrank back against the railing, pulling out a short blade to point at Fubai. Don't come closer. I have a knife. Shanks was about to step forward to mock her when Alvia came out with a large plate of fried rice. Kid, are you hungry? Don't worry. Even though we are pirates, we're not bad people. What's your name? We can help you get out and reunite you with your father, ensuring your safety. Jean Yuan quietly elbowed Yi Tian. Did you teach her? How come she seems so much more cunning than before? Yi Tian scoffed and turned his head. If she wasn't a bit cunning, how could she survive at sea? The little girl, trapped for so long, had never seen such high-quality food as fried rice. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. After struggling several times, facing the steaming fried rice, the knife in her hand was replaced with a spoon. Even the lizard that had been playing dead raised its head, eagerly staring at the plate. My name is Meskina Olga, and this is my partner, Elizabeth the snake monster lizard. I'll tentatively consider you good people, Olga said, eating heartily. I've lived for over 100 years in the lanternfish's belly and finally got to eat fried rice. Over 100 years? You look like this? Barrett, who was only 11 but looked like he was decades older, exclaimed. Alvia gently stroked Olga's head. How do you usually fill your stomach? She cleverly didn't ask if it was because of the pure gold. That was obvious. How could one live so long and still maintain a childhood appearance without pure gold? Olga, while eating, expressed her grievances. I pick up undigested food that the lanternfish has eaten. Most of it was fish, and if she was lucky, there would be fruits and vegetables. That's indeed some incredible luck. Fubai, hearing Alvia's conversation, felt reassured and handed it over to her. Speaking to Jin Yuan, let us stay in the first stomach for a while. He then turned to Yi Tian. The two of us will look for the dinosaur's habitat in the first stomach. Although Yi Tian was confused, thinking, could someone really live in such a place? He had searched those areas before. Alvia continued to guide Olga through her dark thoughts. Chapter 50, Capture. Fushiguro was puzzled. Wasn't Olga's father in the first stomach? Did he remember it wrong? Feeling frustrated, he returned to the Black Pearl, only to find Yi Tian had not yet returned. He whispered to Jin Yuan, when Yi Tian comes back, let's head to the next island. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Olga was still worried while sipping her lemon juice. However, seeing Fushiguro and the others so familiar with their surroundings, she felt there was nothing she could change. At least she was alive for now. Slurp, are you specially coming in here? Did the people outside develop pure gold? Or have those bad guys found out how to enter the lanternfish's stomach? Fushiguro, with rich experience in comforting children, tried to soften his tone. Because my hometown used to record that Alchemy Island is our good brother. Many people from my hometown died to protect Alchemy Island. That's why I know about these situations so well. Olga took a big gulp of lemon juice. So that's how it is. What is your hometown called? Is it next to my hometown? Fushiguro sincerely asked. Why do you believe me without any doubt? Huh? Are you lying to me? Olga instantly turned serious. You're really a bad guy. Fushiguro couldn't help but laugh. I'm not lying to you. I just want you to be cautious about trusting others easily. What, they are bad people? Then are you a bad person? Olga looked at Fushiguro sincerely. Fushiguro calmly and seriously shook his head. Of course not. We are very good people. Just watch how we reunite you and your father. Olga nodded happily. As for her father, she no longer felt hatred. Time would dilute everything. She also understood that her father meant well. The ones to hate were those greedy people who caused her mother's death. Yi Tian flew back again, and under everyone's expectant gaze, he descended slowly with a person in each claw. Awesome. Yi Tian, you truly are our hope. Fushiguro directly hugged Yi Tian, giving him a thumbs up. Jin Yuan clicked his tongue in admiration. You guy, you're really impressive. Even Fushiguro couldn't find him, but you did. Yi Tian, with a smug look, replied, Ha, don't you know who I am? Louis Arnott, with a scruffy beard and a big belly, looked like a pure wild man, but was recognized by Olga at first glance. The two, one big and one small, locked eyes. Arnott's mouth trembled continuously, tears streaming down his face as he extended his trembling hands. Olga, I'm sorry. Upon hearing those words, Olga's eyes turned red, unable to hold back her tears. Dad. Olivia leaned on Yi Tian's shoulder. What a touching reunion between father and daughter, leaving behind hatred. Yi Tian pushed Fushiguro aside and embraced his wife. The world is still filled with warmth. We should be happy for them. Seeing Fushiguro looking up at him, Jin Yuan understood and continued to steer the Black Pearl towards the third stomach. Shanks and Barrett, sitting nearby, rested their chins on their hands, with tears glistening in their eyes. The scene stirred emotions in them. They were no longer ignorant children, naturally recalling their own backgrounds, and they became sentimental for a moment. Shanks sighed and expressed to Barrett, We're so pitiful, both abandoned by our parents. Barrett looked up, gripping his hands tightly. At least we met Fushiguro. I don't regret it. They could choose to abandon me, but they're definitely not as good as Fushiguro. Shanks lowered his head and murmured, I know, but I also want to know what my biological parents look like, what kind of people they are, and why they abandoned me. As he spoke, Shanks felt tears welling up, and with a bang, Fushiguro lightly punched Shanks on the head, making his head bob up and down, causing his tears to spill out like a runaway wild horse. Shanks covered his head. What was that for? Fushiguro grinned. I'll teach you a trick. Next time you want to cry, you could do a handstand. That way your tears won't fall. Shanks wiped his tears with his right hand and his nose with his left. Really? Fushiguro, with his hands behind his back, looked up at a 45-degree angle. I never lie to kids. With Arnott's guidance, this unknown journey became much quicker. Due to the records, Fushiguro had some idea of what would happen next. He secretly instructed Jin Yuan, remember not to let the pure gold fall into the stomach acid ahead. Fushiguro, facing the area where the ship could not reach, casually smiled at everyone. I won't go. I'll guard the ship here while you go. Shanks, feeling anxious, said, Godfather, That's an island that was swallowed more than 100 years ago. Aren't you curious? Didn't you come here to see it? Not just Shanks, but everyone else felt the same, filled with questions and curiosity. Arnott, not being foolish, but not too smart either, thought Fushiguro was worried he would overthink things, and calmly invited, "Fushiguro, come with us. The ship is safe here." It was definitely not because of the explosive device. It was because Yi Tian had fallen and didn't know where he was, and he just felt they were good people. Olga held Arnott's hand and said to Fushiguro, "I imagine you're a good person now. Come along." Jin Yuan echoed, "Exactly, I'll protect the Black Pearl with ironclad security." With everyone saying that, Fushiguro had nothing more to say. He was purely too lazy to go and didn't want to see any emotional scenes. Under Arnott's lead, everyone walked through one trap after another. These traps were carefully set by Arnott, all related to his daughter, Olga. Olga's past memories were constantly awakened as they navigated through the traps, and she cried and sobbed continuously. She worried that her father would stop loving her because of her hatred, but it turned out he had always loved her. Yi Tian learned frame by frame. After all, he was a husband now and needed to set a good example for the children. He couldn't be like this, awakening only 100 years late before dying. They soon arrived at Arnott's research room, where everyone was immediately drawn to the glow emitted by the pure gold soaking in the container. Arnott glanced at Fushiguro and the others, and instead of rushing to snatch it, he breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to take the container of pure gold down. "This is all the pure gold I researched back then." However, Olivia was not very interested in the pure gold and was captivated by the books recording past events here. Fushiguro took the pure gold and casually tossed it to Jin Yuan. Looking at the anxious Arnott, he patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I promise I will take you out. Furthermore, I can provide you with a completely safe place to live." After receiving Fushiguro's reassurance, Arnott felt a bit more at ease, but still maintained a skeptical attitude. Everyone returned to the Black Pearl, and Jin Yuan secured the pure gold in Fushiguro's room. Arriving at the first stomach, Jin Yuan turned to Fushiguro and asked, "Is this position okay?" Fushiguro moved his waist. "Wait for me to strike, and then we can head back." Wow, he's simply a superhero. Arnott looked up at Fushiguro, and in the blink of an eye, he had already leaped to the lanternfish's stomach wall. Bang! With a heavy punch, the lanternfish's stomach immediately churned violently. Fushiguro landed on the deck, smiling exceptionally happily, raising both hands to shout at everyone. "We're going back," the lanternfish said. "It feels like I've eaten today, but also like I haven't." Chapter 51 Gifts. Is this the world 100 years later? It seems not much different from before. Olga was curious like a little kitten, looking around and gathering a lot of food in no time. Arnott was in tears, truly moved that Fubai had let them go, and now he was going to arrange a big villa for them, exclaiming all the way, "There are still many good people in the world." Even the shameless Fubai found it hard to handle this pair of neurotic father and daughter. He still cared about his reputation, as this was his territory and many people recognized him. Jin Yuan had long since left, saying he wanted to take a good bath to wash away the dirt on him for the sake of catching that damn fish, which he had been preparing for a long time. Yi Tian felt Jin Yuan's words made sense. Shanks realized his extraordinary status and prepared to teach some mischievous little ones in the Dressrosa royal family a lesson. Barrett, walking alongside, uneasily advised, "Shanks, maybe it's better to let it go and wait for Fubai to handle it." Shanks snorted heavily. "Umph. My godfather said that some big trees grow crooked because they were crooked when they were saplings. I'm going to correct them. If my godfather gets involved, those people will suffer even more." Barrett couldn't argue with Shanks and decided to drop it, suggesting they just go have some fun together. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. Fubai led Arnott and his daughter into a large villa. "This will be your home from now on. Your daughter's illness has been cured, so just live well here from now on. If you want to continue your research, just let me know, and I'll arrange it for you." Arnott repeatedly thanked him, then scratched his head at the mention of experiments. "Let's not rush. I plan to spend some quality time with my daughter." Hearing this, Fubai also didn't intend to linger. "All right, Bailey has left you plenty. If it's not enough, just ask the royal family. I've already spoken to Rick Door 3 about it. As for the Research Institute, he will arrange it for you." Seeing Fubai preparing to leave, Arnott reminded him again. "Fubai, pure gold will attract many greedy people. You must not leak this secret." Fubai chuckled and waved his hand. Don't worry, even if others find out. It won't involve you too. Arnott awkwardly clasped his hands, while Olga, not having so many thoughts, directly scolded her father. The warm family atmosphere made Fubai not interrupt and leave directly. Returning to his room on the Black Pearl, Fubai leaned on a bench, examining the pure gold in his hands, his lips unconsciously curling up. With this, at least in the future when courting a wife, she would become ugly due to age. Placing the pure gold aside on the table, Fubai held a carving knife in one hand and the materials he had purchased in the other, planning to make a piece of jewelry for everyone in the Infinity Pirates. Compared to just eating it or embedding it in their bodies, no one had tried that. They weren't lanternfish, so it was better not to take that risk. Arnott was in Dressrosa, so if he needed anything for research in the future, he could just ask. With that in mind, Fubai kept working with his hands, preparing a gift for everyone. After a few days, Fubai finally gathered everyone in his large villa in the city. Usually, only Shanks and Barrett lived with him. Jin Yuan had homes everywhere, and there was no need to mention Yi Tian and Alvia. Fubai handed out gift boxes, each in a different color. Jin Yuan eagerly opened the golden gift box. What is all this mystery about? Let me see what it is. Yi Tian found it amusing and teased, not stopping his hands as he opened the light blue gift box. We're all old and wrinkled, and still doing this. Alvia held the colorful black gift box, and didn't he open it immediately? Thank you, Captain. Shanks sat on the ground with the red gift box, violently tearing it apart. Bear was also very curious, as it seemed to be the first time Fubai gave everyone gifts, examining the purple gift box, which was so formal. Ah, so it's this. Although Jin Yuan said that he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes, constantly playing with the beautifully carved gold bracelet in his hand. There was a small piece of pure gold cleverly hidden within it. Everyone couldn't hide their joy, and Alvia also opened hers to check. Yi Tian and Alvia received a pair of rings, and Fubai generously smiled. Just right for keeping your wedding rings safe. You can wear these on regular days. Thank you, Captain. Shanks was rummaging through the pieces of the gift box he had violently torn apart, his little face scrunched up. Godfather, what about mine? I haven't seen my gift. Fubai pointed to the white paper covered by red fragments on the ground. Isn't it right there? Shanks pulled it aside and picked up the white paper, stunned. What does thank you for your patronage mean? Jin Yuan snickered and covered his mouth. It means definitely next time. Like Shanks, Barrett initially studied the meaning of the words, thinking it was some mysterious grand prize. Fubai stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a wise elder. You two are still young and not suitable for carrying pure gold. Do you want to nut like Olga? Shanks glanced at the tall Barrett beside him and quickly shook his head. No. Barrett blinked rapidly. I'm already 2 meters 6. I shouldn't grow anymore, right? Fubai almost couldn't hold back. How old are you? You will still grow. Once you're older and have the strength to protect yourselves, I'll give it to you, which is also a form of protection for you. All right. The two little ones heeded his words and happily accepted this reasoning. Fubai magically moved aside, revealing 2 gift boxes behind him, one red and one purple. These 2 are for you. Wow. Just this move left the 2 in awe. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled. What Fubai said was indeed true. You never stop learning. This time, Shanks didn't violently tear it apart. Instead, he carefully opened it, revealing a long knife. Isn't this the one you brought back from God Valley? I didn't expect you to give it to Shanks. Yi Tian had a deep impression of this knife, suspecting it was the supreme great knife. After learning it was taken from rocks, Yi Tian directly concluded it was indeed a supreme great knife. Shanks joyfully played with the knife, recalling how he mischievously played with it as a child and got spanked by Fubai, who said kids shouldn't play with knives. Thank you, Godfather. Barrett, after opening it, found a pair of white gloves that felt incredibly powerful to the touch, both comfortable to wear and visually appealing, which he liked very much. Influenced by Fubai's fighting style focused on physical combat, he had always been unaccustomed to using weapons. Fubai saw Barrett's delight and smiled happily. I'm not sure what materials these gloves are made of. I told them to make them stretchable, comfortable to wear, and most importantly, good-looking. They made them according to this requirement, and even if your body is still growing, you can still wear these gloves. Upon hearing about this feature, Barrett liked them even more. He had previously worried that as he grew up, he would only be able to keep them as a collection. But now he felt a desire to take good care of them. Chapter 52. Supreme Iron Rod Barrett, I believe in you. Your childhood is different from each of ours, and I am sure you will achieve great things in the future. Fushiguro switched to his encouraging mode, which could hardly be considered deceptive. After all, everyone was indeed different, and at least there were some memories worth recalling. In contrast, Barrett was raised and trained after being abandoned and thrown in a battle. The 300-pound Barrett cried like a child, constantly wiping away his tears. Ooh, Fushiguro, I will never let you down. I promised to protect you back then, and I will do it in the future. Everyone, believe in me. Jin Yuan's gaze softened instinctively. This little guy Barrett, if anyone he interacted with the most, it was definitely him. Jin Yuan had always noticed Barrett's efforts and eased the atmosphere by saying, "Of course. Who told you that you are Barrett?" Shanks, holding a long sword, pointed at himself. "What about me? What about me?" Due to Barrett's interruption, Fushiguro, like a parent coaxing a child, said, "You can name this sword yourself." Shanks pouted in frustration. "That's not what I meant." Jin Yuan waited for Fushiguro to make a fool of himself, but Fushiguro directly said, "You are my godson. Isn't it your duty to become renowned across the seas in the future? I hope that when I grow old, people will take extra care of me because of you." Humph. Shanks was easily coaxed by Fushiguro's words, and the long sword was now resting on his shoulder. "So, you finally realize that the world in the future belongs to the young? Just wait and see. I will protect you. If anyone dares to harm you, they better ask if my griffin agrees." Fushiguro's expression darkened as he grabbed Shanks by the back of his collar. "How old are you? You're just a little kid now. Your father's era is far from over. With your current skills, you could work at a massage parlor, and they would still say you lack strength." This scene made Barrett laugh out loud. It seemed that as Shanks grew older, he became easier to beat by Fushiguro. Yi Tian, witnessing this, quietly said to Alvia, "We should hurry and have a child. At least Shanks and Barrett can be his brothers. The path of growth won't be boring." Alvia's face turned red, and she silently nodded, her fingers drawing small circles on Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian couldn't wait to say, "Fushiguro, Jin Yuan, we're leaving for a bit. We have something to do." Fushiguro, not deaf, naturally heard this and tossed Shanks aside, saying to everyone, "I'm sleepy." Shanks rubbed his behind and asked Jin Yuan in confusion, "Third Dad, why did my godfather say he is sleepy and won't go upstairs but rather outside?" Jin Yuan chuckled, "I'm sleepy too. You'll understand when you grow up." Barrett and Shanks exchanged glances, and he shrugged. "Don't ask me. I'm only 11. Monsters gather on the sea. What does it have to do with me? I used to think about stepping out of my comfort zone, but now I want to expand my comfort zone." After finishing his morning training, Fushiguro lay on a beach chair, sipping a mixed ice wine, leisurely enjoying life. These past few days, Yi Tian was busy with his plan to have a child, and Fushiguro didn't urge them. He knew that Yi Tian would speak up when he could no longer hold back. A seemingly simple merchant ship slowly docked, and Fushiguro glanced at it but didn't care. It was normal for some people to find a place to dock to save on some harbor fees. There were no rules against docking, so Fushiguro closed his eyes again to rest, gradually feeling something was off. The footsteps were approaching him, and they were deliberately light. He wanted to laugh. Because of Fushiguro's position, this area was generally considered the exclusive territory of the infinite pirates by the people of Dressrosa, and they never ventured here. As a result, Fushiguro was the only one lying there, dressed in beach shorts and exposing his chest. Fushiguro remained still, planning to see what these people wanted to play at, treating it as a post-drink exercise. He felt no sense of crisis at all, so he might as well have some fun. If they're going to put me in a sack, I hope it's a good-looking sack, preferably with some patterns on it to match me. Their skills were very proficient. One hit with a blunt weapon, followed by putting on the sack. And throughout the process, Fushiguro remained motionless. The kidnappers were so in sync that their confidence soared. Today feels good. I'll go catch a few solo ones later. Human traffickers? Fushiguro despised human traffickers the most. When he sensed himself being lifted onto the ship and thrown to the ground, Fushiguro casually tore the sack apart, muttering, "T-sich." A broken sack. Looking around, he saw many people locked in an iron cage. None were unscathed. There were men, women, and children, with the men faring slightly better than the women. whose eyes were void of life. They were kept in a separate room, and the filth on the ground made it clear what had happened there. Even a delicate young man was not spared and enjoyed the same single-room service. Sigh. Fushiguro reached out and easily snapped the iron rod of the cell door. Before those people could react, he quickly swung the iron rod in his hand, breaking all the iron bars. With a casual punch upwards, sunlight shone through the hole, and Fushiguro used a little strength in his legs. Still standing on the deck when they saw him again. The person who had just thrown Fushiguro down was nearly wide-eyed. Weren't you knocked out and thrown in the cell? Fushiguro said nothing, merely continuing to swing the iron rod in his hand, his figure darting across the deck like a leopard. His observation haki expanded, unwilling to let anyone escape. At this moment, the iron rod in his hand seemed no longer an ordinary iron rod. Every strike that landed on the human traffickers caused remarkably beautiful damage. None of them were intact. Fushiguro deliberately held back, not wanting them to die so easily. After confirming that there were no more human traffickers on the ship, he broke open the cell doors of those imprisoned, not caring why they didn't come out. Perhaps some still had fighting spirit, but most had already lost hope for life and the future. He could not go to great lengths to save them. Being able to break open the cell door and kill those human traffickers was already their stroke of luck. Only they could truly save themselves. If one has given up on themselves, how can they expect others to save them? The remnants left to them by the human traffickers were merely the means to rescue themselves. Sticking the iron rod into the deck, Fushiguro's figure flickered back. He could throw it, but he couldn't abandon Shirhan. The one who had accompanied him the longest was not anyone else, but that rod representing the hope of the entire village. A white, fluffy head popped up from below the deck, with black ears and two black bean-like eyes confirming that there were only moaning bodies on the deck before it immediately jumped out. A panda, less than a meter tall, grabbed the supreme iron rod, its nose twitching and its butt wiggling as it dashed towards the direction away from Fushiguro, moving quickly. Fushiguro, carrying Shirhan and holding a small knife, was dealing with a few people hanging on a tree. These people had lost consciousness and were fainting, their mouths biting wooden sticks and continuously twisting their bodies. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter as long as it's not my flesh. I don't care who sent you or what sad stories made you do this. Fushiguro's expression was emotionless, his eyes cold and indifferent. As long as you do this, that's the outcome. Chapter 53. Panda the red panda ran wildly, its keen sense of smell guiding it closer to a place of abundance. With a happy expression, it leaped out from the treetops, already imagining the beautiful days that lay ahead. Just then, Fushiguro, hearing some noise, turned around, holding a bloody knife in his hand, with several disfigured individuals hanging before him. The red panda subtly shifted back, clutching a metal rod that was half its height, its black bean-like eyes filled with terror. Fushiguro was unusually silent, not looking back, as he swiftly swung the knife towards the hanging individuals, exposing their beating hearts. He casually tossed the knife behind him, embedding it in one person's kidney, and took steps toward the panda. In the panda's eyes, Fushiguro resembled a great demon, his massive black figure set against an endless blood-red background, complete with an aura of authority. The instinct from the wild told the little creature that the man before it was extremely dangerous. The little panda, having never experienced such fright, tilted its head, laid its forepaws in the air, and instinctively stuck out its tongue, going limp and fainting. Fushiguro squatted down and poked the little panda with a thin twig. Noticing that it was rigidly pushed, he glanced at the metal rod, then humorously picked up the panda, which seemed quite intelligent, showing such awareness without consuming any devil fruit. Rarely had he come across a panda, and previously he had searched for one in vain, so he was surprised to find one delivered right to him today. Ha! Good deeds surely bring good rewards. Fushiguro was in such a good mood, having first dealt with human traffickers, and now with a panda seeking a master. How could he be so lucky? Upon returning to his dwelling, he laughed heartily as he pushed open the door, only to find a scene of utter chaos. Had a robber broken in? Suppressing his unease, he sensed with his observation haki that Shanks and Barrett were upstairs, and swiftly appeared beside them. The two little ones reeked of alcohol, and after checking that they were uninjured, Fushiguro felt relieved. Those two little rascals had secretly been drinking. When they woke up, he would have to teach them a lesson. After a while, the two little troublemakers remained unconscious while the red panda woke up. Fushiguro lay on the sofa, which had knife marks, watching as the little panda cautiously opened one eye and closed the other to survey its surroundings. He chuckled. "I'm not a bad guy. Here, have some fruit." The little panda looked skeptically at the fruit before it, sniffing it with its nose. Not detecting any issues, it caught a whiff of a fruity aroma. Seeing that Fushiguro wasn't paying attention, the panda took a big bite, furrowing its brow, then leaned in to sniff again, suspiciously repeating the process until it finished the fruit. "You just ate a devil fruit. Animal type, human fruit, mythical zoan, iron-eating beast form." The little panda scratched its head with one paw, feeling a strange sensation, as if it were about to grow a brain. Fushiguro found himself unable to resist such a furry little creature. He affectionately held it in his arms and decided to name it Panda. Panda sensed Fushiguro's emotions and cooperatively let out a small whimper. "I can tell you're extraordinary just by looking at you. Cool, me. I'll teach you how to speak and recognize words." Fushiguro took out some books that Shanks had left behind when Panda was unconscious. As dusk approached, the two little troublemakers groaned with their heads in their paws, while a small figure handed each of them a cup of water. Shanks, hazily accepting the water, expressed his gratitude to Panda. "Thank you, Panda." "Panda." In an instant, Shanks sat up straight, his dazed eyes suddenly sharp, the alcohol wearing off. Barrett was also startled by Shanks's movement. Fushiguro strolled over, having heard the commotion. "He will be a member of the Infinite Pirate Crew from now on. My name is Panda." The shy little panda introduced itself, lowering its head. The similar sounds in the names made Shanks and Barrett realize they could understand it perfectly. "Hello, I am Black Shanks. I am Douglas Barrett." Panda, feeling a bit confused, shyly fiddled with its paws. "The pronunciation is a bit tricky. Just call me Shanks or Barrett." Panda was quite happy, feeling as if it truly wouldn't have to run away anymore. Fushiguro crossed his legs and folded his arms, questioning. "So, why did the house end up like this?" Shanks's face fell, and Barrett lowered his head, unable to meet Fushiguro's gaze. The room was silent, and Barrett finally spoke. "This is my fault." "Oh." Fushiguro was not surprised that Barrett would take responsibility. He was just curious why the usually cautious Barrett would get into this kind of trouble. "We were thirsty, so I went to the kitchen to find something to drink. I saw a big white bottle, opened it, and smelled it. At first, it had a fruity scent. I shared some with Shanks, and it tasted even better the more we drank. We finished it all." Barrett's eyes were clear as he recounted the story. "We said we would go buy some food, but when we got back from the store, we had lost our memories." "Phew." Fushiguro stifled a laugh and scolded. "It's good that you lost your memories at home. What if you had lost them on the street? What if you had been captured by human traffickers? I just ran into some today. Do you not understand how dangerous they are?" Shanks shrank back, not daring to refute him. He looked outside through the door, realizing he was a bit rebellious, but not fearless. Fushiguro sighed and earnestly spoke to both of them. "That was my homemade wine. It doesn't have much alcohol content. The only downside is that it's easy to get drunk. It's not your fault. I didn't expect you two would mistakenly drink it after I left it in the kitchen. Barrett, don't blame yourself. I didn't mean to criticize you too harshly." Fushiguro rubbed his forehead, realizing Barrett's strong sense of responsibility, always putting everyone's safety first. "In that case, next time we have a gathering, you should drink as well to build up your tolerance." Changing the topic, he pointed at Shanks. "And you, if you want to become a strong person on the sea, you need to be able to handle your alcohol." Shanks was taken aback. What does drinking have to do with strength? Barrett, also distracted from his guilt, heard Fushiguro adopt a casual pose, deliberately releasing a hint of conqueror's haki. "If you lack strength, how can you drink with strong people? You can't just pour a drink with them and call it a day. If you can't drink, and a strong person invites you for a drink, you say you're drinking juice?" Fushiguro coughed tactically. "Actually, most pirates drink because alcohol can dull their senses. My hometown used to say, alcohol destroys brain nerves. It's true that wine can harm people. I just hope you can enjoy it without becoming addicted, so you won't fall into traps later on and get caught without a fight." Meanwhile, not only did Shanks and Barrett benefit greatly from this conversation, but Panda, sitting on the edge of the bed, also listened intently, its head spinning from all the information. Chapter 54. Secret glances. The next day, Panda sat in Fushigu's arms, holding a book with both hands, while Fushigu patiently pointed to the words, teaching him to recognize and read them one by one. However, the method was quite clumsy and inefficient, and Fushigu, as the teacher, didn't think there was anything wrong with his teaching approach. Hearing that a new crew member had boarded, Yaishin boldly pushed open the courtyard door. Yaishin quickly spotted Panda and walked over, constantly rubbing Panda's head. Fushigu, where's the new guy you mentioned? Panda felt that Yaishin looked very evil, who just directly touches someone upon arrival. Bad guy. Yaishin was startled by the sudden voice and took 2 steps back, pointing at Panda. The animal can talk? Olivia was astonished that the panda could speak and covered her mouth, saying, so cute. Fushigo lifted Panda and shook him in the air. This is our new crew member, called Panda. I fed him the human fruit we got from Whitebeard's ship, so he can talk. Yaishin realized, stepped forward, and touched Panda's face. Oh, so that's it. No wonder. Little guy, do you have any special abilities? Yaishin picked up Panda, smiling broadly at him. Olivia couldn't resist the adorable furry creature and reached out to pet Panda. Panda shivered all over, unsure if it was shyness or fear, covering his little eyes with his paws. I don't have any. Fushigu spoke for Panda. Panda just learned to talk. There are many things he doesn't know yet. He's quite smart. He learned a lot yesterday. I just think he's cute, and keeping him on the ship as a mascot is pretty good. Yaishin nodded in agreement, thinking that it would be nice to tease Panda during his leisure time, just like he kept some fish on the Black Pearl, which could be both looked at and eaten. Olivia picked up the book Fushigu used to teach Panda. Fushigu, how did you teach Panda? Can you tell me? Fushigu proudly patted his chest, first like this, then like that, and finally like this. Upon hearing his wife's question, Yaishin's mind immediately recalled when they taught Shanks to speak. Ahem. Fushigu, why don't I let my wife teach? It's a good opportunity for her to experience teaching a child and gain some experience. Fushigu, unable to detect the subtle tone, felt his earlier pride evaporate. All right, I can take a walk. Olivia looked at Fushigu with a deep gaze. No wonder Shanks's poetry and literature skills are so poor at this age, filled with coarse language. It turns out it was you who taught him. Fushigu felt an inexplicable pressure and pouted. You can't expect someone to say, your values are correct, but unfortunately, your appearance is lacking during a fight. You little toilet that eats Oreos. Fushigu rolled his eyes. Do you hear how aggressive that sounds? Not to mention whether the other party can understand it. It sounds like a spoiled child. Yaishin nodded in agreement, thinking that this was an era where strength was respected. Others wouldn't wait for you to debate right and wrong, but would just stab you directly. Fushigu moved his body. Well, if they can learn a bit more, that's a good thing. Just don't pressure him too much to learn. In my view, happiness is the most important. After saying that, he didn't give Olivia a chance to argue and directly left. Olivia stared at Yaishin. What do you think? Yaishin bit his lip, looking towards the door. His brain racing. I think. It's just like I think. Nico, what kind of look is that? Are you going to serve my family law? Olivia was still holding Panda, her eyes darting. Don't mess around. There are others here. Yaishin placed Panda on the ground. Panda, I'll come teach you later. I have something to do. After saying that, he ignored Panda's confused gaze and flew away with Olivia, not revealing where they were going or what they were going to do, walking down the street with his hands in his pockets. Fushigu silently complained. Why didn't T.I. notice Olivia had this attitude before regarding this matter? Is it because she wants children and is anxious about their future? TSK. What's there to be anxious about? The infinite pirates can't possibly starve a child. Thinking about Yaishin's future, Fushigu couldn't help but shake his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is Yaishin, and he still has Sigma in his name. While complaining happily, Fushigu suddenly felt a gaze secretly watching him. There are really a lot of peeping Toms these days. Come on, look at me. If it makes you feel happy, what does it matter if you see me? Fushigu posed dramatically, not knowing if the person watching in the shadows was enjoying it. But the young women on the street were certainly pleased. Seeing everyone's reactions, Fushigu lightly snorted. Now he felt pleased as well. After walking a few blocks, that hidden gaze remained. Fushigu was enjoying ice cream, thinking, could they be watching me eat ice cream? Good, I'll indulge you. Slurp, 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 slurp. Fushigu's tongue licked the ice cream as fast as lightning, and in no time, the ice cream was almost gone. The nearby women were so captivated by this action that they could hardly move. Their eyes on Fushigu were like strings pulled tight. If it had been someone else, they would have been criticized and even attacked in groups. But facing the exceptionally charming and well-built Fushigu, they didn't even want others to see. They wanted to enjoy him alone. No way so good-looking. Fushigu's observation haki suddenly enveloped the area, and as he turned, he disappeared from the street. The person watching in the shadows lost sight of him and stood there, looking around, trying to find him. "Are you a pervert?" Fushigu suddenly spoke near the back of a man in a gray robe. Bang! The gray-robed man was startled and instinctively threw a punch. But Fushigu caught it with his right hand. Interesting. The strength was not weak. Catching Fushigu's attention, it seemed there was something to play with. "It's me, Dragon." Dragon, fearing Fushigu would forget his name, quickly added, "Kapu's son." Seeing Dragon remove his hat and show his face, Fushigu lost interest and released his grip. "What are you? A navy, sneaking around and staring at me for?" Fushigu specifically looked around to see if there were any more hidden eyes, confirming it was just this rough man in front of him, and then he punched Dragon in the abdomen. Dragon, unable to react in time, took the hit, doubling over. He forced himself to straighten up, rubbing his abdomen with one hand and wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with the other. "Are you crazy?" Fushigu squinted slightly. Just a moment ago, he distinctly felt something was off in the surrounding environment. A wind had picked up around Dragon. Dragon caught his breath and said irritably, "I'm not in the Navy anymore." Fushigu gave a thumbs up, impressive. "And then? Do you want to come mix with me?" Dragon pointed to a nearby alley. "Less talk here, or we can find a place." Fushigu shrugged in a nonchalant manner. "You treat, then go." Chapter 55. Rumors at the cold drink shop. As soon as they sat down, Fubuki quickly ordered the dishes like a machine gun, saying, "That's all. I've ordered your share." Long was a bit surprised. "Do you come here often?" Fubuki nodded generously. "That's right. I'm actually a shareholder in this shop." "Oh no, it's going to cost a fortune." He said he was treating, but brought me to his own shop. "You really are something, Fubuki." The cold drinks were served quickly, and Fubuki scooped up the shaved ice, saying, "Come on, you wouldn't come to find me for no reason." Long angrily took a big bite of the shaved ice. Momentarily stunned by the cold, "I plan to form my own revolutionary army. I want T-Cum to rely on you." "Oh, is your revolutionary army powerful?" Fubuki raised an eyebrow. "With your current state, your revolutionary army is even worse than Shiki." Long gestured with his spoon. "It's not about being powerful." "Then it's not powerful." Fubuki clicked his tongue. With a founder like that, how strong can the influence be? Long was left speechless by Fubuki's words. Angrily taking a bite. "You don't understand. What do you know as a pirate?" Fubuki rolled his eyes. "Do you understand? From the masses to the masses." Long was like struck by lightning. How philosophical a statement that was. It was hard to imagine those words coming from a pirate, let alone a great pirate. Long was inspired by this phrase. Combining it with Fubuki's earlier persuasion when he was young, he felt even more that Fubuki was not an ordinary person. "I see through the world government when the Navy can't solve problems." Of course, the Navy is part of the world government. Fubuki continued eating without surprise. "So, I want to gather like-minded people to liberate those civilian slaves ruled by the noble royal families." Long said seriously, "Do you remember God Valley?" Fubuki didn't understand why Long brought that up, raising an eyebrow. "Go on." Long, unable to read Fubuki's expression, uncertain if he was pretending or genuinely didn't know. "In God Valley, there was a group of indigenous children, and with my help, they escaped. I know you saved many people too." Fubuki sipped the freshly served lemon juice. "What are you trying to say?" Prompted. Long wasn't annoyed. "The descendants of rocks might be among those civilians you saved." Fubuki paused his drinking, continuing, "How can you be so sure the descendants of rocks are in God Valley?" Long leaned back mysteriously. "I heard a rumor. The celestial dragons kidnapped Rock's wife and children to God Valley, which is Rock's hometown. And I suspect that little guy on your ship was also brought out from God Valley. That little guy is the son of Figureland Garling, and I was the one who put him in the treasure chest." The straw slipped from Fubuki's mouth, and his expression changed. "It doesn't matter. Shanks was raised by me. When he grows up, if he wants to meet his biological father, I will take him to see him. Also, thank you for saving him. So it was you who saved him. That's really something. Long also revealed a heavy piece of news. I heard a rumor that at that time, the Celestial Dragons wanted to kidnap Shaki as leverage, but she was already rescued by Rayleigh earlier. Fubuki thought of the conspicuous name of the bar at seas.The archipelago. It didn't seem like a hidden place. Long said seriously, because God Valley involves too many things. After the world government learned about the islands of those God Valley survivors you saved, they launched a large-scale crackdown. I don't know if Roxanne was killed in that crackdown. Fubuki bit the straw. That's not right. I remember we left our pirate cruise flag on the island. If the world government saw it, they would definitely suspect that Roxanne was taken in by us, and they would come looking for trouble. Long spread his hands. I don't know about that, but I haven't heard of your pirate cruise flag being among those participating in the crackdown. It must have been hidden by those people. Moreover, that Shanks doesn't look like Rox, so no one thought about it in that direction. Just a son of Rox. How many people want Rox dead? If it became known that Rox's son was still alive, it probably wouldn't be good. It was Yi Tian, Jin Yuan, and the others who rescued him. And I didn't pay attention to those people who were saved. If he really is Rox's son, he should be quite young, probably around the same age as Shanks. Fubuki rested his chin on his hand, fiddling with the straw. Rox is quite the man. Why was he so intent on killing the Celestial Dragons instead of saving his wife and son first? Continuing the analysis, it's possible that due to the outbreak of war, he couldn't find them in time. Plus, without any strength, it would be hard to survive. He could have also been betrayed by the Celestial Dragons. So is that why Rox, such an extremist, only wanted to kill the Celestial Dragons? Fubuki sighed. If that guy had made things clear earlier, I would have helped him out when I was in a good mood. Long felt lucky that he hadn't said anything. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died. Fubuki suddenly brought up Garp. Your dad is really amazing. His physical skills and strength are so strong, yet you seem so weak. Long's face turned green upon hearing that. I'm just a few years old. How old is he? Did you eat a devil fruit? Fubuki abruptly pointed out another question, and Long's expression froze. He didn't need to speak to know the answer. This is psychology. You need to practice. Long didn't answer that question, but instead said, if you say a few more famous sayings, I'll tell you. Some people like to hear this kind of thing. How could Fubuki refuse to speak? Doing a good deed isn't difficult, but doing good deeds for a lifetime. Not doing bad deeds, consistently benefiting the masses, consistently benefiting the youth, consistently benefiting the revolution, and working hard for decades without change. That is truly the most difficult of all. People need to help each other. The lotus may be beautiful, but it also needs the green leaves to support it. A fence needs 3 stakes. A good man needs 3 helpers. Fubuki said with a playful smile, Long, just learn this. Learning these few lines is enough for you. Long was in shock. With a sincere gaze, he tightly grasped Fubuki's hand. Fubuki, join us. We need your guidance. You should be the leader. Oh ho. Fubuki brushed off Long's hands and stood up. What would you think if a loaf of bread cost 500,000 berries? Long was infuriated, standing up with his temperament. Kill. At that moment, Fubuki finally looked at Long properly. I can be your behind-the-scenes support. After all, I'm carrying the title of a pirate. In reality, the thought of being a leader brought countless issues and troubles to Fubuki. Just thinking about it was exhausting. So he preferred to let Long handle it and be the behind-the-scenes big boss. Long was overjoyed, his mind racing so fast that he couldn't even think of Fubuki's earlier words, sincerely saying, Thank you for joining us. I believe we will succeed. Fubuki's mouth curled up. From now on, when others ask, just call me Fuhrer. Under Long's shining gaze, Fubuki extended his arm at a 45-degree angle, his fingers forming a knife hand. Let us do it. Long was inspired and mimicked the same gesture. Let us do it. Chapter 56. Yi Tian. Can. In the evening, Fuhei took out the fruit wine he brewed himself and introduced it to everyone. His name is Monkey D. Dragon. Just call him Dragon. Who? Jin Yuan and Yi Tian exchanged glances. I don't know him. Is he new? Fuhei didn't keep them guessing. He's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Here to hang out with us. Oh, the Revolutionary Army. I've never heard of it. Wait. Jin Yuan tilted his head and scrutinized Dragon. Why does your name sound a bit familiar? It's similar to that guy Garp. With that, Yi Tian also sized up Dragon. Picking his nose, it does seem a bit like it. Fuhei patted Dragon on the shoulder. He is Garp's son. Jin Yuan, with a somewhat mischievous grin, fiddled with his wineglass. If I can't deal with you, can I deal with your son? Yi Tian stared at Fuhei, as if to say, you didn't misspeak. Did you? So what's the situation now? Are we kidnapping a government official's son? Garp really plays for keeps, bringing people into this mess, and will be the ones suffering. Dragon waved his hands awkwardly. I'm not being kidnapped. The Revolutionary Army is neither part of the Navy nor the pirates. With Dragon's earnest explanation, the members of the Infinite Pirate crew learned what the Revolutionary Army was all about. Stop just chatting. After talking so much, you're all thirsty, right? Drink some of the wine brewed using my hometown's methods. It's a unique treasure of the world. Fuhei noticed that everyone had been talking for a while without taking a sip of wine, so he quickly urged everyone on. Come, let's toast to our dragon. May his power grow stronger. Cheers! Dragon raised his glass and sniffed, only catching the fruity aroma. Cheers. Tauntaunton. Shanks and Barrett were drinking juice, watching Dragon down the wine and silently mourning for him in their hearts. But looked so good. The drinking session continued into the night, and Dragon vaguely mentioned his devil fruit, one of its abilities being the control of wind. For the rest of the time, he kept asking Fuhei to share more famous quotes. Fuhei emphasized that they were sayings from a predecessor in his hometown, but Dragon insisted that it was Fuhei who said them. If someone had said them before, the world wouldn't have turned out this way. The sea breeze was particularly strong that night, blowing through the members of the Infinite Pirate crew. Yi Tian was carried back by Alvia to work overtime. The next noon, Dragon was hit by the sun's rays, and the blinding sunlight made it hard for him to open his eyes. He had never drunk such strange wine before. Hearing some noise, Fuhei was holding a small red leather book about the size of 2 palms. This is some quotes I wrote down today. You should ponder over them when you go back. Still dazed from the wine, Dragon took the book and flipped through a few pages, becoming increasingly excited. And he suddenly sat up. This is a huge help, Chief. Dragon wanted to start mass-producing these quotes so that all his members could see what it meant to have words worth 1,000 gold. He could imagine the waves that would be stirred in the world once these quotes spread. What? The poor can't afford to buy them? No problem, free of charge. What? The poor can't understand them? No problem, we'll teach them. Fuhei had one quote that was particularly suitable for him, who was currently short on manpower. Go help those who can't afford meals to live comfortably, and they will follow you wholeheartedly. Dragon, with a serious expression and upright posture, raised his right arm at a 45-degree angle. Let's do it. Chief, I'm off. Fuhei smiled and raised his right hand. Go ahead and do it. Shanks, come here. Fuhei called out to Shanks, who was cleaning up trash in the yard. Shanks clapped his hands and ran into the house. What do you need me for? Fuhei had been troubled since he woke up today, debating whether to tell Shanks that he knew where his biological father was. After much consideration, Fuhei chose to speak. I know who your biological father is. Shanks, who had been smiling, froze at Fuhei's words, unsure of what expression to show him at that moment. Shanks forced a smile. So who is my biological father? Is he your friend? Fuhei cursed himself inwardly. Damn. Your biological father is a celestial dragon. He didn't want to bring up this painful topic of family origins, but since it related to their future plan to kill the celestial dragons, and since Shanks was a part of that lineage, it was better to give him a heads up. Shanks panicked, unconsciously raising his trembling hands. Godfather, you won't abandon me just because I'm a celestial dragon's offspring, will you? Shanks understood how much Fuhei hated the celestial dragons, and he was very afraid that Fuhei would reject him, rather than being concerned about the so-called news about his biological father. If he had been abandoned, how could he be considered a good person? Plus, being a celestial dragon, didn't that make him even less human? Fuhei felt as if he had been stabbed by a sword in his heart, but he feigned calmness. How could I possibly abandon you? I raised you. Those celestial dragon folks might not even recognize you. In my eyes, there's no such thing as bloodline class distinction. Shanks, unable to believe it, hugged Fuhei's leg, his eyes wide and teary. Really? Fuhei nodded gently. Of course it's true. Didn't I tell you before? If I knew who your biological father was, would I keep it from you? Shanks shook his head. I don't want to know who he is. In my heart, he can't compare to you, Godfather. Fuhei patted Shanks on the head. All right, go back to cleaning. Okay. Shanks turned back, glancing over his shoulder repeatedly, afraid that Fuhei would run away. Fuhei smiled. I won't run away. Come here and pinky swear. Shanks turned around and ran over, extending his pinky. Pinky swear, if you break it, you'll hang. Fuhei displayed a loving smile of a father. There, now you can rest easy. Yes. Shanks hummed happily as he skipped out. Barrett, I'm coming. What did Godfather just say to you? Godfather praised me for being handsome. Wow, it seems like I've really grown a bit taller. In the year 1487 of the Sea Circle calendar, after a continuous 6-month battle, Alvia successfully became pregnant. This was the longest stay the Infinite Pirate crew had in Dressrosa so far. The members of the Infinite Pirate crew gathered in the yard, and Yi Tian couldn't be happier. He had suspected for a while that there was something wrong with him when Alvia couldn't get pregnant. Now he finally cleared his name. Yi Tian can. Fuhei wanted to mention whether it was due to the devil fruit abilities, but thinking of a certain master of baby making, he refrained from bringing it up. Yi Tian raised his glass, his face flushed. I'm going to be a dad. Alvia shyly glared at Yi Tian. It's still early. Jin Yuan counted on his fingers, realizing that if they waited for their nephew to be born, it would take at least another year, which felt so long. Fuhei, unable to hold back, said, Yi Tian, just stay with Alvia for now. We'll talk about going out to sea after the baby is born. We'll go earn some money for the future nephew's milk. Jin Yuan's eyes lit up as he nodded along. Exactly. Raising kids is quite an expense. No matter what, they couldn't let the child suffer. At the moment Alvia became pregnant, Yi Tian started planning to set sail, but after Fuhei's subtle guidance about being a role model father, he dismissed that thought. Fuhei raised his glass and joked with Yi Tian. A year is enough time for you to come up with a name for the baby. Yi Tian clinked glasses, snorting. You think I'm like you, a naming failure? Jin Yuan smiled without speaking, thinking it was quite hypocritical. How could his naming be any better? They would just have to hear what he came up with. The happiest one was still Shanks, as once the little baby was born, he would no longer be the youngest on the ship, not counting Panda, a different species. Chapter 57 Infinite Number 1. Are you saying that this ship, all in all, is able to sail very fast and smoothly? The next day, everyone was eager to go out and have some fun. Fushiguro pointed to a metal ship about 15 meters long in the sea. Jin Yuan looked like a salesman, spitting words. That's right. Don't be fooled by its size. See that cabin? It has 2 rooms connected to the ship's hull, enough for you and Shanks to share. It has everything for bathing and even a separate cooking area. Fushiguro stepped onto the ship and took a look around. To be honest, it was quite impressive. If you were to compare it to the Black Pearl, there was absolutely no comparison. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but going from extravagance to frugality is too hard. Fortunately, Fushiguro wasn't unfamiliar with wandering, and he pulled the reluctant Shanks, saying, You should be grateful. Our previous ship was even worse than this. Shanks was puzzled. Why don't we take the Black Pearl? Fushiguro explained. We need to act separately from Jin Yuan and Barrett. When your dad's kid is born, we can all ride the Black Pearl together. Seeing that Shanks wanted to say something else, Fushiguro gestured with his right fist. Don't talk too much, or you'll be unlikable. Shanks didn't bring up the ship issue again and instead quipped. But you told me before that girls like it when guys talk more. You also said that talking more during battles can distract the opponent. Bam! Fushiguro clapped his hands, quite satisfied as he looked at the bump on Shanks' head. First, you need to understand the situation. Secondly, not all girls will fall in love with you just because you have a fondness for them. Making money and having power is the way to go. Jin Yuan, seeing Fushiguro about to leave, immediately spoke up. The ship's power comes from my devil fruit ability. One switch is for sailing, and the other is for stopping. It's just starting and shutting down. I could explain the specifics, but you wouldn't understand. The method of use is just like that. Fine. Who told Jin Yuan he had authority in this area? Fushiguro replied casually, Got it. Fushiguro turned to Jin Yuan and said, All right, we're off now. You all stay safe. We'll be back when the time is right. After all these years, it was the first time everyone was sailing separately. Jin Yuan felt a strange sense of liberation. Barrett wanted to follow Fushiguro, but today Jin Yuan said something that changed his mind. Come with me, and I guarantee you'll become stronger. So what else was there to say? He definitely followed Jin Yuan. He would give Fushiguro a big surprise when they met again. Thus, Fushiguro set sail on the ship named Infinite No. 1 by Jin Yuan, with Shanks, parting ways with everyone. Sailing alone with Fushiguro on the sea, especially in the New World, made Shanks feel a bit unsure. He had hardly seen Fushiguro fight. Most of the fighting was done by Jin Yuan and Yi Tian, especially Jin Yuan's ability to control metal, which was too abnormal. As they moved further away from Dressrosa, Shanks swallowed hard. "Dad, how strong are you really?" Fushiguro raised his head and lightly tapped Shanks' head. "I have a bounty of 4 billion. Do you think I'm strong?" Shanks said doubtfully in a low voice. "Didn't you say before that your bounty was high because you killed celestial dragons?" "Yes, that's true," Fushiguro replied, glancing. "Humph. Looks like you really think my captain position was bought." Shanks was full of curiosity and eagerness to learn. Could it be that his cheap dad was finally going to show his strong side? Fushiguro leaned back in the lounge chair, crossing his legs. "Go give me a glass of lemon juice to quench my thirst." Shanks was dumbfounded. "Aren't you supposed to show me? Besides, I'm only 6 years old. Don't give me orders every day. Why do you think I could do those things?" Fushiguro was unconcerned. "I'm cultivating your independence. You'll understand my good intentions later. Go on, I want less sugar." "Humph." Shanks turned to leave, squeezing the lemons with great effort. "I'll make you drink it. I'll call you less sugar." Although the New World is chaotic, it still has its people and goals. Infinite No. 1 sailed towards the North Sea, encountering many not-so-famous pirate crews along the way. Shanks was always on high alert, gripping the griffin that didn't match his height. What Shanks didn't expect was that upon seeing the flag hanging on their ship, the other party immediately turned around and left. Fushiguro snorted lightly. "We are quite strong. Shanks, you probably still don't understand the cloud of the infinite pirates." Shanks was very confused. Isn't the most famous and active right now the Roger Pirates, the Skypiea Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates? Why are we not very active? And even after fading out of the sea for a long time, people still fear us? Fushiguro stretched lazily, ending a long-awaited training session. Just because we're not active doesn't mean we're dead. Besides, we've been out to sea for a while. Jin Yuan must have stirred up some trouble. Fushiguro took off his shirt, releasing wisps of white steam. This is the New World, not the 4 Seas. In the 4 Seas, it's normal for no one to recognize us. Shanks was puzzled. How can the 4 Seas not know us? We've made a name for ourselves in the New World. Fushiguro exhaled white steam, because they haven't stepped into the New World and don't know its dangers. However, there's a ship that seems to be coming toward us. Shanks leaned over the railing, curiously pointing at the ship. "Damn it, I was just showing off here. Let me see who interrupts my spell casting." Fushiguro casually draped his shirt over his shoulder and looked out. "Huh? How come it's that guy?" "Who?" Shanks didn't recognize the Beast Pirates flag. After all, Kaido had been secretly developing since being beaten by Fushiguro, a powerful devil fruit user. A former intern of the Rocks Pirates, his strength was still mediocre. "Kaido," Fushiguro casually introduced, not taking it to heart, only curious about why he was looking for him. The ship docked beside them, and Fushiguro wanted to see what Kaido was up to. Kaido stood on his ship's deck, shouldering his kanabo, with bandages still wrapped around his head. The moment he saw Fushiguro, he immediately half-transformed into a beast. Fushiguro found it somewhat amusing, but Shanks didn't see it that way. Kaido was the one who gave him the strongest sense of oppression during his time at sea. Shanks clenched the griffin tightly, and upon seeing that there were many crew members on the other ship, he felt even less confident, but he didn't back down. Fushiguro always said, "Just do it. As long as they are here, you can go ahead with confidence. If something happens, they will back you up." Chapter 58, Bring It On. "Kaido, you don't really think you're qualified to fight me now, do you?" Fushiguro was digging in his ears, wanted to hear why this reckless young man came looking for him. Kaido exhaled through his nose. "I want to know if Haki truly surpasses everything, even overpowering devil fruit abilities." Fushiguro raised his eyebrows. "Haven't you experienced it yourself with your own head?" Seeing Fushiguro's gaze on his head, Kaido instinctively reached up to touch it. "I'm here to ask you why someone as strong as you isn't active on the sea. Looking at your route, are you planning to leave the New World?" Fushiguro was wondering if Kaido had really knocked his head silly and what he was lamenting for him. Kaido took a deep breath his expression changing. I want to ask you about hockey. Fushiguro looked at Kaido as if he were a fool. What are you thinking? Asking someone who would beat you up for advice? Kaido said earnestly, this proves I didn't come to the wrong person. Your strength is above mine. Fushiguro had a strange expression. There are many stronger than you. Why don't you go find them instead of coming to me? Kaido stood his club upright on the deck. Because they aren't pure enough. People like Whitebeard all have devil fruit powers alongside them. That Roger guy indeed isn't a devil fruit user, but he has terrifying swordsmanship, which is not absolute martial arts. Fushiguro figured it out. Kaido had really been enlightened after getting beaten. Then why don't you go find Garp? If we're talking about absolute purity, I don't think anyone is more pure than Garp. Kaido calmly looked at Fushiguro. I'm weak, but I'm not stupid. Do you think I could survive under that guy Garp? Besides, compared to others, you are more free-spirited, which is why I can learn more from you. Fushiguro tossed aside his clothes and cracked his wrists. Since you said that, I'll simply teach you a thing or two. Shanks, pay attention. Shanks listened intently to their conversation, which was an immense shock to him. Kaido was already prepared when he saw Fushiguro moving his body, but he still almost got caught off guard. Fushiguro vanished from the deck of the Infinite No. One and reappeared with fists the size of sandbags rapidly enlarging before Kaido's eyes. The battle zone could not be on his own ship. Kaido gripped his club and used his fastest speed to sweep at Fushiguro's waist, intending to trade injury for injury. Boom! Kaido was once again struck on the head by Fushiguro, deeply embedding him into the deck. Fushiguro was also swept into the ship's house by Kaido's club. From his smoke, Fushiguro slowly walked out, casually saying, I didn't expect your combat IQ to be this high, but unfortunately, the strength is a bit lacking. Kaido propped himself up with both hands and pulled his head out, grinning widely. Haha, Fushiguro, ever since you pounded my head last time, I've been specially practicing my head area. Fushiguro twisted his neck, showing no sign of injury from the recent attack. Kaido, you're still too green. Use your body well and feel my teachings. Kaido roared with great momentum. Bring it on. I told you, techniques need names to be powerful, to unleash strength far beyond the ordinary. Fushiguro casually blocked Kaido's club. I'll give you a name. You can use it to name your technique. Thunder 8 trigrams. Upon hearing this name, Kaido's eyes gradually lit up, and white steam escaped from his nose. All right, take this club, Thunder 8 trigrams. Shanks bore witness to 30 minutes of Fushiguro beating Kaido, and the scene was incredibly violent, with Fushiguro also teaching Kaido in a teacher-like tone while fighting. Fushiguro stood next to the fallen Kaido on the deck, adopting a teacher-like demeanor. I hope that in the future, when you see someone with potential, you can teach them as I taught you. When someone has been at the top for too long, they become lonely. Don't be afraid of those stronger than you. Just be afraid of the absence of those even stronger. Kaido's head had once again been pummeled to the point of bleeding, and he struggled to speak. I understand. Thank you for holding back. If we meet again, I will definitely surpass you. In the future, I will definitely train my head and body to the point where your hits won't hurt me. Fushiguro snorted lightly. You're still 100 years too early. Back on the Infinite No. 1, Fushiguro steered the ship continuing towards the North Sea, while Shanks watched Fushiguro with starry eyes. Wow, so you really are strong. I never said I was weak. Shanks continued to ask. Why let him go instead of just killing him? Fushiguro said meaningfully, his potential isn't weak, and who knows who will eat the devil fruit after he dies. It's better to treat him as a little brother. Even if he can't be a little brother, it will be more convenient for many things in the future. Shanks seemed to understand and happily said, I get it. Does this mean he can give us face in the future? At first, Fushiguro hadn't thought of this, but after hearing Shanks' reminder, he smiled. Yes. Let you show your face more, and with an increase in strength, they will give you face too. Shanks chuckled foolishly, imagining a future scene where he would show up and say, give me some face, and everyone would obediently listen to him. Just thinking about it feels great. Fushiguro shook his head. This kid was daydreaming again. Forget it. Time to take a shower. North Sea, on a certain island. Shanks was eating a popsicle, babbling. Are we looking for someone here? Fushiguro followed the sound of fighting and looked over. Yes, we've found them. A 3-meter-tall man was entangled with 5 others. Those 5 were no match for him. Quickly defeated. Clap, clap, clap. Fushiguro clapped as he walked over, praising. Not bad, not bad. I see you have incredible bones. I have a martial arts manual to pass on to you. The 3-meter-tall man took out a pair of yellow glasses from his pocket and put them on. There are really a lot of people trying to fool others these days. Are you here to cause trouble? Fushiguro tossed over a red-covered book, the same one he had given to Dragon. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just think with your skills, you might as well join the Navy. The man casually opened the book and flipped through it. His eyes filled with various colors. My name is Borsalino. Are you a Navy leader, specifically here to recruit me? Fushiguro shrugged. He would love to recruit him, but unfortunately, Kizaru hadn't teed in the Pika Pika no Mi, which was controlled by the world government. No, I just thought that if someone with your skills joined the Navy, they could protect more people. Borsalino pondered for a long time, raising the book in his hand. I'll think about it. This book is free, right? Fushiguro waved his hand casually. No, I said I saw your incredible bones. I cherish talent, so it's a gift for you. Borsalino pressed. You haven't told me your name yet. Fushiguro wasn't afraid of him knowing. My name is Fushiguro. Shanks felt that Fushiguro wouldn't do anything inexplicable. So he also introduced himself. My name is Shanks. Borsalino felt that Fushiguro's name sounded familiar, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. What a hassle. Since meeting is fate, why don't we have a meal together? Fushiguro noticed the man's clothes and could tell his circumstances weren't great. I'll treat. Borsalino was overjoyed. Chapter 59. Shanks. Learn again in front of Fushiguro was the gluttonous Kizaru. Why are those people causing you trouble? Kizaru slurred. It's not them causing me trouble. It's me causing them trouble. Oh, is that so? Fushiguro, curious, asked why. Kizaru, filled with anger, said, they specifically target weak people to collect protection fees, taking money without providing any service. When those who pay them for protection are bullied, they don't care. Instead, they repeatedly come to collect. Understanding the situation, Fushiguro tilted his head and said, so you couldn't stand it and went to deal with them. You really are righteous. Righteous? Maybe, I don't understand. Is the world really like this? Survival of the fittest. Kizaru's indignant appearance made Fushiguro sigh, thinking how nice it was that he hadn't been corrupted by society yet. Why do you want me to join the Navy? The world government currently has a high reputation. Those in the Navy probably just obey the world government. They don't truly serve the people. Fushiguro didn't expect Kizaru to see through things so clearly. He lightly tapped the table. With your sense of justice, I doubt you'd want to become a pirate. There's a rising force called the Revolutionary Army, aiming to overthrow the world government's rule and prevent the celestial dragons from controlling the world. Revolutionary Army? Sounds pretty good. Kizaru looked up into Fushiguro's eyes. Are you part of the Revolutionary Army? Fushiguro grinned. I'm the leader. The content in that book I just gave you is what the Revolutionary Army aims to do. This left Kizaru even more confused. Then why don't you ask me to join the Revolutionary Army instead of the Navy? If I'm not mistaken, the world government won't tolerate the existence of the Revolutionary Army and will order the Navy to take action against it. Fushiguro waved his fingers. Because I want you to join the Navy and see if you can reform them from within. You could say, go undercover in the Navy. Kizaru paused his eating. What benefits do I get? Fushiguro revealed an evil smile. The benefit is that you won't die. Moreover, the Navy has great benefits. They provide food and accommodation, not to mention a salary. What good opportunity. Kizaru curled his lips. What a terrifying threat. Has anyone told you that you're quite arrogant and deserve a beating? Fushiguro narrowed his eyes at Kizaru's provocative face. Kizaru shivered. I can't help it. I was born this way. After finishing their meal, Fushiguro calmly said, whether you go or not is up to you. The situation is such that you either join the Navy or become a pirate. Not everyone can join the Revolutionary Army. If you choose to go undercover, remember that the current public leader of the Revolutionary Army is Dragon. Hearing this, Kizaru was itching to know. Then what are you? The behind-the-scenes big boss, the leader. After saying this, he led Shanks to find a place to stay on the island. He had already said a lot to the young Kizaru today and needed to give him some time to digest it. With the interference of the Red Book, Fushiguro imagined Kizaru would make the right choice. Nowadays, no one can remain uninvolved in the overall situation. As for which side to join, whether to dominate others' lives or be dominated, time will give the answer. Without absolute strength, one can only go with the flow. This is the most prudent and the way to survive. Late at night, lying in bed, Fushiguro stared at the ceiling. Living in a compromising way is worse than not living at all. The next morning, Kizaru knocked on Fushiguro's door. Fushiguro rubbed his eyes. Confused. How did you find this place, and what do you want? Kizaru, as if having made a significant decision, said, Teach me how to become stronger. No. Why is it that one after another comes to me for teaching? Do they really think I'm a preacher or a teacher? 5 days later, Fushiguro ended a day of training with Kizaru. The specific time for you to join the Navy is up to you. Just go when you feel the time is right. Kizaru reflected on Fushiguro's words and then realized. So you guys are leaving? Fushiguro carried the exhausted Shanks. Yes, we're leaving. We have many things to do. I hope to see you again at the peak as a renowned strong person. Although the 5 days were short, Kizaru was very grateful to Fushiguro for teaching him many things, even if they were basic. Now he could easily defeat the version of himself from 5 days ago. Kizaru bowed in gratitude. Thank you. I will pursue the justice in my heart and implement it. Fushiguro nodded in satisfaction. Remember, once you join the Navy and reach a certain position, don't work yourself to death. You're just going undercover, not risking your life. If it's time to slack off, then slack off. Don't just work hard without thinking. We are smart. We work with our brains. Kizaru nodded seriously. This is what he found impressive about Fushiguro, how well he articulated his points. After parting, Kizaru flipped through the treasure books, which were the revolutionary quotes given by Fushiguro. He planned to try to reform the island he was on before deciding when to join the Navy. Returning to the sea, it once again became a boring time of sailing. Shanks and Fushiguro were fishing for dinner when Shanks asked the question in his heart. Why don't we invite that Borsalino to join us? Instead, we want him to be an undercover agent. Fushiguro patiently explained. This world cannot be changed solely by a bit of strength or power. To truly overturn the celestial dragon's rule, everything needs to be renewed from the bottom up. Expecting changes from the top down is futile. Fushiguro rebaited and cast his line, having Borsalino as an undercover agent. With his potential, he could make a name for himself in the Navy headquarters. Shanks, feeling sour, said, You really have high hopes for a stranger. There's something called intuition. It's a man's instinct. Fushiguro then spoke in a way that was hard for Shanks to understand. You'll have this feeling too. In the future, when you encounter similar situations, you will understand. Days passed in a blur. On an island in the North Sea, Shanks realized that Fushiguro was setting up a game that he couldn't understand, but everything pointed towards the celestial dragons. It seemed that every person he found was discovered during fights, and they all stood around 3 meters tall. Fushiguro smiled as he watched Sakazuki, whose face was fierce, continuously beating up criminals. He just heard bystanders say, Sakazuki is such a good kid. Wherever there are bad people, he'll be there. Indeed, who would have thought that such peace could exist in the small town? Thanks to him. Sigh, but little Sakazuki always goes all out. I worry he might get addicted to killing, concerned that those bad guys might team up against him. Sakazuki pulled out the knife that had pierced a man's heart on the ground and wiped it off. Fushiguro walked over and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I'm Fushiguro. Nice to meet you. Chapter 60. Enlightening Sakazuki. Fushiguro took the initiative. Are you a villain? Sakazuki, holding a knife, was stunned. Shouldn't that be his line? No. Fushiguro was quite pleased. Good. Let me tell you, I can't stand any sand in my eyes. As long as I discover a villain or a bad person, I will do everything I can to kill them. Shanks was confused, completely unable to understand Fushiguro's train of thought and why he would say such things to a stranger. Sakazuki seemed to see a kindred spirit. Oh my God, he had always thought he was an outlier. It turned out there were still good people in the world. He chuckled. Hee, this guy isn't just all talk, is he? Clearly, Sakazuki didn't believe that Fushiguro was as he claimed. Fushiguro smiled playfully soon. Those people under your feet will have colleagues coming over. Just watch and see if I can handle them. Sakazuki laughed in disbelief. What? Do you have the ability to predict the future? Fushiguro enjoyed the contrast. That's a power called observation haki. It's normal that you don't understand. Sure enough, during their conversation, several men in black clothing rushed over, weapons in hand, shouting that they would chop Sakazuki into pieces, to prevent Sakazuki from having a chance to retaliate. Fushiguro deliberately slowed down his movements, moving like a ghost to pick up a long knife from the ground, slicing through all the attackers. Now Sakazuki completely believed it. Not only did he believe, but he also recognized that Fushiguro was a mysterious man with immense strength. Fushiguro pretended to be aloof and snorted. Just a bunch of thugs. You haven't told me your name yet. Sakazuki replied in a low voice. Sakazuki. Fushiguro then asked, so, I think all villains in the world should die. What do you think, Sakazuki? He dropped the knife on the ground and clapped his hands as he inquired. Sakazuki felt Fushiguro's subtle pressure. Isn't that a bit extreme? What if some people are forced into it? Fushiguro shook his index finger. Your way of thinking is wrong. No matter how they were in the past. They fundamentally did bad things, and that's an unchangeable fact. You wouldn't forgive someone who used to donate, but then became a human trafficker, would you? Sakazuki hesitated. No. Then why are you telling me this? The scene was quite eerie. Corpses lay on the ground, and others dared not intervene. Fushiguro revealed his signature smile, adding a naive tone. That's because I believe this world needs justice like yours. Right now, you may be a bit unsure of your path, but I am here to affirm it. I've been watching you for a long time, and I really appreciate your actions. Fushiguro handed Sakazuki a book identical to the one Kizuru had. I see you have remarkable potential, so I'm giving you this manual for free. I will stay on this island for a few days, and I will eliminate all the evil I see. After saying that, he left with Shanks to find a place to stay. Shanks knew that Fushiguro wouldn't waste time on useless things and asked symbolically, Dad, do you think Sakazuki has potential like Kizaru? Why can't I see it? Fushiguro joked. How old are you? You've experienced too little. If you could see that, I could let you be the captain of this ship. In the future, as I said, when we're old, you might have to go out to sea and build your own power. At that time, you will need to be able to see people like me, to discover their potential and build a strong force. Shanks, at this stage, still relied heavily on Fushiguro and coyly said, I don't want to go out to sea alone. You won't get old. Don't you have pure gold? Fushiguro shook his head. Just because the body doesn't age doesn't mean the mind doesn't age. That's why I plan to take you out alone. I want to cultivate you from a young age. Shanks whispered, Why are you so good to me? My real dad doesn't want me, yet you treat me so well. Fushiguro smiled gently. Shanks, we're the best in the world. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Shanks jumped onto Fushiguro's back. You haven't carried me in a while. Carry me. All right. You at least have the qualities of a king, yet you're still so carefree. Fushiguro helplessly carried Shanks, joking, but his smile never faded. Shanks nonchalantly said, I don't understand what king's qualities are. Sakazuki observed the damned warm scene from the shadows, biting his lip and remaining silent for a long time. Oof. In just a few days, the next day, Fushiguro, like the king of hell calling names, followed the clues, and in the face of absolute strength, all the so-called conspiracies were cut down by Fushiguro. The people of this island deeply recognized the terror of this outsider, a true bloodbath. As long as someone was doing bad things, except for stealing food, even those who were corrupt were visited by Fushiguro. He took Sakazuki along for the entire operation, wanting him to understand his methods, and occasionally whispered some seductive words. Familiar tactics led Sakazuki to glance at the quotes in the book, which any normal person would be curious about, but that one glance made Sakazuki fall deeply into it. Coupled with Fushiguro's iron-fisted methods, a deep impression was etched in Sakazuki's heart. Sakazuki also realized that to fulfill such justice, one must have strength. Fushiguro, can you tell me how to become stronger? That was exactly what Fushiguro wanted to hear. He pretended to be a wise man. Of course, the stronger you are, the better for people with your sense of justice in this world. Sakazuki was even more filled with admiration for Fushiguro. What a good person he was to share ways to become stronger without seeking anything in return. On the 6th day of teaching Sakazuki, he finally asked the question under Fushiguro's baiting. Excuse me, sir, are there many people like me that you teach on the sea? Fushiguro candidly replied, Yes. Recently, I also taught someone named Kizuru in the North Sea. Speaking of which, you are both from the North Sea, because you know that there are bad people in every force. Even the Navy is no exception. So I let him join the Navy to enforce his justice. He is also an undercover agent. Sakazuki didn't understand and instinctively blurted out. Then does that make him a bad person? Fushiguro covered his face. How could he be considered a bad person? He's a really good person. It's just that the work he does is quite dangerous. Once discovered, it will be disastrous. The justice he bears is very cruel. Sakazuki developed a strong curiosity about the unseen Kizuru. Chapter 61. Understood. Commander. When Fuzhong thought of Sakazuki, the iron-headed fool who couldn't think flexibly, he pondered and guided. Many times there are certain relationships between many things, and we need to learn to think flexibly. Let me ask you, if pirates are slaughtering civilians in a town, and you can take down those pirates, but it would also cause significant casualties among the civilians, what would you do? This question struck Sakazuki, and after a moment of silent contemplation, he replied, I would try my best to avoid civilian deaths and take down those pirates. This answer was not unique, as every war is distinctly different. Fuzhong shook his head and said, What you said is too official. In my view, you should take down those pirates as quickly as possible. They are basically all ruthless criminals. The longer you delay, the more danger the civilians will be in. Only by swiftly taking down the pirates can the safety of the civilians be ensured. Sakazuki then posed a troubling question. What if the pirates have hostages? Fuzhong snorted coldly. If you have the ability to make the pirates release the hostages willingly, then that's impressive. Why would the pirates listen to you and release the hostages? They're just using that to manipulate you, betting that you won't dare to act against them. At this point, Fuzhong paused, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. What hostages? They're just unarmed pirates. Shanks was dumbfounded, thinking, Aren't you a pirate? How can a Navy recruit who hasn't even entered the pirate world deal with pirates? Sakazuki seemed to have discovered a new world, realizing that it could be approached this way. Fuzhong understood that Sakazuki would eventually know he was a pirate, so he stated his prepared line. Actually, I am a pirate. Sakazuki was utterly shocked. Fuzhong continued, You can understand that I am an undercover agent among pirates, but in essence, I am a revolutionary. Many times, this title is not self-given, but rather imposed upon you by others. So what if I'm a pirate? Does that mean I cannot do good things? Sakazuki kept repeating, Pirate, Fuzhong, orphan, funding orphanages. It turns out you are the one investing in orphanages across the 4 seas. Fuzhong blinked, Is that so? Huh. It seems there was indeed something like punishing those underground forces back in the archipelago. Fuzhong looked up at the sky. My thoughts are like the starry sky. You can see them, but you cannot comprehend them. Therefore, in judging evil, you must have your own standards in mind. I hope the revolutionary quotes I give you will help you. Sakazuki could not understand how a pirate could do such a thing. He always thought it was some noble with too much money to spend. I want to be an undercover agent too. I want to uphold justice. I want to be a Navy. I want to reform the Navy. In the past few days, Fuzhong had spoken a lot of bad things about the world government, and even showed Sakazuki the footage of God Valley's destruction. This guy's mind is not as flexible as Polysolino's. He is quite rigid, and it is indeed a bit difficult to brainwash him without showing him something tangible. Fuzhong smiled. Kid, you've only just begun. In the future, you will see the cruelties in various places around the world. Are you sure you want to join the Navy as an undercover revolutionary? Sakazuki's gaze was firm, his body straightened, and he loudly replied, I volunteer to join the Revolutionary Army, support the Commander S program, follow the Revolutionary Army's duties, execute the Revolutionary Army's decisions, strictly observe the Revolutionary Army's discipline, keep the Revolutionary Army's secrets, be loyal to the Revolutionary Army, work actively, strive for world peace for a lifetime, and be ready to sacrifice everything for the Revolutionary Army and justice. Never betray the Revolutionary Army. Fuzhong keenly noticed that Sakazuki added work actively himself and nodded seriously. Comrade Sakazuki, with your joining, I believe world peace will not be far away. Fuzhong extended his hand, his arm at a familiar 45-degree angle. For world peace, for justice, let us do it. Sakazuki, filled with excitement, echoed, For world peace, for justice, let us do it. Shanks quietly watched all of this from the side. Fuzhong was very satisfied with the current Sakazuki and said to him, There's no rush to join the Navy. You can train a bit more. If you have nothing else to do, you can go find Polysolino. The two of you can join the Navy together. This way, you can look out for each other. Trust me, he will be a good person to get along with. Remember what I told you. Everyone has a different view of justice, and we need to seek common ground while reserving differences. Sakazuki nodded deeply. Understood, Commander. Just right, I'm also alone. I will choose a day to find Polyusolino. Fujon took out a few pieces of gold from his pocket and handed them over. Take this gold. When you are out, while money isn't everything, you cannot do without it. Sakazuki nodded earnestly. Thank you, Commander. Seeing that it was about time, Fujon wanted to leave Sakazuki some space to ponder. I have other matters. The world has many places waiting for my liberation. We will meet again at the peak in the future, and I hope you and Polyusolino can become friends. Sakazuki nodded at Fujon's back, holding Shanks back, and promised, I definitely will. I will absolutely not let Polyusolino be in danger. Fujon waved his hand without turning around or saying a word, leaving Sakazuki with a cool silhouette. Polyusolino, I hope you won't let me down. Sakazuki weighed the gold in his hand. This amount was enough for him to live well, planning to follow a merchant ship to find Polyusolino the next day, continuing to sail on the sea. Shanks was a bit puzzled. Why don't we just take that Sakazuki directly to find Polyusolino? No need. Many things require a bit of time. Let the bullets fly for a while. Fujon said confidently, as if everything was under control. He flipped through recent news from the North Sea to see if there was anything new. Oh, how did that Zephyr guy end up fighting pirates in the North Sea? Is he trying to boost his performance by the end of the year? Fujon stroked his chin, a stream of thoughts forming in his mind. The infinite no. One was rapidly heading towards an island where Zephyr was chasing pirates. Looks like I'm not late. Fujon saw many Navy soldiers still landing on the island one after another, battling with pirates. Zephyr was like a war god, defeating pirates with a single punch. It was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. It looked fierce, but in reality, not a single pirate fell to death at Zephyr's hands. At most, they were knocked unconscious. Fujon sighed. Why is this generation of the Navy so hard to manage? The pirates don't care about this or that. If it doesn't work, let Sakazuki handle it. Chapter 62 Rumor has it that Shanks knows that Fushiguro is about to take action, but he didn't expect it to be so swift. To achieve his goal, Fushiguro, wielding the soul release, started by killing pirates on the shore, continuing until he stood before Zephyr. Naturally, Zephyr sensed Fushiguro's arrival, but since Fushiguro was only killing pirates and did not harm him, he didn't rush to question him at first. Fushiguro, holding the soul release, smirked as he delivered the finishing blows to the fallen pirates. Zephyr, are you trying to achieve results? You've come all the way to the North Sea to catch pirates. Zephyr snorted lightly. You, as a pirate, aren't needed here. Just wait quietly until I finish dealing with them before I deal with you. Fushiguro looked amused. Why should I listen to you? Suddenly, an ominous thought crossed Zephyr's mind as he saw Fushiguro swiftly dispatching a childlike pirate, moving with extreme agility for visual impact. In a short while, what were once pirates with bounties in the millions lay dismembered on the streets, the ground soaked with crimson blood. With a dark expression, Zephyr found himself unable to stop Fushiguro. With so many residents watching, not to mention his subordinates nearby, what would it look like if he intervened against a fellow Navy member killing pirates? Once the pirates were completely exterminated, as Zephyr was about to ask Fushiguro what he was planning, cheers erupted from the residents. Thank you, Navy. Thanks to you, if these guys hadn't died, we would have suffered their torment. Fushiguro casually put an arm around Zephyr. See? The civilians all know that letting the tiger return to the mountain is a bad thing. Do you still want to use the taxes from these civilians to support these villains? Zephyr pushed Fushiguro's hand off his shoulder. This isn't the place for discussion. Follow me. Some veterans recognized Fushiguro and felt uneasy, praying their superior wouldn't be in cahoots with a pirate. The new recruits were asking when the Navy had produced such a ruthless character. The veterans could only awkwardly admit they weren't sure. Fushiguro followed Zephyr into the nearby woods with an indifferent stride. Are you trying to ruin me? Facing Zephyr's questioning, Fushiguro chuckled lightly. Who am I ruining? A nobody who isn't even a pirate? He pointed the knife directly at Zephyr. Let me tell you, if one day pirates were to kill your family, would you still hold back from killing pirates? That knife just hasn't reached you yet. You have no idea how much the bottom-tier people despise pirates. Zephyr coldly snorted, eyes fixed on Fushiguro. What right do you, a pirate, have to teach me? By your logic, you deserve to die. Fushiguro laughed. I think you're not bad. It's just that you've gone a bit off track. Tell me, what would happen if I killed all the soldiers you brought? Zephyr was taken aback. His attack stance ready. You dare. As Zephyr suddenly attacked, Fushiguro calmly blocked and countered, saying, Are you anxious? Zephyr had no doubt about Fushiguro's willingness to act, only questioning his intentions. What do you really want to do? They exchanged punches and kicks, causing the trees to suffer. Neither of them went all out. Fushiguro casually remarked, I heard you're going to be a general. I'm just giving you a little lesson on how to be a good Navy admiral. Zephyr squinted. Do you have people inside the Navy? Such a big deal doesn't T need an insider. The news has reported it. Plus, with your recent crackdown on pirates, it's a sure thing you'll become a general. Fushiguro replied leisurely, as they seemed to be putting on a show in the woods, making a lot of noise while the rain fell lightly. Zephyr thought about it and realized, do you really have such good intentions? Of course. I'm a good citizen. Whether pirates or Navy, it's just a title. My actions can't be restrained by a title, Fushiguro said mysteriously. I heard rumors that your crackdown on pirates has made them want to retaliate against your family. You'd best listen to me and bring your family to the Navy headquarters for safety. Zephyr's eyes turned, and he slammed a fist into the ground. In this line of work, retaliation could happen at any moment, which is why families could be brought into the Navy. He had no doubt about Fushiguro's words. After all, Fushiguro was a notorious pirate, and such statements couldn't be baseless. Fushiguro smiled at the visibly angry Zephyr. Not only that, but your future mercy will only bring more retaliation to those around you. They will see you as a soft target. Zephyr suppressed his anger. Thank you for your warning. I have a general idea of what to do from now on. Then, Fushiguro threw out his trump card, a revolutionary quote. You think I can't handle you? You saintly dog. A dark and saintly dog could be quite terrifying. Zephyr looked at the red-covered book he received and then glanced at Fushiguro. Under Fushiguro's expectant gaze, he opened it for a quick look. Immediately, he closed it and sternly looked at Fushiguro. Who are you really? Fushiguro laughed. Just someone quietly contributing to world peace. Zephyr, didn't he believe Fushiguro's nonsense? That doesn't he sound like something someone who robs and massacres nobles would say? Fushiguro gestured. Those are all parasites, and I've returned their ill-gotten gains to society. I've invested quite a bit in orphanages across the seas. Your Navy's intelligence should know this. Zephyr's mouth twitched. They indeed knew about it, and even suspected that Fushiguro planned to raise those orphans to become pirates, commonly known as child soldiers. After long observation, they found that the orphanages were quite ordinary, even pleasant, giving those orphans a home. The world government, of course, didn't want these good reputations to be taken by Fushiguro, even going so far as to alter some situations to replace Fushiguro's name. Unfortunately, they underestimated the resolve of the folks from the Sabati archipelago. Upon learning of Fushiguro's reputation in the New World, they even increased their stakes against him. Why should they let the world government, a bunch of human skin dogs, take their money? They might not die facing the world government, but defying Fushiguro would definitely lead to death. Zephyr couldn't understand why anyone would stand against the world government for such reasons, which is why he repeatedly turned a blind eye to Fushiguro. Fushiguro, unaware that Zephyr knew more, filled in the blanks in his mind, casually said, Oh, I didn't expect you to know this. I thought those guys in the world government wouldn't let others know. Hearing this, Zephyr thought Fushiguro knew everything and was deliberately provoking him without further explanation, coldly snorting in silence. Little did he know, Fushiguro truly didn't know. Chapter 63 Introduce Fubai, who observes that the situation is almost right but still lacks a bit of heat, and walks up to Zephyr. Zephyr remains vigilant, looking at Fubai, as this guy completely defies expectations. Zephyr, do you see what this is? Fubai waves his palm in front of Zephyr. WH. Before Zephyr could finish his sentence, Fubai delivered a punch to his face, sending his body flying far away, and innocent trees were once again affected, saving the lumberjack some effort. Fubai grinned and ran outside, shouting, Zephyr, kid, the feng shui is off today. Just wait until next time and I won't knock you down. Zephyr, with no signs of acting, roared behind him, Fubai, you don't abide by martial ethics. Fubai climbed onto the infinite number 1, stepping on the gas without any courtesy, waving his hand to the Zephyr, who had just reached the shore. No need to see me off, Zephyr. Want to chase me? Those old soldiers thought Zephyr could easily crush and catch Fubai and hurriedly asked. With a glint in his eye, Zephyr thought to himself, if Cap could chase Roger for so many years, surely I, Zephyr, can chase Fubai for a while. It counts as working hours. Get on the ship, Chase. Fubai laughed to himself. Zephyr, I'm giving you a chance to gain some face. Don't let me down. In his office, Zephyr gently flipped through the revolutionary quotes. The Revolutionary Army? An interesting force. He locked the revolutionary quotes in a safe and went to the deck to shout to everyone. Pursue our justice. Defend world peace. Defend peace. His call was met with unanimous support, showing that Zephyr still had great prestige among his subordinates. Shanks felt a surge of excitement. How thrilling, with the Navy ships chasing relentlessly behind. Fubai laughed heartily as he played background music. Make some noise for me. 3 days later, Fubai estimated it was about time and stepped on the gas, disappearing completely from Zephyr's sight. Zephyr said to his aide nearby, You know how to report, right? The aide was very pleased with his boss's change, standing at attention. Understood. The notorious pirate Fubai was chased by Rear Admiral Zephyr for 3 days and nights, during which time he completely wiped out a pirate crew. Zephyr patted his aide's shoulder approvingly. Good. Justice needs positive energy to stabilize the hearts of the people. Let them know we are doing real work, and we have indeed done it. After shaking off Zephyr, Fubai headed straight for the South Sea. After wandering in the South Sea for several days, Fubai was studying a map and called out to Shanks. Shanks, let me quiz you. Where are we now? Shanks. After sailing for a few more days, realizing that Zephyr indeed did not chase after them, Fubai steered towards an island with a town and docked. Shanks, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you're not getting any younger. You should learn some nautical knowledge from Yaishin. Fubai pointed at Shanks, who was still under 7 years old. Shanks, with a dark expression, could only nod like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. Upon landing, they discovered that the island's residents had a relatively slow pace of life, yet everyone seemed full of a positive and optimistic attitude, which was quite rare. Had they not experienced the baptism of pirates? That shouldn't be the case. As Fubai and Shanks continued to explore, they found that there was actually a self-organized patrol team here. They also saw a young man with curly hair covering his ears at the end. Fubai pondered and muttered to himself. This guy seems a bit familiar. Hearing Fubai's mutter, Shanks tilted his head and pointed at the curly-haired boy. Do you know that person? Noticing Shanks's movement, the curly-haired boy turned his head and happened to meet Fubai's gaze, which was filled with a clear and passionate look. Do you know me? The curly-haired boy stopped and curiously asked. Who is it? Kazan. Are they your friends? The leading man, seeing Kazan stop, also curiously asked while sizing up Fubai and Shanks. Fubai suddenly understood who he was talking about, Kazan. We naturally heard there is a passionate young man on the island, so we came to take a look. Now that we've seen the real person, he truly is a hero in his youth. The leading man thought they were fans and said to Kazan, Don't let others' enthusiasm go to waste. Go chat with them for a bit, and you can catch up later. Kazan looked a bit troubled. No, I'd rather finish my patrol task first. The leading man said, I'm your captain. You don't know the island's safety? It's fine. With the captain's order, Kazan stepped away from the team and approached Fubai, trying to appear friendly, which was indeed a bit amusing. Thank you for your liking and support. Fubai raised an eyebrow, instinctively reaching into his pocket. Fortunately, he had developed the habit of carrying a copy of the revolutionary quotes when getting off the ship to prevent situations like this from happening. I have some famous quotes I've copied down that I'd like to share with you. I hope they can be of help. Shanks had already gotten used to Fubai's ways and carefully observed the curly-haired person, curious about what outstanding qualities could catch Fubai's attention. Kazan didn't look at it immediately, but first thanked him. Thank you for your gift. May I ask your name? Fubai thought for a moment. It wasn't a good time to deceive. My name is Gu. After you finish your task, can I treat you to a meal? I really appreciate a man who is so full of passion and a sense of justice. Kazan didn't think much of it. Others' recognition put a smile on his face. Sure. After my task is done, where can I find you? You can find me at the best in here. Fubai thought for a moment. Since he was new here and there wasn't a well-known place, He could only say this. Kazan sighed. It turned out he was a wealthy person. Good. Then I'll come and find you after I'm done. Let's go ask where the Bestin is. After Kazan left, Fubai lazily patted Shanks on the head. Shanks covered his head. Don't pat my head. I'm afraid I won't grow taller. Then just eat more, drink more milk. Some things are hard to change. Just look at that kid Barrett. Fubai rarely felt troubled about height. Such things should go with the flow. And who knows? Maybe there would be a sudden growth spurt someday. Who can say for sure? As dusk fell, Fubai had already informed the hotel front desk that if Kazan came looking for him, they should let him come up directly. Kazan arrived as promised, and Fubai naturally wouldn't let him eat poorly, taking him to the best local restaurant. As for why he didn't go to the tavern, Kazan said he still had duty tomorrow, and besides, he was still young and didn't drink. You shouldn't just want to treat me to a meal, right? Kazan had taken the time to look at the revolutionary quotes today. He found that many of them were about world stability and the safety of the common people. Dealing with smart people is simple. Fubai snapped his fingers. Let's get acquainted. My name is Gu Fubai, a pirate and also the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I'm also the brother of Navy hero Garp and a good buddy of Navy Zephyr. Chapter 64 Return Journey upon hearing Fushiguro claim to be a pirate. Kazan's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to make a move, Fushiguro used his conqueror's haki to pin him firmly to the bench. Then he heard the second half of the statement. The brother of a naval hero? Zephyr's good buddy? Kazan found it hard to believe Fushiguro's words. Such baseless claims were simply fantastical. In his view, pirates could never be friends of the Navy. Encounters should only lead to battles. Fushiguro took out a small den mushi. This is from Zephyr's good buddy. He was worried I might encounter trouble at sea, so he specially gave me a way to contact him. Kazan crossed his arms, his expression almost saying, "Go ahead, impress me." Shanks looked on with skepticism. Fushiguro cleared his throat and dialed the den mushi. Brew brew in a certain sea area. The sound of the den mushi echoed from a drawer in the naval battleship office. Zephyr sighed deeply. What is Fushiguro up to? Sneaking a den mushi to me and now trying to contact me? He still chose to answer the call. What if it was information about someone wanting to retaliate against his family? He didn't mind dealing with it himself, but his wife couldn't be put in danger. Hello, this is Zephyr. Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, smugly looking at Kazan, then said to Zephyr, I just wanted to let you know that if you feel uncomfortable when you become a general, you might consider training promising Navy recruits. I think you're very suited to guide newcomers. Zephyr found Fushiguro's words baffling. Who would want to become a general and then decide to be an instructor? That's ridiculous. Don't contact me unless it's important, or I'll throw the den mushi into the sea. Fushiguro put the hung-up den mushi back in his pocket. See? I told you, Zephyr and I are good buddies. This revelation was a huge shock to Kazan, completely overturning his perception of the world. But joking, right? What about the naval hero Garp? Can I have a word with him? Garp hadn't left him a den mushi, and he was probably either on vacation or chasing Roger. If he really thought about it, Garp didn't seem to harbor the same hatred for him as he did for other pirates. Fushiguro, nonchalantly eating, replied, He busy catching pirates right now. When you join the Navy, go study under Zephyr first, then find Garp. I've already mapped out your route. Kazan looked confused. Why are you so sure that I will join the Navy? And stop imposing your passionate life plans on me. Fushiguro held up 2 fingers. Think about it. Zephyr is known as the Black Arm, excelling in both physical combat and hockey. Garp is called the naval hero. Working under him, won't you learn a lot? Can the Navy find anyone more suitable for you than these 2? Kazan scratched his curly hair, pondering deeply. It had seemed to make sense. Why does a pirate care so much about me? You definitely have ulterior motives. Huh. Shanks could tell from Fushiguro's mischievous smile that he was about to persuade the young man. Because I hope this world has more ambitious youths like you. The sea needs fresh blood and justice-driven youth like you to change the world and improve the lives of ordinary people. We shouldn't live in misery, but rather have a relatively stable life. Fushiguro had an almost obsessive attitude toward the living conditions of the lower classes, perhaps influenced by something in his past. Now that he had power, he wanted to see if the celestial dragons were tough or if his blade was faster. If it weren't for the fact that Shanks and the others were still growing, he would have shown them what it means to be barefoot and unafraid of shoes. It was also a good opportunity to lay some groundwork and make things a bit easier. Kazan was amazed by Fushigiro's charisma. These were definitely not words of an ordinary pirate, and even among pirates, such awareness was rare. Even if Fushiguro was trying to persuade him, Kazan accepted it. At least the words he spoke were positive, and it seemed Fushiguro wanted him to join the Navy. To know Zephyr and Garp, under such connections, a person should, theoretically, not be too bad. Kazan took a deep breath. What do you mean by revolutionary army? Finally, he was hooked. Fushiguro then vividly showcased what it meant to wield the power of persuasion, until the shopkeeper was about to close. Fushiguro stood at the door with Kazan and confidently said, "Kid, I have high hopes for you. Remember, when you join the Navy, if you have difficulties, don't go directly to the leaders. Go find Polyusolino or Sakazuki. Remember my words. Everyone's thoughts are different. Seek common ground while reserving differences and communicate more." Kazan was overwhelmed with too much information today. His mind felt muddled, and he kept nodding. Fushiguro sensed it was time to pause. "We have to go. The peace of the world is waiting for us to maintain it. Remember, if you encounter difficulties, seek the organization." Kazan dumbly waved goodbye to Fushiguro, and as he gradually walked away, his eyes began to brighten. Having been out for almost a year, Fushiguro estimated it was about time to return. Yaishin's baby should be born soon. Shanks, after going through so much with Fushiguro, had grown up quickly, his eyes filled with curiosity about the new baby. I'm finally going to be an older brother. Yes, after years of camaraderie, facing life and death together, his good brother finally had offspring. That feeling was truly wonderful. We're back in Dressrosa. As the Infinity One docked next to the Black Pearl, Shanks couldn't wait to jump down, standing on the shore and raising his hand to shout. God knows, during this time, aside from resupplying the ship, Fushiguro had not stopped for a moment, rushing towards the new world. He was afraid of missing the day the baby was born. Fushiguro grabbed Shanks. "Let's go. I hope we didn't miss it." Seeing that the Infinity Two had already docked before them, Fushiguro felt relieved, worried that Jin Yuan and the others might have encountered some mishap and not returned. The people at the dock hadn't even had the chance to welcome Fushiguro and the others back when Fushiguro hurriedly took Shanks out of sight. "Is Yaishin home?" Even before he arrived, Fushiguro's voice had already reached. A middle-aged woman opened the courtyard door and upon seeing Fushiguro, quickly said, "Greetings, Lord Fushiguro, young Master Shanks. Lord Yaishin has been staying in the hospital with Lady Alvia for over half a month." After thanking her, Fushiguro took Shanks through the town, and in no time, they arrived at the hospital entrance. At this moment, there were quite a few soldiers from the kingdom's guard stationed inside the hospital. Fushiguro set Shanks down, adjusted his clothes, and walked over. The soldier captain immediately approached and saluted. "Lord Fushiguro, Lord Yaishin and the others are in the backyard. Please follow me." Fushiguro asked, "Has the baby been born?" The soldier captain replied, "Not yet, but it's said to be in the next few days." Fushiguro walked at ease, his hands in his pockets, feeling like something was still missing. "Shanks, I have a task for you. Go buy some fruit." The soldier captain quickly interjected, "It's fine. My lord, I can arrange for someone to do this small task." Fushiguro replied seriously, "This is different. It's just the right opportunity for him to gain some experience." Shanks. Chapter 65. Approaching labor. Wow, Fushiguro, you finally decided to come back. Yi Tian stepped forward and punched Fushiguro lightly on the chest. If you had come back any later, the baby would have been born already. What about Shanks? Fushiguro waved his hand to dismiss the captain of the soldiers and said, "I sent the little guy to buy some fruits. Since you're here, what else do you need to bring?" Yi Tian said this, but his smile betrayed his joy. "How is Alvia doing?" Yi Tian reassured. "She's just like that, but she's been a bit weak lately. As long as there's nothing wrong, that's good." Jin Yuan and Barrett were sitting next to each other, still eating bananas. Feeling the aura coming from Barrett, it seemed he had gotten significantly stronger over the past year. "Jin Yuan, you didn't do anything to provoke the heavens while taking Barrett, did you?" Fushiguro felt something was off, sensing that Jin Yuan's gaze was evasive. Jin Yuan played it cool. "No way, we just took Barrett to the land of Wano." "Come on, buddy, are you that desperate?" Seeing that nothing happened, Fushiguro said gloomily, "Nothing weird happened, right?" "Nothing much. Just let Barrett have a friendly spar with Charlotte Linlin's offspring." with Jin Yuan's unnatural look. Fushiguro guessed that Jin Yuan must have suffered a setback in Wano. Did you really think Linlin would be that easy to deal with? Fushiguro couldn't understand why Jin Yuan would go looking for her. Or were you thinking taking Bear to Wano? At this time, Linlin should still be developing and building Wano. Jin Yuan weakly explained. I heard some rumors that Linlin is expanding her influence, and some people have been offering devil fruits. Since Barrett doesn't have one, I thought I'd ask what kind of devil fruits they have, and if there are any good ones. I plan to trade or buy one from Linlin. Fushiguro covered his face. Your intentions are good, but why would she give you anything? Jin Yuan discarded the banana peel in his hand. Well, I had a little scuffle with her. Fushiguro became interested. Did you win? Jin Yuan pouted. It was 50-50. Barrett, what do you say? Fushiguro clearly didn't believe Jin Yuan's words. Barrett looked at Jin Yuan, then at Fushiguro, and weakly said, 60-40? Huh. Seeing Fushiguro's warning gaze, Barrett quickly changed his words. That battle was chaotic. The main battlefield was on Charlotte Linlin's territory. Fair enough. Barrett, imitating Charlotte Linlin's tone. You're Fushiguro's person. I don't want to make enemies with you right now. We are lacking in devil fruits too. Look at how many of us still don't have devil fruits. We just got a few here. Take a look if you need any. If you find something you like, take it, and tell Fushiguro to come to my tea party next time. Fushiguro felt a bad premonition rising. Did you take her devil fruits? Jin Yuan replied. No, they were all junk. The decent ones were long gone. At that moment, Shanks came over with a large basket of fruits. Uncle Yi Tian, I brought fruits. Fushiguro then said to Jin Yuan, as long as the person is fine, that's good. You're also quite bold, daring to go directly to someone else's base. Aren't you afraid they'd keep you there as a captive? Jin Yuan shrank his neck. Linlin really has unique tastes. It's not really Wano. Every race is represented, and the people are all bizarre. It was already strange. And with intermarriage, they produce even more oddities. After finishing his conversation with Shanks, Yi Tian came to Fushiguro and said, You don't know how boring it has been without you guys. Fushiguro teased. I think you're just anxious. You didn't mess up, did you? Yi Tian pretended to turn around, straightened up, and said loudly on purpose, No way. I have my own hands. It's impossible for me to mess up. Then he looked around and whispered to Fushiguro, There's no way around it, to prevent me from causing trouble. She wants to see what I do before she feels safe letting me go out. I've been so restricted that I don't dare to go out. Hiss. Fushiguro gasped in fear, not expecting there was such a side to him. Hearing this, Jin Yuan and Barrett felt a chill run down their spines, while Shanks was still pondering the meaning of these words. Now that Fushiguro and the others are back, Yi Tian can feel a bit more at ease. He was just afraid that others might try to kidnap his wife to threaten them. The truth can never be hidden. They all knew that there were definitely spies from various forces in Dressrosa. Jin Yuan taking Barrett out was also a way to shake up those forces. However, Fushiguro had good relations with Whitebeard, Shiki, and others, and the Navy was also proceeding in an orderly manner. So far, there hadn't been any reckless actions by those who were blind. At night, Fushiguro and the others could finally sit together again in the garden outside Alvia's residence. During this time leading up to labor, they had to pay attention to the due date, mainly worrying about the world government's people. Their intelligence department had some capabilities, like the CP organization. Today, everyone was just having a small drink. Fushiguro took a sip and said to everyone, Jin Yuan, you stay here for a while. Your abilities are convenient for defense. Shanks and Barrett, you two are also here. If there are any small tasks, you do them. Hearing Fushiguro say so much, Yi Tian felt deeply moved seeing everyone willingly doing so much for him and Alvia. The next few days are the most vigilant time for the Infinite Pirates. Fushiguro was deeply afraid of the Klitsch plot of father looking for son, son looking for father. Everyone stayed in the hospital, with all their needs being checked by their own people. They had no choice. Their identities were too special. The world government wanted them dead, and it wasn't just a day or two. However, they were constrained by the need to capture them without paying a huge price, and they had long since taken action. Many times, for powerful figures who had made a name on the seas, killing them was the least favorable option. It was best to use them for oneself, and, at the very least, to maintain the balance of the sea. More importantly, the main crisis they faced now was from Shiki and the flying pirate crew. A few days passed, and Alvia's labor time arrived. Fushiguro and the others were guarding outside the door, Yition anxiously pacing back and forth. "Take a break, it will be fine." Fushiguro felt Yition's unprecedented anxiety and comforted him. Jin Yuan also felt that Yition was a bit neurotic, rather than being anxious here. "You might as well focus on releasing your observation haki to keep alert." As soon as he said this, Yition broke through his own observation haki, expanding it 360 degrees from the hospital as the center, almost enveloping the entire island. "Hey, are you joking?" Fushiguro was shocked by Yition's move. "What is this? A breakthrough in paternal love? A man's responsibility? A family's duty?" As the sound of a baby crying came from the operating room, Yition's anxious heart finally relaxed. Everyone surrounded the little one on the bed, and Fushiguro asked Yition, "What name did you give this little one?" Yition picked up the baby, gave Alvia a glance, and said to everyone, "I discussed it with Alvia, and if it's a girl, we'll name her Sigma Robin." Fushiguro nodded seriously. "Robin, sounds good. She will definitely be a great beauty in the future." Chapter 66, Year 1490, one of the Sea Garden, waiting to be transferred to a place specifically for recuperation, which is the location they previously carried the garden, is within the hospital. Fushiguro and a few others are playing cards and chatting in the garden. At this moment, King Rika III comes over with fruits and some supplements. Yition greets him. "King Riku, I didn't expect you to come personally." King Riku III sincerely feels happy for Yition. "This is a good thing. And you are originally nobles of Dressrosa, so it is only right for me to come." Fushiguro raises an eyebrow. "When did you two become so close?" Jin Yuan looks at the card in his hand seriously. "A5. You know, even before you came back, that guy was almost living here," he continues. "I heard that during the time we were away, Yition was bored and would knock on the royal family's door for no reason, saying he wanted them to know that commoners were living poorly and that he should apologize to them." Fushiguro exclaims, "An 8. How can they maintain such a good relationship?" Barrett casually remarks, "No way." Jin Yuan glances at Barrett. "A king. Because King Riku also wants the country to prosper and the common people to live well. Perhaps that's why he is beloved by them." As they become familiar with each other without needing to spend money, Yition naturally goes to him often, playing chess, chatting, and drinking a little wine. Fushiguro slams his 2 cards on the table, a royal flush. King Riku III, busy finishing his conversation with Yition, comes to Fushiguro and the others and begins his new round of business talk. Fushiguro takes out a revolutionary quote from his pocket and hands it to him. "This is what I wanted to give you earlier. I forgot because I was busy. You should read it more." Due to the special circumstances, the group does not keep King Rika III, and he understands this, saying, "Now there are many national affairs, so I will take my leave." Fushiguro strokes his chin, watching King Riku's back. This guy is quite sensible. The royal family only has him, so he should represent them. Too many people would complicate things. Jin Yuan raises an eyebrow. "Alvia should be almost recovered. With your devil fruit ability, Yition, how about we drink heavily tonight?" The physical condition of people in this world is incredible. Having a baby is just a simple thing. Yition is quite excited and coughs lightly. "If I want to drink, that's easy. Let's celebrate tonight." Alvia, who is currently feeding the baby, naturally hears Yition's unusually loud voice and chuckles, saying just loud enough for herself to hear, "You are the head of the family. It's just a little wine." Fubikuro's ears perk up in the garden. "Yition, you are really lucky to have found a good woman like Alvia." Hearing someone praise his wife, Yition proudly responds, "Of course. Why don't you say that Alvia found a gem like me?" 3 years have passed, which is half a year longer than the trainee period. In the year 1491 of the Sea Garden, under Jin Yuan's transformation, they successfully accommodated ships number 1 and No. 2 within the Black Pearl. On the deck, 3-year-old Robin can already speak and shows a strong interest in the world. In this regard, she is far ahead of Shanks. Faced with Shanks' curious questioning, Fubikuro would never admit that they forgot to teach her. He simply sees her as a little guy who heals the heart. Many things have happened in these 3 years. Zephyr would often come to Fubikuro for a sparring match, then ask Fubikuro to explain some phrases from the revolutionary quotes. Fubikuro suspects that Zephyr is just freeloading off his knowledge. They have also saved many people and have won the deep affection of the islanders around Dressrosa. They have made it clear that as long as one belongs to the infinite pirate group's sphere of influence, other pirates dare not come easily. Pay tribute to the heavens? No way. If you have something to say, go tell our butcher, Lord Jean Yuan. Jean Yuan's abilities are convenient for ordinary folks and miscellaneous soldiers. Everyone defaults to letting Jean Yuan handle it, which is efficient and keeps their hands clean. It also creates a more shocking visual effect. Everyone around has a title. For example, Yi Tian is known as the Divine Doctor, perhaps wanting to establish a grand image for Robin or just by nature every time they arrive on an island. Yi Tian provides paid treatment to others. It's not limited to money. Even a steam bun he would accept. This is a little trick Fushiguro taught him. As for the specific principle, Yi Tian didn't understand, but it sounded quite mysterious. Alvia serves as a teacher, with her husband saving people. She is responsible for spreading knowledge, popularizing culture, and teaching literacy. Shanks and Barrett act as little instructors, referred to as transmission warriors. Seeing that everyone has something to do, they decide to try doing something as well. After thinking it over, Shanks suggests teaching them some basic physical techniques, and Barrett happily agrees. Instead of hoping others will come to their rescue, it's better to take control of one's own destiny. This little guy, Panda, is called a mascot. There's no helping it. He's too cute. Fushiguro, as the biggest boss, is affectionately called Your Majesty. The kings of other kingdoms highly agree. On the deck, Shanks and Barrett are teasing Robin, who is holding Panda, while Alvia is immersed in the study room. And Jean Yuan and Yi Tian are fiddling with their devil fruit abilities. Fushiguro looks at the newspaper in his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. That guy Zephyr is finally going to be appointed as a general. Just thinking about how he comes to ask questions like an illiterate every time makes Fushigiro's head hurt. But it's not without gains. The storage capacity of Haki has noticeably improved. Captain, I want to take Robin back to O'Hara. She's at the right age for enlightenment. Fushiguro puts down the newspaper and glances at Alvia, who is coming out of the study. I'm fine with it. You should ask your family member. Alvia thought Fushiguro believed they needed to disembark and explained, We're not leaving forever. I want Robin to receive O'Hara's cultural heritage. I'm worried that one day O'Hara will be destroyed and many cultures will be lost. I have to say, the more you experience, the further your vision becomes. You have insight. No problem. I understand. Go talk to Yi Tian. Fushiguro makes a reassuring gesture, and Alvia directly goes to find Yi Tian. After thinking about it, he decides to let them handle family matters themselves. He feels that he wouldn't have much to say anyway. Robin is different from Shanks and the others. She is complete. At least for now. At night, since Alvia only briefly mentioned it to Fushiguro during the day, she plans to explain the situation in detail to everyone in the Infinite Pirate Group. After all, they have been on the same boat for so many years. There's no need to sneak away. Upon hearing that Alvia wants to take Robin back to her hometown for a while, everyone reacts strongly. What? Jean Yuan and Shanks exclaim in unison. Chapter 67 plan to gradually unfold. Jean Yuan nudged Yi Tian. What about you? Do you want to accompany your wife? Alvia answered for Yi Tian. We've discussed it, and we don't need you to accompany us. We're not going there either. I'll take Robin to O'Hara to learn. Fuhai took a sip of wine and said, No problem. Seeing the captain speak, Jean Yuan felt reassured, thinking that Fuhai must have his own arrangements. The drinking party continued late into the night. If it weren't for the fact that they still had some time to sail to O'Hara, Fuhai felt that Yi Tian had endless concerns to discuss with Alvia. Late at night, Fuhai couldn't sleep, lying on a deck chair on the second floor, covered with a blanket, gazing at the night sky. Many people in the world couldn't understand why Fuhai was lying low now. Only the top powers at sea would truly understand. Even the ambitious Shiki was still developing and hadn't directly attacked Mary Geos. He let out a long sigh and swayed his body. Forget it. No need to argue with those fools. On the way to O'Hara, Shanks and Barrett both took a liking to Robin, spending a lot of time playing with her every day. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was inseparable from Alvia, always clinging to her. Fuhai couldn't stand it. You might as well stay in O'Hara. Alvia shyly pushed Yi Tian's hand away and went to find Robin. Yi Tian, with a thick skin, said, We're about to part. Shouldn't I show some affection to avoid rumors? Fuhai sat beside him. The tender village, the hero's tomb. Yi Tian flexed his bicep. I understand the reasoning, and I haven't neglected my training. Didn't you say that sometimes effort doesn't compare to a moment of enlightenment? Just like my observation haki, hasn't it grown so smoothly? This was true. Fuhai had thought Yi Tian would be the first to break through with armament haki, but he hadn't expected it to be observation haki. It was likely because they weren't around during this time, and Yi Tian had been using his observation haki almost all the time, honing it a lot. Are you coming over just to chat? Yi Tian knew Fuhai wouldn't specifically seek him out. Fuhai nodded. After all these years, how well has Alvia mastered her armament and observation haki? Since I usually don't let her fight, I have no idea about her strength. It's better to ask you directly. So he was worried whether Alvia had the ability to protect herself. Yi Tian patted his chest. Under my special training. She developed it long ago. Besides, Alvia isn't the weak woman you think. On the contrary, she is quite resilient and knows how to hide her strength. In the West Sea, she is more than capable. Fuhai looked at Yi Tian with a strange expression. You're not abusing her, are you? That's why she mastered it so quickly? Yi Tian snorted coldly. Who is abusing whom? That is serious teaching. To be fair, her comprehension was good, and she understood quickly. The only thing that was slower to improve was her physical body. However, with my abilities to help, her physical progress isn't slow at all. Even faster than others. That is right. No one in the Infinity Pirates is simple. Fuhai stood up and put his arm around Yi Tian's shoulders. Once Alvia takes Little Robin back, our plan will unfold. Yi Tian understood in his heart what Fuhai's so-called plan was, which was also why he didn't plan to stay by Alvia's side. Ahada. Jin Yuan bumped Yi Tian's shoulder. What's wrong? Aren't you staying here for a few days? We can wait for you. Yi Tian shook his head. I'm afraid if I stay, I want to leave. Fuhai said to Alvia, remember what I told you. Try to collect those hidden histories. Try to make O'Hara an island that popularizes culture rather than one that people immediately think of as digging up history. Alvia, taking on the heavy responsibility, nodded earnestly, then turned to Yi Tian. Husband, I'll be leaving first. If anything comes up, I'll contact you via the snail phone. Yi Tian reluctantly patted Robin's head. Okay. He didn't say much more. He had already said a lot on the ship. At that moment, he guessed that when it really came time to part, his mind would go blank, and it would be hard to say anything beautiful. Alvia held Robin, standing at the dock, watching the black pearls sail away until it disappeared. Jin Yuan waved his hand in front of Yi Tian. The island is no longer visible. Why are you still looking? Yi Tian calmly swatted Jin Yuan's hand away. Let us go see what the captain has arranged. Hearing Yi Tian refer to Fuhai as captain, Jin Yuan also stopped joking and came to the first deck, where everyone quietly looked at Fuhai. Fuhai put away the newspaper in his hand and scanned everyone. Zephyr, our old friend, has now been promoted to admiral. I think everyone knows this by now. The most outstanding vice admirals are Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, and they've all crossed paths with us, so you all know what type they are. Everyone didn't quite understand what Fuhai was getting at, but patiently listened. Fuhai paused. Under my training, persuasion, Zephyr no longer shows mercy to pirates. Even those with devil fruits are to be killed if possible. He once listened to the world government's rhetoric about fearing the fruits falling into the hands of bad people. But it seems that he has killed some pirates connected to influential figures, leading to some dissatisfaction within the world government regarding this new admiral. Zephyr had a good relationship with them. Previously, when they were in Dressrosa, Zephyr had told them that the world government had infiltrated the royal family. As for why he told them, it was clear to anyone with eyes that the common people were living well, and Zephyr naturally didn't want the world government to ruin everything. Jin Yuan seemed to understand the stakes and raised his hand. Can we use this to win Zephyr over? Fuhai pointed at Jin Yuan, affirmatively saying, exactly. Helping Zephyr is also helping ourselves. As long as everyone at sea is on my side, who truly controls this sea is hard to guess. According to rumors, I already have a grasp of who wants to take action against Zephyr. Yi Tian frowned and spoke. Hasn't Zephyr already brought his family back to the Navy headquarters? Just a wife. And they just got married this year. There is no way they want to target Zephyr, right? Fuhai raised his index finger and shook it. You underestimate those affiliated countries and the dirtiness of the world government. They can easily make a move with just a transfer order. After brainstorming, Jin Yuan suggested, so do we go after the affiliated countries related to that dead pirate and arrest them for Zephyr? Arrest? Windage term. But it's not wrong. Fuhai nodded. This step is correct, but I'm afraid those people have already arranged personnel at the Navy headquarters. So we should go directly and get solid evidence before talking to Zephyr. Yition was the only one present with a wife and asked in confusion, why can't we talk to Zephyr first? Even if it alarms the snake. It's better than directly endangering his wife. Everyone looked at Yition, and Fuhai slowly said, he just took office, and it's right after his wedding. He'll be too busy enjoying himself to issue a transfer order immediately. We still have plenty of time. Jin Yuan stood up, ready to operate the Black Pearl. Prepare to change direction at any moment. Where's the location? South Sea, Bandit Myral Kingdom. Fuhai's mouth curled into a dangerous arc. Chapter 68. Tool Dragon Nanhai, Bano Temeral Kingdom. Inside the palace. Speak. Fushiguro gripped the collar of the nearly lifeless man in front of him, his voice not loud but deafening. The man opened his toothless mouth and mumbled incoherently, I was wrong, let us go. Slap. Slap. Fushiguro slapped him twice more. Hatsui Ryo. Did you collude with pirates to sell firearms and ammunition, instigate wars, and traffic people? Zephyr, unaware of your actions, repeatedly struck against pirates, seizing your goods and people. And you harbor resentment. Did you use money to contact someone in the world government to help you take revenge on Zephyr's family? Hatsui Ryo struggled with all his might. I was just an opportunity. Zephyr has killed too many pirates, including many from underground forces. Many in the world government rely on those people for their income. Zephyr has touched their interests, and I'm just one of them. Fushiguro glanced back at Jin Yuan, who cast a look in a certain direction. He used his ability to ensure the image-transmitting snail captured everything without missing a detail. All these years of raising these snails have really paid off. They're quite useful. Seeing that Hatsui had said enough, Fushiguro casually tossed him aside. Search the room. There should be some transaction information here. Outside, based on the list provided by Fushiguro, Yition and others who were cleaning up found Fushiguro and said they had completed their task and began rummaging through the place. The more people, the greater the strength. In no time, they found 2 large boxes filled with information about some dirty transactions. More importantly, they found intelligence related to Zephyr killing those pirates. Every year, many people go missing in the Bano Temeral Kingdom because of Hatsui Ryo, and the civilians here live in dire straits. Not to mention being well-fed. They can only maintain their lives. Shanks, feeling a bit soft-hearted, said, why don't we do something for the citizens here? Fushiguro wanted to reach out and pat Shanks on the head, but put his hand down upon seeing the blood. It's simple. Later, Yition, you guys go clean up again. Then, I'll notify Dragon. He will come over to handle this. Jin Yuan, dragging the 2 large boxes of information behind, had a somewhat unnatural expression. Dragon? That guy seems to always be cleaning up after us. It's really tough on him. No, I'm training him, letting him gain some practical experience so that he can better become a leader and learn how to rally people. Fushiguro swaggered forward with empty hands. After all, we are still pirates. We can't stand scrutiny. Dragon is different. Yes, with the Revolutionary Army. We just need to go to seas.The archipelago now and meet Zephyr. Jin Yuan, not understanding, asked why not meet on a deserted island instead of a place like seas.The. Fushiguro lazily explained to Jin Yuan behind him. He is now a general, and when he goes out, he travels by warship. He can't just go to a deserted island and tell his deputy that he needs to get off the ship to pee. Jin Yuan. That makes sense. Fushiguro continued. It's normal for a newly appointed general to inspect the prestigious seas.The archipelago. Then he receives a tip-off from some anonymous good citizen and gets information. How reasonable is that? Reasonable, right? The royal family of Bano Temeral Kingdom can be said to be all bad, bloodied out. When Dragon comes to clean up the mess, this kingdom can be renamed. Back on the Black Pearl, Jin Yuan began operating towards seas.The archipelago. Hey, Zephyr. It's me, your good brother Fushiguro. Fushiguro reclined on the familiar second-floor deck chair, relaxed. I know it's you. Spit out quickly, Zephyr said, feeling a headache. This guy can't stand to see him well. He just became a general, and he can't let himself get dragged down. Fushiguro didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I have information about someone wanting to kill your wife. How could? Zephyr wanted to refute, but was interrupted. Let me finish. I have a list. Those people are lurking inside the Navy headquarters. You need to know that in this world, money can make the devil turn the mill. Within the Navy headquarters, as long as the money is right and the interests are met, they 1T randomly kill. Zephyr's emotions fluctuated violently, and his speech revealed his anger. Who are those people? Tell me. I owe you a big favor. Seeing the effect was achieved, Fushiguro said, This matter isn't that simple. Let me tell you what is currently known. You should find an excuse to come to seas.The archipelago tomorrow. You 1T need to look for me. I will bring the information to the branch in seas.The archipelago, and you can personally come and get it. Remember what I said, don't alarm the snakes. I'm worried they will come hard, and you 1T have a way out after you leave. Zephyr felt deeply moved. Fushiguro, you're really my good brother, always thinking of me. It's a pity we're a navy and a pirate. We can't boldly be together. A few days later, in an inconspicuous tavern on seas.The archipelago, Fushiguro and the others were reminiscing about their struggles back in the day. Jin Yuan, why don't you go deliver it later? A bad memory surged in his mind, and Jin Yuan snorted coldly. A Barrett and Shanks aren't here? Yi Tian, hugging Shanks and Barrett, Jin Yuan. Back then, it was just Fushiguro, the three of us. All the dirty work was done by Jin Yuan. Guess who Jin Yuan ran into when he went to claim the bounty? Shanks answered quickly. He ran into Garp. You drunk so much. You don't even remember how many times you've heard it. Yi Tian said somewhat awkwardly. Fushiguro interjected. This matter is serious. The news of the fall of the Banotemeral royal family should have reached the world government. Plus, with Zephyr coming to seas.The at this time, I'm worried the world government people, cornered, might set an ambush. Jin Yuan fiddled with the gold coins in his hand. All right, I just happen to want to take Barrett around seas.The to see if we can dig up some treasures. Shanks eagerly raised his hand. I want to go too. Yi Tian poured cold water on him. You go with me to look for the underground forces of seas.The. Don't look at me like that. It was Fushiguro who said to let you experience various kinds of people and how to deal with them. Fushiguro chimed in. They're not bad. If you listen to me, every year they build orphanages. You can go see them and ask them if they are willing to become our affiliated force if they abandon human trafficking. Yi Tian nodded, understanding what to do. It's just 2 words. Take down. Buzz buzz, Zephyr called. I'm at seas.The archipelago. When are you coming to find me? Is it necessary to be so anxious? It's late at night, Fushiguro replied without a clear start or end. Let us do it during the day. Do you want to come over for a drink now? The image-transmitting snail was silent for a long time, and just when Fushiguro thought it was broken, Zephyr's seemingly defeated voice came through. I was too anxious. Contact me when you come tomorrow. Fushiguro humorously retorted. Got it. Looks like you're not coming for a drink. It seems you can't be summoned. The relationship has faded. You mind that I'm a pirate. When you need me, you call me Little Black. When you don't, you call me Damned Pirate. With Fushiguro's teasing, Zephyr's mood was not so low anymore. Wait until I resolve this matter, and then we'll drink. Okay, tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. I'll come find you with the things. At that time, I'll be wearing all blue. Don't fail to recognize me, Fushiguro replied while taking a big drink. Zephyr curiously asked, what does that look? Blue Demonis, you understand? Meanwhile, Dragon, who was dealing with the mess of the Banotemeral kingdom, was filled with resentment. It's always like this. They never invite me for a meal. Chapter 69. Investigating the boss. You're truly brave. In the bustling afternoon at 2 o'clock, Fubuki stood in front of the Navy Division's gate with 2 large boxes. Hello, I am the Blue Enchantress. Here to see Admiral Zephyr. The duty Marine immediately responded. Admiral Zephyr has instructed me to take you in. Seeing the soldiers practicing in the playground, Fubuki found it amusing. Perhaps it was only the higher-ups who had the hardest days. Knock, knock, knock. Admiral Zephyr, the Blue Enchantress is here. Come in. Zephyr's voice came from inside the office. No one should be standing outside. After the soldier leading Fubuki pushed the door open, he directly left, also closing the door behind him. Such awareness. No wonder he could mix well in the seas.The archipelago. Now there were only the 2 of them in the room. After Zephyr confirmed with his observation hockey that no one was around, he looked at Fubuki with a strange expression. What kind of bizarre style is this? Are you really Fubuki? Fubuki brushed aside his blue bangs that covered one eye. Am I not handsome? Without removing his disguise. Fubuki placed the 2 boxes in front of Zephyr and took out the selected information from his pocket. Zephyr, curious, carefully read word for word. These pirate names sound familiar. Are they the ones I killed? Fubuki naturally picked up a cigar from the table and smelled it. With a snap, the flame lit the cigar, and he exhaled yes. The information in the boxes was about a royal person and the world government, along with some dirty dealings. There were also discussions about how they planned to retaliate against you. Zephyr's eyes were filled with extreme anger. He wanted to explode. After all these years of dedication to the Navy, did it mean he had to face sanctions from his superiors just because he killed those who deserved to die? Zephyr quickened his movements, opening the boxes and reading rapidly. The shock in his eyes deepened. He had thought a country could be bad, but he never imagined the world government could be this corrupt. After a long while, having smoked 2 of the Admiral's special cigars, Zephyr finally sat down to light one for himself, completely unaware that only 1 cigar remained in the box. With wisps of white smoke, Zephyr looked at Fubuki, who was lighting another cigar, with a complex expression. This favor is quite a debt. A navy owes a pirate a favor. Fubuki, displeased, stretched out his hand. It's not the navy that owes the pirate. It's you, Zephyr, who owes me Fubuki. Zephyr had heard about Fubuki's situation from Garp and realized he had misspoken, so he changed the topic. I will follow the clues you provided to trace the source. Fubuki's eyes widened. You have the guts to investigate your benefactor? Aren't you afraid that you and your family might suddenly disappear from this world? Zephyr resolutely declared, this world never lacks people with justice. As long as I make enough noise, my family will naturally be safer. Fubuki took out a transponder snail from the pocket of his blue suit. If you want to deal with the world government, I have to help you. Zephyr took the transponder snail without a second thought and played the recording. Fubuki smiled, flipping his flamboyant blue wig. How about this gift? Isn't it good? Zephyr didn't hesitate. This is indeed a good thing. Due to the seriousness of the matter, I won't keep you any longer. I need to hurry back to the Navy headquarters. I didn't kill the person who previously attempted to assassinate my wife. I just kept an eye on them, fearing something might happen. Fubuki opened a nearby transparent cabinet and took out 2 unopened boxes of cigars. All right, when we have the chance, we will drink together. I believe that day is not far off. Zephyr snorted. I see you would love it if I jumped ship to join you. Fubuki tucked the cigars into his pocket and blinked. Is it that obvious? Huh, Zephyr, you better be careful. Only the victorious side has the right to say who is righteous and who is evil. Zephyr said thoughtfully, I don't understand. Garp has killed many pirates and arrested countless. Yet he has faced no consequences. Fubuki held up his finger. 1. He is very discreet in his protection. 2. His son has certain self-defense capabilities. 3. And most importantly, he is a Navy hero Garp. Zephyr didn't understand. Isn't it just a title? Fubuki slowly shook his head. No. It's not that simple. He was involved in taking down the notorious pirate rocks. Do you know the gun god of Wan Chai? Zephyr looked confused. Who is that? Is he famous? Fubuki replied calmly. Garp is equivalent to the gun god of Wan Chai. He killed the most powerful pirate, Rocks, recognized across the seas. Let me ask you, which pirate would dare to attack Garp, even the world government? Attacking Garp would be like slapping the face of the world government. If the world government were to act against Garp, how would those common people view it? Fubuki analyzed seriously. In summary, they cannot touch Garp, at least not for now. Zephyr did not see Fubuki off at the door. The transponder snail on the table. He didn't know who to call, and after exhaling a breath of frustration, he decided, I'll investigate. Back at the gathering place, Fubuki saw that everyone was still not back, and even Shaki's shop seemed to have been closed for a long time. He wondered if Jinyuan could really bring Barrett to find the treasure. Everyone had witnessed Barrett's strength improvement, but he still seemed a bit lacking. Having a devil fruit would be perfect. He also wondered if Tion had managed to achieve something while hanging out with Shanks. After all, the Admiral was still there. It was best not to make too much noise. Fubuki took off the limited-time blue enchantress skin, bought some groceries, and drank alone, unknowingly walking into a massage parlor. For several consecutive days, the sun was high in the sky. Fubuki strolled leisurely through the streets, buying plenty of food and some daily necessities to take back. Oh, isn't this our big boss? Are you comfortable? Ignoring Jinyuan's flirtation, Fubuki looked at the eager Barrett and raised an eyebrow. What's up? Did you really find something good? Barrett shook his head, but smiled. We found a clue about a devil fruit. In the New World, it's supposed to be the heavenly gold. Fubuki, with no thoughts in his mind, couldn't he help but ask, what kind of devil fruit? Paramecia. Fusion fruit. Barrett continued excitedly. It's still in my hometown. Fubuki placed his things on the deck and said slowly, that's the country of endless war. How could they offer heavenly gold? Barrett shrugged. Who knows? A country with constant internal strife is still a member state? There must be some unknown secrets. The fusion fruit is not bad. Fubuki lay down, feeling a bit tired from last night's battle. He had been ganged up on. Then we'll wait for Yi Tian and the others to return, and we'll head back to the New World. No wonder your mask was pre-gilded. Shanks, seemingly devoid of color and soul, followed behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian saw everyone on the deck and greeted them. Fubuki has resolved it. From now on, most of the underground forces in Sabedi Archipelago will belong to us. They don't engage in human trafficking. Everything else remains the same. That shouldn't be. Fubuki turned. What about the small portion? The small portion has been eliminated. We just need our people to swallow them up. Yi Tian answered matter-of-factly. Chapter 70. Barrett's hometown. Fushiguro noticed that Shanks was in a bad mood and mentioned, what's wrong with the little guy? Yi Tian shrugged. He's a bit soft-hearted. I acted directly in front of him, and it upset him. Fushiguro patted Yi Tian's arm. What you did was right. You've worked hard. Jin Yuan, seeing everyone gathered, directly piloted the Black Pearl towards the New World. Fushiguro approached Shanks. What's wrong? Do you hold a grudge against Yi Tian? Shanks lowered his head and shook it. I don't hate him. Then you do hate him. You don't understand now. Many things can't be explained to you. You will only understand through personal experience. Fushiguro wanted to toughen Shanks up a bit more and continued. This is like giving you a vaccination. You should have noticed that even if you don't want to, Yi Tian won't force you, but he will take action, and you can only watch everything happen. Shanks remained silent, feeling a bit exhausted. As he grew older, he increasingly sensed the darkness of the world. Panda was watching Shanks from a distance, and the bamboo in his hand seemed less appealing. Fushiguro pushed Shanks' shoulder. Take your time to digest this. Go take a shower and wake yourself up. We need to return to the New World to get Barrett a devil fruit. Sure enough, upon hearing the second half of the sentence, Shanks' eyes lit up again, showing a strong interest in what kind of devil fruit Barrett wanted. In the New World, amidst the endless war, Fushiguro led Shanks through the battlefield while the others went ahead to engage in friendly exchanges with various leaders and inquire about the whereabouts of the devil fruits. Shanks, your background is different from Barrett's. You are special. Shanks looked up at Fushiguro and quietly asked, how am I different? What makes me special? Special because you are my son, Fushiguro said with a carefree laugh, causing Shanks to roll his eyes. You have the qualities of a king. Ordinary devil fruits are unworthy of you. Besides, I've said it before, Haki is fundamental, and your potential is limitless. Fushiguro said this to Shanks with seriousness. Shanks seriously doubted that Fushiguro was trying to deceive him, but he had no evidence. Seeing that Shanks didn't believe him, Fushiguro calmly said, after a while, I'll take you to meet a few peers who are about your age. Who are they? The mention of peers immediately piqued Shanks' curiosity. He believed he was on par with anyone his age. You know, I'm not a devil fruit user, but do you see my physique weaker than anyone else's? Even Charlotte Linlin, who has a monstrous physique, can't claim to be stronger than me. Don't feel inferior just because you don't have a devil fruit. In my opinion, devil fruits are just that. If you find one that suits you, that's great, but if not, there's no need to force it. This was quite convincing. Over the years, Shanks had seen many top experts at sea, many of whom did not possess devil fruit abilities. Moreover, Fushiguro's strength was always a mystery to him. He couldn't see the bottom and didn't know the limits. According to what Fushiguro told him, one must prepare a move to counter a move, and the more trump cards, the better. Bilbao, what do you think of this country, this world? In the midst of gunfire, Fushiguro suddenly asked. Shanks was taken aback and looked around with the question, answering without thinking. It's terrible, absolutely awful. These people seem to have no awareness. Their lives are dictated by war. Fushiguro frowned and stomped his foot, causing countless small stones to rise into the air. He pointed at each stone, giving them tremendous force, exploding the artillery shells flying around. These people are born into war and die in war. They have no idea how beautiful the outside world is. From birth, they are indoctrinated on how to fight, how to kill more enemies, and how to achieve victory. It's extremely difficult to reconcile such a nation. Shanks was amazed by Fushigiro's display. Does having strength not help? Fushiguro laughed. That would only change the surface. More importantly, it's the thoughts in each person's heart, and not everyone will agree. So what should we do? Shanks pursed his lips, wondering if this was an unsolvable situation. Fushigiro's lips curled up. We take out all their top leaders, establish treaties and guidelines, and kill the mindless ones until the intelligent ones come to power. Then it's simple. Just call Dragon over. Shanks seemed to want to see through Fushigiro's facade. Aren't you afraid that Dragon will harbor resentment against you for manipulating him like this? Along the way, some people mistook Fushiguro and Shanks as enemies and attacked them. Fushiguro merely tapped them lightly, making them lose consciousness. The soldiers are innocent, merely following orders. As for whose fault it is, haha, Dragon won't hold a grudge against me. If he does, then his awareness is just that. I don't suggest replacing the leader. He's not stupid. He understands. Fushiguro said playfully, we've done all the dirty work. He just needs to come over and clean up. In contrast, most people don't understand the reasoning behind it and will only smear us and insult us. Shanks pouted, that's so unfair. Why don't we just say it out loud? The soldiers coming and going were a bit annoying. Fushiguro led Shanks to the side of the woods. Talking to mindless people is just a waste of breath. We are pirates. We don't need to explain ourselves to others. We just kill those we don't care about. Such domineering words struck Shanks' young heart. Is this still the usually kind and peace-loving Fushiguro? You have to remember, this world is not what you think it should be. You can be naive towards your companions, but never be naive towards the unrelated in this world. Fushiguro said disdainfully, that's not naivety, it's stupidity. Shanks silently absorbed Fushiguro's occasional words. Fushiguro intentionally led Shanks step by step. Fushiguro, all the leaders have been kindly arranged at one table. All right, I'm coming over now. Fushiguro put away the snail phone and lifted Shanks. Let's go. If you want to avoid being carried by me, your strength and agility still need a lot of work. In an open area, a large round table was filled with the highest leaders of various factions. When Fushiguro arrived, Yi Tian stepped forward and said, this is what we can find for now. Okay. He then asked Barrett, have you found the devil fruit? Barrett showed a delighted expression. Yes, I found it, but I haven't eaten it yet. I'll wait for you to decide. You really can't contain your joy, can you? Then let us finish up here first. Fushiguro sat in the only available spot, with Jin Yuan, Yi Tian, and Barrett stationed in a triangular formation, while Shanks sat beside Fushiguro. Panda was on the ship, silently studying martial arts with an iron rod, claiming it was to guard the ship. Chapter 71. Zephyr is being sabotaged. Raise your hand if you're willing to stop the war. Fushiguro directly asked without sugarcoating. There were a total of 19 people present, excluding Fushiguro, and one must say there were indeed many factions, all wanting to unify the country. After one person raised their hand, others looked around and followed suit, leaving 9 people who did not raise their hands. Without Fushiguro needing to say anything, Jin Yuan directly took action, and just like that, 9 fresh corpses lay on the table. Those unaware of the situation might think they had fallen asleep during the lecture. Very well, since everyone is willing to stop the war, I hope your 10 factions can unify. Fushiguro pointed at the table. With your internal conflict being so severe, shouldn't your external conflict be even stronger? Or are you only capable of bullying within your own ranks? As for who would be the highest leader, you need not consider. I have my own arrangements. The remaining 10 factions had no one daring to voice a rebuttal. This was not mediation, it was simply a notification. Having reached their current positions, they naturally understood that if they died, someone would take their place. For a moment of anger, being gone would truly mean being gone. Fushiguro stood up. Go back and inform everyone to stop the war. As for what will happen if you don't, if you want to know, you can try. He turned around and took out a telephone bug. Hello, Long. Long had just resolved the issues in the Barnot Myral Kingdom and was relaxing on an island with his members. When he received this unfortunate call from Fushiguro, he was getting a massage and feigned exhaustion, saying, Captain, is there a mission? I just finished. I'm so tired and I'm starving. Fushiguro paused. We are in a critical period of construction. It is a test for the organization. Location, New World, Endless War Country. Got it, running back and forth. Long replied. Okay, once I finish things here, I'll come over immediately. After hanging up the telephone bug, Long told the beautiful woman, go tell the higher-ups to give all my brothers an extra 2 hours. The unaware members cheered for Long's righteousness. When Yi called for them to return home, only members of the Infinite Pirates remained on the scene. Is it really that simple? Shanks felt it was too quick to resolve such a terrible situation so casually. Why? Facing Shanks' question, Fushiguro patiently explained, because they fear death. Most people who hold power and possess countless treasures are afraid of death. By rationally utilizing human nature, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort, gaining unexpected rewards. Barrett, who was immensely admiring, deeply bowed to Fushiguro. Thank you, Captain, for liberating my hometown. You say you don't care, but you still care in your heart, Fushiguro chuckled, patting Barrett's head as he bowed. Hee. Barrett scratched his head, pretending to be innocent and clueless. Fushiguro turned and said, let's go. Jin Yuan cooperatively used his ability, and everyone flew towards the Black Pearl. Hey, Yi Tian, aren't you supposed to be able to fly? Why do you still need me? Halfway through, Jin Yuan felt nostalgic, not noticing that Yi Tian was actually getting a free ride. Don't worry about the details. It won't take much effort from you. Yi Tian waved his hand with a nonchalant expression. After some commotion, they prepared food for a barbecue as the sun gradually set. By the fire, Fushiguro directly told Barrett, if you want to eat that fruit, take it out now. Or if you want something better, you can wait. Barrett rarely declined Fushiguro's suggestion. No, I feel a mysterious connection with this fruit. It appeared in my hometown. So I'll eat it. Fushiguro nodded, indicating for him to bring it over to eat. Shanks and Panda stood by Barrett's side, and even Shanks took out a visual telephone bug, planning to record Barrett's embarrassing appearance when he ate. Go away, go away. Barrett waved his hand irritably, directly swallowing a whole devil fruit in 2 bites. Shanks let out a cackling laugh, continuously recording Barrett's anxious face as his features twisted. It made Yi Tian and Jin Yuan feel relieved. Finally, someone else was experiencing the disgust they once felt. It went down quickly, and the after-effects faded just as fast. Barrett coughed and said, Shanks, this is delicious, so tasty. Shanks looked at him disdainfully, thinking Barrett was really treating it like a 3-year-old easily fooled. All right, when you eat it next time, I want to record it too, Barrett threatened when he realized he couldn't fool Shanks. Shanks made a silly face. As long as I don't eat it, you won't be able to record me. What does it taste like? Tell me. Barrett licked his lips, reminiscing. It tastes a bit like being at sea, with your underwear soaked in sweat for 3 days and then dried in the toilet. Ugh. Fushiguro couldn't help but squint at Barrett. Wow, I never noticed you with those thick brows and big eyes had such a heavy taste. It seemed to trigger bad memories for Jin Yuan and Yi Tian, making their scalps tingle. Let's drink a toast to celebrate Barrett gaining the devil fruit ability. After finishing a cup, Shanks asked, how does it feel? What ability do you have? Barrett extended his hand. Some substance flowed over and merged into a fist. I can merge and deform with inorganic matter. Inorganic matter? Jin Yuan asked curiously. Doesn't that mean we complement each other after? Hey, don't say that. You're really onto something. Fushiguro coughed strategically. It was time for Fushiguro's educational moment. The merging fruit is not limited to that. You can not only wrap your body to strengthen yourself, but also create weapons and a series of things. Every devil fruit's development is the most fun during the early stages. In situations you can't imagine, don't try to reinvent the wheel. Ask everyone more. Remember, there are golden houses in books. You will have unexpected gains. Perhaps the whimsical ideas in books can serve as references for you. Shanks planned to take the opportunity to study his good brother who had eaten the devil fruit more, and if it was just that, he would make his decision. 1 year later, year 1492 of the Sea Garden. The Infinite Pirates patrolled their territory like lions in the vast sea of the New World. Buru. Fushiguro raised his sunglasses. The telephone bug with Zephyr's insignia rang after a long time. This is Zephyr. Has something major happened? Fushiguro asked in confusion. Zephyr's bitter voice said, I've been sabotaged. They retained my admiral title and made me a training officer to cultivate newcomers. Come on, buddy, can you really swallow this? Fushiguro hadn't seen any news about this matter. Could it be a new order? Zephyr sighed. There's nothing I can do. I have a son now, and I need to think about my family. They say retaining the admiral title is just for show, but at least the benefits are still there. Maybe, as you said, I'm not suited for the officialdom. Being a training officer is more suitable for me. Fushiguro pretended to think. Well, at least you won't have to fight on the seas anymore, and you can take care of your family. Seeing Zephyr silent for a long time, Fushiguro's eyes turned. I know 3 very good, passionate young men from the 4 seas. They might join the Navy. Zephyr's tone returned to normal. They wouldn't be your undercover agents, would they? Fushiguro raised his voice. How is that possible? If they were my people, wouldn't they be better off following me than being in your Navy? After thinking, Zephyr seemed to agree. All right, say their names. If they're really good, I will personally teach them. Their strength is average, and for their safety, I might have to assign them to different divisions. Fushiguro was waiting for this line. Borsalino and Sakazuki, both from the North Sea. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, realizing Fushiguro came prepared. And the other one? Kazan, from the South Sea. He's younger than the other 2, and I don't know if he'll join the Navy this year. Zephyr promised, all right, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to go back and let my wife comfort me. Fukuhira has a black line on his forehead and directly hangs up the phone. Chapter 72. Ironhead Boy, I originally thought ZFA could investigate a bit more, but unexpectedly, within just a year, he was put in a difficult position. During this time, I haven't heard of Whitebeard causing any disturbances, and he has just been quietly raising his son there. Fubai muttered to himself. What is Kaido doing now? At that moment, Kaido, who was training Ironhead technique, suddenly turned around. No one here? Is it just my imagination? Jin Yuan, go find Kaido. I have a feeling that guy is up to something, Fubai said, pulling out a supreme golden nail clipper to trim his nails. Jin Yuan responded and, being on the right course, didn't he need to change direction? Panda was waving his fists and laughing. Etienne was instructing Shanks on swordsmanship, and Barrett was sitting cross-legged on the deck, exploring the powers of the devil fruit. On an island in the New World, Kaido's temporary base, the Infinite Pirates, led by Schillingaling, docked their ship at the opposing forces' pier. While repairing the ship, resupplying, the people stationed there were stunned, wondering who was so fierce. Oh, it's the Infinite Pirates, then it's all good. As members of the Beast Pirates, they couldn't not recognize the Infinite Pirates, especially their captain, Fubai, who loved to fight. The crew of the Infinite Pirates disembarked, and Fubai handed 2 small denomination berries to a nearby person holding a pen and paper. Take care of the ship, or I'll break your legs. Someone lead the way. I've arranged to meet your captain today. Fubai didn't care whether they believed him or not. He was already on their turf and could always find his way if needed. It wouldn't be the same as now. A young man with white hair calmly approached everyone and said politely, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jean. Hey, young man, you're quite polite. I didn't expect Kaido to find a partner like you. Fubai teased with a smile. Jean revealed a smile that just arrived. I was saved by Lord Kaido. Let us go see what your boss is doing, and whether he is secretly drinking, Fubai said, hands behind his back, resembling a leader inspecting the area, pointing here and there. It made people think that Fubai was the real master. After a disappointing inspection, Fubai said to Jean, you guys aren't short on money, so why keep it simple and plain? You need to improve the treatment of the crew, understand? Jean took out a pen and paper, recording exactly without embellishment. Understood? I'll convey your words to the captain. And also, don't always think about human trafficking. That is a big taboo, Fubai said earnestly. Jean, confused, recorded it nonetheless and subconsciously asked why. Fubai showed no concealment of his killing intent. Because I will kill those who engage in human trafficking, no matter who they are. At that moment, Jean couldn't withstand such killing intent. Cold sweat dripped down as he elegantly wiped the sweat from his forehead. I will report this to the captain as it is. Don't worry, I'll have a good talk with him later. Feeling overwhelmed by the atmosphere, Jean quickened his pace, leading Fubai and the others to Kaido. Bang! Boom! Fubai and the others' eyelids twitched. Good lord, is practicing Ironhead technique about smashing your head against a mountain peak? Ironhead Boy Fubai greets you. Kaido paused, feeling an inexplicable anger rise in his heart upon hearing those 3 words. Who dared to call him that on this island? Looking for death. It's me. I came to see you. Seeing Fubai waving at him with a smile, Kaido's anger dissipated by half, filled with confusion. Why is this guy not being a street punk at sea and instead found his way here? Oh no, could it be that he's getting restless? Kaido thought. I'm not someone who can't take a few punches to the head now. Kaido stood there, his expression changing, his thoughts racing, leaving Fubai and the others exchanging glances. Ahem, Fubai interrupted. I'm here to discuss something with you. Also, this way of smashing against mountains is not effective. Why don't you smash against sea prism stone instead? Fubai pointed at the damaged peak that Kaido had smashed. Kaido exhaled through his nose. I want to, but the production of sea prism stone is low and mostly controlled by the world government. The black market circulation is also small, making it hard to use. Fubai pointed at Jean and said, Kaido, why don't you have your little brother take my companions for a tour? I'll explain everything to you. Kaido glanced suspiciously at Fubai and said to Jean, You go entertain the crew of the Infinite Pirates. Once everyone left, Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, and Fubai sat opposite him. After Fubai continuously supplemented his nutrition, his body miraculously underwent a second growth spurt, reaching around 8 meters tall. During that time, Fubai, Jin Yuan, and Ichien Dinti carry pure gold to grow as much as possible. The effect was as they wished. Each of them grew taller to varying degrees. Jin Yuan reached 3 meters tall, while Ichien was nearly 3 meters tall. Although Fubai was slightly shorter than Kaido, his aura was many times greater than Kaido's. Fubai bluntly asked, Have you heard of Wano country? Kaido honestly shook his head. I haven't heard of it. What is special about it? It produces a lot of sea prism stone and has a natural geographical advantage. Fubai said seemingly casually. Kaido immediately became motivated, looking at Fubai suspiciously, from what I understand. You and TB so kind. Speak, what benefit do you want? Fubai took out a cigar and tossed one to Kaido, lighting one for himself. I want you to make good use of Wano country's resources and govern that country well. Kaido's expression turned wary. Hey, the beast pirates are not your force. How we govern that country is our business. Don't issue orders so naturally. Fubai raised a finger and exhaled white smoke. Wrong. I'm giving you a kind piece of advice. As your mentor and friend, I've provided you with a good location. You not only don't thank me, but also want to fight? Kaido, being impatient and straightforward, retorted, Even if you don't say it. We'll find out in the future. Fubai pondered whether Kaido could be swayed to sincerely follow him. Kaido, what is your dream? Or rather, what is your ambition? Kaido was caught off guard by Fubai's sudden question, his eyes turning into small dots. I want to be the hardest man in the world. Huh, well, that ambition isn't too bad. As long as you don't touch the foundation of the world government, most will turn a blind eye. It's not a huge ambition either. Basically, everyone wants to be the strongest, but wanting to be the hardest is less common. Fubai threw down the cigar, but he had smoked and twisted his foot to extinguish it. Then let us have a fight. If you lose, you have to treat the people of Wano country according to my way. Seeing Kaido wanting to protest, Fubai wouldn't give him the chance. Don't worry. It won't shake your position. On the contrary, it will win you the hearts of the people. And you must promise me not to engage in human trafficking, or I can sell you to the world government. Veins bulged on Kaido's forehead. I want to see how you can sell me. I'm not the same as before. In the blink of an eye, half of his dragon form appeared, with his head instantly covered in thick armament haki. Chapter 73. Homebrewing still in force. Kaido picked up his kanabo and swung it, but Fushiguro punched it away with ease. What terrifying strength! Kaido was secretly shocked, but did not give up after one failed strike. He opened his mouth, and a stream of red flame dragon breath shot toward Fushiguro. Fushiguro drew his sword, splitting the dragon breath apart, standing unmoved and unharmed. The divided dragon breath exploded on both sides of him, sending shockwaves outward. Kaido felt a surge of battle spirit, pounded his chest with his left hand, released his conqueror's haki, and roared, I am going to become the hardest man. Come and fight. Fushiguro released an even stronger conqueror's haki than Kaido's, which spread like purple lightning. A glint of red flashed in his eyes. Die for me. Boom. The members of the Infinite Pirates, who were enjoying afternoon tea, sensed the fluctuations from the battle between their captains, and Jean was about to make a move. Yi Tian placed Xiao Wu on the table, This time, the captain said he doesn't want too many pillars of the beast pirates to die. But that doesn't mean you can't die. At this moment, Jean spoke seriously. Your strength is not enough in front of us. Don't worry, it's not a real fight. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Shanks, Barrett, and a mascot couldn't figure out what Fushiguro was trying to do, but they understood why they were fighting. The so-called discussions and negotiations were all built on fists. Just right, their captain's fists were very hard. Jean unwillingly said, "Then I'll go explain the situation to the others." Yi-Tian and the others had little emotional reaction. Yi-Tian calmly replied, "Go ahead, don't make unnecessary sacrifices." Upon hearing Yi-Tian's words, Shanks' eyes lit up. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices? That was so cool. 3 days and 2 nights later, at noon on the third day, Kaido in dragon form was struck by Fushigiro's powerful punch infused with Conqueror's and Armament Haki, and he crashed to the ground. The force was so great that it seemed the entire island was shaking. Fushiguro landed next to the deep pit, waved his hand, and the yellow smoke disappeared, revealing Kaido, now back in his original form, along with his treasure Kanabo, moving his wrist. Fushiguro muttered to himself, I didn't expect this guy Kaido to actually develop some Iron Head skills. Is he really hailed as having an indestructible body? What nice punching bag. The members of both sides who had been watching their battle saw that Kaido in dragon form had fallen and had not responded for a while. The battle was settled. They rushed to the center of the battlefield to check on their captain. Before they could see anything, they heard Fushigiro's voice. Everyone, don't come over. I won't kill Kaido. Yi-Tian and the others understood, and Jean decisively used his devil fruit ability to block all paths of the beast pirates. It seems our captain's business isn't done yet. So please wait a moment. The young Jean clenched his fists tightly, blood dripping down as people around him shouted to fight. Jean unleashed his aura. Shut up. The captain won't die easily. Besides, Kaido and Fushiguro have fought before. Didn't they come out fine? After saying this, Jean loosened his fists and faced Yi-Tian and the others. All right, we'll wait. Fushiguro squatted next to Kaido, rhythmically patting his face. Hey, Moshi Moshi. You can't sleep here. With a thought, he took out a well-protected transponder snail from his pocket and started recording. Half an hour passed. Did he hit too hard and turn him into a vegetable? Just as Fushiguro was wondering if he had knocked Kaido into a vegetative state, a scream echoed through the sky. Kaido suddenly opened his eyes wide, sat up, and gasped in shock. Bang! Fushiguro was startled and instinctively punched Kaido on the head. This time he didn't use much strength. Kaido didn't faint but held his head, taking a while to recover. Can you not be so jumpy? It's fine. You just took a punch from me. My hand hurts now. Fushiguro complained first, exaggerating the pain in his fist as if he had really been hurt. Kaido was very tired. He had never fought so exhaustively, while Fushiguro seemed tireless, maintaining a high-intensity battle without a moment's rest. The only time he had a brief pause was when he got knocked away. Fushiguro gently patted Kaido on the shoulder. It's okay. None of your companions are dead. And you haven't looked too disheveled. Tears welled up in Kaido's eyes, and Fushiguro stepped back slightly, thinking, hey, I really hope I didn't knock him silly. Thank you for leaving me some face, Kaido said, wiping away the tears that hadn't fallen yet. Not bro. You have such a personality? How come I never knew before? It's only right. I think you're quite good. We're not exactly mortal enemies, are we? Fushiguro teased Kaido, saying that the past was the past, and now that Kaido had gradually developed, why not take advantage of it? The more he understood the world, the more he realized that without absolute strength, one must learn to use every bit of power wisely. What Fushiguro considered absolute strength was a person capable of challenging the entire world. Kaido was truly overwhelmed. His mind couldn't process it, and he instinctively asked, Are we friends? Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, thinking it was worth it to hit your head, joyfully placing both hands on Kaido's shoulders. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I taught you so much about hockey over the years? Do you think I was just itching to hit you? Wrong. That was my goodwill. Fushiguro covered his heart with one hand, looking up at a 45-degree angle, because I know you want to become the hardest man. A good piece of iron is shaped through constant hammering. I always thought you understood my feelings for you. Kaido, seeing Fushiguro's sad expression, felt guilty. I understand. I actually always knew you had no bad intentions. Fushiguro turned his back to Kaido, suppressing a smile. We didn't have anything to do before. But now I want you to be a good person. Kaido scratched his head. But we're already great pirates. No one would believe us if we said we were good people. Fushiguro turned around again, his eyes shining. Many things aren't about what you say, but what you do. Kaido stumbled to his feet. Teach me. As afternoon approached, Kaido and Fushiguro walked out of the center of the battlefield, chatting and laughing side by side. Their wounds had stopped bleeding, and upon closer inspection, one could see that the wounds were subtly healing. Aside from their torn clothes, they seemed to be fine at first glance. Jean released his ability and snorted. I told you, your captain wouldn't be in trouble. Jean, unable to take it in, ran over. Captain, are you okay? Kaido laughed heartily. I'm great, better than ever. Fushiguro then walked toward his crew. Jean said anxiously, but a large part of the base is damaged, and we need to move again. Kaido laughed carefreely. It's fine. Fushiguro has already picked a great place for us. Once we clean up in a few days, we'll go. Fushiguro, you all stay for a day. Let's have a feast together. Fushiguro turned around, smiling innocently. Sure, I'll let you taste the fruit wine I brewed myself. Chapter 74. Katakuri the next day. The infinite pirates set off. Kaido groaned as he got up from the ground, rubbing his head. Did I get hurt from the fight? It can't be from drinking. With my alcohol tolerance. Or maybe it was something I shouldn't have eaten yesterday. Kaido doubted everything, even the possibility of being poisoned, but never considered that it might be the alcohol. Looking at his disheveled crew, Kaido couldn't help but smile wryly. Last night, Fushiguro had told him to be nicer to those around him, as it would lead to unexpected rewards. Fushiguro had also explained in detail about the situation in Wano and what to do. Kaido inexplicably felt that Fushigiro's words made a lot of sense. He just needed to be himself, the toughest man, without needing to follow trends or engage in petty matters. Ition and the others had a profound experience with Fushiguro's so-called homemade alcohol. They had a great time drinking yesterday and prepared for warmth late into the night, especially by wearing hats to keep the wind at bay. The after effects were particularly strong, and even that guy Kaido, who usually wouldn't fall asleep anywhere, ended up dozing off on the ground. Ition was studying the course while Jin Yuan was at the helm of the Black Pearl. Are we really going to attend Charlotte Linlin's tea party? Ition fiddled with the invitation in his hand. It not only included the location, but also a piece of life paper as a guide. Fushiguro rested his hands behind his head. Linlin invites us every year. This time, it's just a good opportunity to go. After all, Linlin was also a good person. She? Charlotte Linlin? A good person? Shanks interjected. Isn't she the one who invites others to the tea party? And if they don't attend, she sends the heads of their related people? Ition explained, that's quite normal. It's her way of conquest. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, if you dare to oppose an unbeatable existence without strength, who will die if not you? Fushiguro continued, Shanks, if you remain this naive next time, I'll throw you into the sea for 3 days and nights. Shanks swallowed hard. You all chat. I'm going to train. Fushiguro went on to explain why she was a good person, speaking softly yet clearly enough for everyone to hear. Just by wanting to establish a country where all races and beings could live together without distinction, she hoped to make everyone in the world family. That alone was enough to be called a great benefactor. You must know that many races in the world are discriminated against by others and are captured and sold off as slaves. Jin Yuan was teaching Barrett to use his devil fruit powers when he suddenly said, no wonder, last time I heavily damaged her territory. It felt worse than killing her. Fushiguro wanted to say that Linlin had also destroyed her own territory. So it shouldn't be that simple. There must be other reasons. So I plan to guide her a bit. Maybe she could become a good ally. Ition found Fushiguro's plan increasingly incomprehensible. Do you want to unite all pirates? Fushiguro replied without hesitation. How could that be? Pirates generally suspect each other, and betrayal is common. They just need to be able to lend a hand when doing something. Ition blinked. Isn't that still a form of uniting? Was this all pirates coming together? Now is not the time. Fushiguro hummed a tune. There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on gods or emperors to create human happiness. It all depends on ourselves. Linlin really loves sweet food. Everything is made of food. How exaggerated. Tion was so shocked by the surrounding scene that he couldn't find words to describe it. It felt like entering a fairy tale world from a book. Shanks and Panda were seeing such a scene for the first time, leaning over the railing in awe. A ship approached the Black Pearl and stopped. "Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Mama." Charlotte Katakuri stood on his ship's deck and introduced himself to Fushiguro and the others. "Please follow us, as there is fog ahead, and I am worried you might get lost." Fushiguro, on the second deck, beckoned with his finger. "Katakuri, have them sail the ship. You come over here." Katakuri nodded, instructed those beside him, and jumped directly to Fushiguro's side. As the ship continued to sail, Fushiguro finally spoke. "Aren't you hot wearing that thick scarf?" Katakuri's expression became a bit unnatural, his gaze wandering. "I'm used to it. It's quite cool this way." Fushiguro looked at the young Katakuri, who exuded a natural confidence, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad. Heroes emerge from youth." Katakuri felt a bit embarrassed by Fushiguro's praise. It was one thing for others to say so, but Fushiguro was someone his mother praised endlessly. Moreover, news about the infinite pirates was frequently heard on the sea. "Why didn't Linlin come to greet us herself and only sent you?" Fushiguro suddenly asked. Katakuri forced himself to stay calm. "Because Mama is a bit unstable right now. She is worried about doing something rash." Fushiguro nodded. "That reason makes sense. Are you the strongest among all her offspring?" Katakuri wanted to be modest, but thought better of it. "That's right." At 18, he was a few years older than Barrett. "Barrett, have you fought him before?" Fushiguro asked Barrett below. Barrett answered honestly, "I have. His observation haki is very strong." Fushiguro stood up and brought Katakuri to the first deck. "Who won?" Katakuri decisively replied. "It was a draw because my attacks couldn't affect Barrett, and the fight ended due to Mama." Fushiguro then said something completely unrelated. "Don't mind appearances. A person's inner spirit is very important." The others were puzzled by Fushiguro's words, and Barrett, the simpleton, said, "Though I might look a bit anxious, I have never felt inferior." Panda questioned, "I may not be human, but I'm not inferior about my appearance either." Fushiguro rolled his eyes. "You think I'm talking to you?" "I'm talking to this young man." Katakuri's pupils trembled. How did Fushiguro know about his appearance issues? Was this a form of comfort and encouragement? He felt curious about the man before him, filled with a mysterious aura. "If you take off your scarf, I'll give you a surprise." Katakuri placed one hand on his scarf, pondering the meaning behind Fushiguro's words. He couldn't understand why simply removing the scarf would yield a surprise from the great pirate. Could it be that he wanted to take a sneak peek and then expose it? "You'll miss this opportunity if you don't act now," Fushiguro urged confidently. Katakuri steeled himself. Since he already knew, what was the harm in showing them? It would save them from forcibly pulling off his scarf out of curiosity. "Is this it?" Shanks scoffed. What a man with a strong sense of pride. Before Katakuri could react and cover his scarf again, Fushiguro pressed down on his hand. "Doctor, come over and see if he can heal the scars left by his stitches." Tion stroked his chin, examined it, and without giving an answer, directly extended his hand, blue flames attaching to it. Katakuri felt a tingling sensation on both sides of his mouth and wanted to use his devil fruit ability to break free. But he was firmly held by Fushiguro. "Be good. This is the famous divine doctor giving you a free makeover, no charge," Fushiguro said gently while holding Katakuri's hand. "Here, a mirror. Take a look for yourself." At that moment, Barrett ran to fetch a mirror, and as soon as the treatment was finished, he handed it over. Apart from his innate fangs, Katakuri incredulously touched the corners of his mouth, and the terrifying stitch scars had truly vanished. Fushiguro released Katakuri's hand. "No one is perfect. Everyone has flaws. To dare to face those flaws is what makes a true man." Chapter 75, still striving Katakuri, although touched, still used his scarf to cover his face, and said proudly, "I still think this looks cooler." Barrett, who understood that Sundara very well, snorted, "You're so grown up, yet you can't lower your face." Katakuri's face turned red. When had he ever been teased like this? In front of his younger siblings. He was always the flawless older brother, who was admired and respected. Even external forces would treat him with great respect because of Charlotte Linlin's reputation. And This was the first time it had happened to him. Shanks suddenly said, "So you're like a prince of the world, huh?" "I'm the young master of the infinite pirate crew." Fushiguro covered his face. It seemed he had spoiled Shanks too much and protected him too well. Then he thought to himself, if you have a background, you might as well use it, otherwise it's a waste. After all, their infinite pirate crew also had a little princess, Robin. Seeing Katakuri chatting with Shanks and the others, Fushiguro directly left, thinking it was good for the young people to interact more. Yi Tian looked at Fushiguro lying in a familiar position and asked, "Why haven't you found us a sister-in-law yet?" Fushiguro shook his head, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes. "Fate hasn't arrived yet. When it does, I'll naturally find one." Yi Tian didn't doubt Fushiguro's words. After all, a man as outstanding as Fushiguro was a hot commodity. Arriving at the center of Cake Island, the members of the infinite pirate crew disembarked, gasping in awe. "Is this for real? Are these houses made of desserts? Can we eat them?" Katakuri finally straightened his back and proudly introduced, "These are all genuine food creations. You can eat them, but I don't recommend it, as they are meant for viewing and living in." Barrett and Panda, two genuine food lovers, couldn't help drooling. Their eyes sparkled as they scanned the surroundings, continuously muttering, "Cake, chocolate, candy." Katakuri led them on, introducing as they walked, "The scale is still not that big. Most of these are made using devil fruit abilities. Later, I'll definitely make sure you all eat your fill." Not bad at all. Charlotte Perispero and the others are still young, yet they've already achieved this level. The development of their devil fruit abilities is impressive. "Mama, you all are here. I was just about to welcome you." Charlotte Linlin had just arrived at the entrance of the banquet and waved hello to Fushiguro and the others. Fushiguro looked Linlin up and down. "You seem to have gained a little weight." Katakuri's eyelids twitched. Did he have to be so direct? Linlin shrugged it off and said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. The desserts are just too delicious. I can't help myself." Fushiguro's heart trembled. Her tone seemed off. Could she still be thinking about me? Linlin had only gained a tiny bit of weight compared to before. She was still beautiful and had a kind of plump beauty, the legendary slightly plump. You should lose some weight. Being too heavy is not good for your health. It can easily lead to high blood pressure. Linlin tilted her head in confusion. What does high blood pressure mean? It means bad things. You just need to know it will have a negative impact on your health. Suddenly, Fushiguro came up with an idea, walked up to Linlin, and awkwardly raised his face. He waved his hand at her. "You squat down. I'll tell you what the bad effects are." Linlin didn't think much of it and leaned in to put her ear next to Fushiguro's mouth. He whispered, "It's easy to have trouble having children in the future." Linlin was shocked, her voice involuntarily rising. "What?" Fushiguro looked at Linlin's face seriously. "I never lie about this." "All right, being too fat does seem to be not good. It's not beautiful. I'll take your word for it." Linlin stood up and continued, "Don't just stand at the door. Let me take you inside to sit down. The tea party is about to start." The group followed Linlin inside, while Katakuri stayed at the door to greet the guests. Time arrived for the speeches before the tea party. The members of the Infinite Pirate crew sat on Linlin's right side, with Fushiguro sitting directly next to her. Looking around, there were a myriad of people of varying heights, sizes, and races. Linlin stood up and happily introduced, "This year, I have invited a mysterious guest, the Infinite Pirate crew." The crowd displayed a range of expressions, from confusion to shock, with all sorts of mixed emotions. "I hope that the world can truly become one, allowing more people to join our warm and loving family." Fushiguro was digging in his ears when Linlin mentioned her offspring marrying into that power, looking forward to the future. It had a strong tone of leadership in her speech. Finally, before Fushiguro fell asleep, Linlin said, "The tea party officially begins now. I hope everyone eats happily and enjoys themselves. You may find suitable partners for cooperation, and then everyone can freely mingle." A thunderous round of applause erupted, and Fushiguro and the others joined in to avoid making Linlin look bad. Once given the signal to eat, Barrett and Panda began to feast like a whirlwind, while Shanks stuffed his mouth in hopes of growing taller. However, after the freedom to move around, many people approached Fushiguro. "Hello, Fushiguro. I want to discuss a cooperation matter with you." "Me too. Can we have a first-come, first-served order?" Fushiguro wasn't interested in them and thought, "Isn't this just openly trying to poach Linlin's people? I'm just here to eat today, No business discussions. Seeing Fushiguro say this, Linlin waved her hand to those people. Did you hear that? Don't disturb Fushiguro's enjoyment. The arrivals left disappointed, taking their drinks and continuing their search for targets. Fushiguro leisurely ate, asking Linlin beside him, "What is most important to you?" Linlin, not understanding why Fushiguro asked this, thought for a moment. "Life, I guess. If I'm dead, I have nothing. That makes sense." Fushiguro continued to ask, "Then what do you want the most?" Linlin's eyes rarely turned into tiny dots. "I don't know. I want everything." Fushiguro, holding his fork, replied, "Here's a suggestion. One cannot have everything. Personally, I think what you want the most is a family, a big family. Otherwise, why would you want to establish a world?" Linlin rested her chin on her hand, acting cute. "Right now, the world is still being established. We're far from becoming a true world. As for the family you mentioned, maybe, at least I'm very happy now, unlike when I was on Rock's ship. Of course, now you have your own power. Back then, you were living under someone else's roof. Can it be the same?" Fushiguro turned to Jin Yuan. "Go get my homemade wine. I want to have a big drink with Linlin." Jin Yuan silently stood up and flew towards the dock. "Mama, I didn't expect you to brew wine too." Fushiguro smiled mischievously. "It's very delicious. You'll know when the time comes." Chapter 76. Half a month with Linlin. Half a month later, the Black Pearl sailed on the sea. Fushiguro rubbed his forehead and asked Shanks, "Have you learned it?" Shanks handed Fushiguro a cup of hot tea, saying, "I understand now. So you were telling us that having a good drinking capacity is useful in situations like this." Fushiguro took the hot tea and sipped it, replying, "Yes. When your strength reaches a certain level, you and the person you're negotiating with will be on equal footing. It mostly comes down to social skills. And alcohol is a great way to break that thin barrier. It can not only bring people closer, but also facilitate discussions on important matters. Under the influence of alcohol, it doesn't matter who you are. As long as you're drunk, you're easier to talk to. This is the culture of drinking." Shanks nodded in understanding, realizing that not only should he improve his strength, but he should also not neglect his drinking capacity. Fushiguro held the teacup with both hands, feeling the warmth. "I talk a lot with Linlin this time and told her ways to alleviate her eating disorder. I hope she can take it to heart." Yi Tian placed a plate of fruits on the table and sat down. "So, is Linlin worth us trying to win over?" Fushiguro did not answer directly. "What do you think of Jin Yuan's strength?" "It's already quite strong, especially in terms of armament hockey," Yi Tian replied calmly. "Yes. You know that Conqueror's hockey makes everything else seem trivial in comparison," Fushiguro said as he took a bite of an apple. "You guys must have it too. It's just that the timing isn't right, and you haven't had the opportunity to show it." Yi Tian questioned in his heart, "Is there really?" But said, "For us, it doesn't make much difference." "It does a lot." Fushiguro didn't say directly, shifting the topic. "Linlin has formidable Conqueror's hockey. I even suspect that my presence is why your Conqueror's hockey hasn't awakened." Yi Tian quickly shook his head in denial. "Definitely not. Just like you said, the timing isn't right. This kind of thing is often thought to be innate, but in reality, it can also be awakened later. You just need to reach a moment of determination in your heart, unleash your potential, and have the courage to awaken it." Fushiguro put down the teacup and glanced at Shanks without leaving a trace. "This kind of thing really is something that is inherited from one's parents," he said. "It's just a matter of early or late." Yi Tian quickly replied, "Yes, our strength is already sufficient. Even if we haven't awakened Conqueror's hockey, we're still among the top in the sea." Fushiguro shifted the topic back to Linlin. "Linlin's physique is terrifying, and her talent is even on par with mine. But when it comes to hockey, I'm confident she still falls short of me, though I don't know how much she'll grow. So we still can't afford to be careless." Yi Tian nodded and changed the subject. "It's been a while since we've seen the Roger Pirates. I wonder what they're up to." Jin Yuan, being one of the 3 pillars of the Infinite Pirates, came up holding a newspaper. "Here, take a look." Fushiguro and Yi Tian each took a copy of the newspaper, asking, "Is there money?" "TSK. Why does it feel like they're running around everywhere?" Yi Tian didn't understand their whereabouts. Fushiguro chuckled. "Remember what they told us about the historical text before? They might actually know something and are now looking for coordinates." Jin Yuan chimed in. "What coordinates? Is it about how to become the strongest in the world?" Fushiguro replied playfully, "Yes and no. Yi Tian thought more than Jin Yuan. Should we contact them now? Fushiguro glanced at the time, shook his head, and put down the newspaper. Let's find Whitebeard. He's the only interesting person around. Jin Yuan scratched his head, saying that Whitebeard had disappeared for a long time, and they weren't sure where he was now. Fushiguro said casually, Yi Tian, how's the research on the location of Wano country going? Yi Tian complained, if it weren't for my wife nagging me by my side, I wouldn't even know there was such a place as Wano country. The general location should be fine. Fushiguro threw the apple core into the sea. That's good. Let's find Whitebeard and have a big fight. Jin Yuan joked. Isn't that a bit like bullying a child? If I can bully him, then shouldn't I find someone to beat you up? Yi Tian said mischievously. Ha, I think you're the one who'll get beaten up, Fushiguro said, covering his head with a blanket. This has nothing to do with me. Half a month spent on Cake Island was worth it for Fushiguro. Not only him, but the biggest beneficiaries were Shanks and Barrett, who often sought out Katakuri for sparring. The few of them were of similar ages, so they could talk easily. However, Shanks, influenced by Fushigiro's daily training, was stronger than the other two in terms of awareness and various aspects. The road to Wano country was fraught with dangers since it was a closed country, leading to no definite route. They had to rely solely on the historical routes Yi Tian knew to move forward. As they sailed the seas for many days, Jin Yuan was excited to see a ship for the first time. Fushiguro appeared at the bow, looking through a telescope into the distance. His calm voice tinged with excitement. It really is that big guy. The recognition of the Whitebeard pirate ship was extremely high. The ship had a whale figure at the bow. And more importantly, it was very large. Bring the ship closer. Fushiguro tossed the telescope to Shanks, confidently speaking to Jin Yuan. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates also saw a ship approaching them directly. Marco said to Whitebeard, it looks like the Black Pearl. Whitebeard's face lit up with joy. Could it be the Infinite Pirates, Fushiguro, and the others? After Marco looked closely, he confirmed, is the Infinite Pirates. Whitebeard stood at the bow, joyfully saying, full speed ahead, let's see what's going on. A man in a kimono curiously asked, we're the Infinite Pirates. Are they your friends? Maybe, Whitebeard answered ambiguously with a smile. The two pirate ships docked side by side, and Fushiguro stepped onto the railing. Hey, Newgate, where have you been messing around lately? Whitebeard couldn't lose face in front of his sons. Also stepping onto the railing. When did I have to report to you about where I go? How about we have a fight, and the loser pays the other 300 million berries? Fushiguro said, showing his teeth confidently. Whitebeard would not yield in front of his sons, especially since he had recently recruited a few new commanders. There's an island nearby. Let's go. Fight. The two pirate crews docked at a mutual location, with all members of the Infinite Pirates going ashore, even Panda carrying an iron rod onto the island. Fushiguro saw that Whitebeard had quite a number of people and joked, what? Are you trying to use a number strategy? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gura, they're all my family. Chapter 77. I don't believe haha, they're also my family. Fushiguro held the soul release. Now hand over your treasure. I will only take half. I accept the loss of half from sneak attack. Whitebeard wielded Sonyan Cut and said, I have a new brother here. You may not be able to win against us. Yi Tian and Jin Yuan both felt a floating and ethereal pressure from the samurai in the kimono. Fushiguro grinned and said, as usual, if someone dies, it's to the death. Whitebeard was delighted because he values quantity over quality. The agreement Fushiguro made with him years ago is still quite useful now. All right. Yi Tian and the others knew even more that their captain's friendship with Whitebeard meant that even if he used heavy hands, it would only knock the other unconscious. As long as they didn't die from excessive blood loss, they would be within the contract. According to Fushiguro, how can one grow without experiencing life and death? Anyway, with Yi Tian around, they could knock their opponents out to the greatest extent possible. Fushiguro, holding the soul release, flickered forward and launched a conqueror's hockey attack. Whitebeard, filled with battle intent, swung Sonyan Cut. The clouds in the sky scattered under the clash of conqueror's hockey. The great battle was about to begin. With the stakes laid down, it was naturally not going to end easily. Who are you? I've never heard of you on the sea. Yi Tian saw the man in the kimono, holding a long knife, and without saying a word, he charged forward. As their attacks collided, Yi sensed that the opponent was not simple and directly asked, "Kazuki Oden, a samurai from Wano." Kazuki Oden blocked Yi-Tion's single sword with his dual swords. Grinning as he introduced himself, Yi-Tion thought to himself, "How did a monster like this emerge with Conqueror's Haki? What a joke. He hasn't even reached the level of a great swordsman, just right for me to practice." Jinyuan was having fun, facing off against those who had eaten devil fruits like Marco and Jozu. "Pineapple Head, what devil fruit did you eat?" "Zoan-type bird fruit, phoenix form." Marco proudly answered. Jinyuan's face fell. They had put in so much effort to find a devil fruit, yet the opponent had easily obtained such an impressive fruit. Haha, while devil fruits can play a critical role, they're still not enough in the face of absolute Haki. Jinyuan's hands released iron rings, each wrapped in extraordinary armament Haki, attacking in various forms. Marco, transformed into a red, flaming phoenix, couldn't find an opportunity to attack and was forced to dodge around. Even Jozu, who had a shining fruit, was still pushed back by Jinyuan's attacks. Shanks faced some enemies with a bit of strength, but not high power. Yet they were numerous. Barrett and Panda were moving in and out of the crowd. Panda excitedly exclaimed, "We are so strong." Barrett reached out, directly merging the air in front of him, creating a brief vacuum environment, supplying oxygen to him and Panda. Fushiguro had once told Barrett, "Air also belongs to inorganic matter. Why not try merging the air to create a brief vacuum environment?" Barrett replied to Panda with a laugh, "You're strong, keep training, and we'll be invincible together." Panda waved his iron rod like he was on a caffeine high. Ada! Unfortunately, in a vacuum environment, Panda's excited and happy voice went unheard. "Lonely Island? Well, yes. I'm a lonely island. I'm always the one who gets hurt." 4 days and 3 nights. This was the longest battle Fushiguro had fought. If you ask why, Yi-Tion and the others suggested on the second day to stop counting birds and just do some barbecuing while watching Fushiguro and them fight. Marco was beaten unconscious, and Kazuki Oden, being a simple-minded fellow, agreed with both hands. Thus, 2 pirate crew members ate barbecue and drank some wine while watching the 2 captains fight. The next day, after getting drunk, everyone harmoniously made kanji to sober up and continued to watch the battle. Kazuki Oden curiously asked Yi-Tion, "I heard Newgate say that having Conqueror's Haki means you are among the top tier. Why can you still go toe-to-toe with me without it?" Yi-Tion didn't reveal his background and pretended to be profound. "Who told you I don't have it?" Kazuki Oden was taken aback. It seemed that being closed off in Wano for too long made him realize how strong people from the outside world were. Coming out this time was indeed the right choice. Marco then leaned closer to Yi-Tion to ask about how to use devil fruits for healing, wondering if his devil fruit could be used for treatment. He also had questions about some medical knowledge. Yi-Tion answered everything he knew about Marco's questions, and even shared things he didn't know, having gotten used to being a divine doctor. More importantly, due to Fushigiro's influence, Yi-Tion understood that they needed to build their own connections. Jinyuan, on the other hand, was more focused on Jozu's issue, asking why he was so tough. "You have the shining fruit. According to what my captain said, your devil fruit ability should be the toughest in the world." Jinyuan touched the mutated part of Jozu's devil fruit and said, "What you lack is armament Haki." Barrett was more popular. Most members of Whitebeard's crew didn't have devil fruits, and when they encountered someone with strong physical skills who also used devil fruits, many were continuously asking questions. Particularly, that lack of oxygen technique had a significant impact on them. Shanks and Panda naturally also had their audience. One was young, and the other was an animal, and they could lift some of them up to hit, so everyone was asking how to get stronger. A good fight turned into, you say it's not ridiculous. By dusk, the 2 captains came out from the center of the island cursing. Both sides felt a knot in their hearts at the sight. They wouldn't have a falling out, would they? As the 2 figures approached the banquet center, everyone could also hear their conversation. "My wine. You'll be drunk with just 1 barrel. You're talking nonsense. With your fruit wine, I'll just pee it out." Everyone was at a loss for words. Whitebeard's crew brought out even more meat to roast. Jinyuan returned to the Black Pearl, ignoring Fushiguro's heartache, and directly brought out 5 large barrels. Fushiguro saw the 5 large barrels on the ground, his mouth twitching, and he said with some heartache, "Whitebeard, This big rough man can't drink fine wine. Whitebeard perked up when he heard this. I want to see how good that wine you're talking about is. Fill it up for me. After fighting for several days. I'm starving. Lonely Island. ISNT that right? I'm almost falling apart from being beaten. Fushigiro's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. But his tone was still pained. I'll let you drink because you're my brother. Others wouldn't even have this opportunity. Whitebeard opened the wooden barrel and took a deep breath. Good wine. Laughing, he said, I know, I've already lost you 3 billion berries. Could you possibly be stingy with this little wine? As soon as these words came out, both crews looked at each other suspiciously, doubting the truth of the matter. Whitebeard's crew didn't believe their invincible old man would lose. Shanks and the others were surprised that Fushiguro truly had strength. Whitebeard scoffed. I want to see just how fierce this wine is. Chapter 78. Kazuki Odin, I had someone steal from your house the next day at noon. The Infinite Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were dining together. Whitebeard said to Fushiguro, that wine of yours is quite good. Can you give me some more? Or at least tell me how to brew it. To Whitebeard's surprise, Fushiguro bluntly replied, of course, just don't come to me if you have any problems after drinking. If there are issues in the brewing process, it could lead to alcohol poisoning, and drinking too much could be fatal. Whitebeard shivered. It seemed his thirst for alcohol wasn't as strong as he thought. Never mind then, the amount you gave is enough for me to drink for a while. Fushiguro suddenly thought of a stable economic output. If you want to drink this kind of wine, just go to Dressrosa to buy it. You all know that when I'm free, I run a brewery there. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Buying it can't compare to getting it for free. All right. All the homemade fruit wine on the golden ship is yours, Whitebeard Pirates. Fushiguro waved his hand grandly. Whitebeard's eyes lit up. I must say, Fushiguro, you really know how to do things. Come on, we're buddies. Fushiguro waved his hand nonchalantly. After all, there's brewing equipment on the ship. I can just brew more. Fushiguro changed the topic. Where did Marco get that devil fruit? It looks quite powerful. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and bragged. Well, just look at who his father is. They must have given him high-quality stuff. The mythical Zoan-type is similar to Yachting's phoenix form. Fushiguro tossed the remaining bones of his roasted meat into the fire. The phoenix form is not bad. It has the same healing effect as the phoenix form. Yesterday, Fushiguro saw Marco using red flames to heal everyone, and he glanced at Yachting, who was being treated by blue flames. The world is truly amazing. Whitebeard, however, was not lost in Fushiguro's praises and said calmly, it still depends on personal strength. I told them not to overly rely on their devil fruit abilities and neglect improving their own strength. Fushiguro agreed on this point. Whitebeard pointed at Barrett, who was enjoying a feast. Your guy's not simple either. I heard he can extract air to create a vacuum environment, and can also compress air to attach it to his armor, plus using haki, making him incredibly tough. What kind of fruit is that? I've never heard of such a peculiar ability. Just imagine, in high-intensity battles, suddenly having your air sucked away while the opponent is full of oxygen. That could turn the tide of the battlefield. It's a Paramecia-type fusion fruit. Fushiguro said seriously. Every devil fruit ability can be incredibly powerful as long as you find the right method. Don't limit your thinking. Open your mind and try boldly. Whitebeard raised his right hand. A white translucent energy sphere appeared. So what about my Paramecia-type tremor fruit? Is there anything to say? What else is there to say? Brother, your fruit ability is already powerful enough, plus your physique is monstrous. How else can I strengthen you? Fushiguro stroked his chin, his fingers wrapped in haki. Touching the energy sphere, you can strike the air itself with vibrations, causing the atmosphere to shatter, splitting the sea, shaking the sky, and triggering tsunamis. Powerful enough to flip an island in the blink of an eye. Let me think about how else we can play with it. Whitebeard retracted his ability and laughed boldly. Grrrra, am I really so perfect that you can't find any flaws to improve? No worries. It's normal for something like this to happen to an exceptional man like me. Fushiguro looked at Whitebeard with disdain. You've changed. You weren't like this before. ISNT it, because I learned from you? Communicating with people while out and about is still somewhat useful, Whitebeard retorted. In the new world now, feel like you guys just lazes around at sea, going wherever you want. Fushiguro raised his proud head, nostrils flaring. This is called patrolling one's territory like a lion. Hello, I am Kazuki Odin. Fushiguro, you are quite strong. Kazuki Oden, with food stuffed in his mouth, took the opportunity to interject when Whitebeard paused. Kazuki Oden, where are you from? You seem to have a rather unique style. Fushiguro was so busy boasting with Whitebeard that he forgot about this character. Kazuki Oden said boldly, Wano country. Fushiguro's expression was hesitant, and Whitebeard assisted. What's wrong, Fushiguro? Do you know about Wano country? Well, I had Kaido take Wano country not long ago, Fushiguro said without hiding anything. Kaido? When he was in the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard did take care of Kaido. But can that guy govern country? If he goes, wouldn't he turn Wano country upside down? Whitebeard looked at Kazuki Oden with some worry. Why don't you go back to your hometown and take a look? Fushiguro waved his hand. No need to worry. I taught that guy Kaido how to govern, and he needs to let the common people live well. Kazuki Oden scratched his head. According to Fushiguro-kun, the situation in Wano country now should be fine as long as Kaido doesn't cause any trouble. However, Wano country is relatively closed off. Perhaps Kaido won't easily succeed, and there will still be casualties. Wano country is too narrow-minded, still in a closed-off state, severing communication with the sea. How can it keep up with world development like this? Kazuki Oden picked up some roasted meat to eat. Perhaps if Kaido goes, he might bring a positive influence to that country. Such a niche term. Can Kaido really bring a positive influence? Whitebeard was somewhat skeptical and looked at Fushiguro oddly. What kind of potion did you give him? He actually listens to you. Not bad. At least Kaido indeed has no complaints about his own people, Fushiguro agreed. I value the fact that he treats his own people well, which is why I told him some things. I really appreciate one of Kaido's thoughts. Bringing the rulers who are addicted to comfort onto the battlefield is true equality and freedom. Whitebeard laughed heartily. You really are a troublemaker. I heard that Shiki, after listening to your words, is now hiding somewhere, secretly building up strength. Otherwise, with his personality, wouldn't he be seizing territory in the new world? Fushiguro quietly continued. What others want is to rule the world. When the world is unified by him, isn't everywhere his territory? Whitebeard said seriously. Do you think you will succeed? What do you think? Fushiguro didn't answer directly, but countered with a question. No, Whitebeard said. Fushiguro continued. That's natural. Whether it's you, me, or anyone else. We all don't want someone who doesn't understand people's hearts and won't serve the people to become a ruler. We've already had enough of the celestial dragons. Whitebeard keenly sensed something was off. What about you? Do you want to rule the world? Fushiguro shook his head. I'm not interested in ruling the world. Kazuki Oden listened, completely confused. How did the topic jump to such a level so quickly? It escalated to world issues in an instant. Chapter 79. Hey. Playing secretly, Whitebeard squinted at the lazy Fushihiki, finding him increasingly incomprehensible. Fushihiki dismissed his thoughts, saying, I just do what I want to do. As for what you think I'm pursuing, it might just be the extinction of the celestial dragons. And when the celestial dragons fall, someone else will inevitably rise to power. Everything I'm doing now is just to prevent myself from having to kill all the celestial dragons. The ones who will come to power are just a bunch of useless people. Whitebeard, feeling tempted, called for a barrel of ice wine to be brought over. He gulped it down and said, Then why not just become a ruler yourself? Don't joke around. I will be sick to become a ruler. I'm not after power. I've already achieved financial freedom, and my strength isn't bad either. Fushihiki crossed his legs. There are still many unknown events in the sea waiting for me to explore. I wouldn't waste time worrying about things that don't benefit me. Kazuki Oden looked at Fushihiki with newfound respect, saying, I didn't expect you to be pursuing a higher realm. You really are a free man. Fushihiki smirked and teased. You and Charlotte Linlin are both family-oriented people. You two are quite compatible. How about becoming a pair? Not only will it solve your problem of not having a wife, but the two families can also become stronger together. Whitebeard picked up his wine glass and snorted. I'm not compatible with her, especially since she doesn't even know how many husbands she has now. Didn't they say that young wives have a lot of feelings? Why not look at her? Fushihiki poured himself a glass of ice wine. Besides, you two were on the same ship before. Don't you know each other well? Whitebeard shook his head like a rattle drum, repeatedly refusing. I won't look for her no matter what. You want me to be an honest man and go to her? No way. Hearing this topic, Kazuki Oden hurriedly got up to find Tsukuyami. Originally planning to leave today, Fushiguro and Whitebeard chatted back and forth, with wine gradually entering their stomachs. After Whitebeard had enough to drink, he raised his wine glass and shouted, "Let's hold a banquet." Woohoo! Jinyuan felt a surge in his throat, thinking to himself, tonight will be a tough battle again. Yi Tian helplessly agreed, isn't that right? They just rely on their numbers to keep wearing us down. Panda's eyes sparkled. Tonight, I can eat to my heart's content again. I really didn't follow the wrong person. I can eat well at every meal without worrying about being caught. A few days later, except for Shanks, Barrett, and Panda, who only drank a little, the others were all lifeless, lying like salted fish on their lounge chairs. They all said they wouldn't drink anymore, yet they ended up drinking again. Jinyuan and Yi Tian couldn't handle the concentrated fire from Whitebeard's pirate crew, as they didn't drink as much as Fushiguro. Just then, Shanks came over with drinks and fruits, and Fushiguro calmly said, "Shanks, now you understand how important drinking capacity is, right?" Shanks set down the drinks and fruits. "I get it now. Not only do you need strength, but you also need to have a strong capacity for alcohol. More importantly, you need to know how to play games. If you can play, you can drink less." "Huh, that seems right, but also seems a bit off." Fushiguro shook his head and drank a glass of coconut juice. "Fushiguro, we've spotted several Navy warships ahead." Barrett brought a telescope to Fushiguro. Fushiguro shook his glass. "The Navy? Am I pushing them to the forefront? Who's leading?" Barrett voiced his suspicion. "I suspect it's ships carrying celestial gold. Didn't they say this area is currently paying celestial gold? Plus, from their sailing pattern, it seems like they're protecting that middle ship." "Oh, Barrett, I didn't expect you to start thinking." Fushiguro threw the telescope to Jinyuan, just in time to stretch her body. Jinyuan glanced at the general location, and the Black Pearl accelerated forward. "Later, focus on the treasure. The lives of those people don't matter much. Just pick out the valuable ones. If you find the celestial dragons, let me know." Yi Tian analyzed Fushiguro's words, replying, "If there are celestial dragons on board, there should at least be a vice admiral accompanying them." Fushiguro shook his head in denial. "Hard to say. Generally, there are only CP0 personal guards. Even if there are, it doesn't matter. It's just a chance for them to learn a lesson." As they gradually approached the warships, once within cannon range, cannonballs rained down on the Black Pearl as if they were free. Jinyuan extended his right hand, halting countless cannonballs in midair, then redirected them back toward the warships. In an instant, the sea was illuminated by flickering flames. In a single exchange, their cannonballs ignited a fierce fire on the opposing ship. Seeing they were close enough, Fushiguro, with the soul release hanging at his waist, grinned cruelly. "I'll go see what's going on first." He leaped forward like a bullet, landing on the center deck of the warship. Scanning the deck filled with Navy personnel, Fushiguro frowned and released his Conqueror's haki, causing varying degrees of destruction across the deck, efficiently clearing out the minions, while maintaining a cool demeanor. Under Fushiguro's intentional leniency, a rear admiral collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring down like rain. "Hey, Rear Admiral, could you tell me if there are any celestial dragons on this ship?" The Rear Admiral trembled uncontrollably, stuttering, "There are. They should be hiding." Fushiguro called out to the back, "Jinyuan, come over and dismantle this warship for me. Find the celestial dragons." Jinyuan flew to Fushiguro's side, still in a drunken state, saying, Okay. Except for the area under Fushiguro's feet, the entire warship was being disassembled, with all metallic materials stripped away from the outer layer, falling into the sea. Even wooden items were broken apart by Jinyuan using metal. The dismantling speed was quick. The celestial dragon, bound like a pig, was tossed in front of Fushiguro like garbage. The CP0 protecting him was still entangled with Jinyuan, who was manipulating the metal. Fushiguro bent down and took out a din mushi, calmly addressing the bound celestial dragon. "Care to introduce yourself?" The celestial dragon, bound on the ground, shouted, "I am a noble celestial dragon. You lowly insect, quickly untie me. Then kneel before me and beg for mercy." With a smile, Fushiguro snapped his fingers, shattering the ridiculous fishbowl. As the celestial dragon's expression turned to shock, Fushiguro grabbed his hair and said, "Now, give the audience a bow." Bang, boom, bang. The rhythmic sound of his head hitting the deck echoed. Fushiguro tapped out the rhythm. mumbling and rapping. Hey, come along with my rhythm. Bang, boom, bang. You're a piece of trash. Repeat after me, celestial dragon. Trash. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Fushiguro yanked the celestial dragon's hair, lifting his battered face, glancing at the dented deck where teeth were embedded. Oh, so you're a toothless celestial dragon. The celestial dragon, unable to articulate, stammered. I am from the Lima Cipher family. We will not let you go? Huh? What did you say? Speak louder. I didn't catch that. Did you say you want to bow for the audience a few more times? No problem. Fushiguro continued to drag him by the hair and smash him against the deck. With hair and scalp being ripped off, Fushiguro switched to another spot of hair and continued. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 80. Long live the Lord in such a scene. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fushiguro is slaughtering lives. However, everything depends on who the target is. When it comes to the celestial dragons, nothing is excessive. Fushiguro called Yi-Tion, hang on to his life. Yi-Tion casually threw a ball of flame onto the celestial dragon. Done. I'm off to play with that CP0. The only response to Yi-Tion was the sound of his head colliding with the deck. His brain was smashed out, and Fushiguro stopped, picking up a fallen blade from the ground. With a look of regret, Fushiguro said, "Why did you come out to play without bringing some friends? Isn't it more fun to play with more people? Or are you playing secretly by yourself? Little kids who play secretly will be punished, you know?" The celestial dragon couldn't utter a single word. Literally, his brain was a mush, and he was barely alive. Fushiguro began to skillfully torture him, discovering that the celestial dragon could only whimper and make faint sounds. Finding it rather boring, Fushiguro casually pulled out the celestial dragon's kidney and tossed it into the sea, letting him return to the embrace of the ocean. Looking around, he saw Shanks and others practicing against the Navy, while Jin Yuan tirelessly transported treasures in large quantities towards the Black Pearl. There are simply too many treasures, with all sorts of strange things like some artworks and slaves, not needed by the infinite pirate crew. Even though he was only picking the expensive ones, the deck was already piled high. Jin Yuan flew to Fushiguro's side, wiping off imaginary sweat. I'm exhausted. I've taken everything worth looking at. Fushiguro shrugged. Let us go if we don't leave now. We'll run into old acquaintances. Jin Yuan's eager expression was rejected by Fushiguro. We have everything. No need to waste energy. Now we should find an island to spend some time. Jin Yuan responded listlessly. What a pity. I want to test out that move Fushiguro told me about earlier. I guess I'll have to wait until next time. In a certain sea area of the New World on an island, Roger was reading a newspaper with a serious expression. Rayleigh, rarely seeing Roger like this, curiously asked, "What's wrong, Roger? Is there some major news in the paper?" Roger handed over the newspaper, saying in a deep voice, "That guy Fushiguro has been quiet for so long, and when he finally acts, it's against the celestial dragons." Rayleigh gasped, seeing the report in the newspaper. That guy really isn't afraid of the world government and the Navy at all. Stealing gold from the heavens and killing celestial dragons. Without a doubt, according to Fushiguro's habits, he definitely recorded it with a den mushy, and its contents are absolutely not for public exposure. Roger suddenly laughed. It makes it sound like we're afraid of the world government and the Navy. Rayleigh analyzed. What is unclear is how the world government will respond now. If that celestial dragon was just a minor character, then it would be fine. But if he is a key figure, he should be unable to escape the pursuit of an admiral. Roger chuckled. Who, Zifa? Zifa chasing Fushiguro isn't a recent event. Sending Zifa is the wisest choice. At least he has some connection with Fushiguro. If it were someone else, they might just annoy Fushiguro and end up getting killed. Fushiguro? Is the infinite pirate crew really that strong? Are we not stronger? A boy with a red nose curiously reached for the newspaper in Rayleigh's hand. Roger laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. Of course we are stronger. Buggy, there are countless strong people on the sea. Only those who survive are the strong ones. Buggy nodded thoughtfully. There is also a boy on their ship who is the same age as me. I wonder how my strength compares to his. You still need to train? Rayleigh said mercilessly. Stop thinking about shortcuts. Honestly, work on your physique, learn martial arts, and cultivate hockey. That is the real deal. Buggy recalled being trained by Rayleigh, getting goosebumps, and said, "My stomach hurts, sorry." Seeing Buggy trying to escape, Rayleigh helplessly called out to his back. "Next time you meet them, if you beat Shanks, I'll give you 1,000,000 berries." Buggy's body shook, not looking back as he replied, "Wait for me to finish and I'll come find you." Rayleigh joked with Roger. "Looks like this little guy knows how to be sensible and clean up properly." "Ha ha." In a certain sea area above. "Not bad, Fushiguro. Are you unable to hold back any longer?" Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, gleamed with excitement as he stared at the contents of the newspaper. "Don't rush. I'm gathering some power. I'm also working hard to win people as hearts." A corner of a red-skinned book peeked out from Shiki's arms, particularly eye-catching. "On the Moby Dick." "No way. This guy just separated from us not long ago. How did he cause such a huge commotion?" "He really does what he says. Killing celestial dragons is no small matter." Although Whitebeard's words carried a hint of worry, his laughter was particularly loud. Kazuki Oden, aware of the celestial dragon status in the world, asked anxiously, "Will Fushiguro and the others be okay?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Do you think they need to worry with their strength? As long as they're not foolish enough to be tricked into the Navy headquarters and truly want to leave, it's really hard for anyone to keep them." Kazuki Oden was surprised. The value of the infinite pirate crew in his mind was rising. Meanwhile, Kaido, who was exploring the route to Wano country, said, "Is this your courage, Fushiguro? Telling me to develop steadily while you're out there hunting celestial dragons? Stealing gold from the heavens is enough for a long time." Kaido took a swig from his wine gourd, reading the newspaper, occasionally making comments. "Once I take Wano, I can expand the Beast Pirates. I might as well stand at the top of the sea." Across the vast sea, countless powerful figures had different reactions to the newspaper. The people of Dressrosa and nearby islands cheered upon seeing the newspaper. "The wicked celestial dragons have been punished by the Lord. It's like a festival. The Lord is invincible." As the person involved, Fushiguro was carefully feeding all kinds of den mushi. They were all treasures. They stored enough information and images that could shock the world and inspire the oppressed to rebel. Seeing a den mushi with Shanks' name on it, Fushiguro fed it some food. "Shanks, I'll show you this when you become a man. It'll be a memoir of how you transformed into a man step by step." He chuckled, hee hee. A few days later, snowflakes fell from the sky. Noticing that there were no pursuers, Fushiguro let Jin Yuan pick a nice country. They were going to spend some time, letting money flow back into the market instead of being controlled by the celestial dragons. Only going in and not out. Driving economic development, Fushiguro had no choice. On a snowy day, Fushiguro walked out of the room wearing only a coat. He saw Shanks, dressed in a black cotton jacket, drinking hot tea beside him, with his red hair covered in white snowflakes, occasionally reaching out to brush off the snow. Fushiguro walked over and softly said, later on the island, "I'll buy you a hat." Chapter 81 Hat Shanks, how about this hat? Fushiguro took down a black wide-brimmed hat from the shelf, with one side of the brim turned up and secured by an anchor-shaped badge. Shanks played with it in his hands. "How about we look at some more options?" Fushiguro. The two continued to select items in the shop, and in the end, they walked out of the store with Shanks sporting a new black wide-brimmed hat, the very first one he had liked. It was indeed breathable and stylish. Initially, Shanks thought it wasn't suitable, but after looking at others, he found himself liking it more and more, especially when wearing it. It was not only comfortable, but also made him feel 3 times more handsome. Fushiguro hadn't planned to buy anything, but when he saw a hat similar to Spiro's, and there was only one left, he bought it outright. A brown triangular hat that was very comfortable to wear and also water-resistant. "Old man, this hat makes you look more like a pirate captain," Fushiguro said, striking a pose. "You better take good care of your hat. I personally picked this out for you." Shanks huffed. "As long as it's something given to me by others, I will cherish it." As they walked down the street, snowflakes did not touch Shanks's head this time. Fushiguro, thinking of something amusing, said seriously, "The metaphor of the hat is not simple." Seeing that he had piqued Shanks's curiosity, Fushiguro continued, "The hat is in close contact with your head. You could say it contains your spirit and will. The reason I give you a hat is to remind you to stay true to yourself. I have high hopes for you." Shanks lowered his head, pulling down the brim of the hat, and huffed. "You're just here talking pretty words to yourself. What a bothersome guy." Fushiguro laughed heartily. He loved seeing Shanks in front of him, like a child. Shanks was gradually maturing, losing interest in trivial things, and instead,
He would buy and collect good wine, saying he would wait until he was older to drink it. Fushiguro was very pleased that Shanks was finally coming to his senses.
He had just grabbed some gold from the sky, and the key was to spend it. In addition, Shanks also bought a lot of so-called health foods and medicines. He often heard them say that one should lay a good foundation from a young age, so they could squander better when they grew up. Preparing for the future. Having spent a lot of time with Fushiguro made Shanks more mature than many of his peers. Having experienced many strange things from a young age made Shanks less naive and innocent than others his age. Fushiguro saw all of this, which is why he liked to tease Shanks, wanting him to show his childlike side in front of him. You bought so much, I can't carry it all. You should carry what you bought yourself. Fushiguro put his hands in his pockets, while everything was with Shanks. Shanks, carrying one bag on his back and 3 large ones for others, said angrily, "Then why do you make me carry your stuff? It's to train you." Fushiguro said lightly, not taking responsibility. "Oof, you treat me like a slave. If I had known I would be fooled by a hat, I could have just taken the gold and not had to carry anything. Oh, come on, don't be so angry. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Eat as much as you want." Shanks rolled his eyes and said, "Humph, do you really think I'm still a child? You think that will satisfy me?" Fushiguro thought to himself, he has really grown up, harder to please. I heard that the food at that place can help people grow. Are you going? Shanks pouted, managing his expression. Of course I'll go. I earned it with my labor. A week later, Jin Yuan's lips were slightly pale as he found Fushiguro in a restaurant. Shall we set sail soon? Staying in one place for too long. I'm worried about being surrounded by the Navy. Fushiguro blinked, seeing Jin Yuan's pale complexion, as if he had just fought a long battle. Did you encounter a strong opponent? You look exhausted, like you've been crushed. Jin Yuan snorted coldly, sitting down and starting to eat. The enemy is not few, a week of high-intensity battles. You can't go either. Fushiguro, being a man of leisure, would sometimes relax, even if he didn't want to prevent becoming too close to men and losing interest in women. Fushiguro shook his head stubbornly. That's not necessarily true. I told you to exercise more, especially your legs. What is it called? You don't realize how little you've trained until it's time to use them. Jin Yuan avoided the topic. Why have you stayed so long this time? This isn't like you. Fushiguro pointed to a large and small figure, Barrett and Shanks, who were having a meal competition. There was also a cheerleading panda, cheering them on. It's not like Shanks heard me say that this food can replenish the body, so he comes here to eat and get fat every day. Jin Yuan didn't say anything, but his actions with his hands revealed his thoughts. Fushiguro covered his face, wondering why everyone was so focused on replenishing their bodies, regardless of whether it was true or not. They just ate first. After eating, Fushiguro told Shanks and Jin Yuan, "Let us go take care of some business. Go ahead. Inside the most magnificent building on the island. Are you the one in charge of this town?" Fushiguro and Shanks, like ghosts, pushed open the door and walked into the mayor's office. This island was not small, but it was not a kingdom, just a city-level area. Fushiguro guessed it was probably a subsidiary island of some kingdom. A middle-aged man with round glasses and a receding hairline stood up and said calmly, "Yes, Lord Fushiguro." Fushiguro was not surprised to be recognized. After staying here for so long, spending money lavishly, plus the iconic Black Pearl, it was no wonder the mayor knew him. If he didn't know, then this mayor was really useless. You are very calm, and that's good. You haven't contacted the Navy, and we have been resting here quite well. What's your name? Dorn Maxey. Dorn Maxey smiled bitterly. Now everyone knows that when the Navy encounters pirates, they will definitely go to war, and the fighting in the city will ultimately harm the common people. I am very grateful to Lord Fushiguro for not attacking our island. Moreover, Lord Fushiguro's reputation in the New World is quite good. Oh, trying to flatter me? Fushiguro didn't mind and straightforwardly said, "During this time, I found that your island is quite nice. Macquarie Island, I want to say it's under my influence, but I have plenty of money now, and I plan to invest in building an orphanage, a nursing home, and a school here." Dorn Maxey was stunned, stammering, "Is there no other hidden request?" Fushiguro knew he was thinking too much and directly said, "How could that be? I want to send anyone. It's all up to you to manage. It's just normal and simple, not as complicated as you think. I simply want to bring a little light to this terrible world." Shanks remained silent, taking notes in his small notebook, occasionally showing signs of deep thought. Chapter 82. Zephyr's Home Invasion. 3 days later, everyone unanimously agreed it was time to leave. Yi Tian held a stack of intelligence reports and said to Fubhei, Makat Island, theoretically, belongs to the influence of Charlotte Linlin's faction. However, it doesn't have much practical use. You could say it's just scrap. Fubhei took the intelligence, flipped through a few pages, and returned it. Whoever's faction it is doesn't matter. We haven't encroached on anyone's interests. Just write a warning for them not to plunder Makat Island. And say it's from me. After Yi Tian agreed, he asked, Are you trying to see if we can create a peaceful island under the current circumstances? Fubhei nodded in acknowledgement. It's incredibly difficult for a national island to achieve true peace. Dressrosa and its surroundings can be peaceful and stable. But that's only part of the success of the system. Fubhei's sharp eyes gazed at the skyline. More importantly, our strength makes others apprehensive, preventing them from taking action. Yi Tian understood. To achieve true peace, we still need to be strong enough ourselves or have a reliable backing. That's right. I dare say as long as we stay safe, this kingdom of Dressrosa will remain peaceful, Fubhei said confidently. Yi Tian thought of O'Hara and asked Fubhei, It's been almost 2 years. Why don't we go back and see how O'Hara is doing? Fubhei turned to Yi Tian and joked, I see you're missing your wife and kids. That's fine. It's just right to leave them some wealth. When you're away, the only thing you can provide for them is financial support. Yi Tian scratched his head. Yeah, I can't just leave them without company and let them live a hard life. Jin Yuan, destination, O'Hara. Jin Yuan pulled Shanks up from the sea onto the deck and replied, understood. In the year 1493 of the Sea Garden era, O'Hara. The group, weary from their travels, landed on the island, where Alvia and Robin were already waiting at the dock. Yi Tian spotted Robin anxiously holding Alvia from a distance. If it weren't for Fubhei holding him back, Yi Tian would have rushed over. How touching. Fubhei watched as Yi Tian picked up Alvia with one arm and Robin, who was nervously excited, with the other and couldn't help but sigh. Let us hug Shanks too. Shanks looked disdainful and took 2 steps to the left. Who wants to hug you middleman? Barrett allowed Panda to rest on his shoulder, introducing Panda to O'Hara. Yi Tian turned to everyone and said, Let's go. Alvia has already instructed people to prepare food. Also waiting was Claudie, Clover. And seeing his shy expression, Fubhei invited him, Come eat with us. I happen to have some questions for you. The infinite pirates gathered again, sitting at the same table for a meal after a long time. Shanks chattered away with the now 5-year-old Robin, sharing their experiences over the past 2 years, making Robin yearn for adventure. Fubhei asked Claw, Has the world government caused you any trouble over the years? They should know Alvia is an O'Hara. Have they sent anyone to threaten you? Claw answered straightforwardly. 2 years ago, following Alvia's plan, O'Hara is now focused on spreading culture. Because of the educational outreach plan, the world government has had a hard time targeting us. At most, they just sent people to supervise and warn us. Jin Yuan frowned and said from the side, A warning? They really dare. Claw replied, Maybe because they think you are busy in the new world and can't pay attention to here. Yi Tian suddenly said, It's fine. The underground party in the seas.The archipelago is ours. I had people arranged in O'Hara beforehand. If anything happens, they will take action. The seas.The archipelago is essentially a quality monitoring station for those wanting to enter the new world, and those people's strength is quite decent. Fubhei pondered for a moment and asked, We did rob the sky gold in the new world. Can they remain indifferent? Implicitly, he meant that given the world government's nature, they would likely kidnap Alvia or Robin to threaten them. It was impossible for them not to act. Claw didn't know how to respond and cast a pleading look at Alvia. Alvia recounted her prepared speech. Before we became famous in the West Sea, there were indeed CP organizations that wanted to take action against us. But those who were not strong enough were of no threat. I even obtained a lot of intelligence from them. I am part of the infinite pirates. Our strength is not as weak as they imagine. Yi Tian's anger flared. They really have guts. If I don't kill a few of their masters, do they think I'm easy to bully? Alvia reassured him. It's not that serious. With the educational outreach, my popularity, and the support from the common people, the world government can't easily target me anymore. Fubhei felt something was off. The world government wouldn't care about your popularity. Even Admiral Zephyr is just a tool. Once their interests are affected, it doesn't matter who you are. They will act against you. What about the Navy? Haven't they acted against you? After all, you are Yi Tian's wife. Fubhei questioned continuously. He couldn't be careless about his own people. Olivia bit the tip of her chopsticks. Admiral Zephyr came to see me once a year ago when we had already started the educational outreach plan. He talked to me about some strange topics, but he didn't do anything to us, allowing me to proceed boldly. Yi Tian's hair felt like it was going to change color, and he immediately asked, "What strange topics did he discuss with you?" Olivia covered her mouth and laughed. He talked about the People's Foundation, saying that everything must be based on the people. Fubhei chuckled. It was probably after he provided Zephyr with intelligence that he was demoted to instructor, and it seemed that the impact on him was quite significant. That's no problem. As long as we pay a little more attention to the world government's maneuvers, the Navy has our people in it, so there's no need to worry too much. Jin Yuan and the others turned to Fubhei, each with a question mark above their heads. Who? Why haven't we heard you mention it? That guy Zephyr doesn't seem like it. Fubhei chuckled. I can't say just yet. Let's give them some time. When the time comes, it will definitely amaze you. Hearing this, everyone felt an itch in their hearts, wanting to scratch, but finding it extremely uncomfortable. Claw was even more shocked. The Infinite Pirates were indeed mysterious. Even having people in the Navy? When the Admiral came, he was in a panic, thinking it was the end of his life. Who would have thought the Admiral would smile at them and say he was optimistic about their plans, which could make the world a better place? Thinking of this, Claw said, "That Admiral Zephyr even gave me a red book which had revolutionary quotes written on it." As he spoke, he took it out of his pocket to hand it to Fubhei. The expressions of Fubhei and the others were strange. They all knew this book had been passed down from Fubhei. How did Zephyr manage to do my job? If you did it, then what am I supposed to do? Chapter 83. Scheming tonight. I didn't drink too much, and I still need to let Tian stay sober to do some clear-headed things. After the dinner party, Crow left early, knowing that the following time was theirs. Shanks took out a white sun hat from a box and gave it to little Robin with a big brother expression. "This is a gift for you. There are many things that represent Will, and the hat is one of them. I hope this white hat keeps your heart pure and flawless, and that you are happy every day." 5-year-old Robin happily took it and put it on her head, but the hat was too big and covered her eyes. She said mischievously, "Umph, Shanks picks gifts just like my vision." Shanks didn't understand and smiled. "What do you mean?" "Notaste." The hat blocked Robin's crescent moon eyes. Shanks squatted down and drew circles. "Robin, your heart has already been polluted. You're not as cute as you were before you turned 3. Robin walked in front of Shanks and touched his head with her little hand. "Just kidding, brother Shanks. You have a glass heart." A crack, the sound of someone's heart breaking. Olivia, feeling awkward, avoided Yi Tian's gaze and whispered, "I'm just worried that Robin might be deceived in the future. Just think about it. If a blonde kid uses a few sweet words to take away your precious treasure, can you tolerate it?" Yi Tian hadn't considered this issue before, but when he thought about it, he felt it was very serious. "I'm just doing it for Robin's good. I'm just a bit scheming." Shanks thought loudly, "This is not just a bit. He doesn't even spare his own brother. Treat him like a thief. He is just a 10-year-old boy. What more thoughts can he have? If we need to be cautious, it should be against Barrett." Shanks glanced at Barrett chatting with Panda. "All right, that rough old man." Barrett turned his head left and right, and Panda curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Must have felt wrong." Fukuhara also thought this was a very serious issue. To marry their little lady of the Infinite Pirates, he must pass their test. This time he didn't find a suitable devil fruit for Robin, but next time he would. Fukuhara felt that Robin still needed a devil fruit for self-protection. Olivia didn't eat because she said Yi Tian was afraid of the sea, worried that one day if Yi Tian fell into the sea, she couldn't save him. Well, Robin has already eaten it. It's the paramecia type Hana no Mi. That's really impressive. When I came to O'Hara before, there wasn't any. How come we left for just a few years, and it's already here, and Robin ate it? Seeing Fukuhira's change in expression, Olivia thought it was bad and worriedly asked, "Is there a problem with this devil fruit?" Fukuhara returned to normal and said, "It's fine. This devil fruit is very strong, highly operable, and more importantly, it relies on physical strength and martial arts. Robin is still small now, so we can lay a good foundation for her while she is young." After hearing this, Olivia felt relieved. "I understand, Captain." Fukuhira looked sympathetically at little Robin. So sad. Having to learn culture and also train. Not wanting to delay the reunion of their family of 3, Fukuhira picked up Shanks. Robin was just joking. It's really glass-hearted of you to be sad. Robin looked up at Shanks and smiled. Yes, I was joking. Shanks immediately cheered up and smiled. In the future, if anyone bullies you, just tell them my name. No way. What if I get beaten up even worse? Robin made a funny face wearing the oversized white sun hat. The next day, Jin Yuan, the financial ambassador of the Infinite Pirates, was allocating money to Crow. Although there was a lot of money, if spent recklessly without a plan, it could easily lead to problems. Jin Yuan wasn't stingy. He just wanted every penny to be spent wisely, like on massages and baths. Crow had never seen such wealth in his life. It was truly one box after another, each box filled to the brim with berries or gold. If it weren't for worrying that Crow and the others wouldn't be able to exchange gold products for berries, he would want to clear it out. Barrett and Panda were playing in O'Hara, while Shanks went to find Robin to continue bragging. Fukuhira was rarely acting alone and had even disguised himself. He couldn't help but feel anxious. O'Hara stayed for a month, during which the members of the Infinite Pirates were all active. Even Yi Tian, who was enjoying tender moments, was on the move, determined to find the pawn that the world government had placed in O'Hara. Once found, he would kill them without hesitation. In a month, 5 members of the CP organization were found, and Yi Tian didn't bother to ask anything. He simply went up and struck them down. After cleaning up completely, at the O'Hara dock, Robin hugged Yi Tian's neck. Dad, are you going to leave again? Yi Tian affectionately stroked Robin's head. I'm going to warn those who disturb your lives. Once you learn what your mother teaches you, I'll come back to take you to sea. Your devil fruit is very strong. Remember not to limit your thinking. Open your mind. And you must exercise well. If 1 punch doesn't work, then 10 punches or 100 punches. Robin raised her little fist. Of course, I will become very strong and protect you and Mom, so that no one dares to bully us. Yi Tian squinted and smiled. All right, from now on, we'll rely on Robin. Fukuhira and the others leaned on the railing of the Black Pearl, quietly watching this beautiful scene. This is what they continuously strive to protect. Yi Tian put down Robin and hugged Olivia, apologizing. I'm sorry, I have to leave again. Olivia extended her index finger to block Yi Tian's mouth. Don't say sorry. It was my insistence to bring Robin to study in O'Hara. After the two separated, Yi Tian let go of Olivia's hand. I'm leaving. If something happens like before, be sure to contact me with a snail phone. I'll rush back immediately. Don't forget, your husband can fly. Olivia happily nodded. Okay. Yi Tian boarded the ship and directly said to Jin Yuan, let us go. Jin Yuan and the others waved to Olivia and little Robin. We're leaving. See you next time. Somewhere in the Grand Line, Fukuhira held a newspaper, laughing continuously. Huh. Zephyr, you're really reliable. Yi Tian came over to ask, what is so happy? As he spoke, he leaned down to look at the content of the newspaper. Admiral Black Arm Zephyr cultivates 2 monsters. Yi Tian smacked his lips. This world is getting more and more exciting. Since the end of the Rocks era, it seemed there hadn't been any fresh blood. Borsellino kinda sound pretty good. Fukuhira continued to laugh. Right? Isn't it great? I think it's great. Yi Tian, confused, asked. The Navy is strong. Why are you so happy? Or do you know those 2 people? Fukuhira's expression turned serious, shaking his head. I don't know. It's irrelevant. TCH, Yi Tian had already guessed that these 2 were definitely people Fukuhira arranged. He needed to inform Jin Yuan and the others to avoid friendly fire. Seeing Yi Tian go down to talk to Jin Yuan and the others, Fukuhira didn't stop him, continuing to read the newspaper, lightly humming. Everyone is progressing, continually improving. Thriving, making me feel at ease. They are all reliable partners. Chapter 84, Are They Your People? Fushiguro, do you think funding and freely opening orphanages and schools like this is a bit counterproductive? Human greed is endless. Aren't you worried about people embezzling? Jin Yuan asked Fushiguro, who was on the deck carefully examining the bills. Fushiguro picked his nose and glanced at the booger he flicked into the sea. It's fine. I've arranged for long to have people watch over it. Anyone caught embezzling will be dealt with immediately. It doesn't matter who they are. As long as they touch our bottom line, they will die. I've been sailing the seas for many years. Why should I care about anyone's face? Jin Yuan ignored Fushigiro's show-off remarks and replied nonchalantly, all right, after all, the wool comes from a sheep. We're using the corrupt royal noble's money to help the lower class. From a certain perspective, it can be considered a positive cycle. Fushiguro lightly swung his fishing rod. The time required is long. Some things cannot be changed immediately, especially since they have been under rule for so long. Those deeply rooted thoughts are ingrained in their bones. Fushiguro put away his fishing rod, which hadn't caught anything, and looked at Shanks, who was practicing swordsmanship. The world will scream. Life will scream. The problems caused by the social system have trampled countless lives, just as the world is on the brink of destruction. Snap, Fushiguro lit a special edition cigar. Someone will emerge in response. Every life will scream, unleashing power beyond imagination. Yi appeared beside him at some point, reaching out for a cigar to light. Hiss, are we? Or are we not? Jin Yuan confidently said, it can't possibly be Shanks and the others juniors. How old are they? Fushiguro chuckled lightly. Of course we are. Everyone is the main character. Don't belittle yourself, and don't underestimate any small person you think is insignificant. Maybe he is the small cog that will drive the gears of the world. Fushiguro's pupils revealed infinite confidence. Let the bullets fly for a while. Don't die easily. The sea is about to become exciting. Yi Tian lightly hummed and changed the subject. Is Long coming over? He hasn't been on the move for long. He should be short on manpower. Don't worry about them. He has a member named Bartholomew Kuma, who has the paramecia-type pawpaw fruit, so it's quite convenient for him to act. Fushiguro first saw Kuma during the Valley of God. He was an extremely uncoordinated little guy with a disproportionate upper body and lower limbs. The pawpaw fruit, once developed, is very useful on large-scale battlefields, capable of removing pain and fatigue, both offensive and supportive. I also privately advised Long to teach Kuma more. Jinny, who is with him, is quite clever, and it seems she has a good relationship with Kuma, so Fushiguro mentioned it casually. Jin Yuan murmured, is this what you call the scream of life? It actually allowed Long to find a powerful companion in such a short time. Fushiguro replied irritably, I told him to look for it, and Long himself is quite mobile. Long found them in the South Sea Salt Kingdom, using a barrage of sweet talk and verbal tricks to recruit them. However, Kuma and the others are too young. They probably aren't even 20 yet, maybe around 17. Jin Yuan glanced at Barrett, who was doing weighted push-ups, so they're the same age as Barrett. Barrett is also 17 this year. Yi Tian carefully stared at Fushiguro's face, unsure if it was an illusion, but Fushiguro seemed to possess foresight, always arranging things very reasonably. At least that's how it appeared to him, because every time Fushiguro made meticulous plans, they hardly ever suffered major losses. He even suspected that his ability to get on the ship was part of Fushiguro's initial plan. Fushiguro tilted his head, looking at Yi Tian, who was lost in thought. You must be thinking about something serious. What are you pondering so earnestly? Nothing. Just thinking about how well you use your brain and what's inside it. Yi Tian didn't think too deeply. At least everything was developing in a positive direction, so why dwell on the negatives? TCH, I'm not going to boast with you anymore. I still want to fish. Fushiguro turned around, picked up the fishing rod, and skillfully baited it and cast it. Jin Yuan placed his hands behind his back and pointed out, you haven't caught a single fish all morning. You're just feeding the fish. A square appeared on Fushiguro's forehead. Yi Tian followed up with a retort. You could catch more than one if you just jumped in to scoop them out. 2 squares appeared. Fushiguro, annoyed, shooed them away. Go away, you don't understand. I'm fishing for a kind of sentiment, a feeling. Ha ha, stubborn. Jin Yuan teased and slipped away, leaving Yi Tian behind. Yi Tian amusedly glanced at the deserter and comforted Fushiguro. It's fine if you don't catch anything. I've raised a lot of fish below. You can fish there. With transparent glass, you can observe better to see if they've bitten. Fushiguro, exasperated, get lost. Yi Tian laughed mockingly, not responding to Fushiguro's words, and called out to Shanks, who was practicing his sword. Yo, Shanks, working hard, huh? Take a break. I'll teach you how to fish. Fushiguro. Hey, Fushiguro, the higher-ups are holding a meeting today to decide whether to give Pagliusolino and Sakazuki devil fruits. I've observed during this time that they can bear great responsibilities. Give me a hint. Will they betray the Navy? Zephyr contacted Fushiguro via a transponder snail, looking dejected and inquiring, mainly because these two seedlings are just too good. If they were wholeheartedly devoted to the Navy, they would definitely be a great asset, capable of growing into a pillar. He was just worried that Fushiguro would send them to the Navy to learn skills, deceive them for devil fruits, and then run away to become pirates. Fushiguro reached down, pinched his butt, smelled his finger, and casually said, Sakazuki's family was allegedly killed by pirates. So he hates pirates intensely. You've also fought alongside them. You can see his aversion to pirates. After organizing his thoughts, Fushiguro continued. As for Sakazuki, you can also see that he has his own views on justice. But that justice is positive. It won't endanger the world. It will only make the world better. Zephyr, quietly speaking on the transponder snail, exhaled white smoke. They wouldn't be revolutionaries, would they? Noticing that Fushiguro hadn't spoken for a long time, Zephyr analyzed. Because they both came to the Navy headquarters together and their relationship is very harmonious. This is quite normal. Everyone helps each other as colleagues, which is commendable. But they are still sharing their view of justice within the headquarters. That can be understood as they are recruiting subordinates early. Suddenly, Zephyr raised his voice. However, their behavior is too similar to what you provided me in the Revolutionary Manifesto. Plus, when I privately pulled out the Revolutionary Manifesto to trick them, they weren't surprised at all. They even said, within the Navy, I would protect them. That's what you said. Fushiguro, in front of the transponder snail, blinked innocently. No, they're the Navy, a group of passionate youth who want to join the Navy and protect civilians. They want to uphold justice. I want to allow you to slander them. Well, so I'm the bad guy now, huh? Zephyr shook his head helplessly. He certainly couldn't team match Fushiguro in verbal skills and could only say, I'm also disappointed in the world government. At worst, I'll gamble on it. If I have nowhere to go because of this matter, you must take care of my family. Chapter 85. Shiki, are you there? Fushiguro just picked his nose. If you have something, I will take care of your wife and children. What are you mumbling about? Then I will strongly recommend the devil fruit to them. Zephyr took a deep puff of his cigar. No more talking. Someone is coming. Fushiguro looked at the phone bug, saw it was hung up, and casually placed it on the side table, then took out a phone bug with Shiki's label on it. Hello, Shiki. Shiki picked up immediately, excitedly saying, You made quite a stir a while back. Why are you calling me? Is the sea no longer a place for you? Fushiguro spoke in a rare, serious tone. The world government is threatening my brother's family. We plan to give the world government a little warning. Shiki excitedly exclaimed, What are we going to do? When are we going? Fushiguro said in a deep voice, You casually set up a deserted island, and we will meet at Mariehua. Remember to keep a low profile along the way. Hide the island well. This time, you don't need to send people. We will handle that. When the time comes, you take us to the island, and then we will airstrike Mariehua, kill anyone we encounter, and retreat once two or more of the Gorosei intervene. Shiki trembled all over, not from fear, but from extreme excitement. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Previously, Rox went to Mariehua, made a 3 in and out, and even killed an admiral. What a great achievement. You can say Rox was bad, but you can't deny he was strong. Shiki hurriedly asked, How big does the deserted island need to be? Do you want one that can cover everything? Fushiguro scratched his cheek. There's no need for it to be that big, just about right will do. Most of the celestial dragons are useless leeches. Even if there are strong ones, there will still be many casualties. Shiki expressed disappointment. Then I really don't need to send people? You only have a few over there. Is that enough? You're not planning to bring Shanks and those little guys, are you? Fushiguro replied without thinking. This time, it's not just to warn them not to act against O'Hara. It's also to take Shanks to sever ties with his so-called biological father. Shiki was stunned. Could it be that Shanks is the son of a celestial dragon? Fushiguro waved to the phone bug. The situation is more complicated than that. It can't be explained in just a few words. When the time comes, you'll need to throw an island at Mariehua. You can do whatever you want after that, and we will retreat together when it's time. Just thinking about wielding dual blades and fighting in Mariehua, making the first shot to dominate the world made Shiki extremely excited. There's also a mysterious figure to watch out for him. Fushiguro appeared relaxed, grinning. It's okay. We just need to move quickly when the time comes. Because of the island's presence, they will definitely prioritize dealing with it. That time will be enough for us to do many things. Shiki thought it seemed to be the case, but still asked hopefully, do you really not want me to bring a large force over? If we stay behind, it's not impossible to directly destroy Mariewa. Fushiguro stopped his thoughts. No, in a high-level battlefield, having more people is just futile. Besides, I have deeper plans. How could I let you, with your yellow hair, ruin it for me? Do you really think I don't know how powerful him is? Its strength is still a mystery to this day. Fushiguro concluded, you start arranging things. After all, we don't know what will happen this time. It's very risky. Find a suitable deserted island and go directly to the meeting point. Shiki understood the severity of the situation. One misstep could lead to being focused on and trapped there. This was also one of the main reasons he wanted to ask about bringing a large force. He didn't want to follow in Rock's footsteps, but he also didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. He needed to plan carefully and arrange a backup. He still wanted to live and dominate the world. Fushiguro walked out of the phone bug cultivation room, looking serious and saying to Yition, it's done. This time we will definitely make those corrupt guys in the world government remember this. Yition thought for a while and could only think of one bold partner. Could it be Shiki? Isn't he the most unstable factor you mentioned? I can control the others, but Shiki is hard to handle. Fushiguro gently reassured him. Don't worry, everything is under control. Below Mariewa, the Black Pearl was docked directly beneath, and in the distance, Shiki was driving a small boat over. Shiki was also cautious, not using the main ship. Fushiguro looked at the approaching sailboat and said leisurely. The most nervous was Yition because of his matters. Everyone was willing to accompany him on the adventure into the so-called Holy Land of Mariewa, the center of world domination. Not to mention the Gorosei and the mysteriously powerful Im, and possibly even the navy guarding the celestial dragons. But everyone came without hesitation, disregarding his persuasion, saying it was a slap in the face to their infinite pirate crew and had nothing to do with personal actions. As Yition's thoughts flew, Shiki flew onto the deck of the Black Pearl and asked, so, how is it? The island is at the peak of my abilities. They shouldn't notice. Are all of you going? Shiki looked at the cute panda and Shanks on the deck, his expression strange, repeatedly confirming with Fushiguro. Fushiguro nodded. It's fine. This time it's a blitzkrieg, strike and run, not a protracted battle, no problem. Shiki was worried, but fortunately, he had arranged a backup. Otherwise, one slip could really get him killed by Fushiguro in Mariewa. Fushiguro continued. Let us go. The Black Pearl 1T go up. You use your abilities to take us to the deserted island you set up. Once we find the center of Mariewa, you can release your ability and just smash down. Shiki raised the corners of his mouth. With his float fruit ability, even if he fell into a trap, he could still retreat unscathed. Then let's go. Shiki activated his devil fruit ability, and everyone flew vertically towards the deserted island he selected. When the deserted island fully appeared in front of Fushiguro and the others, Fushiguro felt that Shiki might have misunderstood the term not big. This deserted island, not to mention being able to cover all of Mariewa, was at least about 1.5 times the size, or roughly half. Yition didn't see anything wrong. Those who touched his wife would die. Fushiguro didn't say anything. After all, he was his brother, so let us do it. Forget the plan. Panda lay on Barrett's shoulder. Fushiguro instructed Barrett. Didn't you say you wanted to protect? Today your task is to protect Panda well. When we land in Mariewa, Jin Yuan, you try your best to block their reinforcements. Yition, you go find the person who sent someone to O'Hara and explain the situation to them. Fushiguro turned to Shanks. You come with me. We're going to find your father. We'll take you to clarify things and handle the relationship. Chapter 86, First Cooperation. Before this, Fushiguro had already expressed to Shanks that this time he must completely sever ties with his biological father to avoid any potential melodramatic scenarios in the future, both for Shanks and for himself. All entangled grievances must be cut off here. He was determined to nip all possible bad things in the bud. Shiki's expression was also unusually serious. The dangers of the God Valley War could not be compared to this surprise attack on Mariewa. At that time, The five elders were not all present, and moreover, it was the Rocks pirates who had come out in full force, resulting in a chaotic battle that ultimately ended in defeat. This time, however, they were directly targeting the heart of the world government. In the past, with discord and hidden agendas among them, it would have been impossible to achieve such a coordinated full-force strike. But Fushiguro and his group were different. They came with a bone-deep hatred, and every strike they made would be thunderous and without room for rehearsal or reservation. At least, Shiki believed so. Thus, he was even more appreciative of Fushiguro's decision to not mobilize the army, avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. As for himself, as long as he wasn't besieged by overly ridiculous strong opponents or faced multiple top-tier experts at once, he was confident that no one in this world could do anything to him. Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, glanced at Barrett and lazily spoke. "Hey kid, I heard you're not that old. Remember to shout for help when you can't hold on? I'll step in." Barrett had followed Fushiguro for many years and was no longer the proud boy he once was. He smiled slightly and responded calmly. "Thanks, but I won't be polite when that time comes." "Oh, not being polite, huh?" Shiki laughed broadly. "Don't worry, with your captain around. There's a high probability that nothing major will happen." Fushiguro tossed away the half-smoked cigar, his voice calm but unwavering. "Remember, don't get too caught up in the fight." "Shiki, go." Shiki slammed his palms down onto the ground and laughed loudly. "Then let us make a big ruckus. Let this world remember our names." The isolated island hovering above Mariewa suddenly lost the support of the float fruit and accelerated its descent under the pull of gravity. To help everyone adapt to the sudden weightlessness and avoid crashing into the ground as a mushy mess, Shiki kindly used his abilities to protect everyone. When had the celestial dragons ever witnessed such a doomsday scene? One by one, they were scared to the point of wetting themselves, and some even lost control on the spot. Meanwhile, the long-oppressed slaves, who had once had dead eyes, gradually ignited with light as the island's shadow approached. "Woohoo!" Shiki let out an excited dragon-like roar, gripping his famous swords, Sakura, Ten, and Moku K, with a fighting spirit boiling in his eyes. Who would have imagined that Rock's crew could strike at the Holy Land with such unity? Everyone was wary of each other's hidden daggers, but now it was different. Facing Mariewa, Fushiguro also held nothing back, unsheathing his soul sword. He reminded everyone one last time. "Safety comes first, do not get carried away." "Understood." The members of the Infinite Pirates responded in unison. At the moment the island was about to crash into the ground, several extremely sharp slashes came from below. Fushiguro shouted, "Action!" Boom! Giant slashes continuously cut the island, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. Crash! Even after suffering the slashes from the great swordsman and the heavy blows from Jaegor Lucius Satan, which were wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, many large rocks still fell upon Mariewa. CP0 and the Knights of God rushed to stop them, but still, many stones crashed down heavily. Many celestial dragons were tragically buried, and cries and wails filled the air. The slaves' reactions were starkly different. Some still instinctively tried to save their so-called masters, but others seized the opportunity to retaliate or fled without looking back. How they chose was their own business. Fushiguro's group had only one goal: to eliminate the high-ranking members of the world government. Ha! You garbage. You have no idea how much the lower class hates you. Do you? Shiki let out a sinister laugh and went straight for Izambaron V. Nasu, sure. Being overthrown is your destined outcome. You might as well give me your position early. Fushiguro sighed inwardly. The original plan was to draw out 2 of the 5 elders, but who knew that 2 would show up at once? There was no turning back now. The job wasn't done yet. He quickly gave Jin Yuan instructions. Don't clash head-on with Jaegor Lucius Satan. He has an immortal body. Use your abilities to maneuver and delay as much as possible. Yi Tian, act quickly. I need to take Shanks to deal with another matter. Fushiguro shouted to Shiki. Shiki, Barrett and Panda are under your watch. Don't let anything happen to them. Leave this small matter to me. Shiki grinned with the cigar in his mouth. It must be said that due to Fushiguro's previous training, Shiki now thoroughly implemented the belief of being good to his partners, and with a heavyweight partner like Fushiguro, he naturally cared even more. Fushiguro grabbed Shanks. Let's go. Mariewa had fallen into chaos. The celestial dragons, who had long relied on privilege and exploitation to survive, were almost all weaklings, with hardly anyone capable of fighting. This day was destined to be their nightmare, directly being beaten down. Fushiguro had no time to care for Jin Yuan and the others. Today's action had only one core word: fast. Shanks was being pulled along at high speed by Fushiguro, and the strong air currents hit his face, making his cheeks somewhat deform. He struggled to ask, "Godfather, what is my biological father's name?" Fegalandu Jiringu. Fushiguro no longer hid it, and simply stated the name. The wind howled, but his voice was clear and cold. "He is a member of the Knights of God." He was present during the God Valley incident. Fushiguro's gaze darkened slightly as he briefly weighed whether to reveal a more brutal truth at this moment. Shanks' mother also died at the hands of that biological father. After hesitating for a few seconds, he suppressed this thought. Now was not the time. Some grudges had to be settled by Shanks himself. Some truths must be severed at the right moment to cut off the last ties. Along the way, Celestial Dragon Guards and CP personnel continuously try to block them, along with pathetic slaves. A cold light flashed in Fushiguro's eyes as he acted without mercy. No matter what reasons these people had to become the Celestial Dragon's lackeys. As long as they stood in his way at this moment, they were enemies. And against enemies, Fushiguro never held back. Being merciful to enemies was cruel to oneself. Fushiguro never did anything cruel to himself. Shanks felt anxious in his heart, unsure of what expression or posture to adopt when facing his biological father. Fushiguro's reassuring tone said, "It's okay, I've got everything covered. No matter what happens today, even if I can't kill him, I will cripple his third leg. Even if him comes, it won't matter." That's what I said. Chapter 87. Saint Greenku. Countless fragments ruthlessly fell upon Mary Joa, stirring chaos. Fegalandu Greenku is here. Fushiguro's eyes were devoid of his usual laziness, only filled with ferocity. "I don't know. Crack." He broke the neck of a CP agent in black clothes. Continuing to search. "Where is Fegalandu Greenku?" The question was a celestial dragon, who replied in fear, "This is the Holy Land." Fushiguro swiftly cut him down, splitting up to act separately. Most celestial dragons remained arrogant, always spouting nonsense before answering questions, which Fushiguro disliked. "Fushiguro, what do you want from me?" Along the way, Fushiguro asked everyone he encountered about Fegalandu Greenku. If they said they didn't know, they couldn't escape death. Many celestial dragons, upon learning this news, hurriedly called for Fegalandu Greenku. Otherwise, they believed Fushiguro would kill them all. Fegalandu Greenku, with light-colored hair forming a pair of upright spikes on either side of his head, and a very tall spike curving forward on top, had a peculiar style that matched the celestial dragon's aesthetic. Holding a long knife, he faced Fushiguro warily. "I am right here. Are you so afraid that you can't even speak?" Fushiguro sneered. "I want to ask you an ethical question. Under what circumstances would a person choose to kill their wife and neglect their own children? Can such a person still be called human?" Greenka never expected Fushiguro to ask such a question, one that had no relevance to the grand scheme of the sea. He instinctively glanced at Shanks, who wore a black wide-brimmed hat, unable to see his full face due to his height. Could this kid possibly be his son? Greenka scoffed. "How could an ordinary commoner woman be worthy of my noble status? Sleeping with her is a grace I bestow upon her. As for the so-called child, I can have as many as I want." Shanks lowered his head, his fists instinctively clenched, biting his lower lip, completely disappointed in his biological father, no longer harboring any illusions. Fushiguro reached out and pressed Shanks' hat down by 3 points, stepping forward. "Shanks, find a place to stay for now. I'm going to teach this beast a lesson." Shanks remained silent, fearing that if he spoke, he would break down. As the leader of the Knights of God, Greenku had been monitoring Fushiguro's every move. Fushiguro had already come under their radar in God Valley. Coupled with Fushiguro's actions over the past few years, they had been analyzing and assessing his strength. Bang! But this was too fast. Fushiguro, moving like a blur, kicked Greenku in the chest, sending him flying like a stray dog kicked aside. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Fushiguro unleashed his soul release, exuding a fierce and overwhelming aura. He caught up to the tumbling Greenku and struck with a knife. Greenku was no ordinary opponent. He drew his long knife mid-air to block Fushigiro's strike. Faced with the charged attack, Greenku's hasty defense could hardly hold up. Fushiguro unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, striking down like purple-black lightning, wrapping around his soul release. Boom! Greenku, airborne, couldn't fully block and crashed heavily toward the ground. Fushiguro grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Dog-slaying sword technique, chaotic cloak sword technique. The soul release struck with no rhythm. Each blow infused with powerful Conqueror's Haki, welcoming Greenku, who was now buried in a deep pit. As soon as Greenku landed, he immediately got up, but Fushigiro's speed forced him into a defensive position. The ferocity of Fushigiro's attacks left Greenku struggling to defend himself. Fushiguro would not give him a moment to adjust his breathing. Knives, legs, fists, palms, headbutts, every part of his body was used to attack. Just as Greenku was starting to adapt to Fushigiro's rhythm, Fushiguro stopped his assault and vanished from sight. Greenku scanned his surroundings warily, activating his observation haki. Under its influence, he saw Fushiguro flickering around him, only able to catch fleeting glimpses of his afterimages. Cold sweat dripped down Greenku's forehead as he twisted his body in response to the afterimages. At Fushigiro's last landing point, only dust was kicked up, but no figure was seen. Greenku's pupils widened as he swiftly turned around, preparing to defend himself, yet he was still 3 steps slower than Fushiguro. This strike aimed to split him in two, leaving a deep gash on Greenku's back, exposing bone, accompanied by a sharp hiss. Greenku gritted his teeth in anger, slashing to create distance, forcing his muscles to stop the bleeding. How bizarre! From Greenku's perspective, Fushiguro only took a step forward, yet that step equated to dozens, even hundreds of steps. He realized that it wasn't due to a devil fruit ability, but rather pure physical strength and mastery of martial arts. But it was precisely the fact that a powerless person could achieve such a level that was most terrifying. What? Are you here to avenge that wretched woman? Fushiguro replied indifferently. They say that for a swordsman, a wound on the back is a disgrace. I see no sign of shame in you. Greenku sought to buy time. He couldn't continue fighting at this pace without facing death or at least severe injury. That terrifying intensity of Conqueror's Haki was no joke. Constantly releasing explosive, high-intensity Conqueror's Haki. Was he planning to fight to the death here? Greenku couldn't understand why he was targeting him. Was it because of that kid earlier? He indeed knew he had a twin son, but as a celestial dragon, how could he recognize him after more than 10 years? Fushiguro remained silent, vanishing from Greenku's front and swinging his soul release in response. Shanks hadn't gone far. He wanted to witness how Fushiguro would brutally beat Greenku. A surge of anger boiled within him, an indescribable rage. Every strike was a critical hit. Fushiguro felt just as furious. When dealing with beasts, one must act like a beast. The battle intensified, white steam billowing from Fushiguro, his speed faster and his strength greater than before. Greenku thought to himself, what is this? The second stage? In this steam state, Fushiguro's breaths emitted white steam, and his attacks became increasingly fierce, leaving more and more wounds on Greenku. Seizing an opportunity, Fushiguro swung horizontally at Greenku's neck, but Greenku couldn't retreat in time. He couldn't even raise his knife to defend, and in a desperate act of survival, he crouched down. The cost was that his crescent-shaped hair was sliced off, turning it into a flat block. In this position, Fushiguro instinctively delivered a sweeping kick, striking Greenku's temple with a heavy hit. Bang! Greenku fell to the ground, dazed, as Fushiguro raised his knife for the kill. The second strike aimed straight for his head. Bang! A pig's hoof blocked Fushiguro's knife, and the clash of their Conqueror's Haki created an even more intense force than before. Chapter 88 Farewell Gift. Fushiguro looked at the person who intervened with a slightly serious expression. With partial beastification, the ability to resist him head-on to such an extent, combined with the pig's hoof, the identity of a newcomer was obvious. Topman Vacheli Saint. Unwilling to retreat, Fushiguro joked, "Can you teleport over long distances through the magic array? That's interesting. This world is becoming more and more fascinating." After being rescued, Green Goo Saint crawled up in a sorry state and hid behind Topman Vacheli Saint. Topman Vacheli Saint's pig hoof returned to normal as he glanced at Green Goo Saint, whose groin was bleeding profusely and whose face was in pain. With a serious look, he asked Fukuhira, "What exactly do you want? Do you want to go against the world?" Fukuhira calculated with his fingers. 3 of the 5 elders had already arrived, and he wasn't sure if they all had teleportation capabilities. "I came this time just to warn you not to lay a hand on my people. Or next time, it won't just be a simple, isolated island. And don't think you can grasp our weakness. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend braised pork." Topman Vacheli Saint trembled with anger. He had never seen such rampant individuals in many years, especially in Mariewa, their territory, making such bold threats. Fukuhira sheathed his sword and disdainfully said, "If you want to keep me here, you can certainly give it a try." He turned around with a smug expression, and as he locked onto Shanks with his observation haki, he flickered away from the scene. Topman Vacheli Saint's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Do you really think I'm easily scared? I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." At this moment, Fukuhira was already rushing towards the predetermined location with Shanks, taking out a signal flare to shoot into the sky. Boom! The red flare unique to his signal exploded in the air. Jin Yuan, who was currently fighting against the kite-like Jago Lucius Satan Saint, grinned widely. "I'm done playing with you. Take this. Earth Explosion Star." Jin Yuan extended his arms, his forehead veins bulging, as a silver energy ball flew into the sky above Mariewa. Satan Saint went from disdain to shock. Countless metallic objects on the ground flew into the air. Any building containing metal was lifted skyward. Seeing the evacuation signal while fighting Izambaron v. Nasu Shuru Saint, Shiki immediately understood that Fukuhira had encountered an unexpected situation. With his supreme cigar still in his mouth, Shiki chuckled, "Looks like we'll have to fight another time." Lion's Thousand Cut Valley unleashed sword energy capable of slicing through mountains, attacking Nasu Shuru Saint. Despite possessing terrifying observation haki, Nasu Shuru Saint could only draw his sword to defend against such dense slashes. Shiki also flew towards the evacuation point, and upon seeing Jin Yuan's Earth Explosion Star, his eyes shone brightly. With a smirk, he said, "Not bad, Jin Yuan. As my first battle at Mariewa, I'll leave a farewell gift." Shiki landed and clapped his hands on the ground. Lion's Might, Earth Roll. The entire ground lifted, transforming into multiple lion head-shaped soil formations, launching indiscriminate attacks. Panda had already exhausted himself and lay motionless on Barrett's shoulder. Barrett gestured behind him at the pursuing enemies. Void Absolute. Barrett unleashed the full power of his Devil Fruit ability, causing the air in Mariewa to rapidly decrease, creating vast areas of vacuum. With each step, his ability continuously absorbed inorganic materials, integrating them into defensive equipment to protect Panda. The extracted air was also compressed and shot forward like bullets towards the enemies behind, each wrapped in Barrett's armament haki. Quantity is power. Behind Fukuhira, a wild boar-like beast was in pursuit. It was large, with 4 tusks and spotted skin, wrapped in black flame clouds. It relentlessly chased Fukuhira, smashing through numerous obstacles along the way, nearly trampling a celestial dragon. In the chaos of Mariewa, Shanks saw countless objects being drawn into the sky, the ground shaking violently, with lion heads formed from an unknown number of materials appearing. They had such strength. This was the holy land of the world, the residence of the highest rulers. Were they just strolling through their backyard? At that moment, a blue afterimage rushed towards them from the east, grabbing Fukuhira by the shoulders. Shanks looked on in panic. It was Yi Tian. Yi Tian had transformed into the form of a phoenix, and under specific training, his speed was absolutely at the top of the flying ranks. He was truly a fighter jet. Shanks wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the wind blew so hard that he couldn't form words. Wah, 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 wah. Upon reaching the evacuation point, everyone had been waiting for a long time. Fukuhira saw that no one was left behind and quickly said, "The wind is tight, let's go." Everyone leaped into the air, and Jin Yuan used his ability to speed them down towards the sea, while Yi Tian and Shiki went on their own. Upon returning to the deck of the Black Pearl, Fukuhira asked Shiki, "Are you going to go on your own or come with us?" Shiki, calming down from his excitement, replied, "No, I have someone arranged to pick me up. This commotion is quite large. Don't get yourselves killed. You're called Jin Yuan, right?" If Fukuhira treats you poorly, you can come directly to me. Fukuhira's expression darkened. You? Digging a hole under me? Jin Yuan crossed his arms. I'll go if you make me the captain. Shiki laughed heartily. Let us go. Maybe the next time I call for you. Fukuhira waved his hand. Go on, go on. This place isn't suitable for a long stay. We should start fleeing. On the sea, the infinite pirates were self-satisfied, believing that no ship could catch up with the Pearl. Because of the huge commotion this time, Fukuhira suggested they first return to the New World to shift the world government's attention to them. Yi Tian, worried about Alvia and Little Robin, suggested whether they should bring them over. To this, Fukuhira replied directly, it's fine. I'll have Dragon take them to hide for a while. Dragon's base is very mysterious. The world government definitely can't find it. On the deck, Fukuhira analyzed and reassured, look, relax. Alvia and the others are tougher than you think. Being with us at this stage is actually the most dangerous. Yi Tian nodded and returned to his room to call his wife to report his safety. Because it was within the world government, the situation was still under great control, and there was no news widely publicizing the commotion that Fukuhira and the others caused in Mariewa. Fukuhira and the others were well aware. This was the power of capital. It didn't matter. As for how painful it was, apart from them, perhaps only the parties involved knew best. After a few big moves, no matter how wealthy, rebuilding Mariewa would take some time. Chapter 89. Dammy, although most people in the world are unaware of what happened in Mariewa, there is still a small number who know about the terrifying events that have unfolded. Brew, brew, brew. Hey, what's up? Fushiguro answered the exclusive phone bug for Zephyr, sounding lazy. Zephyr's voice was as loud as a woman's in a bathhouse when a man suddenly appears, and her tone drops after being seen. Do you even know what you've done? I seriously suspect you're a world terrorist, not just a pirate. I think you just want to destroy the world. Fushiguro had already prepared and held the phone bug away from his ear, then leisurely said, I killed the guy who wanted to harm your family. Zephyr's demeanor changed in an instant, grinning widely. Awesome. What was I just saying? Right, I'm going to teach Borsalino and Sakazuki martial arts. Fushiguro raised an eyebrow. They asked you to teach them martial arts? Speaking of these two students, Zephyr laughed happily. I thought they would slack off on martial arts after getting their devil fruits. But they still train hard. Both of them had eaten natural-type devil fruits. One had the glint-glint fruit, and the other had the magma-magma fruit. Zephyr lamented. What a waste of talent. Fushiguro felt like seagulls were flying overhead. The topic changed so naturally, he had to say, maybe in a year or two, there will be another good talent coming. Zephyr replied nonchalantly, you mean Kazan, right? I'll keep an eye on him. Fushiguro thought for a moment and said to Zephyr, if later on they want to go under a certain vice admiral, try to recommend Kazan to be under Garp. Zephyr was puzzled. Why? Can't I do it? No. That kid admires Garp. Zephyr paused for a moment, clearly a bit unhappy. I find being a mentor is quite nice. Not only can I train successors for the Navy, but I can also go home and cuddle with my wife after work. It's much better than scheming and outsmarting each other. Fushiguro didn't know Zephyr had changed so much and laughed. As long as you're happy. If there's nothing else, I need to take a dump. Zephyr waved him off. Go. Go, I have things to do too. After hanging up, Zephyr pondered while looking at the phone bug, thinking he initially wanted to criticize Fushiguro. In the New World, Dressrosa, the Black Pearl docked at its exclusive pier, and the group didn't rush into the city. Instead, they laid down in rows on the beach to rest. Today, Yi Tian felt relaxed after learning about the lives of Alvia and Robin in the Revolutionary Army's base. Barrett asked thoughtfully, when we come back, won't it bring danger to Dressrosa? Jin Yuan adjusted his position comfortably. Nope, this is the New World. Not to mention, they're busy rebuilding Mariewa. They can't spare any manpower to deal with us. They're more afraid of being ambushed and will definitely deploy more personnel. Fushiguro lamented. What a pity I didn't get to see him. I heard her power is terrifying, and she's an ancient relic who has lived who knows how many years. Panga City, how could they even deserve that name? Yi Tian exchanged glances with a few others. Panga City is in Mariewa? Why didn't we find it back then? Fushiguro replied seriously. It must be because we didn't find it. Otherwise, how could we have found it easily? Yi Tian sighed. Well, it's good that if there were 3 elders, plus the mysterious him, whether we could retreat safely would be a question. Shanks seemed a bit down, and everyone could see it. Fushiguro didn't comfort him, and they didn't know how to speak. Fushiguro glanced at the melancholic Shanks. Why are you acting all broody? You want to be a brooding teenager to fool little girls? Shanks lifted his eyelids to look at Fushiguro. Wait until you reach my age, and you'll understand. Jin Yuan almost spat out the coconut juice he just drank. Yi Tian shook his head, thinking this kid is hopeless. Barrett and Panda both gave Shanks a thumbs up for his courage. Fushiguro grabbed Shanks, tying him up and hanging him from a tree. He then drew out the cloth strip he usually tied around his waist. With a crack, he began to whip Shanks. While whipping, Fushiguro scolded, "Is this all you've got? Are you still sad about a father who abandoned you? Or is it that I cut off his lifeline, and you're sad about that? Look at Barrett. With you like this, you still want to become a top powerhouse in the world." Fushiguro fully embraced the role of father. With you like this. You want to protect me in the future? What kind of protection is that? If someone wants to hit me, you just stand there crying? You didn't fight that beast with me back then, and now you're sulking. You'll understand when you reach my age. I won't let you off. Jin Yuan and Yi Tian shook their heads and sighed. Just beat him. Maybe after a good beating, he'll be fine. Barrett and Panda watched in amazement. They hadn't been beaten for these kinds of things just during training. The current situation was completely different, feeling the increasingly strong Conqueror's Haki. Jin Yuan and Yi Tian suddenly frowned. Will Fushiguro go too far? Fushiguro shouted, "Speak." Shanks' eyes turned red, tears dripping down like little pearls. "I don't care about face. Let me down." A unique Conqueror's Haki erupted from Shanks, trying to resist Fushiguro's pressure. What the hell is this real? Jin Yuan and the others were stunned. They had trained under Conqueror's Haki before and never awakened it. How did this little brat awaken it? Yitian Tof Analizit. Could it be that there needs to be some opportunity to say something cool in a desperate situation? Fushiguro quietly put the cloth strip back into his pants. And when everyone, including Shanks, thought Fushiguro would stop hitting him in the blink of an eye, he picked up a tree branch as thick as a wrist and weighed it in his hand. Wrong answer. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Shanks, completely unaware he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, bit his lower lip and stubbornly said, "Every time you hit me, you record it. When I grow up, I have to save some face." This answer made Fushiguro click his tongue. He didn't T-whip him with the branch, but continued. "I asked why you're feeling down and gloomy. I thought you were just being reclusive." Shanks protested. "I'm not sad about Green Bull. It's because I ate the mushrooms you brought me recently, which gave me diarrhea for almost 2 weeks. I'm feeling unwell, not for any other reason. In my heart, you're my father." Fushiguro's expression softened, reluctantly dropping the branch. Seizing the moment, Shanks added, "Can you delete the video of me wearing a princess dress?" Fushiguro showed a fatherly smile and gently said, "No." Chapter 90. The Decree of the Gods. Shanks accepted comprehensive treatment from Yi Tian and regained his sunny and confident demeanor. In the evening, everyone gathered at their exclusive beach spot, lighting a bonfire to celebrate Shanks awakening his Conqueror's Haki. The events they experienced during this time felt like a dream. The sudden attack on Mariewa resulted in significant losses and casualties. Yet absurdly, everyone managed to escape unscathed. It's something that wouldn't even be written in novels. It was more fantastical than fantasy itself. Yet they had achieved it. As the second member of the Infinite Pirates to awaken Conqueror's Haki, Shanks was particularly mischievous at the banquet. He teased Barrett and then poked fun at Jin Yuan. If it weren't for seeing Fushiguro and picking up a branch from earlier in the day to set aside, Shanks might have been about to show off and flaunt in front of everyone. Fushiguro, munching on roasted beast meat, chastised Shanks, saying, "Don't think that just because you've awakened Conqueror's Haki, you can act all high and mighty. The road ahead is still long, without a strong heart and enough courage. Your Conqueror's Haki is just paper thin." He tossed a bone into the fire, adding, "Don't think that awakening Conqueror's Haki first proves you're strong. This is just the beginning. You need to keep practicing and improving. Look at Barrett and the others. Just because they haven't awakened yet doesn't mean they lack the potential. It's just not their time yet. And you need to be a bit more low-key. Otherwise, if they awaken later and surpass you, you might regret it." Shanks obediently sat up straight, nodding earnestly. He had long coveted the Conqueror's Haki. It was prestigious and would elevate his strength by countless levels. Fushiguro had also mentioned that for the truly top-tier strong, Conqueror's Haki was merely a threshold. Yi and Jin Yuan remained largely unfazed by the events, while Barrett was genuinely happy for Shanks. Panda, not fully understanding, simply focused on eating. Most were sincerely happy for Shanks, at least knowing that his upper limit of strength had increased, giving him some self-defense capability at sea. Fushiguro was genuinely pleased, slightly tipsy as he told Shanks, "Tomorrow, I'll teach you a sword technique." Shanks' eyes lit up. He had always thought Fushiguro was strongest in hand-to-hand combat, and that swords were merely weapons of slaughter. Eager for a freebie, Shanks happily agreed, believing that Yi was the best swordsman in the Infinite Pirates. Little did he know that Yi was surprised to hear this, as Fushiguro had become a swordsman even before him. Now, Yi wasn't quite sure what level Fushiguro's swordsmanship had reached. That night, Shanks went to sleep with anticipation. The next day at noon, everyone in the Infinite Pirates looked expectantly at Fushiguro, who faced the sea. Holding the soul release sword, Fushiguro smiled softly. "You all need to remember, there is always a handsome and elegant captain with unparalleled swordsmanship aboard the Black Pearl. Watch closely, Shanks. This sword technique is called the Decree of the Gods." Shanks and the others instinctively murmured, "Decree of the Gods?" The moment Fushiguro finished speaking, his aura surged dramatically, like a giant dragon awakening. The overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from him, creating a violent wave of energy that swept outward. The powerful will wrapped around the soul release sword, the blade humming as if an ancient beast had opened its crimson eyes from slumber, exuding a chilling aura. Decree of the Gods. He lightly uttered the name of the sword technique, casually swinging the soul release sword forward. The motion was extremely simple, yet contained the resolve to cleave through anything. A sharp and unmatched sword energy shot forth, entwined with a tangible malevolence, like a falling crescent moon, forcefully plunging into the vast ocean. The terrifying slash, starting from beneath Fushiguro's feet, actually cleaved the boundless sea, separating it. The sword energy advanced relentlessly, mercilessly tearing apart everything in its path, reaching the far-off horizon. Under the path of the slash, countless marine creatures were caught off guard, instantly split in two. The sea was torn open, creating a massive, deep wound that could not heal for a long time. Gulp! The sound of everyone swallowing their saliva was clear. Fushiguro exhaled a breath of foul air, sheathing the soul release sword. He turned to Shanks and said, "This sword can slay gods. You must have the determination to slay gods when you wield this sword. I understand you can't strike such a blow right now. I didn't just use Conqueror's Haki, I also used Armament Haki, both combined." Shanks, feeling pressured, asked, "So how do I practice?" This technique was too amazing. He had to learn it. Fushiguro raised a finger to his lips. "It's simple, just keep swinging the sword. And every swing must carry the spirit of slaying gods." Yi stepped forward, astonished. "You've truly reached the great swordsman level." Fushiguro lazily waved his hand. "Oh, come on. What's so great about being a great swordsman? You just need hands." Yi fell silent, while Shanks hadn't even reached the level of cutting iron. The great swordsman level felt far beyond his reach. Fushiguro continued to advise Shanks, "The most important thing about this sword is mastering the intent behind it. Otherwise, no matter how strong you become, striking this sword will be merely superficial." Shanks seemed to understand, but also appeared confused, yet he nodded nonetheless. Yiton, however, was different. He muttered to himself, "Intent?" Seeing the two of them deep in comprehension. Fushiguro called over Jin Yuan and the others to rest for a while until they finished their understanding. In just over 10 minutes, Shanks was the first to join Fushiguro and the others for juice, while Yiton's aura was unstable, showing signs of a breakthrough to the great swordsman level. He was just a bit short. Yiton felt a bit lost and shook his head helplessly. Fushiguro comforted him. "It's all right. Some people may spend their whole lives without reaching even the swordsman level. You might find that one day, out of nowhere, you suddenly gain insight and reach it without even realizing how." Yiton shot him a disdainful glance. "That's a good description, but don't use it next time." Fushiguro stood up to stretch, planning to visit the third king to see if he was well. "Let's head back to Dressrosa City. It's been a while since I've been home." After all the rushing around, he could finally enjoy the warmth of life. Previously, He had been worried about the possibility of a war breaking out at any moment, which prevented Jin Yuan from casually revealing essence, fearing that he wouldn't be able to concentrate if a fight broke out. Today, he would treat himself well. Shanks and Barrett were not children. They knew the way back, while Fushiguro headed directly to the royal palace to find King Riku III. Fushiguro easily made his way to the garden, where King Riku III was known to enjoy spending time with women. Sure enough, he found him strolling in the garden with a beautiful woman. Fushiguro observed quietly, noticing that there were no further actions, before making his presence known beside King Riku III. Chapter 91, Pursuing Quality. So I opened my own store. Riku-sensei was startled by the sudden appearance of Fubuki and quickly withdrew his hand that was about to wrap around her waist. Clearing his throat tactically, he respectfully said, "Your Majesty, when did you come back?" The woman was surprised, but quickly reacted, "I have seen your Majesty." Fubuki waved his hand. "There's no need to be so formal. I'm not some monster, so you don't have to act like this. I came to ask you something." Riku-sensei glanced at the woman. "She is my future wife. Is it okay for her to listen?" Fubuki raised an eyebrow in surprise and nodded. "That's fine. It's not anything inappropriate." The woman took the hint and said, "You two chat first. I'll go prepare tea for you." Sitting in the central pavilion of the garden, Fubuki sipped tea while Riku-sensei asked, "Your Majesty, has something significant happened? You don't know?" Fubuki was puzzled. "You used to be part of the Allied nations. You shouldn't be unaware of such news." Riku-sensei scratched his head awkwardly. "I really don't know. What happened in the past is different from now. We are fully focused on the Infinite Pirate Group, and we are not familiar with the Allied nations at all. The Allied nations are basically just a binding treaty, paying a large amount of heavenly gold every year, yet still being targeted by pirates." Fubuki waved his hand, not wanting to hear about such normal matters, and calmly said, "We turn the Holy Land into ruins. So in the days to come, Dressrosa might see more people from the world government. I came to remind you to be cautious." Fubuki picked up a small pastry and continued eating. "No one knows what the world government will do. We may not care, but I don't want the residents living here to be affected." Riku-sensei was moved. "Your Majesty's righteousness. I will have someone investigate. Once discovered, there will be no mercy." Riku-sensei cautiously looked at Fubuki. "Well, go ahead." Fubuki could guess what he was going to say, but still wanted him to ask. "Will that group from the world government know that you are here and send troops to encircle us?" Riku-sensei asked under tremendous pressure. "Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. I'm just planning to set up defenses to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. We will fight them to the death." Fubuki maintained his expression and said, "There's no need to worry too much. You just need to arrange for the crowd to evacuate at the first sign of war. We will take care of the invaders ourselves." Riku-sensei firmly said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, all of us absolutely support you. There will be no betrayal. The neighboring island nations understand that because of you, they can live well, eat enough, wear warm clothes, and have a place to stay. Absolute loyalty." Since he had said such words, Fubuki had nothing more to say. "Later, I will have Jin Yuan come over to replenish the treasury. Remember, that portion of money is for helping the poor. If I find anyone using that money for personal expenses, or if that money ends up in the hands of those who shouldn't have it." Riku-sensei nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Your Majesty, rest assured, that kind of situation will never happen. Once discovered, no matter who it is, they will be publicly executed." Fubuki lightly tapped his head. "That's good. Is there anyone in Dressrosa involved in loan sharking?" Riku-sensei hesitated. "I'm not very clear about that. Perhaps the person in charge of finances knows more." Loan sharking will definitely occur during the peaceful phase. When everyone is satisfied with their basic survival needs, they will want to live better. People are greedy, and when their minds get heated, they can do anything. Borrowing money is fine, but if you engage in loan sharking, that's what Fubuki hates the most. Fubuki stood up. "You don't need to investigate. I will have Jin Yuan take action. He is quite sensitive to financial matters." Jin Yuan, who was enjoying a gentle massage, suddenly felt his eyelids twitch and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I'm going to get rich? My lord, haven't you always been rich?" A delicate voice rang from behind Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan ignored the touch and teased, "Then live well, and I will make you rich too." Ugh. 3 days later, Jin Yuan reluctantly walked out of the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Fubuki saw Jin Yuan's pale face and said, if I hadn't sent someone to find you, you probably wouldn't have come out. Jin Yuan opened a bottle of soda in the kitchen and drank it down in one go. Please, the Mandarin Duck Pavilion is my store. As the owner, it's normal to check on it. You are impressive. You open a store just because of your hobby. Fubuki never expected Jin Yuan to quietly open a store. More importantly, Jin Yuan, justifying his actions, said that the quality of other stores was uneven, so it was better to open his own. So, he is acting as the quality controller, right? If it weren't for Jin Yuan giving Fubuki a dark gold card that allowed him unlimited free access to play, he would have let him go. Jin Yuan slumped on the sofa, exhausted, and asked, "Why did you call me back? Did the world government people come?" Fubuki pursed his lips. "It's more serious than that." Jin Yuan immediately sat up straight and asked, "What exactly is it?" Fubuki slowly said, "Someone is loan sharking on our territory." Bold. Jin Yuan stood up in anger. "I haven't done that, yet someone dares to do it. Give me the names and locations. I will take them all out." Fubuki shrugged, pretending to have difficulties. "I don't know much about this. Perhaps you will have to investigate. However, the royal treasury should have clues. The whole country is ours, and they will cooperate with you on this matter." Jin Yuan angrily said, "I will catch them all and execute them in public in the square as a warning. Is that okay?" Fubuki blinked. "I think dismembering them would be more intimidating." Days passed, and Fubuki and Yeti moved around Dressrosa, eliminating people from the world government. Jin Yuan was cracking down on that group of loan sharks. Not investigating is one thing, but the findings were shocking. Many people were driven to suicide because of loan sharking, and many families were affected due to violent collection. Still, the saying goes, there is no eternal peace, only relative peace. As long as you are strong enough, perhaps there will be more peace. The remaining Shanks and a few others were training every day. Talent is indeed important, but hard work is equally essential. If there are people better than you who are working hard, what excuse do you have not to put in the effort? Bang! Shanks was punched away by Barrett. "You made progress so quickly." Barrett held his fist, marveling at Shanks, who was younger, smaller, and shorter than him. Shanks rubbed his chest, looking frustrated. "No more fighting. If we keep this up, I won't even be able to have lunch." Barrett laughed heartily. "You're still young. It's normal. When you grow up a bit more, it will be your time to shine." Shanks grinned. "You have high talent and work so hard. You're really a monster." Barrett showed a simple and honest smile. TCH, others might not know and could be deceived by his silly appearance. But Shanks knew very well that Barrett had thoroughly studied the 36 stratagems written by Fubuki. Chapter 92. Shiki, I have a plan. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After eliminating all known traitors, Fushiguro and the others welcomed a long-awaited rest. The world government had not come knocking, and the Navy was still recruiting, not making any significant moves to advance into the New World. One day, Shiki contacted Fushiguro after a long time. "Fushiguro, what do you think of the Roger pirates? That guy Roger is pretty strong." "I have an idea." Fushiguro, upon hearing Shiki's words, felt a headache coming on. "What are you planning, you big fool?" "What big fool?" Shiki. "After the last battle at Mariewa, I realized that our top combat power is still insufficient." Shiki elaborated his grand plan. "I intend to recruit Roger. His strength is well recognized by everyone. Plus, his crew is made up of elites. If they join me, we want to be chased away next time at Mariewa." Fushiguro sighed. "Why do you think the Roger pirates would want to join you? They pursue freedom and don't want to be constrained. Asking him to overthrow the world government? How is that possible? Moreover, he is not a compliant person. I think it's better if you don't seek him out. The guy has A in his name. You should understand what that means." Shiki exhaled a large puff of smoke. "Fushiguro, are you afraid of Roger?" Fushiguro, not provoked, replied softly, "I've fought him many times, both as enemies and friends. He would never follow you to rule the world." Shiki, feeling anxious, shouted, "Then I'll just beat him into submission and force him to join me." Fushiguro shook his head helplessly. "See, you're getting impatient again. Why do you have to seek him out? If you don't, the world government is powerful, and the Navy hasn't even made a move yet. It made me realize that my current forces are still insufficient." Fushiguro pondered. "Instead of wasting manpower to take down the Roger pirates, why not cause a ruckus at Mariewa again? Shiki suddenly lowered his voice. I'm arrogant, but I'm not stupid. Fushiguro thought Shiki was being unreasonable and decided to let it go. Then go find him yourself. I don't know where he is now. Also, it's only been a few months since such a big commotion. Don't go out and get caught by the world government. Shiki, feeling quite proud, replied, if they had the means, they would have come already. I see them as a bunch of turtles. Fushiguro was speechless. He couldn't say anything more. Since he wouldn't listen to good or bad advice, he decided to let him be. Then I wish you success. Fushiguro, just watch. Shiki hung up the phone in anger. Fushiguro was at a loss for words and called Dragon. Moshi Moshi, Dragon, keep an eye on the Roger Pirates' movements. Shiki is going to cause trouble for them. If necessary, you can lend a hand. Dragon, despite having a lot to say, condensed it into one word. Okay. Is this considered workplace bullying, with the boss ruthlessly using subordinates? Dragon shook off this unpleasant thought and asked, why? Shiki wants to recruit Roger to rule the world. Dragon knew that Fushiguro and the others had caused a stir at the Holy Land not long ago. Despite the Revolutionary Army's current lack of combat power, their intelligence was still intact. All right, I'll keep an eye on it, Dragon replied solemnly. After hanging up, Fushiguro leaned back in his chair, wishing for a more stable day, just like himself. Oh, right, today seems to be the day for Jin Yuan's demonstration against usury. Fushiguro wore a loose black top, the fabric swaying gently in the wind as he walked. His lower half was still in those familiar white pants, a striking black and white contrast that seemed oddly harmonious. He wore black shoes, walking leisurely toward the square, exuding a lazy yet rebellious aura. Jin Yuan looks sharp today. Fushiguro thought he was dressed appropriately for a kingly appearance. And Jin Yuan was even more particular about it. At the highest seat, the third generation of Liku sat next to Fushiguro, with Yi Tian and others taking their seats simultaneously. Below the square, the execution platform was occupied by Jin Yuan and a large group of usurers. Jin Yuan wore a silver-white outfit. He was the main character of the day. Hello, everyone. I'm here to announce a new law established by the third generation of Liku. The entire square was packed tightly, with people filling the rooftops. Executioner, Jin Yuan. The citizens had immense trust in all members of the Infinite Pirates and were curious about what crime those people had committed to be brought to the platform. The entire venue was very quiet. No one whispered, quietly listening to Jin Yuan's next words. Jin Yuan stated clearly, the latest decree is to eliminate usury and any related activities. Once discovered, it's death. If you have difficulties, turn to the state. The state will provide you with a reasonable arrangement. Don't fall into the trap of unscrupulous people. After some deliberation, it was decided that decapitation was better than being drawn and quartered. It was not only a matter of visual impact, but also time efficiency. Jin Yuan's wristband transformed into a long knife through his abilities. Investigations have revealed that they have harmed countless citizens, leading to many tragic deaths. Today's execution serves as a warning to those with ill intentions. With a swift motion, Jin Yuan raised the knife and brought it down in one stroke. All the heads of those on the execution platform fell simultaneously. Fushiguro recognized this as the magic knife thousand blades he had told him about, which could split into countless pieces for an attack using the powers of the devil fruit. The knife reverted back to a wristband on his hand, and Jin Yuan said nothing more as he lightly leaped to sit next to Fushiguro and the others. Fushiguro stood up, stepped forward, and spoke in a voice that was not loud, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. This is just the beginning. Human traffickers will also face the death penalty. Fraudsters will likewise face death. You must always believe in the state. We will absolutely maintain zero tolerance for evildoers. Fushiguro continued, as previously mentioned, embezzlers will also face the death penalty, and there will be rewards for whistleblowers. I will not allow my beloved citizens to be harmed by bad people. You call me a king for a day. I will act like a king for a day. As Fushiguro finished speaking, all the citizens below raised their hands and shouted, Long live the king! After the trial concluded, everyone gathered in Fushiguro's courtyard, and it was another day of not returning home until drunk. Even Shanks, Barrett, and Panda, who believed they had grown a lot, felt a peculiar sensation facing the scene before them. Barrett was the first to ask, Jin Yuan, Was that behavior up there also part of protection? Jean Yuan, in a good mood today, replied, "Of course, isn't that what you've always wanted to do? Not just to protect the infinite pirates, but also to protect the citizens." Barrett scratched his head. "But those citizens don't mean anything to me. You all mean a lot to me." Fushiguro took over the conversation. "Then let me ask you, what do you think is meaningful?" Barrett replied straightforwardly, "Protecting everyone in the infinite pirates is meaningful." Chapter 93. Admiral Sengoku, don't say something is meaningless just because you haven't done it. The world is vast, and you are still young. You will experience many things in the future that you have never encountered before. It's worth trying to engage with it. Don't shy away from even attempting. Barrett has changed a lot and is no longer a reckless youth. Many things will be thought through carefully, though he can be a bit stubborn. Once he sets his mind on something, he won't easily change it. Fushiguro plans to let Barrett remain unchanged at his core while helping him develop a few branches. Try to accept this world, understand it, and change it. You can't live your whole life for others. You must also live for yourself. After saying all this, it depends on Barrett to understand through the passage of time. Barrett was silent, clearly deep in thought about Fushiguro's words. Jean Yuan clinked glasses with Yi Tian repeatedly, constantly making excuses to drink more, soon becoming tipsy. "Yi Tian, listen to me." Yi Tian finished his drink. "Go ahead. After today's events, we are truly great benefactors. The world will become a better place because of us." Jean Yuan let out a loud belch and continued, "In the future, Fushiguro will definitely be the king of the world. When that time comes, he will reign supreme." Hearing Jin Yuan's drunken talk, which was also heartfelt, Fushiguro laughed. "Then that title of executioner might follow you for a lifetime." Jean Yuan replied nonchalantly, "That's not important. The title of executioner isn't unpleasant. At least people will fear me when they hear my name." Yi Tian pondered over Jin Yuan's words and then looked at Fushiguro. Fushiguro had never mentioned any grand ambitions. The only goal he had ever stated was to eradicate the celestial dragons. Aside from that, even the title of king was something that commoners took the liberty of bestowing. Yi Tian looked seriously at Fushiguro. "You truly have the aura of a king. Everything you do is for the people. If the world had a wise ruler like you, I believe that would be the wish of all common folk." Fushiguro still lazily replied, "What king or king, I just do what I can. As for the king of the world, that's not for me to say. It should be up to the common people of the world to decide. Don't think too far ahead. Take it step by step. If you take too big a step, you'll easily hurt yourself." At this moment, Barrett's eyes brightened. "That's right. We support you as king. I will clear all obstacles in your way." Shanks snorted. "Then didn't you say you wanted to protect us?" Barrett, in a sage-like manner, shook his head and replied, "Protection and clearing obstacles are not contradictory. As long as the enemies are all dead, isn't that a form of protection?" "Wow, Barrett, you're impressive." Everyone was amazed by Barrett's insight. Fushiguro did not expand on Barrett's words and instead said, "Eat meat, drink wine, enjoy the moment. As the saying goes, the joy of yesterday can lead to the discomfort of tomorrow." Fushiguro rubbed his temples, looking up at the ceiling of the footbath shop, still in a private room. After drinking happily last night, Jean Yuan insisted on bringing Fushiguro and Yi Tian to enjoy themselves. Shanks and Panda stayed at home. They initially planned to take Barrett along, but there were no suitable sizes for him at the couple's pavilion, so he could only enjoy a half meal. It was considered an early adult gift for Barrett. Fushiguro got out of bed, stretching his back. "Not bad. Looks like exercising my legs was the right choice." As for how fierce he was yesterday, only the involved parties would understand. Walking down the street, Fushiguro casually bought a newspaper, reminding himself to read more and snack less, and to sleep more. New Admiral, Sengoku. Interesting. The gist of the content was that Zifa, due to special reasons, had taken on the role of instructor and was unable to manage the Navy. Hence the selection of a new vice admiral for promotion. Sengoku becoming an admiral was expected by Fushiguro. That guy Garp was not interested in positions, especially since admirals dealt more with the world government. Tsuru was more suited for a staff position, her strength lacking a bit. Fushiguro didn't know what Zifa was thinking. Sengoku must have consulted Zifa, and they must have communicated. Such matters shouldn't ruin their brotherly bond. Dragon hadn't contacted him yet. He probably hadn't found the Roger pirates. Those guys from Roger's crew were impressive, able to navigate Garp's pursuit with ease. If it weren't for Garp being particularly irritable, Fushiguro would suspect they were throwing the match. One punch for each little kid couldn't be just talk. Strolling down the street, Fushiguro thought about the God Valley incident, where the so-called Navy hero Garp faced so much scrutiny from various forces. Many pirates wanted to hunt Garp to gain fame by taking his head. Without exception, whether it was fixing matches or hunting pirates, all were silenced by Garp's fists. That period was truly Garp's most frequent time fighting. The moment he left the Navy headquarters, he was immediately targeted. Rather than going out to seek achievements, the achievements came to him effortlessly. As a result, his performance improved and his holidays increased accordingly. So he could take breaks to clear out some small pirates in the East Blue. It was just a matter of convenience. Unknowingly, Fushiguro returned to the courtyard, lay down, and continued reading the newspaper. Shocking. The world government collaborates with the Navy to take action against Shiki and the flying pirate crew. Oh, I was wondering why there was no news. It turns out the world government intercepted them. Fushiguro clicked his tongue in admiration. They say to keep a low profile. But sailing with a large fleet in the ocean is bound to attract the world government's attention. This is just the opportunity to strike back. There were several blurry images in the newspaper, seemingly taken from a distance, but Fushiguro could still identify the figures. Jagurushi is Satan. What a grand gesture. Why is it still that unfortunate Satan? It was him in God Valley, and it was him attacking Shiki. And Sengoku, this guy, being called to do such tasks right after taking office is really putting him in a tough spot. Fushiguro continued reading the article, and aside from some exaggerated statements, it boiled down to the flying pirate crew suffering heavy losses and Shiki retreating. It didn't take a genius to figure out this outcome. The flying pirate crew's grand fleet looked impressive, but most of it was quantity over quality. The crew's overall strength was low, so heavy losses were to be expected. Were the losses of the Navy and the world government covered up? That was very much in line with their style. Fushiguro took out a Din Mushi to contact Dragon. Moshi, Dragon. Just knowing Roger's whereabouts is enough. You don't need to go personally. Dragon replied, puzzled. Shiki's crew was ambushed and is short on manpower. Wouldn't they be even more inclined to find Roger? Don't I need help? Even if Shiki suffers heavy losses, they still have plenty of manpower. No need. Roger's crew is very strong. Fushiguro squinted his eyes, suspecting that Roger's health wasn't good, possibly due to overexerting himself for strength. Let me know once you find their location. Dragon's cold, working voice replied, understood. Chapter 94 boom. In the year 1496 of the Sea Garden, 26 years ago, I finally found you, Roger. Fuhai stood on the deck, gazing at the Oro Jackson docked by the shore. Jinyuan smiled. It was easy to find you. We must squeeze some treasure out of them later. Even though they have information from the dragon, Roger and the others are not inanimate. They can move. Yition crossed his arms. They travel the seas, and they must have some devil fruit stored. After all, they are a pirate crew without devil fruit powers. Shanks corrected. Don't they have an intern, Buggy? He seems to be a devil fruit user. Yition slapped his forehead. I forgot. That little guy does indeed seem to be a devil fruit user. I didn't expect you to pay attention to him. Is there something about him that catches your interest? Shanks snorted. If we're talking about the most active pirate crew in every corner of the sea, it has to be the Roger Pirates. They also have someone on board who is my age, and since we're here to find them, we should investigate thoroughly. Besides, I heard he grew up in the Roger Pirates, so I want to see how strong he is. Fuhai thought for a moment. Shanks isn't even master hockey yet. It's not a matter of talent. It's purely that his physique isn't strong enough. Let us go up and fight directly. It's been a long time since I met Roger. Everyone should bring their full energy to the fight. Jinyuan and Yition were cracking their knuckles. Now that they faced Jabba, Rayleigh wouldn't be as helpless as before. While Roger was chatting and laughing with everyone, he suddenly paused, quickly turning his head. Almost at the same moment, the famous sword Ace leaped into his hand, the grip of the sword seeming to resonate with his intent. Roger, hand over your treasure. A loud shout echoed from the sky as Fuhai swung his sword, Shurhun, slashing down from midair. The blade's wind was fierce, directly aiming for Roger's face. Clang! Shurhun collided violently with Ace, and the two powerful hockey forces clashed with a thunderous roar. One side was wild like thunder, while the other was fierce like a deep abyss. Though utterly different, they both possessed the pressure to tear the sky apart. The skies seemed to be ripped apart by an invisible force, and even the clouds suddenly retreated as if they were willingly giving up the battlefield. The sky and clouds. I'm leaving. Roger grinned widely, his eyes bursting with intense battle intent. Long time no see. Fu-hi. Didn't TU just grab gold from the sky? What? Have you squandered it all in just a few years? His voice was loud, carrying a hint of mockery. But couldn't T hide the excitement of a long-awaited reunion? Meanwhile, Jin Yuan manipulated countless metals, forming them into sharp darts that shot toward Jabba like a torrential rain. You annoying guy, you're still not dead. Jabba swung his twin axes, his face showing no fear but rather excitement, laughing as he blocked. The sea is full of your legends. Executioner Jin Yuan. I didn't expect you to be this strong already. Jin Yuan chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery. Is this what scares you? There's even better waiting for you. On the other side, Yi Tian walked straight towards Rayleigh. The two almost stopped simultaneously, swords at the ready. Rayleigh looked at Yi Tian, whose aura had changed drastically, and smiled with satisfaction. It seems you've been through a lot in these years. Yi Tian also smiled back. Time moves on, and we certainly won't stand still. Before he finished speaking, a pair of azure wings suddenly unfolded behind him, and his figure shot out like a meteor, leaving behind a stunning blue tail flame without any unnecessary words, as a fierce slash came directly at him. Rayleigh crossed his sword to block, feeling the heavy force transmitted through the blade, and couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. Hey, Red Nose, your opponent is me. Shanks locked on a Buggy, but couldn't help but laugh the moment he saw Buggy's iconic nose. He had always thought it was fake, but it turned out to be real. Buggy immediately exploded with rage. You bastard, how dare you be so rude? Go die. It's all your fault. I was trained to death by that guy, Rayleigh. It's all because of you. Shanks was momentarily taken aback. How could he be blamed for this? After a moment of thought, he realized that the elders also placed great importance on their victories. Indeed, in a clash between two crews, the losing side loses face for the entire team. I absolutely cannot lose to you. If they find out I lost to you, will I put my face? As Shanks thought of the consequences of losing, his expression became serious, and he immediately drew Griffin to attack Buggy. Buggy felt the same way. God knows what terrifying methods Rayleigh would use to train him if he lost to Shanks. Barrett faced a burly man with a black beard, Max. You guys aren't ganging up on me. That's a bad decision. Max shrugged indifferently. One of me is enough to deal with a little guy like you. Boom. In one encounter, the massive Barrett moved like a rabbit. His speed was incredible, and he sent Max flying with a single punch. Barrett stretched out his hand to gesture to the surrounding Roger pirates. You all come at me. Seeing Barrett's overwhelming strength, they didn't care about one-on-one and rushed to deal with Barrett with all their might. Barrett exclaimed in delight. This is exhilarating. Fighting is awesome. Panda, holding an iron rod, had a fierce look in his bean-sized eyes, but to others, he looked cute. Ada, Panda casually found a seemingly weaker opponent and dashed towards him at a decent speed. As time reached dusk, the battle still continued. Jabba, breathing normally, said in a deep voice, the warm-up is over. Without Conqueror-S hockey, it's a completely different level. If you don't have Conqueror-S hockey, perhaps our battle will end here. Boom! Jin Yuan was struck by Jabba as Conqueror-S hockey. Gritting his teeth, Fu-hai is a man destined to become the king of the world. As an executioner, how could I be without it? The shackles in Jin Yuan's heart were unlocked, and a unique Conqueror-S hockey burst forth from within him. Jabba's expression was quite interesting. He could feel that Jin Yuan had just awakened, but the intensity was off. In that case, round 2 begins. Jin Yuan held a long knife in each hand, both covered in cracks, as if intentionally made. Let me see what level my strength reaches with Conqueror-S hockey. In another battle, both Rayleigh and Yi Tian felt this wave. Rayleigh opened up some distance. I remember you didn't have this before. Your companion seems to have awakened Conqueror-S hockey. Then let me see if you've been hiding your strength or if you really don't have it. Rayleigh's Conqueror-S hockey erupted, directly wrapping around his sword. Hockey wrap. Yi Tian, after many years, once again felt the familiar Conqueror-esque haki from Rayleigh, and without any panic, calmly said, Fuhai has always told us that each of us has the potential to awaken Conqueror-esque haki. We just lack an opportunity. Rayleigh didn't rush to attack, signaling Yi Tian to continue. Yi Tian slowly said, in the future, we will rule the seas. As an elder, if I don't even have Conqueror-esque haki. What does that mean? I also possess Conqueror-esque haki. Boom. Chapter 95, what else is there to say? Even if Barrett is strong, he cannot withstand the concentrated fire from the Roger Pirates at their peak. Even with the Devil Fruit abilities activated, he initially had the upper hand. But as they noticed it, they pulled away. Ensuring he has enough oxygen, he charged at Barrett. At this moment, Barrett was covered in injuries, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. How could I possibly fall here? I promised Fushiguro that I would clear all obstacles on his path to becoming king. Boom! Barrett awakened his Conqueror's haki. Shanks noticed Barrett's movement and grinned at Buggy. Although my slash is useless against you, the next part will be hand-to-hand combat. Buggy scoffed coldly. I'm not necessarily weaker than you in martial arts. He had not only been tormented by Rayleigh, but also that bastard Jabba. Shanks sheathed his sword. That may not be the case. Buggy faced Shanks' Conqueror's haki head-on, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. What are you joking about? Why should I? Shanks was already in front of Buggy, throwing a punch at his abdomen. How will you respond to that? Bang! Buggy took the punch head-on and was sent flying. Panda, feeling the 6 different auras of Conqueror's haki erupt, Fushiguro's face showed little expression, as if it were expected. Roger was immensely shocked. How could the Infinite Pirates all possess Conqueror's haki? Are they all monsters? They had not awakened it before, and now they all coincidentally awakened at the same time. Seeing Fushiguro's calm demeanor, Roger curiously asked, Why are you not surprised at all? Because I always believed they had it. It was just a matter of time. Although the two were talking, their hands did not stop moving. Roger seemed to understand and laughed heartily. So you came to us to create an opportunity for them. Fushiguro corrected him. Shanks, that little guy awakened with my help. As for the others, they really awakened today. The world is vast. What strange things are there? Perhaps it's just coincidence? Roger, knowing Fushiguro's usual tough talk, joked. Then you should compensate my crew a bit. Fighting you, even if they don't die. They'll be seriously injured. Fushiguro did not agree and replied. When it gets me first, including Roger and Fushiguro, there were a total of 8 Conqueror's haki on this island, aside from Shanks and Barrett, who had yet to master it. Jin Yuan and Yi Tian both used their powers directly, all of which were accumulated over time, sweat, and effort. Island, is it my turn to crack now? Sky, I'm used to it. The next morning, Panda woke up rubbing its eyes. It had accidentally fallen asleep late last night. By noon, Shanks and Buggy finished their battle, fighting against someone with Conqueror-esque haki. Buggy could not catch a break and ultimately lost. His eyes turned into panda eyes. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, Barrett finished his battle, panting heavily as he sat on the ground, surrounded by people and fish lying everywhere. The third day of the great battle. Island. Fortunately, it did not completely crack. It just turned into an archipelago. Roger sheathed his sword and stood tall, laughing loudly at Fushiguro. They've all finished fighting. What do you say we call a draw? Aren't you hungry? Fushiguro actually wanted to fight Roger for a few more rounds. But unless they fought desperately, it was indeed hard to distinguish between them. He muttered to himself, This guy Roger, his strength is no joke. And he is seriously ill? Fine. I heard you're sick, so let us call it a day. Fushiguro finally sheathed his sword, not wanting to be known for bullying a sick person. Roger looked confused. How did you know? Fushiguro shrugged. Rumors. I'm not clear on what illness. Roger also sheathed his sword, his smile still bright. Actually, I don't know either. Even the doctor can't figure it out. But I have a super reliable ship doctor, Kuroka's, who can help stabilize my condition. Fushiguro walked over to Roger and nudged him with his elbow. Let us go. Let us go. If you don't show up soon, your crew will think you're dead. Roger laughed heartily, his voice booming like a bell. I'm not that easy to kill. The two walked into the view of everyone, and Roger, disregarding his disheveled appearance, shouted loudly, Let us have a feast. Rayleigh said to Yi Tian beside him. See, I knew we'd have a feast. Yi Tian also knew his captain's nature. Fortunately, I prepared a bit in advance. Otherwise, we would have been rushing around. With everyone helping, many hands make light work, and this was manifested here. Before long, drinks, barbecued meat, and a grand feast were all available. As for tables and benches, they had long been prepared. One could see from the nearby bare trees where they came from. After cleaning up, Roger put his arm around Fushigiro's shoulders. The feast begins. Oh, after 3 rounds of drinks, everyone opened up. They all tacitly did not ask who won or lost. Fushiguro pointed to Jackson Banner, who was playing music, and said to Roger, "You really know how to attract people." Roger looked in the direction of his finger, happily saying, "His name is Jackson Banner. He is a musician. Isn't it nice? We should learn to enjoy life." Fushiguro asked Roger, "Have you found a complete history text?" Roger shook his head slowly. "It's not that easy. I just hope to find a great treasure in my lifetime." Fushiguro clinked glasses with Roger and calmly said, "As for you helping Yetion and the others awaken their conqueror's haki, I've got a piece of news for you." Roger tilted his head. "What news?" "It would be more practical to just give me treasure. I know who can read the history text, and also where he is." Fushiguro continued, "If you want treasure, I can give it to you, but I want to say the news." Roger was surprised, his pupils wide as saucers, and he grabbed Fushiguro's shoulders. "You're not lying to me, are you? I can even give you treasure, as long as you tell me where he is." Fushiguro pushed Roger's hands away. "Forget about the treasure. If there's a devil fruit, I might consider it. Kazuki Oden, he is now with Whitebeard." Yetion and the others naturally heard the conversation between the two, and Rayleigh directly asked Jin Yuan and the others if it was true. Jin Yuan and Yetion exchanged glances. It should be true. Kazuki Oden came from Wano country. Wano country? Roger fell into deep thought. Whitebeard's people. That is a bit tricky. Who doesn't he know that guy is fiercely protective of his own? How come I didn't notice it before? And I don't know who instilled that protective thought in him. The unnamed Fushiguro silently drank his alcohol. At this moment, Jabba said to Roger, "I have an idea." Roger gave him a look to continue, and Jabba cleared his throat tactically. "We can just ask him directly. And as long as we explain the situation, I believe the guy Whitebeard won T refuse us." Roger shrugged, not anxious about the issue. "It seems we can only do that." "Thank you, Fushiguro. This news is very important to us. You're truly my good brother." Fushiguro replied with a smile. "We're all buddies. Come, let's drink my homemade wine." Chapter 96. Kazan, one of the 3 monsters? The strength of Fushiguro is truly unfathomable. Roger watched the Black Pearl gradually sail away and couldn't help but sigh. Jabba clearly found it hard to accept this fact, bluntly stating, "Isn't the Infinite Pirates just a handful of people? Can they really be that strong?" Deep down, he had already acknowledged the strength of the Infinite Pirates, but he still felt reluctant. If they really fought to the death, he believed that with the limited number of people in the Infinite Pirates, they could never withstand their assault. Every member on the ship had undergone the baptism of Conqueror's Haki, and even those who hadn't awakened it were far from ordinary. Rayleigh recalled the battle with Jin Yuan and rated the Infinite Pirates even higher. Roger replied with a heavy tone, "Coincidentally, they really are that formidable. I feel that even if I weren't sick, my match with Fushiguro would at most be 50-50. The most terrifying part is, have you noticed? They have been continuously growing. From initially having no Conqueror's Haki to now awakening one after another." Rayleigh continued, "I heard them say at the table that Fushiguro has always believed they possess the potential for Conqueror's Haki, and they have accepted this point. Do you think Conqueror's Haki is not entirely innate?" Roger said seriously, "Other things may be possible, but according to all current intelligence, Conqueror's Haki is indeed innate. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, no amount of effort will awaken it." Jabba commented gloomily from the side, "This world really isn't fair." Rayleigh added meaningfully, "That Fushiguro has quite an eye for people." Roger laughed heartily. "Isn't that so? To pull a crippled boy from a pile of dead bodies and cultivate him to this level." Roger returned to his room, grimacing and covering the heavily injured area caused by Fushiguro. The Black Pearl sailed briskly on the azure sea. Fushiguro seemed to be leisurely lying in a chair, enjoying the sun, but in reality, he was silently recovering from his injuries. Even with his astonishing self-healing ability, the wounds caused by Conqueror's Haki were not easily resolved. Fushiguro's healing ability was strong, but it didn't mean he wouldn't feel pain. Previously, He could endure it due to alcohol, but since Fushiguro didn't have a habit of drinking, he could now clearly feel the lingering pain from his injuries. Even if the wounds could heal, the discomfort in his body wouldn't lessen at all. Tion and the others were also aware of Roger's terrifying strength, and everyone tacitly agreed not to disturb Fushiguro, who was resting on the second deck. They had already deeply experienced the strength of Rayleigh and Jabba. Generally speaking, the captain's strength often represents the peak of the entire pirate crew. When Fushiguro and Roger were engaged in a fierce battle, they could naturally feel the shocking waves generated from their clash. The result, however, surprised everyone. They had expected at least one side to show signs of decline, but in the end, both were injured. Yet even so, both remained lively and were still able to outshine others at the table. Fushiguro lay quietly in his chair, recalling the conversation from the previous night at the table. Roger had asked, "Fushiguro, do you want to rule the world?" Fushiguro shook his head and replied, "I have no interest in ruling the world." Roger joked, "But I heard that in a certain sea area of the New World, they all call you king." Fushiguro chuckled in response. "Maybe they just feel that this title is more endearing. They might have sensed the weather turning cooler and wanted to add a piece of clothing for me." Roger laughed. "A yellow outfit is quite rare. Even celestial dragons only wear white." Fushiguro then said directly, "A mere celestial dragon cannot be compared to a king." As for the later conversation, Fushiguro had indeed enjoyed drinking and couldn't remember clearly. After his battle with Buggy, Shanks became more determined to grow stronger. Previously, he lacked peers for comparison, but now, with a point of reference, the feeling was completely different, especially since Buggy could still attack and defend freely under the impact of his Conqueror's Haki, which truly surprised Shanks. He was even more convinced that his Conqueror's Haki must not be strong enough. Nowadays, he not only trained hard to strengthen his body, but also began to delve into the study of Conqueror's Haki. After this battle, 3 members of the Infinite Pirates awakened Conqueror's Haki, apart from Panda. Tion and Jinyuan thought their awakening was only natural. As the saying goes, Conqueror's Haki is the innate quality of a king. Under Fushiguro's long-term influence, they had long considered themselves to possess this quality, believing it was just a matter of time before they awakened. Barrett, due to his physical advantage, was much stronger than Shanks and had already gained a high mastery of armament Haki. As for observation Haki, all members of the Infinite Pirates had awakened it, including Panda, who successfully awakened it thanks to his beast-like intuition. Panda was always content as long as there was food, and his training was merely a casual pastime. Since food and accommodation were provided, what was there to complain about? Shanks repeatedly challenged Barrett, who also awakened Conqueror's Haki. He faced defeat time and again, but grew more courageous with each setback. The only one increasing the workload was Tion, who had to prepare potions for both of them daily and use his abilities to heal their injuries. Neither of them had fully mastered Haki yet, otherwise, that day would not have been just a one-day and one-night battle. Tion and Jinyuan could both fly, often practicing in the air, which neither damaged the ship nor prevented them from giving each other a good beating. Why not? In the year 1497 of the Sea Garden, the Infinite Pirates had just finished bullying another pirate crew. Fushiguro glanced at the latest newspaper on the deck. Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates fought for 3 days and 3 nights. After reading it carefully, Fushiguro chuckled. "It seems you have succeeded again, Roger." The report only covered the battle between the 2 major pirate crews, but Fushiguro could guess a bit about the general content. It was highly likely that Kazuki Odin chose to follow Roger, in other words. Whitebeard knew Roger's time was limited and was willing to help him. They were from the same era, and as major figures of the sea, there must be some feelings involved. It was impossible to say that such matters couldn't be accommodated. Another piece of news, however, made Fushiguro smile. The Navy's 3 monsters. It contained specific news about Kuzan, who, because he arrived 2 years later than Borsalino and Sakazuki, was still rated alongside them. This naturally included the praise from Borsalino and the impressive performance of Kazan himself. From the wording, it was clear that Borsalino and the others were harmonious and well-matched. This was no easy feat no matter what happens in the future. At least for now, it's good. I really look forward to what has to come. Celestial dragons, Fushiguro closed his eyes, but his mind was anything but closed. Chapter 97 Pure Friendship Not Bad, Zephyr. Fushiguro knew very well that Zephyr had played a significant role in this. Due to the conflict with the world government, Zephyr was more than willing to do anything that could make the other side uncomfortable, as long as it did not harm the interests of civilians. After reading the report, Fushiguro thought for a moment and felt he should check on his tactical ally, Shiki. Hey Shiki, are you still alive? On the other end of the transponder snail, Shiki did not respond coldly. Instead, his tone was filled with joy. Fushiguro, you have no idea. I've been closely monitored by the world government during this time. I haven't been able to contact you. I was afraid of dragging you down. Fushiguro had prepared himself for Shiki's complaints, so this reaction took him by surprise. When it came to acting, Fushiguro had never backed down from anyone. He immediately expressed his heartfelt regret. It's my fault. I should have come to find you immediately. But I've also been restrained by the world government and couldn't get away. Shiki didn't think much of it. He felt that the Infinite Pirates were more deeply involved and thus deserved the world government's attention. Brother, I'm not blaming you. It's all my fault for not being skilled enough and not taking your advice. Shiki said regretfully, if I could have endured a bit longer, maybe I could have succeeded, as he said. Fushiguro felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his face. Luckily, it wasn't a video call. Mama, you're calling me brother, so there's no need to say those things. Are you okay now? Hearing Fushiguro's concern, Shiki was almost moved to tears. I'm fine. Just lost quite a few comrades. Thankfully, you told me before that if I couldn't win, I should retreat. It's not shameful. Shiki said, still shaken. Fortunately, I listened to that advice. If I had acted like I used to, I might have already been captured. The Five Elders' teleportation ability is truly abnormal. If I hadn't retreated decisively, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After chatting with Shiki for a while, and confirming that he still hadn't given up on his ambition to rule the world, Fushiguro stopped trying to persuade him. He understood deep down that the two were ultimately not on the same path. Shiki wanted to rule the world, while he wanted to overthrow the great mountain pressing down on all beings. Achieving a just cause would naturally allow him to hunt the celestial dragons. Now, the people of a new world felt the cold and wanted to drape him in a yellow robe. Fushiguro had always found it hard to refuse the goodwill of others, especially those oppressed civilians, since the people's hearts were set on him, and they hoped for him to wear that robe symbolizing supremacy. Why should he, Fushiguro, feel unwilling? The waves gently caressed the hull of the Black Pearl as Fushiguro stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. The sunlight shone upon him, as if gilding the yellow robe he had yet to don. He knew this road was destined to be fraught with thorns, but for those hopeful eyes, even if it meant opposing the entire world, he would not hesitate. Others were still vying for this opportunity. Counting the days, Fushiguro calculated that, according to rumors, Roger should be close to finding the so-called Great Treasure. Fushiguro had considered following Roger's crew to see the truth. However, it wasn't tea time yet. Without the key, going would be pointless. Moreover, Fushiguro wasn't particularly interested in the so-called Great Treasure. That was all in the past. As for the future, it all depended on them. Fushiguro felt it was necessary to meet Roger before this guy faced death. Hey, it's me, Fushiguro. After hearing Fushiguro's request, Dragon quietly responded after a while, received. It was indeed the season of cherry blossoms. Fushiguro strolled towards the two muscular men, shouting, You two are secretly dating without inviting me? It's you. Whitebeard and Roger were both surprised and delighted. How did Fushiguro end up here? I smelled the scent of alcohol from far away. Fushiguro joked. You two are drinking here quietly, planning to discuss some embarrassing matters? Speaking of this, Whitebeard was furious. I know it was you who told Roger about Kazuki Oden. Otherwise, Roger wouldn't have taken him away. So, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Fushiguro naturally sat on the cushion and poured himself a drink. I'll give you a one-leg drink. Do you want it? Whitebeard didn't argue back. Since you're here, let us listen to Captain Roger's adventure story. Fushiguro certainly didn't want to miss such a wonderful scene, with cherry blossoms in full bloom and his straightforward comrades. Not to mention how many secrets would be revealed from Roger's mouth. When it came to drinking and fishing for information, even him wouldn't stand a chance. If things went wrong, Fushiguro might end up in bed with him. Fushiguro, Roger, and Whitebeard. Each had dirt stains on their clothes, unclear whether from spilled wine or vomit. Fushiguro's mind still echoed Roger's words. I'm going to disband the Roger Pirates. I'm going to give birth to a child and then surrender to the Navy. Roger seriously said to Fushiguro, just as you said, the world is not absolutely fair. Many things need to be fought for. I might not have the fate to see the future world. Fushiguro had pure gold, but did not reveal or share any hopes with Roger. Everyone had their own selfish side. It was possible that Roger, when drunk that time, leaked the news about the pure gold. He didn't want to clean up a mess. The members of the Infinite Pirates were forced and threatened to leak this information, unable to accept trouble caused by others. Fushiguro said lightly, everyone has their own mission. You are the first man to discover the great treasure. Why can't you open an era? An era is not just about strength. It is also about spirit. Roger seemed to discover a new continent because of Fushiguro's words, continuously spilling out fragmented sentences. Do you want my treasure? I put everything there. Go find it. Roger was so happy that he danced around. You really don't want to know the way to Laugh Tale? That's the great treasure of this world. At this point, Roger still wanted to entice Whitebeard and Fushiguro's curiosity. Fushiguro directly refused. If I want to go, I will find it myself. No need for others to tell me. Whitebeard admired and nodded at Fushiguro, saying, me too. Roger raised his cup and laughed. I really didn't misjudge you too. I've decided to name the great treasure One Piece. What do you think? Fushiguro was momentarily at a loss for words and could only silently give a thumbs up. Awesome. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Not bad. After all, you are the first to discover it. You have the right to name it. Truly incredible. Fushiguro quietly drank. One Piece, huh? Heh, it's just like you, Roger. The name is indeed good. Tonight, there was no relationship of justice and darkness, only pure friendship. Roger's expression darkened as he asked the two, do you think, as a dying man, going to find the woman I love, would it instead hurt her? Whitebeard fell silent. He was not good at such matters.